Welcome to the last day of the Switch stage here at the Munich Major, where today we're going to send our final 3 teams to the playoffs. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined by Alexing and Alfama. We have 3 banger matchups today. Are we excited?
I am very excited to say the least. Every game having implications of what's going to happen. Some making it further, others going home.
Super excited to not watch NA play today, and super excited to watch some best EU, Brazil, and I was like, I had to start with a jab. I'll say this, I'm super excited. Some really big elimination promotion games. That's exactly what I'm here for.
Yes, hey, I mean, we're proud for a reason, right? If we look at the schedule, there is a chance that all 4 of the EU teams will make it through all the way to the playoffs, but it'll depend on the results for today. As we said, big matches. You either win, you make it to playoffs, or you lose out just at the final hurdle before the playoffs. Now, looking at this, of course, exciting matches. We'll have a look at the bracket as well to see how far we've really gotten. Everything we saw yesterday, of course, are 3 teams that we sent home on the left side of your screen. The 3 teams that have made it to playoffs have a day off today. They get to chill, see their opponents potentially, prepare for the games tomorrow. And then at the bottom, the games that we have today. We've gone quite far if we look at the whole bracket, right? I mean, it's only day 4, but it feels like we've been here for way longer.
It's funny you say that. I think I've said that every single day when I wake up, that this 4th day feels like we're already on day 7, that we've already gone through some grand finals with some of these matches that we've already witnessed. So it's definitely been crazy.
Yeah, I think the craziest surprise for me, like if you look at Space Station, Shopify Rebellion, like NA, some of the biggest teams that are already out, and then APL teams, and yet all of the EML teams are still there, all of the Brazilian teams are still there as well. Maybe there is a trend there about which region is the best.
Yeah, we'll see. And that, of course, yesterday was the last day that we worked with 2 streams at the same time. So in case you missed anything, don't worry. We got you covered with a bit of a recap of everything that happened yesterday.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all right. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can we just say it's me? Stop running away and jumping up. Let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
A beautiful recap of all the happy and also sad moments that we witnessed yesterday. Now, one more thing before we look forward to today is we'll look back at yesterday by jumping into the panorama, something we've been doing every single day here. We look back at the day that happened yesterday in 3 categories, starting off with our monster. And how else could we have not picked someone other than Tuhan with that 20k? Unfortunately, he's gone home, but a 20k on bank, insane.
I mean, we've highlighted Tuhan coming into this event, but this game versus Fear really speaks into existence just how talented this kid is. I mean, dropping 20 kills already in a professional match is hard enough. And then on top of it, you also have to keep in mind, this is only his 2nd S-tier event. But again, to reiterate, dropping 20 kills against the former world champions of the likes of Furia, that is no simple task, and he made it look easy.
Yeah, and he made that in the Munich Major as well, in an event, at LAN. And he did that not only against Furia, he also played amazing in the games before. Honestly, it just goes to show once again that Australia had talent. We saw that with Virtu, we saw that with Jigsaw, and we saw that today with Tuhan. I'm just a little bit sad that we don't get to see him play a little bit more, but maybe that's just a good sign for the future.
Yeah, it seems that the Furia hurdle is just too strong for that roster time and time again with the 2 events recently. Now, the next category that we have is the moment. You already saw a bit of that in the recap video, but we have to talk about something. There's not many moments in Siege that'll bring a tear to your eye, but I feel like the hug yesterday between Dash and Norris, former coach, former teammates, now beating each other, a beautiful moment.
I think it's just because we see that huge hug between the 2, and then behind that we see W7M completely heartbroken. Of course, not eliminated yet, but for Dash to beat his former teammates, make it to the main stage when they were not expected to upset that big Brazilian team, it just goes to show once again the quality of that friendship.
Yeah, it definitely made me shed a tear, but I think something to really note here is, you never know with roster changes whether it's bad blood, bad will, ill intention, but what you really captured in this moment is the camaraderie, the brotherhood, everything that comes along with being able to compete. And I think Dash said it best, that outside of the game, they're family. Inside the game, they were enemies, and he executed it by getting that win.
Yeah, with the must-see we look forward to today. Now, because we only have 3 games, I'd say we should pick them all, or we could pick them all, but we did have to go with just one. Which one did we pick?
It has to be the Weibo versus G2. I think for me, obviously, both these teams have had their hurdles, had to go through hell, to say the least, to get up to this point. But it has to be this game because there's so much on the line. One side being on APAC to push themselves one step further, and then for G2 to continue their legacy.
I will say this, you know, Stompin is playing today. That's going to be the must-see. You know,
I think that's the most important thing.
That's it, you know. 3rd game against Weibo, playing the IPL champions. That one is going to be a banger game.
Yeah, well, totally understandable. So for all of those who are asking, when does Stompin play? He plays at the last game of the day, and you can already hear it a little bit here. There's other games happening before that one. We're going to start you up with W7M going up against Furia as our first game of the day, and that is going to be a banger guaranteed, a full-on SAL matchup, and there is so much history between these two teams, right? I mean, of course, they play to each other all the time inside the SAL, but when we speak about it more in detail, Furia, every single time they are too strong for W7M.
They've played each other in 2025, they played each other 7 times. And if you look at this, every single time Furia has defeated them, whether it is at Prelude, whether it is in their own region, whether it is in international tournaments, Herds is just killing Volps and Predator is hunting the prey, and that's exactly what is happening here. One thing I will note though, if you pay attention to the last match these two played, South America League Finals, W7M was on the brink of beating Furia. It's getting closer than ever.
Listen, if you ain't first, you're last. But let me tell you, Ann and Leo, fact of the matter is, you can't have this kind of legacy, this kind of dominance in this game without a little bit of arrogance.
And we see that today with Hertz. He already said we're qualified for playoffs, knowing he was going to play against W7M. It goes to show the confidence, but yeah, that arrogance again.
No, absolutely. Again, you can't have that confidence without a little bit of splash of arrogance in there. And for some of the people, if you've never seen Powerpuff Girls, there was a couple ingredients that went in there. It's a little bit different for the side of Furia, but you gotta splash a little bit of arrogance in there for the simple fact, again, cementing yourself the way that they have in all of the R6 esports. They have done it time and time again, and it's the arrogance that really shines through for this team, and I mean that in the best way possible because, again, these are players that are dominant in every single front. 5 best players in the entire world that continue to show it time and time again, and when you carry a record like that, it only displays it, and again, the arrogance.
Yeah, I mean...
I was going to say, we heard Velipox yesterday. Yeah. They like to play with pressure. You got to be arrogant to say something like that.
No, but I get it. I mean, they have the results, I guess, in the history as well to back up that kind of arrogance, right? And when we talk about players in specific, there's one. Every single time when the pressure is on them, he just shows up.
Listen, I know him as Gustavo Herdina, but all of you know him as Herds. Herds is here, baby. We've been asking about him on the desk. We haven't been able to highlight him in the positive, but yesterday's performance against Enterprise, this is where we are seeing the true Herds come alive. The one that was shattering kill records. The one that was winning event after event, winning in SI. He is here. He is ready to play, and he is one step closer of solidifying himself in that upper qualifier.
Yeah, the biggest difference for me, if you look at the 2 first maps that Furia lost, he was not there. And as soon as he started putting on the numbers, that's when you see Furia in full force, full momentum, win 2 BO3s in a row. One last thing about these two teams facing each other. On one hand, W7M, they win the 2 first games, and then they start losing. The momentum is not there. The other end, complete opposite. Furia start by losing and then wins. We are witnessing a Furia full of confidence, and a W7M maybe not so much.
There is a very big difference in the path that these two teams took to get to this point. And when we talk about W7M, you know, technically they are the defending major champion. As we see them getting ready for this game, the hype is definitely there, but I fear that previously, the hype was not so much.
No, we need to see that hype in game today, because if you look at what happened yesterday, especially with Volps, we were missing that in-game leader. We were missing a leader. We were missing some emotions. If you look at him, that is yesterday playing against Wildcard. He's left in 1v3. He just gives up, leaves the mouse, and just look at his face. He just smokes himself. He knows it's the end. He knows that Wildcard is on match point. And that is already something that happened against Falcons, where they completely gave up. That mental game needs to start happening. Look at Volps here, the in-game leader, surrounded by his teammates. I want you to pay attention to the emotions of his teammate. Look at Palu's face. Look at this guy's face. They're in defiance. They are not trusting of the RGL anymore. We need to see that team as a unit again. Because right now, looking at Volps defending himself, it feels like they have a scapegoat for their lack of results.
And the fact of the matter is, they are a major defending team, as you said, and that was because Volps was there. Volps was ready. He was ready to execute. He was ready to play discipline. He was ready to take initiative and line everyone up, set them up, and win game after game until it was a major win. And that was a beautiful moment to highlight. But again, we need to see the energy come alive. Ignore the stats. Ignore what happened yesterday. It is a new day. Everything needs to be left on the field here today, and it's going to start with that man right on your screen.
Yeah, we're seeing, of course, this roster here now. Just before we get to the map feeds, we had a quick chit-chat or just before this game starts, actually, with JV92, talk about the last time, you know, that W7M was able to beat them inside a best-of-3, a best-of-5, whatever kind of match. And he said, you know, would Polly be on the roster? No, that hasn't happened yet. So I feel like that was a kind of a direct dig coming at a specific player on the side of W7M here. But we're going to take a look at the map veto to see what we're going to for the series. Last time around the SRL finals, I feel like W7M were so close to winning. They could have gone over the line. Only one map was not enough, though.
Yeah, I mean, this makes perfect sense when you look at all three of these maps. I mean, for the side of Fury, they are one of the best, if not the best, when it comes to Lair. They really have a good understanding and in-depth of how to approach this map. And then for even the side of W7M to let that go through, that is their permaban. It's been banned 31 times. The last time they played it was at last SI. And for me, if W7M want to find some sort of success, they at least have to win this first map.
It's really tough. It's really tough because of the momentum that Furia has, because of the win streak that they have against W7M, and it's even tougher if you look at this map veto. Furia, in my opinion, they're the best Lair team in the world.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, you just said it, W7M struggle hard. They almost never play that map. On the other hand, they pick Skyscraper, which means that if Furia wins the first map, Furia is starting in defense on Sky to close it off in a 2-0, and even if it goes to Chalet, we saw Furia play Chalet yesterday. They were amazing. If you look at this map veto to me looks like a heavily Furia-sided victory.
Where have we seen this again? You know, specifically against Wildcard. That was yesterday as well, right? They had to start attack on that second map, and it wasn't working out for them. Wildcard taking that series in a 2-0 fashion. Now, there's one more thing before we're going to go into the match. We're updating you on the chances of making it to SI with the probability that we're looking at. And by the way, we've seen so many of these graphics so far. I just want to say a big thank you to Sprabuni for, you know, doing all the maths, getting us all this information on the teams and the chances of making it to SI. Furia coming into this one, shared leader with Weibo in regards of points. A win, they lock in SI.
Again, I don't even think they're looking at SI at this point in this matchup. They're 100% looking to keep cementing it time and time again that they are the better team and will only lengthen that gap and go at 8-0 against W7M again.
And on the side of W7M, this basically almost locks them in for SI in Paris, and this is just a big victory. That's the last 22% that they need to almost lock it down. This would be a huge, not only the upset, to finally be able to beat Furia, but also lock in SI in Paris at the same time and make it to main stage in Munich. A lot is at stake for W7M right now.
Wow, I feel like we're putting so much pressure on the shoulders of these players. Yeah, it definitely is, and especially, you know, looking at how everything went yesterday when we talked about players disappearing, in just within less than 12 hours, that's such a mental switch that you gotta make.
Most importantly, when I debriefed with Paolo and Lobin after the first game, when they completely got destroyed by Falcons, they said we had a really productive talk. We had a productive talk about the emotions in the game, about being able to have a better mental, being able to come back when we're being led. And then there's the game yesterday when they don't come back at all, where they shut down. And I'm like, why did they do that? You know, there's a productive talk. It should be the slap in the face that they needed, and still it doesn't happen.
All right, well, the game is ready, though, is the good news. We're joined by two folks who have joined us before over on the SAL as well. You got a great game, but Jesse Notaro, take it away.
Thank you so very much. We've got Furia. We've got the old Furia in W7M. We've got the new Furia in actual Furia.
Yep.
And the teams have had a little bit of different success, right? This W7M roster won the major in Montreal. What has Furia won this year?
They won Reload.
All right. All right.
Listen, Parker, despite the success that W7M have had, reigning major champions, this is probably the toughest opponent they could have gone against for their do-or-die match. Last game of Swiss to make it into the top 8. They have an 8-0 record
Insane.
up against the W7M. Furia have not lost to them in the last 12 months. That is the single most dominant head-to-head record that any two teams have over the last 12 months. So W7M are going up against a mountain here, and it all starts on Lair. We'll get right into the operator bans, which honestly, Lair can be a bit of a mixed bag, Parker. We do see a lot of electricity bans, Bandit Kaid common targets for the defenders. That does end up being what we start with for Furia's Choice. And then with the Ying being removed, we could pair that with the Capitao, we could pair that with the Monty, maybe an Ace as well. Will end up being the Glaz this time around. Okay, a little bit of an interesting mix-up, but sometimes we do see that coming through. I know Felipox is an amazing Glaz player.
Get those, look at the Skinnergy. JV92 obviously not getting the memo here. Both bringing out their full black uniform kits, more breathe rate strips on their noses. I gotta try it. Look, I gotta try it.
You need to, Parker.
I don't think I need to. I think my nose is big enough and open enough as is. I don't think I need any more assistance on that front.
Oh, well.
All right, Jesse, take us through these two teams. You heard what the analyst desk had to say about the win streak that Furia is on over this W7M team. I talked to them offline at catering a couple days ago, and they all said they wanted W7M to lose because, and I quote, "That's like our ex. You never want your ex to succeed." And I said, I don't think that's quite how it works, but I'm not here to tell the Furia players what to think about their old org.
Well, W7M kind of had to play against their ex last night, right? Dash going in with wildcard, getting a big upset over the Bulls to qualify into top 8. It wouldn't even be in this position if they'd been able to take down the North American team, but sometimes things don't always go your way. So yes, 8-0 is the 12-month record once again. And this is a strange map for W7M to let through. This is their permaban, as the desk described. They haven't played it since SI in Boston, so we have no idea what W7M is going to look like. I think that's a big reason why Furia just went for the default operator bans of Bandit and Kite.
Does make sense to me. Using the first of those Rotero drones to just clear out some of the barbed wire, some nagging issues in the way to this bomb site for Furia. For those that don't know the stakes of these matches, the loser goes home, the winner moves on. We will say goodbye to more teams today, and one will also qualify.
Yep.
I guess technically all of them. I guess technically all of them qualify.
The loser won't qualify.
Well, no, I don't. Not all the teams competing today will qualify.
No. But all the matches will have a qualifier.
Thank you. I hope they. Oh my God.
I'm a little slow, Parker. You gotta bear with me a little bit sometimes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I spoke too fast for you.
This round probably going to be a little slow too, just because we don't have a heavy roam game from W7M. It's a relatively traditional hold up on the top floor. I'm a little surprised we don't see a smoke being played out. Loban on the mute upstairs in the R6 hall. Usually we'll see a smoke just trying to lock down this server position, but Loban's still holding really tight, and thanks to the Tachanka, he can hold so close on this doorway. As we see Dot start to back off, Loban must as well, but this will be a really difficult nut to crack for Furia.
Felipox just used some of his utility there on the Grim, and it was immediately handled by Loban, so didn't even have time for those bees to populate. It's a bit of a slow one. 1 minute left on the clock, and everybody's still alive at this point. No real damage has been done, and there's a standoff at the moment, as Nate is very, very close.
Nate is very alone, too. He doesn't really have teammates.
Well, Volps to the rescue. Herds and Felipox on the board as well. KZ will get 1-2. Paulu beheads him. As KZ and Felipox get the final 2 kills. Furia very excited about this one. They've been fighting with their backs against the wall. A miracle 0-2 run so far. They went down. They could have been one of the first teams eliminated, but no, they have battled back, and the first round is theirs.
Yeah, really nice push coming through. I was so worried about Nade because he was the Monty all alone in Storage Hall, and that meant that there was nobody to support him from behind, but he was really just the distraction. Loban was looking his way. I believe Dots on the Tachanka was looking his way as well. So a lot of players were getting a little bit, I think, tunnel visioned on the Monty coming at them, and they didn't expect that explosive push in through Office. The guys on Fury did a really great job of coordinating that great execute, and you're right, Furia didn't start this tournament off too strong, but I remember as soon as it got drawn up, the Fury were playing CAG in the 3rd round in that first elimination game. I was sitting with Jack, and Jack said Fury would win the whole event. I've seen the line that go down 0-2. Jack's like Fury winning this whole thing, and as the days have gone on, as the tournament's progressed, every day he says, I told you, they're winning the whole event. Every game they win. So another win here, I'm sure Jack will be talking about that.
You really want to give Jack that much credit?
I mean, he's right to think that Furia do pop off in those rough situations. It was a ridiculous lower bracket run when they became SI champions.
I'm so not used to seeing that like under red dot sight on the side of the gun. I was like, what the heck was that?
Yeah.
Just saw a quick like, oh.
This is a cool bomb site. This is armory weapon and armory and weapon. This is a pretty rare site to see. Most teams won't play this one. They'll go storage instead, and they'll go basement in one order or another. Might produce a bit of a new look. Oh, it is basement. All right, thank you, observers. My
so you
fault.
were wrong.
I just can't see.
You were wrong.
It's a good thing we've got observers to keep me in check.
The observers getting their flowers yesterday. I don't know if you saw on social media, some people were very excited about that Skyscraper match and them catching it right off the rip. Credit to our fantastic observing team that we have here.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job so far.
Rag out. But plenty more observing to do, not just today, but tomorrow and onward, as today is the final day of our group stage, the Swiss stage, Phase 1, as we've referred to it as. Tomorrow we will have the beginning of the playoffs, but every team that qualifies for the main stage will play in front of the crowd at least one time on Friday moving forward, just because of the way that we have the schedule going. Also, for the first time in any major, we have a lower bracket. Usually that's reserved for 6 Invitational, but here you will have 2 opportunities to survive. So if you're a fan of any of these teams and you're coming to Munich, you'll get to see them, and hopefully if you're a fan of them, you'll get to see them twice.
Hopefully, if you go for a lower bracket run, you can play quite a few games actually, but getting there is the first priority, and KZ's in a bit of a tough spot because this Clash is giving so much information to his teammates.
Oh no, Dots gets smoked out. KZ with the first pick. Herds is on the board. JV92, the first casualty. Diffuser goes down. Philippe Hawks had handled that one as all eyes were turned elsewhere, but inside the bomb site, struggling, having his hands full as Volps takes care of him. Down goes Palu as Nate is held up in a great spot now inside the site. Just 2 remain for W7M. Hopeful on this comeback. They've got 1 player on Furia trapped inside of the corner. Volps is struggling with that angle. Dodez will come to the rescue. They pinch him so effectively. That was Nate in the midst of the site. But now it's the off-site players that you have to be worried about. Herds with a 2-piece. Furia's loud, doing their talking in the server and out, and it's a 2-0 lead for them.
And another brilliant push coming out from Furia. I mean, I love the way they were able to coordinate that. Once again, we saw a bit of a distraction with KZ going in for the aggression against the Clash.
It's an early timeout.
It is between these 2 Portuguese teams. We won't unfortunately be able to understand them.
Mira, eu quero evitar a possibilidade deles splitarem, eu quero ir dando esse deny, tá ligado? A única coisa é, se começarem a forçar muito a parte do controle, você vai pegar e somar um pouquinho com o Careca, fazer uma das ames de cover, perigo o lado da mira e ganha um pouquinho de pressão na TV. Faz eles ter que mover mais cara pra tirar a gente de lá, tá? A de baixo, vamos jogar aquela mais avançada, eu não quero dar tanto espaço pra eles, eu quero identificar antes o que eles estão fazendo. Então eu quero ter mais ganho de mapa, esperar isso, depois se quiser ir recuando é outro rolê, tá ligado? Eu quero ter a pressão inicial.
Quite a lot of conversation going on between these teams, and I'm sure that there will be a lot said by Norris in that TAC timeout because it's got to be focused on the execute, I think. When you've seen these first couple of rounds, Furia are doing some really well put together, but not revolutionary attacks. You know, they've got multiple dimensions to these pushes. One time you've got the Monty distracting from storage, then the team comes in office. Then this next round, you've got a lot of distractions over towards filter. The plant just drops through the hatch and it gets down. And I don't know if W7M even recognized how quickly that plant was happening. So I think a lot to work on now if you're W7M. You cannot be going down and letting Furia get this confidence early in the game because they've spoken so many times about how that confidence translates to wins for them.
When you've been where Furia's been and you have done just about everything humanly possible, you're going to be mentally prepared for even the worst to come.
Yeah.
Right? The one thing that we talk about when it comes to good teams versus great teams and experienced teams versus inexperienced teams is that inexperienced teams are perfectly capable of winning events. The bigger problem is when things start to go awry, whether you're not playing your game plan or whether your opponents have matched it perfectly or maybe something else has gone on as maybe something in real life, maybe something behind the scenes with the team, etc. There are teams that have been open before when they've competed at events that, hey, we know we're going to be making a roster move after this event, and the team's demotivated, the player knows they're going to be dropped, and a good team will suddenly blow up at an event. You'll go, well, I don't really understand that. And then you find out months later. But the one thing that all of those teams will have to find in common is that if you want to make a deep run in an event, irrespective of what the universe throws at you or what you do to yourself or your opponents do to you, is that you need to act like you've been there. And if you can handle adversity, like teams such as Furia do typically quite well, then usually deeper runs happen more often than not.
Yeah, and we see a bit of a different attacking strat coming out now from Furia. They've not got Nade on the Monty anymore. He's moved over towards the Sens. I remember the Rebellion actually had a really great Sens strat on this bomb site a few events ago where they were able to throw it down kind of through lobby and also at the same time just at the top of through operations and mez. And the changes to Sens a few months ago where now you can move the walls up and down as you please. I think it's given this operator a lot of new life, which has been excellent to see coming out from the update team.
Sens always struck me as an operator that was just on like the precipice of being very good.
Yes.
But the other issue with Sens is that I feel like Sens is an operator that's kind of feast or famine. If Sens gets too good, then why not just bring a Sens every single round?
Yeah.
And that becomes a problem where the moment that Sens is viable, Sens is almost oppressive.
For sure. Right now we've got a lot of pressure here on the mask walls. It starts to get opened up. The Impact's not able to do enough just there to keep the wall closed. You gotta be worried too with some of these angles. That's what I was talking about. Dots goes down, peeking around the Kiva barrier to Herds. He's been exceptional through the first 2 rounds, 5-0 now after that kill.
Herds and KZ having huge moments, which is what you need from these, what we often call the tip of the spear, but in this case it's more of a trident. You've got Herds, you've got KZ, and you've got JV92, and JV92's having a bit of a rough go of it. Oh my God, Dota's leveling this Furia team, and now it's all up to Philippox. The team captain outside of the building with 40 seconds to go. Up against 4 players on the side of W7M. I'm not liking his chances here. He could try to settle things down on this team, but the timeout was just taken. Down goes Volps. Diffuser being watched by the 3 remaining players of W7M. Up Philippox will creep. Nobody on W7M giving him an inch. This is the patience that you need to see from an experienced team. I mean, you don't just win a major for no particular reason. W7M will give him another pick, isolated as it is. Philippox 6 seconds away. He has the defuse kit. Hold on a second. Where is Lobin? Rushing in, and Lobin wins it at the last second. Philippox almost pulling off the 1v4. A couple bullets away, but Lobin saves it for W7M.
Yeah, a damn good try from the captain of Fury in that 1v4. Came way closer than it should have. Lobin was giving him a gunfight all the way in Skybridge across the map, which was an insane angle. But, I mean, Philippox recognized that, and that's a reason why he started on that plant. Good from Lobin to hustle back as quickly as he did as soon as that angle disappeared for him. So nice reaction time coming out from W7M. A little bit of a bailout from Dotas with that double nitro cell. His teammates got a couple of picks on the other side of the map too. I know we saw a pick from Paulu. I think Lobin got one earlier in that round too. So a couple of big kills across the map, but that nitro cell I think really did turn the tides after a rough start losing the opening pick. Dotas is the only player on W7M coming into this game with a positive KD, and that includes the fact that he went -5 in yesterday's loss to Wildcard. So we have seen time after time Lobin come through, and or not Lobin, excuse me, Dotas come through and have just a miraculous game. Sometimes it makes the difference and gets W7 the win, sometimes it doesn't. The thing to beat Furia though, Parker, is you need more than one player to perform.
Could you imagine if he pulled that one off?
That's not mine going out.
Lobin could have been a bit more patient too. Not that I want to say that Lobin played that improperly, Jesse.
You don't want to let him play it. It's tough. Yeah.
I mean, you knew that when he started planting, he would have to go into the zeros.
Yep.
So if Lobin had waited even 2 more seconds, it doesn't give Philippox an opportunity to pop off that case to do any damage whatsoever.
Fair enough.
There is a level of eagerness that we see from teams that might mismanage the clock, or another thing too, we have the perspective of when he started to plant the defuse kit. Lobin might not have known that.
Yeah.
He might have thought, oh my, he got the defuse kit down, I do need to stop him. Whereas for us, it's easy to say, well, we knew. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah. Always tough to judge from that position, but Lobin's hoping he won't be in a late round spot here because he's about to go for a very aggressive visual play.
Gives his spot away. It'll be another lab and lab support defense for W7M.
Maybe a rush, Parker.
They were unsuccessful on this site before. How will they do now? They've got Dots in a rough spot, and Dots will fall away. Back into the safety of this bomb site. JV92 still searching for his first kill. He's not alone. Dots on the side of W7M in a similar position. Dots actually the first one to die in the previous 2 rounds at the hands of Furia.
No top floor control at all from Furia, so they're really just going to hit this site with everything they've got. Nade and Herds are the only players here on the Locker side. They've got the defuse kit. Everybody else is just a distraction.
Fleabach's not having a good time here. JV92 will crack that goose egg. Jesse marching in, asserting himself, and down goes Dots yet again. 3 rounds in a row where Dots will have to live on in utility, as he's only had about a 90-second lifespan in these rounds. Loban firing back, down goes JV92, still spamming away. Nade gets Diffuser down, 8 players still alive. And now a swing over, but Volps misses most of his shots. Dodez has been simply sensational on this team. A leading plus 15, and the only positive member of W7M at this event. Paulu, the next closest. It's all up to KZ now as the defuse kit being worked on by Dodez. KZ getting doubled up on, sidearm out, he finds one, that's it, a huge moment from Dodez, and plenty of time for them to get on the case. Really hard to shut down a player like Dodez when he's playing his level of Siege, and so far today it looks like he's locked in. 2-2 the scoreline. That
was a scary 1v3 too, Parker, because Dodez was the guy that was initially sticking the disable. He was the one on the kit. We had Paulu and Loban then trying to go for the swing to stall out KZ, and I was a little concerned when Dodez pulls off that disable, because it's like that could be a win con. But it's Dodez. You want him with a gun up in almost every single situation. So, I mean, he knows exactly what he needs to do. Hits those last couple of shots. Not an easy operator to do it. Really good job. A little surprised that Furia have been so consistent at getting the defuse kit down. Of course, that time they weren't able to convert it to a round win, but that's going to be the second time that they're able to plant on that basement bomb site. And Nade is a great support player. He loves to get the defuse kit down. There's no surprise there, but up against W7M, it's usually not an easy task. They've allowed the fewest number of plants out of any team here at the Munich Major. Only 7% of their defensive rounds end up having a plant going through, but today, 2 out of 4 have resulted in a plant for Furia. So something to worry about, I think, if you're W7M coming into this is how do you stop that going forward?
And both of those plants happened with tons of time left. It's not like these plants were going down with, 5 seconds, 10 seconds remaining in the round. Nade got the defuse kit down with 59 seconds on the clock in round number 2, and he did it halfway through the most recent round that we saw. So these are quick executes, and you were right that you called that rush that was coming in. The only thing that really did give that Furia team a little bit of pause was the fade off from Dots as he shot the Goyo canister. You have to wait 20 seconds for the fire to go away. It's just too much damage to endure.
Well, we get a new bomb site, Parker, and this time we're actually on the mid-floor.
We're going to have a rehouse. Volps lost control at some point.
Yeah.
Flapping!
I saw him sitting there as it looked like he went to walk outside, and then there was a brief pause. So Furia takes the first 2 rounds. It's answered back by W7M, winning successfully on 2 bomb sites that they had previously played and lost.
Good adaptations being shown by W7M in that moment. Again, you come onto a map that you haven't played in 9 months, and you do get a little bit worried when you go down 0-2. Like, maybe we haven't practiced this map as much as we had hoped, but definitely good to see that bounce back. Unfortunate to see the disconnect coming through from Volps. He's had a bit of an unfortunate tournament, to be honest with you, Parker. He's been known as one of the most capable IGLs individually in not just South America, but in the entire world. But through the first 3 days here in Munich, he's been the 2nd lowest rated player at the event, only putting up better stats than Fisho Guy. Again, he is the IGL, the captain of this team. We don't always expect him to be putting up crazy numbers, but he was plus 18 in SIL this stage. Now it's been 7 straight games where he's been negative or even. So I really am hoping we can see Volps heat up at some point. It's tough to imagine W7M repeating as major champions without that impact from Volps.
There's a lot to think about with these 2 teams and a lot to mention. But yeah, Volps being where he's at is something that had honestly escaped me.
Yeah, you don't notice it too much, but...
No. I just think so much time is spent on Dodez. And I mean, Dodez has been fantastic.
Yeah.
W7M have only played 62 rounds. Fury has played 77, so over a full best of one, more of Siege, Furia has played. And yet, Dodez is only 9 kills back of Herds, who is the lead on Furia. So in 15 fewer games, Dodez is only 9 kills shy of matching the top player on Furia. That is incredible efficiency. Those are the 2 players on your screen right there. Herds leading the way on the team with 68 kills, among the highest here at the event at the moment, and then 59 kills for Dodez. So the efficiency on the side of Dodez is significantly better. But I mean, we did reference this when we first saw W7M. I think it was in the BDS game that you and I casted. The numbers historically for W7M are Palu and Dodez at the top, and then a bit of a fall off to Volps in stage 2, actually. And then you've got the other supporters down in Loben and Dots down below. Dots actually having a pretty poor ranking in SAL stage 2. But I mean, Dots is not the player that's going to be getting kills. We've seen him die really early in this first half and mostly have to survive off utility. Whereas with Furia, it was, you know, Furia's a far more even team. All of those players are usually in lockstep. JV92 springing ahead in stage 2 of the SA League. But you know that on a good day, Nade and Philippe Hawks are absolutely capable of topping this team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think all 10 players in the server are incredibly talented. They play different roles, of course, as you mentioned. So maybe some guy like Dots might not be putting up as many kills, but still ends up doing a lot for his team, and so we've definitely seen that throughout the stage. We are back in, and you'll notice that we have done a little bit of a swap with the bomb site, Parker. I may have jumped the gun, but we are seeing armory and weapons. So here it is for real this time in round number 5. W7M deciding maybe we showed a little bit too much with that rehost. Fury had some time to think about it. Let's just show them a different look, give them a different strategy so that they have to come up with answers all over again.
This will be fun to watch them navigate as, yeah, you're right, this is a bomb site we don't see all that frequently. Because of the way that the rehost works, you can switch up the bomb site, you can switch up your operator pool. Volps was originally on the Valkyrie, if you'd recall. Oh my goodness, KZ starting off this round so well. Volps gets shredded. And suddenly, Furia has a long time to play with an operator advantage.
Yeah, and this is such a quick bomb site to execute on, too. Herds is going to open up this wall from range, and then Nate is likely just to walk in, plant behind that OSA shield. It's one of the best OSA bomb sites that we have in Rainbow Six. It's really tough to stop that. I think they have good tools on W7M. 2 Nitro cells plus the Tachanka fire from Dots all can do good work. You can angle that Tachanka correctly, but playing this with so much time is going to be really tough for W7M.
I mean, if W7M opts to swing here, Jesse, they can do some serious damage. You predicted that the OSA was just going to walk right in, but they will wait to open up the other panel, too. Oh my, that Tachanka flame just narrowly missing. And Dots almost gets pinned down by Nade, who's looking to do it all. Nade will go out to flush the Tachanka out of position. Nade missing a golden opportunity to take him, and that Shumiko launcher that Tachanka uses can bounce those Molotovs so effectively. It has slowed Furia down, to W7M's credits. But they lose Dodez as he was wandering all by his lonesome. Philippe Hawks gets traded by Loben right away. Now it's time to set up. Nitro Cell goes in, evaded, and the fire will miss it too. No more fire to be had as the Tachanka is eliminated. There goes the last Nitro Cell. Goes off, pulled way too early. There's a lot of control here for Furia, but they have quite a bit of trepidation, Jesse.
Yeah, Tachanka's dead, all the Nitros are dead. Nate is dead, and that obviously opens the door. Palu and Loben, hello. Opportunity here.
Palu on the run. All 4 remaining players in this server quite low on HP. Diffuser will need to be retrieved as well. I like the way that W7M have bailed themselves out of this position. KZ just missing an opportunity to see the head of Loben. This is not an advantageous fight to take if you're Furia.
This is so scary.
Now it's Herds dropped. KZ will have to save the round. W7M, never mind. Snipe it away from Furia, and they take the first lead of the game.
Dude, everything in that round was going Furia's way. For the first 2 minutes, it felt like they did everything they wanted to. Wall was open with no problems. Plant was in position to go down if just a few more seconds had gone by. They denied the flank upstairs in operations. They got the opening spawn peak kill onto Volps. Everything went their way, but what a performance from Loban and Palu, recognizing that was just not a situation they could sit still in. They had to get aggressive. They had to make something happen. Plan A in that round is we're going to rely on our nitro cells. We're going to allow Tachanka. We're going to stop this plant from going down. All of those failed, but plan B was so sharp from W7M. That was a brilliant round coming back.
I mean, when you got a player like Palu quarterbacking this kind of thing, right? I mean, Palu had a reputation on Team Liquid, Jesse, as maybe not being clutch in big moments. It's an issue that has plagued Team Liquid across the board, so I don't think it's just unique to Palu. But on this W7M team, Palu finds himself last alive, and I feel like he fares a lot better than he used to. Now, maybe it's because of his confidence, maybe it's because of the calling on W7M. It's always hard to tell why a player is thriving. It could be because the team has set him up well. It could be because the IGL behind you is calling more effectively on the team you're on, even if they are dead. Or maybe you just have more trust in yourself because the vibes are better, the team is better, you're more organized. It's always hard to say.
Yeah, and I think for Paulo in particular, the team often plays better when he himself is playing better too. For the last 8 maps that W7M have played as a team, they have won the map if and only if Paulo has been positive. So if Paulo ends with a positive KD, they have won every map. If he has been negative or even, they have lost every map. So he's always a player that you have to watch out for on W7M because of his role as a late round player. That often means that if he is performing, the team is winning.
Palu so far in Munich, a -3 in terms of KD, 41 kills, 44 deaths, which just goes to show you why this W7M team is in this particular predicament.
Yep.
Lots of time to turn this one around. Again, the only positive KD on the side of W7M, despite this run, is Dodez. 3 positive KDs on Furia entering today's matchup. JV92 Herds and Philippox, who is the highest rated player on the team. Volps and KZ were at the bottom of their squads. I know we talked about Volps, but KZ being the worst rated player on Furia is not typical and usually does not bode well for the success of this team.
Yeah, no, it's been surprising to say the least coming out from KZ. Already W7M off to a better start than CAG were 2 days ago against Furia on this map. They got 7-2'd by Furia on Lair. W7M, maybe not wanting to be compared to CAG, but here they are, at least doing better.
The hallmark of a good team, being compared to the squad that went home first.
Well, you never know, right?
This is a risky gambit now by Loban as he has to do double duty. Nade will finish him off, taking matters into his own hands. Both of those gas canisters going down on the side of W7M means that for the final 50 seconds, you will have to ride and die off of a single nitro cell as an anti-plant, and that'll be in the hands of Dots. Dots usually dying early so far. Him surviving deeper into the night bodes well for W7M, but they're losing other forces now. Loban and Palu both on the ground. The 2 players who saved the round previously dead. Dots will join them. No more nitro cell. Now just gunfights galore to be had. Dodez removing Herds from action as the diffuser goes down. Volps and Dodez side by side holding this second floor. We'll have to get ever closer to this case. And now it's Dodez looking in the opposite direction. Problem with this bomb site, Jesse, is you've opened so much of it up yourselves, and it's going to be used against you. A clean sweep by Philippox and the final 2 players. And Furia not just ties the game, but sends us into the second half with both teams no closer to an end.
Yeah, really nicely executed. Classic shield push on the R6 room, coming in through the storage hall, getting deep across the site, and then planting just tucked up on the display door. They killed the player there. That was Palu that was initially in display. And then Volps tried his best to retake it, but just a little bit slow to deny that plant. So really nicely done coming through from Furia. A lot of that credit does go to Nade, who also got a really important early pick on that Monty. He's played 28% of his attacking rounds here for Furia on a shield operator, one of the big 3 at the very least, Monty, Blitz, or Blackbeard. No, Fuse Shield is not included in my stat because you don't necessarily know based on these stats.
But Fuse Shield.
You might have played a little bit of Fuse as well, but
you know my love of Fuse Shield.
28% on a primary shield, on a shield where it is the only option for
like
you.
Fuse Shield.
Yes, which is quite high. but not as high as Dots, who actually leads the tournament for shield picks. He's played 63% of his attacking rounds on a shield. He is maybe one of the best shield players in the entire world. There was a great comment on Reddit actually a couple days ago talking about how Dots does not get enough credit for how good he is as a shield player, and I have to agree with this. Ironically, Volps is the one picking a shield this time around, so he's kind of ruining my point, Parker. He's got a 6% shield pick rate on attack, but that'll go up after this first attack versus Furia.
Yeah, typically you'll see Dots play hard breach if needed, if not on a shield.
Yeah.
18 rounds on attack on just Blitz and Monty. That's excluding Blackbeard, that's excluding Osa, that's excluding a potential Fuse Shield. I know we did joke about it, but when Dots has played 62 rounds total, and that's attack and defense, and 18 of those rounds have just been on one of the two main shield ops, that is quite something.
Certainly, and we see the operator bans coming through. No Kaid ban this time. We've seen the Azami and the Clash get taken out, and immediately that gets utilized by Herds. He puts those two Electric Claws both on the outer mask wall. If I'm W7M, I don't have a great way to deal with those. You could go down below, but you don't have an IQ or anything to find those claws in the first place. Getting the outer mask wall is going to be really difficult for this W7M team.
Once you get in the building and get closer to the bomb site, W7M's tools work really effectively.
Sure.
The problem is that Furia has established a beachhead, and if you cannot pierce that, or you do pierce it, but you lose players in the process, you have brought the right toolkit for the mid to late round, but you have very little to deal with the early round, and while they're actually just going to clear it by running right in. Okay, so immediate fall off from Furia with a minute 50 still on the clock. Use a smoke, you have the Glaz and the Blitz, both work their way through operations, and they've pushed Nate off of this spot.
Yeah, Nate, a great Mira player. He plays a variety of operators here. You'll often see him on the Azami, but with it getting banned out, Mira is going to be his go-to on this bomb site. It can be really good to keep those walls closed. He actually did put his second window on the outer mask wall, so makes that wall even more difficult to breach. You don't need it, I suppose.
Oh my.
Volps does go down to a Nitro, trying to get deep, Parker, but a little bit disconnected from the squad.
And now it's KZ dying at the hands of Palu, who doesn't suffer any damage from it. Might have yet another contesting with JV92, who now sweeps around the corner, super shorty out, or rather not super shorty, I'm so used to seeing that. The ITA shotgun out into a 3v3 that loses it for W7M before Dots trades that one right back. Dots, his first kill on this Glass as he's got Logan by his side. Fleepox and Herds remaining. Herds punishing Dots, and we'll look for a second now as he has one more opportunity. Logan will try to flush him out of this spot. Will Fleepox be there for the cross? As at this point in time, Logan will need to walk into the bomb site to take out Herds with the way that he's playing. You hear the sound of the Tuchanka, so now he knows that there's two looking. Herds will get the final kill. They only led for a single round on the side of W7M. They've tied or trailed since then. Now they'll trail yet again. Furia gains the lead.
Not a bad push, Parker, but I mean, they lost that opening pick with the Nitro onto the Blitz, and then the trade game was so good to come back from Furia. Really tough to go for an execute like that, especially with how the setup was looking. So credit to Furia to be able to win that one down. Herds in the late round in particular, getting that trade, getting that final pick, the most two important kills, I think, in the round. He put up an insane 38 kills versus Enterprise yesterday in just 2 maps. Plus 18 was the best KD of any player in that round of Swiss. It was really impressive to see him do all of that work up against Enterprise. That was 3 maps, my mistake, but still really good to see him putting up just such an impressive performance.
You really just need to have at least 2 of those main threats on the side of Furia showing up consistently, and then 1 support player also fragging well, and you're in really good shape. Yeah, I mean, of course, you want JV92, KZ, and Herds to be on all the time. If you're a fan of Furia, you're obviously very happy about that one. Those 3 players can often win 3v5s.
Yeah.
But it's Fleepox who's been the story here. He actually just lost the title of best rated player in this lobby to Herds after that round, despite both of them living very effectively. And Herds right now has a 100% cost, which is fantastic through 7 rounds. For those unfamiliar with the term, it stands for kills, objectives, surviving, or trades, or survives or trades, which just means you're involved in some capacity in finding good value as a player. For perspective, Herds' cost is at 100%. Dots right now at the bottom with 14%.
Jeez.
Which even for a support player, it's not very good.
Comes the push from the armory, clear Parker, and it will be the opening for Nade.
Nade serves Dots and Lovin's heads to them on a silver platter. It's a team that does not want silver, though. They're going for gold, Jesse. And now a 4v3 favoring Furia with 2 minutes still left on the clock. Early action might have just completely defanged this attack. There's almost a third there with the Nitro Cell, but W7M managed to get Volps out of the way.
Nade loves these aggressive Tachanka plays. He does this on Bank too, Parker, where he'll actually play upstairs on the elevator shaft. And he usually drops down pretty quickly, but he's not afraid to get into gunfights in the first 60 seconds of the round. And he does a great job looking to a couple of heads there in his hold. I think he should have won the round for his team. If Furia just sit back, relax, don't make any mistakes, it's going to be very tough for them to lose it. W7M need a bit of a hero play to emerge in this round, and you're looking at the three guys on the screen, both Palu and Dodez. Kind of one guy that stands out to me as the one most likely to make it.
There's two things that I'm looking at right now. Number one, final round utility. It's all gone at this point in time. Philippok's just using his last gas canister with over a minute to go. Means that it will be a relatively easy walk into the site for W7M and nothing to really push them off of that plan other than a single Nitro Cell. But the other question is, where are those Goyo canisters? If they are strewn about the site, they become even more devastating now that we're in the final minute of action, because that's a long 20 seconds that you as an attacker need to wait.
Yeah, they got to pivot their push over to Garage. They didn't get the hatches that they wanted to. Habanatrix didn't go their way. With the DMR firing off from Bolt, that 417's very loud. They'll know where this push is coming from, but can they hit the shots?
That's a good question. I mean, a lot of these rounds, Jesse, have just come down to bloodshed. That's it. Whoever's guns simply hit their marks better, utility be damned. You're in good position. What on earth is this? Herds. This is something else. I don't think they know that Herds is here, and a swing. Down goes Dodez. Case also completely abandoned. Volps caught from behind. KZ, a big kill, and it's all up to Palu once again, finding himself last man standing. What damage can he do? One. He takes out KZ. Philippok shreds him, and Furia's lead will grow.
Such a deadly duo, Herds and KZ, man. They're so talented, and because they took so long in that round clearing out sort of the armory side, they had no real information towards lockers, and Herds recognizes that fact, gets into a rat spot, plays aggressive up on W7M. Then we see KZ coming in right beside him to support. I think they have been one of the best entry duos in the entire world. Going back to when KZ first joined this team, when they were known as W7M, September 2021 is how long they've been on a team together, and it's just been incredible to see their growth as a duo.
That's half a decade, by the way.
Insane.
Almost half a decade, 4 years.
And in that time, they've won multiple majors. They've won the 6 Invitational.
Yep.
They've done it all effectively, and just trying to add more silverware to that cabinet. If they win this, they will be the first team ever to win 3 majors before any other team wins 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Obviously, that'll be surpassing G2's record at G2 Penta roster.
Well, they won the Paris major, so they're at 1. They've already passed that at 2.
Okay, you don't count SIs.
No, not counting SIs. G2 have the most overall S-tier event wins still.
Right, yeah. I forgot your goofy little system.
But when I say wins a major, I mean major.
All right. Of the 8 rounds that have been completed, Furia has got the opening pick 7 of those 8 rounds. W7M, despite the 3 rounds that they prevailed in, have still been able to keep it relatively close. KZ with 2 opening duels breaking in his favor. JV with 1, Herds with 1, Nade with the last 3 opening picks.
Changing back.
Really quite striking stuff. As he's not the player that you typically expect to get first blood.
On defense, maybe a little bit more commonly.
Makes more sense.
Yeah, because just sometimes he's got to play in those positions where if he gets pushed, he's going to be the first gunfight. Nothing that he can really do about that, but you're right. Hard support player on this team, not commonly in those opening frags. This time, Nade's going to sit himself up on that top floor, playing the Tubarao. Could be the opening pick once again. That top floor is always a big focus for teams. We've got some great utility play coming out from the Twitch drone, clearing a lot of control now for the defenders in the site. W7M's push so far hasn't been focused on full clearing top. It's just been about taking this green control, making sure you have the staircase, getting the wall open. This suggests to me, Parker, that they aren't going to full clear top. They're just hoping that they can distract those top players for enough time to get a plant down.
Oh my, you'll have some smokes to get the job done. 2 in the pocket of Loben alongside the Sens, so concealment will be there. But Volp's pre-firing away in the bomb site seems to have not maybe the strongest understanding of where these defenders are. And there's the lineup from Nade. Last 3 first bloods in a row. Can he do it for a 4th time? He's still in a very good spot. He's got herds fishing through those same kill holes. I don't know if I love a linear take here by W7M, Jesse. They've got KZ now in a position where he's firing away. He's been dropped, finished off. Dots getting the first kill on the side of W7M with just under a minute to go. Now a lead for the Bulls.
Yeah, the only player not part of that linear push part, but he is actually over towards the bunks breach. So that was a second dimension that I don't think they expected over on the side of Furia. He rotates back to his team, and he's going to give Volps the defuse kit, despite the fact that he's just 1 HP away from death. They've wasted all the toxic babes, so it might just be safer at this point to plant with the Blackbeard.
And they could still do damage from this spot, right? Nade and Herds are still in a good position. And there goes the Zono canister just to combat this utility. Another one will go out as well. This is quite the dance we have here. Getting to the point of no return. Nade eliminating Dots. Philippox finished off by Loben, and less coverage inside of the site now. Diffuser in the hands of Dodez. Top floor control still for Furia. 5 seconds left in this round. JB92 gets 1. Nade missing out on an opportunity. They'll drop into the bomb site. Dodez at the halfway point. Where is the coverage here? Furia seems quite content on letting Dodez be last man standing. With the case down, he's done just about everything himself, but a huge round from Nade. Oh my goodness, this second half has been the Nade story, and Furia move to map point.
And they're playing so well, Parker. I like what W7M was doing, but Furia always seemed to have a good answer. W7M rotated the defuse kit 3 times before committing to an execute. First, it was Dots that held it outside the bunks breach. He rotates it over to Volps, who then takes it on the Blackbeard. He then dies, and it has to get picked up again by Dodez, who's then playing the Sens. Multiple different ideas on how they wanted to get the defuse kit down. By the time they were able to commit to something, it was just too little, too late. Excellent kills coming through from Nade in the midst of that as well. Playing the Tubarão was so smart because you counter that Sens push. That's exactly what he was hoping to see when he picked the Tubarão. That's exactly what he got. Really big second half coming through from Nade. He got to watch his twin brother Handy punch his ticket to the top 8 yesterday in a big win against BDS. And I'm sure his brother will be cheering him on in this match today.
You just know there's people watching going, wait, Tubarão can do that?
Yeah.
Now you know, and you have learned. Hopefully you are better for it. Oh, wom, 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 wom.
Oh, buddy.
Disrespect.
That's what happens to you and I every time we show up, and I try to dap you up, and you just leave me hanging.
Yeah, I do that deliberately.
Yeah.
Jesse, I want nothing more than you to suffer. That's it. I just want you to suffer.
What? Maybe we'd be a better duo if we weren't so combative.
I disagree.
Of course.
The contempt is half the fun. That's what happens when you get 2 Canadians on the broadcast at the same time. The difference is that for you, there's no genuine hatred. The other main Canadian caster, I suppose, that we had for quite some time was Flynn. And that's very genuine hatred from both you and I.
Yeah. Oh.
The ghost.
No. Listen, I'm sure he'll forget about it as long as they can lock in and win one of the next 3 rounds. I'm sure he'll forgive his coach.
I love the ghostly image we saw on the screen. Terrific stuff. Now, do or die for W7M. This is not their map pick, and Furia does have a significant advantage just based on all of the games that have been played. 8-0, I believe, was the number that we were looking at before we launched into this affair, so now that we're in it, will it be 9-0? Only time will tell, but Furia meeting expectations, maybe beating expectations a little bit on this map right now as they look for the knockout punch. They have been indomitable here as defenders. They have yet to drop around on defense.
Similar setup as round 7 as well. We've dropped the Mira for a Maestro, and we've dropped the Kaid for a Warden. I think very valid swaps because that Kaid play probably would have been expected, and they have brought some extra tools for this wall this time around. They're going to have the EMPs from Dodez if they had to deal with it. They've got the Thermite here from Dots as well, who start to open up the first wall. But actually, a Nitro goes out, Parker, and it denies the exothermic charge. That's big. That means Dots has to use the last bit of hard breach right here.
Only impacts remain on the side of Nade, no other explosives, so this wall will get opened up. Ooh, and now clear passage in, but yeah, just one of those exothermic charges being taken care of. No can openers on their side, no backup hard breach. W7M now have quite the heady task ahead of them.
That might be the game, frankly. I mean, you can't open the mask walls, so where does this push go? Are you going to barrel through the office door? That's going to be a really tight choke point. They'll bring it lobby.
Loban is waiting to cook that nade, and there goes the Blackbeard. Gas on the run now as KZ will fade away amidst the smoke. He is dancing around an awful lot of danger, Jesse. Down goes Palu. Volps on 1 point of HP, so for W7M, this is not the expected result you want. What little remained of Volps is gone, and I fear for this W7M team at this point. Loban and Dodez now, as Dots falls. Dots having a rough go of it, 1 in 10 on him on his roll. Sometimes you expect a little bit better. I expected a little bit better from W7M, period. Furia have 30 seconds to get a flawless finish to this. They won't. Dodez guns down Herds, and a run out from the smoke, keeping Dodez honest. At least you got Herds being a cheerleader on the side. They will continue to feed themselves. Oh my goodness! But they were awfully confident, Jesse. Nade getting the very final kill, I believe that was. Hard to tell. But either way, Furia emerged victorious here on Lair. 7-3 the scoreline.
Trying to do that mental warfare right at the end, Parker, to hopefully tilt them into map 2. But if you're W7M, you cannot let that happen. You lose Lair, that's expected. You haven't played this map all season. It is what it is. Skyscraper will await us at the end of this game.
Skyscraper will be a fun one, but we've got a long day ahead of us. We can talk more about Skyscraper when we get into the action after this break.
Solid start here from Furia in this best-of-3 series. Now, only one map stands between them and making it to the playoffs again. And let's be honest, though, when we look at this map, I mean, it could have even been a more dominant performance from Furia should they have gotten that clutch over the line as well.
Yeah.
So close.
It's unfortunate for W7M to come in here where everything needs to be left on the table. Yes, it is your most banned map, but to still put up the same performance that we're seeing, it's just not cutting it.
Yeah, same consistent issue, right? We see the start and we think, okay, W7M is putting on a B5, but I think here, big difference in the way Felipox handles that clutch. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the big difference is Felipox, he could have used the time to go over a timeout, use it as a tactical timeout, work with his team, but instead he tries to go for this round, even though it's unwinnable. And then for the side of W7M, they should be playing so structured in this moment, not to give the confidence to Furia to be able to bring it back, and they do the exact opposite.
And so, in the end, if you think about this, you look at Volps yesterday in a situation where he's in a 1v3 clutch. He gives up completely. They lose the round, okay? There we see Furia, Felipox tries it. They lose the round. In the end, same result. But the result for the team is completely different. On one hand, we've got an IGL that gives up. On the other hand, we've got the IGL of Furia that is boosting the ego, boosting the confidence of his teammates. Wow, he almost made it.
And again, it speaks into that confidence and arrogance that I was talking about with this team, and especially coming off the side of Felipox.
Yeah, and then again, also, of course, you know, you got Volps playing against former lineups. It's something that we see with him as well. You know, he's been on this roster with Furia when they were W7M back in the day, you know, and they dropped him just before they started winning all these majors and events.
I think there's a little bit of discrepancy here that has to be noted here, that the fact of the matter is it doesn't seem like Volps performs very well against old rosters that he was on, and whether that's coincidence, whether that's just the case of the reality that he struggles with, it doesn't matter because he's on a brand new team and he needs to be that leader, and we aren't seeing that same leader.
No, we are not, and especially when it comes to attacking, it's a big part of what you need to do and need to sort out as an IGL. When we look at that, though, for the side of W7M,
we see the direct consequence of that. We see the direct consequence of Volps not playing well. What's the consequence? Let's take a look at their statistics. Let's take a look at their attack win rate here. Pay attention, 22% in then last 3 matches. That's including the map 1 of Furia here. W7M's attacks right now, they've dropped significantly since entering those BO3s, most importantly here. And I want you to pay attention to this. 22% attack win rate. Lax, which map are they going to play next?
Skyscraper.
Which side are they going to start on?
Attack.
And that is going to be a big problem for me because this is one of the hardest maps to attack on. Now, yesterday they surprised me. Yesterday they had great attacks on Sky. I thought they was okay. They had a 50% win rate. We need to see them start back. And look at their actions here. It's still the same thing.
I still don't even think a 50% attack rate from this team that this is one of their most preferred maps. I don't think that's good enough. You need to have higher than that. The expectations need to be there. This is the reason why they lost and they find themselves in this situation. You're not going to find comfort against a team like Fury that you couldn't even find comfort against Wildcard.
I want to give props to Norris here because if there is one guy in that team that's trying to rejuvenate the hope, the energy in the team, he's just trying to make the players believe they can do this, it's Norris. He's the one never giving up. As I was walking here, I just saw him trying to talk to Volps, trying to hype him up, trying to give him some energy. He needs to bring back some fire in that team. They need to believe they can do it because right now the mental side has been the biggest hurdle for W7M.
Yeah, I feel like this talk in between these 2 matches, or maps rather, is going to be so important for W7M. And we were talking about an elimination game, right? There is only happiness or defeat with this one. You make it to playoffs and you lose out. And that's the final hurdle that you just missed from making it into those playoffs. W7M, of course, looking to defend their major title. And it's going to be difficult if they lose out here. We're bringing our casters, though, because we do get to speak to them before the map starts. Now, you two were on this series for today, but I'm going to be honest with you. Despite Fury taking that first map, you two landed a banger series today.
2, actually.
Yeah, we did.
Because we're not just casting this one.
Well, that's amazing.
BDS
That's
and
even
IP is
better. Wow,
coming
you got
next.
2 amazing games, but then for this one still, though, do we think there is a realistic chance that W7M can bounce back?
I mean, they're going to have to do what they've never done, right? 8-0 over the last 12 months. This is where they have to bounce back. It's where they've got to be strong mentally as well. Starting attack on Skyscraper is never going to be easy, but they have beaten Furia on Skyscraper. It was 1 map at a best-of-3 in Stage 2, so there is a bit of history. It all comes down to the mental, though, for me.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. All right, it's a big mental block for them, though, but the good thing is that the game is ready, so we're going to go find out. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, you've got to make history here if you're W7M, right?
Yep.
You've got to win Skyscraper, and then you have to go the distance by winning map number 3, which is obviously the bigger task here. The community vote, okay, thank you. Oh my goodness. I was going to say 68% of you think that W7M is the team that's going to prevail. Come now. Come now. No, it's Furia who must be the favorites, right? Skyscraper, the most defender-sided map in the meta, as it's said on the screen before we load in here.
Yep.
What is a win condition for Furia? 4-2 should be the baseline, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to look for at least 2 attacks in this first half for W7M. If you get more, great. Even if you get 1 attack, I think you're still in this. You know, Furia have choked out attacking-sided Skyscrapers before. I think back to SI when they were up against FaZe Clan, and that map went the way of FaZe after going down 5-1 through the first half. So it is possible to make a comeback, especially against this Furia team, but it's not going to be easy. We want to see those early rounds coming out from W7M. Should be noted, this is their map pick. They are an excellent Skyscraper team. They were on a 6-game winning streak, including that win over Furia. But the key word in that sentence is were. Losing to Wildcard 7-5 last night broke that streak. They're going to have to repeat now and hope that those demons don't come back to haunt them. They were against their former player, and now they're against their biggest rivals. It is do or die for W7M. Must win this map or they're going home.
It'll be our 6th team that will be eliminated here, joining a rogues gallery of squads. So far, we've said goodbye to some pretty good teams and some teams that we honestly thought would make deeper runs here.
Oh, yeah.
Whether they actually made top 8 or not, the order in which teams have been eliminated has been one that has been fascinating. Obviously, we said goodbye to the Japanese squad of KAG Osaka, known as Cyclops to a lot of people. That was the first team that we said goodbye to. Space Station from NA, followed shortly thereafter. Enterprise, the first team gone from the matches yesterday. Then you also lost Shopify Rebellion, which a lot of people were very, kind of bullish on, thought they would do very well.
Yep.
Turns out that the best you can muster is a 16th to 20th place finish. And then the imported team that plays out of Korea of D+ Kia, comprised entirely of Brazilian players, but representing APAC as a region, is the 5th team and the last team sent home yesterday. Today, we are going to say goodbye to 3 very good teams. It could be W7M here, it still could be Furia. In our very next matchup, BDS versus NIP. Well, NIP, who's also been running this gauntlet down at the bottom, managed to do something. And then our last matchup is Weibo versus G2. Dota's off to a hot start, only good enough for 1. He gets gunned down by KZ. Philippox as well, a hot start for him too, just as we saw in map number 1. And the gambit for W7M does not immediately pay off. Yes, you got the Legion off the board, but you've lost your best player, bar none, and a lot of utility in the Ying that Dots would be bringing.
Yeah, exactly. I think Dots going down is the biggest issue. They could trade it back. 2 missed opportunities now on this Azami. Excellent Kiba barrier comes out to keep Philippox alive. Loban does find nades, so that's going to equalize things back at a 2v2, or 2 down on each side, 3v3. This early bit of aggression now may be coming to a calm down, but Palu knows there's still 1 over on the offense side of the map. He's going to start to drone this player out. It's going to be KZ all alone. There's no way Philippox or JV can come up to help him. They've got to hold down the site, so it's really the KZ show for the next few seconds.
They were able to use one of those can openers before the Dokkaebi died, or before the Ying died, rather. But when you have an operator like Dokkaebi, when you have operators like Lion to assist those nuisance and enabler ops, and then a Twitch, you can deal with utility, you can deal with the remaining players, but it's just going to be a dry fight. One that W7M has shown that they can win before, but how do you stack up against 3 incredibly strong performing players from map number 1?
Well, the Furia roamers do actually get out. They all extend a little bit. JV goes and grabs his teammate, and they make it back towards the bomb site. Nothing W7M can do with the cutoff angles that they had open. They have to take their time picking up the defuse kit once more, and now they'll have less than 60 seconds to make this execute good. Yet to even get drum control, yet to pressure those main stairs. That's just coming through now.
That's the first hurdle, right? Get through drum, keep a barrier still in pocket for Philippox, so he can use this later on, and it's all being precipitated now and handled by Palu. Loban taking some damage as he's side by side with these remaining players. You're going to have to go through a singular doorway, and you're concerned with what might be behind you. I do not like this position for W7M one bit. Furia just needs to wait it out. That's it. That's the goal. They're going to take matters into their own hands. Volps on back stairs, gunned down. Palu falls to Philippox. And Philippox will pick up yet another. A huge start for him in that round. 3 kills, not bad for a support player, and Furia starts off with a big win.
Yeah, big round to come through from Furia. They start off strong, just like they did on map 1, Parker, and I think some of it even comes down to the operator bans. You look at what W7M chose to ban in this game. First of all, they take out the Clash. Now, usually you look at the Clash, you think Nade on the side of Furia, but it's actually an operator that Herds loves to use when he's roaming on that office side. He will use it to play aggressive on the office breach. Wasn't able to do that time around, of course, had to play a more traditional operator. Still did quite well, of course, playing around that position. Then what we got to see was that Warden ban come out from W7M, and the second you see a Warden ban, you know they're going all in on the Ying. I cannot understate how important it was that they got a kill onto Dots at the very beginning of that round. He did get off one Candela to get tossed out, so he did use a little bit of utility. But even in the 3v3 with decent man count, even if you have low time, I think you're still in a good spot if you have those Candelas, because you banned out the Warden. You can do so much with everyone blind, but they just aren't able to do so without that utility. So keeping Dots alive, if he does play that Ying, is going to be critical going forward. It'll be Volps, the captain, to pick it up for W7M in round 2, though.
It's a bit of a reoccurring problem with Dots back in map number 1 was how early he was dying.
For sure.
So, I mean, you play roles that often have you somewhere near the front of your attack, right? While Dots is a support player, a lot of support players run shields now. That's just the way it works.
Yep.
Which means you are often the first one in the line of fire. You know Dots loves these shield operators. We discussed this on Lair, but the stat we cited at the time was 62 rounds played on both attack and defense. He'd played just Monty and Blitz 18 times on attack, so that is a staggering number for just the 2 shield ops. He's been freed of this position this time. And Loban will kick things off in the first 30 seconds. Dropping KZ yet again, the Legion, the operator first in the grave, both times for Furia.
Yeah, early death coming out from KZ. Does go down to Loban down on that main floor. So that's the roam clear pretty much cleared out now for W7M. You're happy about the space that you've taken. There is still a lot of players on the top floor roaming though, and that's going to be the next problem. Geisha held by Felipox. You've got Nade there on the black stairs. This is a office exhibition defense, don't forget. So lots of work. The first couple of line charges come through now, but they're not doing a whole lot to capitalize on it still.
Now down goes Felipox, the big bad from the previous round. All 3 of his kills in the ground. But here's Nade, the cavalry arriving from Fury at the right time. And you might not have lost the Ying, but you've lost Dots and Dodez yet again. JV92 knows there's one on that karaoke rappel. So he's got one locked down. That's Palu, who will use his first death mark. And it'll go right towards Herds, whose position spotted and given away, but it eventually fails. Now up those black stairs, Loban will come. JV92 still in a very favorable position, Jesse. I like what I'm seeing from this Furia defense.
Very alone is JV. If he gets one pick, he's in a massive spot, but I don't think he knows that the Deimos is on the right side of this window. Wasting so much good time still on this roam.
Another death mark will go, this time on to JV92 in that position. They will hunt him down towards Geisha. Palu securing him, nobody on Furia in position to trade. That just leaves Nade and Herds far enough back, and all this action on the wrong side of the map for the bomb site.
That's so much time waste on that roam, Parker. You do have the man advantage, but was it even worth it? Nade and Herds are 2 great players to try to hold down this late round. You've got a couple more death marks. The first one being tracked now onto Nade. They'll get his position. They're aware that there's nobody else on their side of the map. Herds and Nade in a really good crossfire position. With these Kiba barriers, they can make it even safer to play in the site.
And this is a very powerful position now from Herds, who was just given away for a second and will now be tracked by the very final death mark of the Deimos. Palu will have all that information to give. And now rebuffing them at the main entry point, it's Nade once again looking to waste time. He pulls out his SMG. It's all up to Palu and Nade in a 1v1. Time running out, and Nade will have ice in his veins. My goodness, what a clutch for Furia as they take their second round.
It's insane how good Nade is at these support roles, Parker. I will remind you, he starts that round on black stairs, the other side of the map. Maybe the most aggressive player on the team, but somehow he makes his way back towards the bomb site because he knows how important his utility is in the late round too. They waste incredible time on their own game. Nade gets back, hits every shot, plays that shotgun perfectly. One of the best SAS players in all of Siege. And of course, the 22-year-old former world champion from Sao Paulo is always reliable in those spots.
Loading
Both rounds so far, W7M has had a hot start, but has struggled through that midway point. And I think the big reason, Jesse, as we discussed back in round number 1, is utility dying early.
Yeah.
If you lose a Lion, if you lose that Ying right off the rip, and when I say right off the rip, I don't mean the start of the round. I mean when you're losing it right when you're about to start your execute, or maybe you're not ready to start your execute, but you're clearing out off site and you need those components in order to put everything together. Then getting the first pick is great. But if you're not able to get your utility into the right spot because they die, and Dodez dying early both times as well, your main fragger throughout this entire event, then it doesn't matter if you get that first pick. Your stumble in the mid-round is way more detrimental than any positives you've gained from an early frag.
It's insane to look at the stats and see W7M have won both of the entry frags over the last 2 rounds, because it really feels like Furia have the early advantage in both of those, and it comes down to how effective they're trading. It comes down to how much of a team they are when they roam. It's not just 1 or 2 guys solo by themselves. Everyone on the team can commit to support that roam game. We saw it from Nade in the previous round. We've seen it from other players on this roster as well. So they can do so much. They're so flexible in the positions that they will play. The bomb site will head down a floor. Kitchen and cafeteria is going to be our last place. Kitchen barbecue, I should say, where we end up. And KZ strikes first. He finds Palu holding out that window.
First blood in this map for Furia, who absolutely dominated the way on that Lair that we just witnessed, getting almost every single first blood. I think they got all but 2, Jesse. So a little bit different here, maybe playing a more passive style. There's an equalizer as KZ will die early. The 3rd round in a row, KZ will not have a tremendous amount of impact. A trade-off as Herds dies, but Nafe sweeps right back. Nafe has really been the story for me in this series. He has been sensational in big moments, despite not having a lot of those moments.
Yeah, he's playing this top floor with Philippox now, and the question becomes, when do you retreat? If you're Philippox, you can't really retreat with the Blackbeard staring at you. Avoids the Nitro for a minute, and that Zoto canister is actually going to keep him stood still for a little while. I believe the Nitro is still out there on the floor too, has not been detonated as of yet, might have even gotten frozen, I'm not 100%. There it is. That's an annoying Nitro.
And it works. Dot's not able to get out of that predicament, so down he goes. Loban and Dodez through the mid-round. The same thing that has plagued W7M is happening yet again. And Furia looking to start off 3-0. They were not able to muster a full rotation on attack, as it was a defender win in round number 3 for W7M, but here, defending on a very defender-sided map, Furia going up 3-0 would be huge. Jesse, you said a single round for W7M on attack is a victory. It eludes them right now, and the job to get it will be even harder. As down go the smokes, and they will drop through the hatch. Loban picked apart, and now it's Dodez over in Pantry. No, that was W7M. It was Furia over in Pantry. He's down in Restaurant, and JV92 seals the deal. Ice cold on the Tubarão, and it's a perfect rotation for Furia as they start off 3-0.
And you got to think a little bit when you're in moments like that. It's another 1v3 for Dodez. I know he wasn't in for long, but you go back to kind of the text chat that was happening at the end of Lair, and it does start to creep into your minds a little bit. Even in that 7-5 loss to CAG, or sorry, to Wildcard, W7M did manage 3 attacks on Skyscraper. They will need to go flawless in the second quarter if they want to repeat that. I believe we have attack timeout coming now from W7M.
A gente tem Glass.
Pode falar, presta atenção. Primeiro de tudo, eu não tô achando que a gente tá se perdendo no plano. Os dois, se você pararem pra pensar e tomar decisão coerente, os 2 planos deu certo. A gente se perdeu no mid-round. A gente literalmente, o outro lá, entrou, conseguimos as kills, abrimos 5v3, as posições são as mesmas, as plays são literalmente as mesmas, tá ligado? Só que estão tentando achar algum segredo, se é sobre jogar rápido demais ou jogar lento demais.
Sim, eu concordo. Tá funcionando a play.
Vocês sabem... Exato, vocês sabem reagir, tá ligado? As plays que a gente planejou, as 2 eles tentaram. Uma eles tomaram, anteciparam e peitaram os moleques e a gente conseguiu entrar do outro lado. Porque exatamente as mesmas brechas que tinha, teve. Então, literalmente, só podem seguir o plano sem problema. Se quiser adaptar, tudo bem, adapta. Achou brecha, joga. Só que não tentem achar algum segredo pra isso, guys.
Exatamente. Bora, guys. Vou trazer esses rounds agora. Os 3 rounds, guys, foi literalmente...
Using every single second of that timeout, and a bit of a worrying sign for W7M to be using it on this side, right? They used it in the second round of Lair, and now will burn it 3 rounds in on their own map, which I think is far more concerning. Look, you're running up against a wall here. You are attacking on Skyscraper. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a challenge. 2, maybe 1 round, and then you just do the same thing that just happened to you and you go to OT. That is usually the goal for a team when they start on attack. Which means that you really shouldn't have to burn a timeout unless you think things are going really wrong, and that 1 to 2 round is in jeopardy.
Very scary spot for W7M, but with the tournament on the line, they have to take every measure, even if it does put them in a worse spot later on down the line. Certainly is likely they'll want that tack timeout later, but they won't have it. That'll be their only opportunity. They ended up banning out the Azami Parker, which has primarily been played by Herds in this game. Yet to actually find a kill with it. 0-3, the only Furia player who hasn't gotten a kill just yet, but was still using it really well to delay time, to protect his rotates as he moved from one side of the map to the other. He's on the Bandit for this roam, and he's going to be all the way below sight on the other side of map. Plenty to clear out once again. The roam game is not going to get any easier to clear, Parker. 3 players all on that side.
Was wondering when they were going to see Dots hop on a shield. He was on the Blackbeard in the previous round. We will now see him do so yet again. Monty is open, just an operator that is not in the wheelhouse of W7M. So instead they will go with more fragging potential. 8 kills through 3 rounds is just shy of an average of 3 kills a round, which is fine for losing rounds. That's really not that bad. If you're getting 3 kills in a loss, you're doing okay. Now it's Herds being watched, my goodness. Herds is so aggressive with what little of his HP remains, and he almost gets it. KZ will come to his rescue, both of them at this point in time. Low on HP, and I don't know if they know they're tussling with a Blackbeard. Well, for the 3rd time, it's a Legion that's died early. For operators like that, that's not ideal, and it's KZ in the ground too.
JV's in a really awkward spot. He kind of has committed to taking one of these fights. He can retreat through Dragon if he does choose to do so. Herd still lurking below the site. He did waste his Nitro Cell. He's got to worry about the Shrine window, but he could have gotten past it. He's not pushed the window yet.
This is a tight angle being held by Volts, and he gets it, his first pick. In he vaults, and a lot more confidence and poise coming out from this W7M team. Obviously, Norris getting the job done there with his timeout. Herds blows Dots up with a Nitro Cell down below. He was able to escape earlier, and now it will come back to haunt W7M, albeit briefly.
Yeah, I said he'd used it, but it was pre-placed, and a second pre-placed from Philippe Hawks gets a 2nd kill. They don't even have Valkyrie, Parker. This is just really nice Nitro play.
The guns aren't gunning on the side of Furia, so instead, you might as well just use explosives. Hold on a second here. Herds finds another. Now it comes back to haunt them yet again, and what was a 5v3 favoring W7M is now a 1v3 for W7M. They've lost 4 without being able to trade it off.
What can you do if you're Loban? You really can't afford to take another timeout. You just took it with your coach, so now you've got to commit to clutching the 1v3. We saw Philippe Hawks trying this on Lair. He was not successful. Loban needs to channel that energy. Came very close on the side of Furia. Now Loban could be the one, but no. The captain of Furia ends it early, and that's a 4-0 lead on their opponent's pick.
Timeout did not work, though there were some good moments, but it's a familiar pattern at this point in time. Get the very first pick. Take a utility-heavy defender off of the board. Of the defenders that have died first, because right now, W7M has drawn first blood 3 times. First, it was Herds. He was playing Legion. Then it was KZ. He was playing Legion. Just now, it was KZ playing Legion. An operator that's a huge nuisance that generates more value the longer he goes on, and yet Fury haven't really needed it, right? Just to either find out where the attackers are coming from, maybe slow down shields too. Legion is a great shield counter if you feel like your opponents are relying on it too much. And Furia keeps sacrificing these first players. Both Herds and KZ were living on borrowed time for a solid 45 seconds of that round. Herds survived, he scampered off, picked up 2 kills on a single point of HP, just going to show that even if you are almost mortally wounded, you can still slay Queen, and that's what Herds did. So, a better start for W7M, undeniably, but that mid-round, still a huge problem.
And I still think Nade has been just so incredible through this game. Got a critical kill that I don't think almost any other player would have been able to get, tucked in on the black door in the previous round playing these SAS operators. It was just last month where he had his worst game of the season, 2-8 and a 56 EPS against W7M in the SAL playoffs. Thought maybe he'd be shaking a little bit against this team as he doesn't have a great history against them, but today he's looked like the best player on earth.
Loban just almost loses his head as he enters from pantry. He's down below Geisha right now, and he's got silhouettes above him that he might not be the most noticeable or most known about. This is JV92 and KD and Loban in a standoff at this point. Oh my, wow. A missed opportunity gets droned again. Loban has not given his position away. What a standoff. You cannot get bogged down in this.
JV just escapes. He goes back through the rotate, top of the restaurant stairs at this point, so that's more time off the clock. W7M, they've been good at getting these early picks, but they've just taken so long and they always get traded, and I fear we're seeing that once again. Bomb sites on the other side of the map at the office exhibition. Don't forget that. And what are W7M doing? They're waiting for runouts. They're trying to wait for a player to walk into the crosshairs, but they're not getting any of these opportunities.
Dodez has been the best performer by far on this W7M team. The only positive KD through these two maps. He's struggling to find positivity here at this point in time. Everybody's numbers in W7M underwater. Dodez 4-4 is the best that they can muster. And I mean, at a 4-0, these are going to be some grim score lines, and we're seeing it happen as we hit the halfway point of the round.
What's the end point of this push, Parker? We've got like 3 guys down below the bomb site. You've almost given up at this point of clearing that. Got like T-room side roam. They just got to go to site, I guess?
It's very simple. They're afraid that the stairs are made of lava, and they don't want to tussle with them. Loban will decide to do that. KZ involved in the first bout. He gets a kill, swings his way out of that position. Volp's on the board as well. But Felipox trades JV92 right out, and now it's Herds, the lowest rated performer at this current point in time on Skyscraper for Furia, now dealing with W7M quite easily. In this position, going 3-3. Dodez now going positive as he and Palu still have some utility. Flashbangs for Dodez, death marks, and 1 frag grenade from Palu, but not a wealth of time to go for W7M, and they know exactly where Dodez is, so the job just got a lot easier for Furia.
Yeah, they know both positions, Parker, but that doesn't stop Palu from finding Herds. That's 1 of 3 gone. Fleepox and Nade grouped up at this point.
This is a hard shot to make, and Fleepox hides himself, conceals himself for the right moment. There goes the nade. They knew he was there. My God. W7M with the right read. Now it's up to Nade to clutch. He's got 6 kills, make it 7. And an 8th on deck. Shotgun out, just needs to play this angle. Wait time. Palu pushing up, and Nade gets the job done. My God. What more to be said than Nate is saying himself in the server? 8-1, and it's 5-0 for Furia. W7M teetering on the abyss.
I mean, what more is there to say about this guy? Nate is just playing one of the best games of his career. It feels like every opportunity that he has to clutch up, to make the play, to get a difficult kill, he always gets it. His game sense has been absolutely incredible. You know, sometimes when you get a shotgun, it's not the most difficult shots to hit, but the timing is not easy. The swing is not easy. The positioning is not easy. Another round where he starts black stairs and is there for the majority of it, but comes back to site at the perfect moment to play that support position that his teammate needs from him. Ridiculous stuff coming out from Nade. Joins this squad back in March 2023, and it's been nothing but history since then.
Jesse, I don't know if you've been doing active stat tracking, but without looking at the stats from Lair and just looking here at W7M, what 2 players do you think, and they're tied, have the most kills so far through this series?
Has to be Herds and Nade.
You're halfway there.
Has to be Nade and Felipox.
You're correct.
There we go.
Nade and Felipox not just have the highest rating on the team, but the best KD. They have tied for 2nd best cost. They have the best entry when you combine them, though Fleepox admittedly has no entry at this point in time. Sure. And they have the most kills, both of them tied at 17 apiece. Almost found another now. On the side of Furia is KZ, swats away at Loban's entry. Oh no. What a rat play by Herds. Capitalizing on dots, immediately repositioning himself. Now it's KZ taking damage. Dots is having a real rough go of it on just about every side of this coin. I don't envy his position.
It looks like Herd specifically just is in the team comms with W7M. He always knows where they're going to be pushing, when they're going to make their play, hunting for his 2nd kill of the round. He's taking the peak fight. He hits the shot. Of course he does.
My goodness.
Of course, man.
They do somewhat equalize now as Palu is slowed down by that tripwire on the window. Denari might be gone, but gadgets will still persist unless they get shot away at. Well, it's JV92 scouting down below, working right now on the bar and restaurant side of the map. Solus getting a buff has brought her back into a healthier spot. There's a lot of value to be gleaned here from that operator. W7M retrieving the diffuser. Volps will hold on to it. That means that it'll be a 4v2 if Volps does attempt to get diffuser down without these numbers changing.
Here comes the first line charge. They know there's players up above. They've all dropped at this point now. They've retreated back to the site. Kind of the first time we've seen Furia not fight as aggressively on their own game, feeling that Herds has done enough and that their site play is going to be the best shot that they've got to hold this down. Always worried about a flank, especially with JV playing on that Solus. He'd love to be above the bomb site when that plant goes down. Plenty of time to move, plenty of time to get out of dodge. Only one more death mark from Dodez too. It's very important that he finds a pick with it.
I feel like you set the bar real low here, Jesse. Just a single attacking round for W7M was hopeful, right?
Yeah.
And it's not even looking like that's going to happen. Opening things up now as Dodez wants an angle down into the bomb site, sees that saffron-colored smoke, doing its best, choking them off quite literally and figuratively. And now a potential answer back on utility on the side of W7M. They got the crossbow out, flame bolts to go down from the Capitao, but there's only a smoke that remains from Palu at this point in time. So a singular smoke, which will telegraph the push. He's gonna have to hurry as Volps has gunned down. Now it's Dodez and Palu to follow up. Palu dies, Dodez with a singular kill with 10 seconds left, and it's Nade to seal the deal yet again. Unbelievable play by Nade. A 6-0 first half. Furia a single round away from main stage. W7M will now have to do a 6-0 half themselves, or else they go home.
This will almost certainly be Nade's best performing game of the season. He's sitting at over 200 EPS. His current best game was a 177 against Los back in June. Now it feels like he's completely turned into a different beast. The whole team, I think, is putting up a perfect performance on Skyscraper. Little concerned when they decided to change things up that round. You know, they didn't fight as aggressively on the roam game, but it feels like they just know their opponent. They know that they're in their heads. They're forcing them to stall out. Such a tough spot to be in, especially after Loban died that last round. You saw them trying to open the floorboards with frag grenades, with the DMR, but it's not the same as a Buck, Parker, and they really struggled to get those picks before committing to their very late executes. Not mistakes that you can dwell on. If there's any map where a 6-0 comeback is possible, it's Skyscraper.
Yeah.
The most defender-sided map that we have in Siege, and one of the best maps that W7M have available to them. But when your back is against the wall, when you're playing the team who has beaten you 8 times in a row, is your mental going to be there to claw a game like this back? Mine wouldn't be.
No, I don't know what level of mental resiliency this W7M roster has at this point in time. Here's a fun little quirk about the stats of that first half. Obviously, Furia swept W7M. They played the same 3 bomb sites in the exact same order both times, starting in Karaoke Tea before moving over to Exhibition and Work Office, and then going downstairs into Barbecue Kitchen. Every single time, the score line of how many players on Furia survived was exactly the same. Both times Karaoke Tea were played, 3 players on Furia survived till the end of the round. Same with Barbecue Kitchen. On Exhibition and Work Office, it came down to a 1v1 both times, and Nade clutched up both times on Exhibition Work Office. So almost everything was the same through the first 3 rounds and the last 3 rounds. The only difference was in that first half. W7M were better with opening kills. That was their only real advantage, and it faded in the second quarter of that first half. So things got worse the longer it went along. Speaking of things going from bad to worse, JV92 almost losing his head here on a very challenging wall to open up. That's a single panel office wall that JV is attempting to Maverick torch, and I don't know. I don't think he's gonna get it here, Jesse. No.
So close,
He didn't get the wall either. No, this is devastating for Furia.
Yeah, it's bold to try to open that wall with the Maverick, I've got to say. That is a real tough one, and now they're going to have to go to plan B. No other hard breach was brought. They've got 2 shields instead to try to make their way into this bomb site. Haven't really committed to a roam clear. They haven't thought it's been necessary. We are seeing a couple of their players rotate over, actually. I'm viewing on the top down, and look at Nade going to be jumping in through the kitchen window, clearing out this bottom floor. W7M maybe will be a bit distracted with all that's going on towards the site. I say that. The two-brow of Volps has gotten into a crazy rat spot. This should be at least one free kill for Volps.
Clash bound down in the first half, so this is the first time that we're going to see the operator on the board.
Okay.
And W7M are just punishing them. There's Herds to get the very first pick. Nade has been dropped as well. It'll just be his second death. Herds goes in the window, immediately thrown out. It's Philippox now to clutch a 1v3. There's no way he pulls this off, right? We should see W7M finally get on the board. This bomb site, yet to be won by the attackers. No bomb site won by the attackers at this point in time. Philippox and Nade now matching the same kill tally. The clash will move up, and Philippox will be watched by the British Shield operator, who sets it down, and he gets slaughtered by Loben. W7M on the board, but it's going to be a tough road to go. All comebacks start with one. There is hope yet for W7M. They are on the better side. And if we said that one round for W7M was the scoreline to go, Furia might find themselves in a position where they might struggle to win their single round on attack too.
It's a tough bomb site, a tough map to attack. Nobody's doubting that. I don't know if I loved that push from JV. Choosing the Maverick for that wall is really difficult, especially because he plays a lot of ace on that site. You go back and look at his history, and he loves the ace for this site. No hard breachers were banned out, but maybe just expecting to go for a different strat. Not sure what the mindset was for JV. He'll have more time to think about that when they return to the bomb site in round 10. If we get that far through the game, that is. Still important for W7 to get those rounds, you know. Important to challenge the Maverick. Don't let him get those early plays. Force them to go for these then different angled pushes that they didn't want to have to go for. I said Volps was guaranteed to get a free pick in the middle of that round. He nearly whiffed his shot at that, missing some of the picks that he was throwing out to the back of the Blitz player, but still was able to do really good work that round. And as we said earlier, getting Volps involved on this team from a fragging standpoint is really important for W7M's success.
Volps having a very pedestrian map here with just 4 kills and 6 deaths. He's the second lowest rated player in the lobby at the moment, and did enter the day as the lowest rated player, and also the least frags, and also the worst KD on W7M. So there really is no bright spot. On his roll, Volps has not been able to keep pace with his counterparts. He's not been able to keep pace with the team. And yeah, for a player that has played the Siege that he is way below his own expectation. We know that Volps is a tremendously gifted player. You know that Volps is capable of taking over games, and he can stand up to the best of the best in his own region. He has been among the highest rated players in Brazil for quite some time. That Volps needs to show up, not the Volps that we have here today, who is dramatically underperforming.
Nice little duo roam coming out from both Loben and Dots, extending over towards this office side of the map. Loben's drawing a lot of eyes his way, but it's going to be on these guys like Dots and Dotas to capitalize on this. Wall's been opened up. They've got some good angles, Parker, but so far, everyone's alive 60 seconds into this. Bit of a rotate now from Nade as he goes to the display window, but yet to really find an entry point. This roam game was very tough to crack for W7M. Now Furia have to do the same thing, and it's once again quite a challenge.
And they're putting the Dokkaebi to go up house stairs. JV92 starts things off by gunning down Loben, and that's the Clash gun. That's a huge impediment that you're not going to have to worry about any longer. Dots swinging onto the opening to keep numbers close. At this point in time, with half the round to go, you cannot play as passive as you want. There is still stall potential on the side of W7M. Those Banshees still in play. The Clash Shield will be no factor, but Paul Lu annihilates Philippox, and KZ swings the pendulum back in favor of W7M. Now it's incumbent upon Furia to get those numbers back.
Big swing coming out there. We see a lot of important frags. KZ and Philippox were trying to hit the back. They were over towards Black Stairs. When it was a big couple of kills that came through that way. Trying to make a distraction play on the side of Furia, but it didn't pay off. Now they've got to rely on Nade taking space.
And they have no intel to work off of, so it's just going to be dry peaks. The Monty of Nafe engaging, winning the duel. That'll be one that I'm certain Dots will be soon to forget. Volps with another big round. Dota's on the board too, but Palu really broke that one open. And just as we saw from W7M's attacks, that mid-round, she is a cruel and harsh mistress. Furia battling the same way that W7M did, and no timeout taken yet, it looks like, or could I be wrong?
Don't think we should see one. Again, they've gone for a couple of non-traditional attacks on the side of Furia. The first one with the Maverick, we've talked about that. Second time, despite so much pressure over on the office side, they sent KZ up the black stairs, they sent Philippox in the doorway, and they had a really good push. I think if they kill Palu there, if they don't let him get two, all of a sudden they have site control. They are now pinching the defenders from two different angles. It's a completely different game.
Yeah.
But Palu really was the one who had to step up in that round to save them out from a bad situation in the man count disadvantage. He's able to do just that. He's been negative or even in all 4 maps over the last 2 days. The last 8 maps, again, have only been won if he was positive. I'm not sure what the stats were like on the last map, but I can't imagine they were great.
Pauly was 8-8.
Okay, so even and they lost. So that's 9 maps in a row now where they have won if and only if Palu goes positive.
Palu was far from the problem there. His cost was 70%, which is really not quite that bad. He went even on entry, 8-8, so he went even as well. He had no clutches, he had no plants. They were really brought down by the 2 boat anchors that have done better here. Dots went 1-10 with a 20% cost, and Volps went 4-10. Both players going negative on entry and roam. And Volps was only at a 40% cost. Things have obviously turned around here, but not much better for either Volps or Dots. They are marginally better than they were. The scoreline suggests that they really shouldn't be better than they are, but here's a problem for W7M, Jesse. Your best player, Dodez, just died, and now Lobin. Nitro Cell goes out, Philippox reads into that one, gets off of that position. They know where the Mozzie of Lobin is. But a bad start for W7M to lose their top fragger on that Ela.
If Lobin had jumped over that railing instead of tossing out the Nitro, that probably would have been GG, but thankfully he plays a little bit safer. You still don't get the kill back like you wanted to, but you're still in this round despite the disadvantage. There goes Palu, once again bailing out the low man count situation, gets the kill from inside of Geisha, removes the Zofia, more aggressive fighting, and it's Dots now to get down by KZ.
I just don't get why Dots keeps taking these engagements. Lobin completely bails him out, but there goes Palu. Dots retrieved, he's back from the dead, but it costs Lobin his life. Volps and Dots, the last 2 standing. HP's low across the board this round. Anybody's game and far from over. But Philippox has all 3 targets now, sequestered on the same portion of the map. Lobin looking to be revived by the Castle of Volps, which will give Dots the all clear to swing onto the door. They cannot have a singular focus as Lobin gets picked back up and we go back to a 3v3. Volps and Lobin managed to get away. Trepidation from Philippox will cost him a potential kill, and Dots will reveal himself. Shotgun out, Philippox wins the duel. Volps and Lobin as the last 2 men, both down below, both near or in the bomb site. And they will castle off the door. Ingenuity from Furia that we saw in yesterday's game, and now W7M will repay that favor. A minute to go. Furia with a numbers advantage, looking for just a single round. And if that's the case, W7M go home, Furia goes to main stage.
They've set a tremendous pace in this round. They knew it was do or die, but they didn't let them play scared. Now with 2 players up, they've got to hold down the bomb site. Nade has the defuse kit. He looks like he might go down the restaurant stairs for this execute. The hatch on kitchen is closed, it's reinforced, so that won't be an angle if they split up for a 2-1 push.
RCE going out.
You hear the Rotero drone go, they'll try to buy themselves some time and some information. Don't know how healthy this drone count actually is on the side of Furia. Herds is looking for something. Final 15 seconds, they are running out of time. W7M just have 2 players to hold down the fort as Furia will barge into this bomb site, attempting to flash out Volps. They manage to get in alive. Volps in a very vulnerable position. Lobin will need to clutch out. They spotted him exactly, and Herds and Philippox duel up. They will avenge themselves. This Herculean run that they've gone on will end with Furia going to the main stage. They started off 0-2, but have been perfect in the lower bracket. Furia going 3-0 from this point onward. The defending major champs, they will go home. We will have a new champion, no repeat winner. Goodbye, W7M. A 6-team to go home and a 6-team to qualify to the main stage.
And for their 13th S-tier event in a row, Furia will make top 8. If they go to a tournament, you better believe they are there to play. They started off 0-2 in this event, Parker, then won back to back through the Swiss, and now against their old rivals on W7M. It's all love in South America, but this one's gonna feel bad for a while.
Beautiful stuff by both of these teams and a great run by W7M. We've still got more games to play, and there might be a surprise in our very next cast, Jesse. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
W7M is the first Brazilian team eliminated in this major, and this was all because of you, Furia. And all of the games that you have played against them, you just won them all. Now one more. So what makes so easy to play against them?
Eu acho que é muito mental, eles claramente não jogam o que eles jogam normalmente contra a gente. Acho que eles têm muito esse fator psicológico e a gente se aproveita disso e é sempre um jogo pegado, mas no controle.
Yeah, it's all the psychological thing. So they do not play what they really play against us. So we take that as an advantage against them. Outra coisa, vamos falar em português já. A gente precisa falar sobre o como você tá mandando bem nesse Major. O que mudou pra você? O que tá acontecendo?
Bom, acho que...
Now I'm gonna ask him about the improvement that he has right now in his performance in this Munich Major.
Eu acho que o primeiro dia ele estava me sentindo muito desconfortável, então eu dei uma focada nisso, na posição de jogo ali, tryhardei mesmo, e agora eu tô me sentindo muito confortável, muito confiante. Eu acho que quanto mais você vai jogando bem, mais confiante você fica e é um processo.
Thank you so much, Hertz. Valeu, pode ir lá se despedir. And he just said that I was not feeling really comfortable the first day in the position that I was playing in, but now I just worked on that, on the confidence, and I will really feel more confident and stronger for the next matches.
Thank you so much, Maria, for translating the interview there, because I don't always feel like we get to hear so much from her. So hearing his thoughts about this game as well, always good to have that. Now, a massive congratulations to Furia. They make it to the main stage, they make it to playoffs, and I feel like the confidence is a big thing as well. We're seeing it in these 1v1s, in the 1v2s. They always seem to have the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, it really just goes to show that it's not just about coming in and playing, it's about mentality, and that's everything that Furia has been about, and it's really been propelling them throughout this, and now finding themselves in the qualifier.
I think there were a couple examples of the first clutch from Nade and the second one here. For me, those are mental crushers. They are mental crushers made to put the final nail in the coffin of W7M. Their mental was already in shambles. When you lose 2 clutches in a row to Nade on that map, that's just going to end you. And it's exactly, I think, a big summary of that match. Nade dropping incredible kills on these guys, and overall just a terrible performance from W7M, from the IGL Volps again, from Dots as well. I think we just saw the end of the W7M roster as we know it, in my opinion. They've just won 2 games in the year once, and after that, it was just going through hell, literally. 0 and 6, 6 maps in a row, no answer whatsoever, no flow, no energy, no nothing. That for me means a roster change or a role change at least.
Devastating to see that for these players. I mean, I guess you can kind of sense and feel that from the way they're talking, the way they leave the venue as well after they lose a map and everything, the fact that they're not with a whole team together. But we are highlighting 2 really big things here, right? The extremes in regards of Nade already being 8-1 after that clutch, but also the likes of Dots, for example, someone who really didn't step up today, and we're seeing it on the faces of these. We know how emotional Palu can be as a player, but we're seeing it here again with an early exit of the tournament, and then just to have a player, you know, of course, walk behind you to just qualified, it has to be such a sad moment as a player.
Yeah, it definitely stings every single time, and you know, seeing that in Palu's face, I mean, we've seen him smiling time and time again, but I think reality is kind of starting to set in for him that, you know, sure, leaving that Liquid roster, not finding success, having a little bit of glimpse of success with this W7M roster, but almost finding himself in an exact same scenario. If anything, it's even worse, looking even more grim earlier on, as you were saying, roster changes needing to be made. I mean, I can't think of anything else outside of something like that. You can't come here and put up a performance like this and get dominated in the way that they did.
My final words for this roster is that I'm not scared. I'm not scared. There is the regional finals, and they are on a good position to make SI in Paris. Right now, this was the biggest slap on the face they could have gotten, and it's the best thing to do it right now before SI. To me, there has to be a change in IGL maybe, or maybe just a change in game vision, because the potential is there. Volps, the players on that roster, they're amazing. There is potential there.
I wish we could talk about this for so much longer, but we do have 2 more games. Now, I know you're not going to be with us for the next game, Leo. You're going to be casting the second series?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll give the surprise. We'll see. Yeah, I should be casting.
Sorry, have I spoiled it now?
You spoiled it now, but
it's
okay. You'll see me on the other side.
Yes.
So we still got to hear you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I got to spoil.
And I will be in a position where I cannot trash talk anymore, because no NA teams will be playing a promotion match. Oh.
How will you survive? I mean, I'm sure you'll have a great time. We're going to have a great time with that second series of the day as well. BDS versus NIP coming up after the break. But before that, though, to celebrate that Furia make it to the playoffs, we have a bit of a game with 2 of their players where they can guess the ranks.
Aí eu fiz uma... Olha isso aqui. Morri. Oi. Nossa. Mano, sorte que eu lembrava, mano. Ó, é isso. Mano, acertamos 4. Acertamos
Salve, rapaziada, aqui é o Hertz, tô aqui com o Pox. E a gente vai reagir uns clipes aqui de algumas jogadas e ranquear elas aí conforme o nosso achismo.
E vamos ver, vamos pra cima.
Vambora. Bora pra primeira aqui. Mano, esse movimentamento já foi estranho.
Já não é Champion.
Já dá pra ver que tem uma movimentação meio travada.
Ah, mano,
Vixe,
isso aí
Maria.
é cobre, velho.
Mano, esse aqui é...
Esse é ouro ou cobre?
Cooper.
Copper.
Impossible, Cooper.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yeah, that's good.
Acertamos, cara.
Aí, next. Ah. Matou um cara
É
ali?
que tá no replay, né? Aí para é meio travado, mas... Mano, só pela abertura dos lugares, assim, parece ser os caras sabem o que estão fazendo.
Eu acho que parece ser um emerald, não parece, mano? Um esmeraldinho.
Mano, eu acho que não, velho. Acho que o cara é bom, velho. Ó, ele abrindo
Champion,
certinho,
você
ó.
acha?
Ó, tá abrindo certinho, ó. Ele é bom, velho.
Tu acha que ele é champion?
Ele é champion. Champion ou prota?
Mano, eu acho... Vamos no champion, então.
Champion.
Nossa, boa, eu ia no esmeralda, viado.
You guys are amazing, crazy.
Yes.
Mano, olha esse setup, viado.
Mano,
Shield, denário na porta.
Isso aqui é pro. Opa, mas esse movimento...
Pensa no replay, mano.
É
É meio
bugado.
travado. Mas ele tá cravando o pique certinho.
Pior que esse setup... Mas será que pode ter na rank desse setup, Fox?
Tá um bom setup, né? Mas ele tá de liso, tá? Ele
muito
é
bem
meio pro.
montado. É, então. Puta,
Nossa, esse foi difícil. Ele não matou ninguém, tá ligado?
Ele matou dois caras aqui, ó. Ele matou esse.
Ah, ele matou um cara aí?
Matou, agora vai aparecer aqui. Mano, pior que não sei, viado. Sim, eu acho que pode
Mano,
ser...
é que poderia ser um setup de ouro também, tá ligado?
Pode ser um setup de ouro.
Os caras só botaram o denário e o
tá
shield e o cara pegou um Lesion, tá ligado?
Mas esse shieldzinho que tá me pegando, tá ligado?
Mas ele é meio lento.
É, será que entra no ouro, mano?
Mano, vamos no ouro,
Vamos
velho.
no ouro,
Eu acho que é
ouro.
This is gold.
Gold.
That's correct.
Caralho,
a gente é muito bom nisso,
bom,
viado. A gente é muito
viado.
bom.
Oh, that's crazy. You only got 3 out of 5. Nice.
Tá, aqui, vamos ver.
Rankzinho no litoral. Mano, tá
Ó,
mirando no pé.
Pra ter o Maruni que faz esses pixels, a ranked tá tryhard.
Mano, mas ele tá mirando no pé dos caras, velho. Ele abrindo o corredor mirando no pé.
É, isso não... Pode repetir?
É, sim, ele falou que pode repetir.
Pode repetir? Puta, mano, vamos
Eu
ver de
colocaria cobre, velho. Olha ele abrindo o pixel no corredor. Olha isso.
novo. Mano, mas pode ser ouro também. Cobre é muito bot. Pensa que aquele cobre era muito bot, tá ligado?
É que, tipo, o setup ele não tá de cobre, né?
Não tá de cobre, é.
Mano, eu acho que gold, então.
Acho que gold, mano.
Gold again.
Ah, era copper mesmo. Cara, é que tava um setup bem montado aqui nessa rank.
Ó, tem até um pezinho ali, ó.
É, tem um pezinho. Ah, nós tava... Pô, pior que você falou ainda que era cobre, Fox.
É que o jeito que ele abriu o pixel,
Sim.
tá ligado? Ah, dá pra ver pelo amuleto que é champion.
É.
É amuleto de champion, né?
Mano, eu acho que sou eu. Acho que é eu, viado. Mano, esse aqui é eu, viado. Não, esse aqui sou eu contra a Nip, mano.
É tu?
Eu juro por Deus, viado. Acho que é eu, viado.
This is hurts.
Mano, sério mesmo, pode pôr, sou eu. Viado, cara, eu lembrava desse... Mano, eu pareço um cobre, viado, nessa play, mano.
Pegaram o pior clipe seu, tá ligado?
Viado, ó, o Fantasy passou aqui, não matei, mas o replay é bugado. Mano, acertamos 4, mano.
Acertamos 4, fomos bem, 4 de 5, velho.
E lembrando...
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Parle toujours, mon cœur ira
Munich Major for our second elimination/qualification game of the day. BDS going up against NIP. We're also joined by Fresh, and now Fresh, you mentioned it just now when we were talking. We also got to make sure we celebrate the first team that qualified to SI.
Yeah, it's going to be Furia, officially confirmed. And you know, I have brain fog about a lot of things. You know this. But I am so bullish on this team. I said it when they were 0-2 down. Furia are going to do it. They're on the course to do it. And they've qualified to SI in the process.
I mean, there's nothing sweeter than being able to be at the biggest event in the year, and also for them to possibly get another title underneath their belt.
Yeah, it is just another main stage event, though, for them. As we talked, they'll make it to the playoffs, and the same situation could be for BDS and NIP looking to make it out to that main stage. The big thing here is that we're looking at a potential first main stage for a player like Frick, a player like Lastman. It's absolutely huge for the likes of BDS. You could even say for NIP, right, making it to EWC playoffs, but that much was played off stage, so that would be a first for them too. And in regards to BDS and the seeding for the playoffs as well, one thing we'll start talking about this roster is that should they win this match here, they are guaranteed 6th seed. The only team that was above them was W7M, but they haven't actually made it to the playoffs, and therefore they will get an extra live in playoffs should they win here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually got to say, I think it's really commendable that BDS are even in this position with their progression and journey as a team. If you think about them a little bit more long term, think about them inside of Europe. They're probably not inside that European established top 4. They managed to find their way to this event. They've managed to find their way to the precipice of the main stage, and I think they've been good so far this tournament, if not a little bit inconsistent. Now for me, I think that if BDS are to get through, are to make it to the main stage, there is one potential, you know, I would say inconsistency that's causing them problems, and that is the hero plays of this team. That is particularly on the sides of Robbie, where you don't know necessarily how he's going to do. First day, he is absolutely magnificent. 156 DPS, 10-1. Then he's dropping down to 67. Then it's back up to 148 when he's up against G2, and then back down against FaZe. And I think this has been the problem with BDS. We're showing Robbie on the screen here. This is also the problem that Frex had. This is also the problem that the last moves had. What I want to see from my European team, because we could get all 4 European teams through today, unlike Laxing over here. Okay. What I want to see is the fraggers stepping up and the team synergy, that consistency, that foundation to go and do it inside of a best of 3.
And when I think of that synergy and that foundation that you're talking about and that we want to see, that was a game where we saw them versus SSG. To start it out, they 7-1 an aggressive team like SSG, and that wasn't off the backing of just one player having this pop-off performance. It was all of them in sync, in unison, under one strategy, following behind that one voice of P4 and being able to get the job done. But it's not to take away from Robbie having a good performance or Virtue having a performance, but you don't want to rely on that, especially once you get further and further into this major. The opponents are only going to get that much harder and far more structured and stable that you can't rely on.
Yeah, I was about to say, it gets less and less likely that you can have a big pop-off game when you get to the better end of the tournament.
Yeah, we'll start talking about our opponents for today as well. NIPs, you can see them in their boots. I think a big upset from them yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. And one thing I noticed as well was there was so much passion, so much energy coming from that player booth.
Absolutely. I mean, not just big upsets for them. They've been upsetting me. They're knocking out all of my brethren from the events, but they're coming into these best of 3s, treating it like a little bit of a chess match. The strategy and the structure that they've had going into each and every one of single of these matches is almost similar and a replication of what we were seeing throughout this stage, which is why they carried all of the SAL, because they were playing faster pace. They had strategy. They knew the key of what the success rate was going to be.
And that what you say especially has to do with the front and the back line of the roster, because you're noticing something about that.
And similar to, like I said, with the chess match, when we're talking about the chess pieces, you have to look at Fantasy and you have to look at Wizard. One, I would like to put Fantasy as the knight on the chessboard. Yeah. He can jump in and out of these, causing erratic style of play, be very chaotic on that front line. And then you have to look at Wizard, that back line that you just talked about, being that structure, being that force to be reckoned with. And when he does need to be enabled, he absolutely can on that piece and move straight forward, dig his heels in, and get it done and enable the rest of the team to get the job done.
And I think what these two players provide is they provide ultimately a balanced team. Like you say, Fantasy, he is that X factor, he is that star factor, and they know that at times that will cost Nip. But at times it will also pay them back in massive rewards, big rounds, because he can do it on his own. And then the rest of the team can then make the play back off it and play the quote-unquote more traditional Siege. It's been a really, really good feature, and I think this is why we've seen the resurgence of Nip making it to EWC, making it to this event, again, being on the precipice of making the main stage. When again, similar to BDS, this team was outside the established top 4 of Brazil and have managed to break their way into it.
And of course, when we talk about chess, I mean, any chess player will know that the opener of a chess game is also important.
Yes, and that is the most important aspect of every single chess match to start, is what the opener is going to be. And what I mean by that in terms of Siege is both these teams, that opening, that win condition is going to start with the opening kills. As you can see on that left side, NIP is the 5th highest rated team here currently at the Munich Major, where BDS is 2nd highest rated. So if you're going to look at this game with a scope, a microscopic lens, you are going to be looking at who is going to be walking away with that opening kill and converting it into a round 1.
Yeah, opening kills are important in any match of Siege, but I think in this side, inside of this particular best of 3, it is possibly the most important it's ever been for these teams.
Can I just say, that was a piece of art. It looked absolutely amazing, a chess match between these two teams. And, you know, unlike a chessboard where it always plays out in the same situation, we have 3 different maps potentially between these two to see where we'll be going to. Our first pick in this series is Clubhouse.
Yeah, so the similarities between these two teams don't stop in terms of their opening and how good they are. It's also in the map veto. Both of these teams like a counter prep and like a counter analysis. So NIP, traditionally, not particularly amazingly hot on Clubhouse. It's very much a best of 1 map, 50-50 map for them. But BDS have played it a lot, even shown it yesterday. They've lost it at this event. So I'm not necessarily too surprised to see NIP put BDS on a comfortable map. They know how P4 is going to IGL it and therefore counter them from there.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, this is obviously going for comfort here, but what we've seen from NIP, which obviously has been doing really well, is their attacks. They have been a little more faster pace, but that begs the question on a map like Clubhouse where you almost need to be perfect on that front, and if you aren't, you're going to be eaten alive, because where you win on Clubhouse, it's 1 off of your attacks, and the saving grace then becomes your defense.
And then moving through to Skyscraper, this is a comfort pick from BDS. They absolutely love this map, which is kind of interesting given that they're a new-ish team, new-ish roster, obviously post-6 Invitational. They even beat BDS on this map, and not BDS, they even beat G2 on this map, and G2 absolutely love this map. So they've got some quality on that map.
And I feel that's the beauty when we're getting to that Skyscraper, hopefully for NIP's sake, that if they can have a strong attacking half, similar to what we could possibly see on Skyscraper, that will already set them up in a good area, just for the simple fact they're going to start on defense on Skyscraper. And again, if you're any team looking at Skyscraper, you are always going to find comfort on defense.
Absolutely. Then the decider is going to be Lair. Now, preference-wise, both of these two teams, middle preference in terms of results, it gets very, very different. I think BDS have played it a lot inside of EML. They've struggled on it, whereas NIP have played it a lot inside of Brazil, and they've done pretty well on it.
As you guys can see behind us, though, we have the coaches of both teams lined up to speak to Mariette for a pre-game interview.
Oh, okay, coaches interview time. 7 months of being a coach, 7 years. So what are your last words to each other with that experience of months and years?
Vou falar pra você traduzir, tá bom? Acho que é uma experiência muito legal, assim, porque é meu segundo campeonato internacional, tá? E acho que tô aprendendo a viver tudo isso ainda, aprender a lidar com o time, né? Então acho que essa vai ser a diferença, mas estamos aqui mostrar que tempo não é nada, né?
It's a cool experience for me because it's only my 2nd major, and I'm still learning to deal with everything, to deal with the team, and I'm learning. So it's going to be really cool. But months, the time, it doesn't mean nothing. Do you agree on that?
I actually agree, you know, like it depends on your vibe, on your dynamic, on your work every day. Honestly, it's just gonna be a pleasure. I haven't played against NIP, and I really respect that organization. Shout out to Bob, by the way. But no, I'm really excited to be playing against you guys, so that's gonna be cool.
So we are very excited in here, so let's get prepared and more even ready for the game.
Thank you so much, Maria. I feel like for the stakes of this match, that was a very friendly, very wholesome interview that we got from the 2 coaches here. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I love that. But we have to talk about the implications of SI once again. So really providing us with the numbers in regards to the SI qualification. Now, the most important thing for this, look at that number. The increase for BDS, should they win that match here, all of a sudden, SI goes from like probably not to probably we will.
And again, just to contextualize this, obviously BDS can, you know, make it in terms of the EML finals, but they want to be doing the best they possibly can. They want to make main stage first and foremost, but it gives them a chance at 6 Invitational should they then win this game, because bear in mind, they've got to fight through some bloody good teams at EML finals if they need to make up the difference there. So nothing is confirmed for them, so they really need this.
And then even for the organization and for the side of NIP, I mean, to go up that much higher, and then even for a player like Pino, a former SI World Champion, I mean, for him to make it back to a 6 Invitational, there's a lot on the line.
I feel the energy levels rising in this player booth here. We see the players getting ready for the game. The game is ready as well. So we'll send it back to our casters for BDS and NIP.
Thank you very much. We've grown by 1.
I teased everyone on this. I say you will see me on the other side. I didn't say what that other side would be.
It's here.
It's clever. Here, in the caster booth.
And now I'm doubly the shortest one on the
No,
desk.
it's all good. You're fine. We can just play the... Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Great.
We've done a TriCast before. You and I, Alfama, did it with Nick all the way back in Manchester. So it's nice to welcome you on here now with Jesse. You bring a flavor to the analyst desk that I think will be great here for live casting. Let's load ourselves into BDS versus Ninjas in Pajamas. One of these teams will go to the main stage. One will go home. Will we say goodbye to our second Brazilian team today?
Well, Parker, that'll be the question. BDS would be the first European team knocked out as well if they do not manage to win this series. So lots on the line for both teams. BDS in particular have failed to make top 8 in their last 5 international events. That includes that Wolves roster that we used to see them playing under. So really is going to be a lot of expectations. It's been a while since we've seen this team really perform at the highest level.
Yeah, and talking to Lilun about the project, she feels like it is a completely, entirely different project as the Wolf roster, completely rebuilt around a new style of IGLing in English, new players as well. And I think a lot of expectations came with bearing the name of BDS as well. They had a terrible year, let's be honest. They struggled in EML, they struggled and didn't make EWC. That is, for me, a moment of salvation. If they can make it to the main stage, then they prove this roster actually has potential.
Yeah, a lot of doubters, I think, in EU and internationally looking at this squad. Parker and I have had the privilege of casting a lot of BDS games, and I've been really pleasantly surprised with how good this team has looked in a lot of their moments. We've seen some excellent drone game coming in. We've seen Robbie really pop off in some big moments, so I'm hoping we can see more of that here today. Quickly on the operator bans, looks like nothing crazy at all defensive side. 2 electricity bans. We're always focused on the wall when it comes to Clubhouse. These hacker bans, kind of interesting. We get the Monty and the Ying. Very rare to see a Ying banned on Club.
Let's revisit the operator bans in a second, but do you think that the way that we talk about these two teams is a little interesting, right? Jesse, you and I watched NIP in SAL. They barely made it to this event and have struggled every single step of the way, but now they find themselves in the same position as BDS. But we use such flowery and positive language to describe BDS here at this event. We haven't really said the same about Ninjas in Pajamas. Do you think after those 2 NA victories over both Space Station and Shopify Rebellion, we can finally start to give NIP their proverbial flowers?
Well, I think as the NA casters, we'd have to be a little bit of haters to not give them their flowers after what they've done at this tournament. It didn't start off so great. They went 0-2 in the best of ones. They didn't have a strong tournament, but neither did Furia to start things off, and we saw how that went.
I love the fact that we had actually coming into this event low expectations for both of these rosters. I mean, on one hand, you've got the worst EML seed, on the other one, the worst SAL seed. One of these teams will make main stage, and one of them will surprise everyone.
Going to be starting off with a potentially explosive round from Cons as he gets right into Secret. There are roamers that have just walked to the top floor. That's Freck at the top of the red stairs. Watch out for him if this does end up being a fast push. Could end up having a big flank, but NIP, despite initially getting into the bomb site or into the map pretty quickly, they have stalled out a little bit. I think worried about this roamer.
Yeah, we can see Cons abusing the shields, right? It's his role. They're cutting off. They try to cut off the Jäger here. It's always a tricky one for NIP. They crush on those shields up better. That's why I'm not surprised to see the Mounty ban. I actually expected a second shield to be banned, and that gives enough space to Cons. And actually, I don't know if you saw, but he was thinking about the Blackbird and moved on to the Blitz. I think he will really abuse those shields the entirety of the map. It can be really strong on Clubhouse, especially facing that rush, that roam.
One of my favorite quotes from Cons during the regular season was that he hates playing shields, but he just thinks they're so good in the meta, and he is so good at playing them that he understands it's a job that has to be done. Certainly looking really good for his team on those.
After their very first day, Cons was the lowest rated player at the entire event. He's obviously turned that around since it has been done better, as all of NIP has, frankly. The one player that we always like to talk about is whether Fantasy does well. You referenced it in the previous matchup that when Palu does well, if he goes positive or even, W7M will go on to likely win the map. The same can be said for Fantasy. They tend to lose the rounds where Fantasy does very poor.
Now this is a very interesting play. You can see P4 juggling with this Valkyrie camera. His role here as the Lurk is going to be able to backstab the team of NIP when they go for the execute. He's waiting for it, but at the same time you can see Wizard. Wizard is depicted as the Rook by the desk. He's there as the flank watch. He's going to make sure that Valkyrie doesn't go up. It's going to be a 1v1, very interesting, because this is the main win condition for BDS. The rest of the setup, as a turtle, doesn't look too far, and look, this was won by Fantasy. It was fully expected by an IP. Really well played here.
P4 had a great run just a couple days ago and has been one of the better players statistically for BDS, which usually does not bode well. On his role, he's not the guy that you expect to be getting all these opening picks and winning the duels against the best of the best. And Nip has some pretty heavy hitters on it. What are they able to pull off now? 35 seconds to go, and their assault was looking towards that church wall. Dealing with the mute jammer on the other side as electricity has been completely banned out, so you have no choice but to run the mute if you want to keep that wall intact. And right now, the defense from BDS doing effective jobs at cutting down this utility, but the guns on Nip so good. Hates battling his way through. Freck and Virtue the last two standing, and Freck will need to clutch the round, but he won't get anything. Nobody will. Nip, a flawless start to Clubhouse.
Perfect setup. I mean, the room clear. I don't know what you think. Very clear, very efficient. Evan almost cut off the head of Freck there when he dropped to the garage. After that, the flank watch is there. They get the first pick like this. And after that, just a simple hard breach onto the church wall. And we collapse. One from Blue, one from the hallway, two from Moto. Perfect setup. And that's a classic church take, perfectly executed by an IP.
Yeah, and Hates hitting every shot that he needed to, walks down those main stairs as the Habana. He's used all his utility at that point. They took a lot of time on the early game, but that's what NIP like to do. They're often thought of as like one of the slowest teams in South America, but they do such a good job with those executes when they can get properly set up. Hates a fantastic play coming through here, maybe a supportive operator of the Habana, but willing to flex onto any operator that he needs to for his team. The second most ops played here at the tournament and gets the job done on a frag roll.
Now we can already see BDS trying to adapt to that with that Jim bomb side, bringing on the Clash to try and phase the shields, and good luck to them. Combs will go off that shield and will probably attack that with the Capitao. I think we're looking at, once again, mostly a default take. If I remember the way NIP loves to play this, they will go on server side and trying to problem pose the cash player with Fantasy on Deimos from downstairs, and after that collapse to the bomb side. The turtle setup on the side of BDS is very strong. The fact that Mira is open, Azami is open, Clash is open, makes the turtle setup very viable here.
Yeah, bringing out that Clash, not something we often see from Lasmo, but if anybody grabs it, it is usually him. Historically, he plays the Goyo on this site, so Frack will then pick up the Goyo, and then that kind of leaves the Warden not being brought on this, which we would typically see on a BDS gym bedroom defense. Not really going to be exploited on the NIP side, but they've got a couple of smokes with the Capitao, so they could come back to bite them in the end.
I'm anticipating with that server push that it's going to be basically the win condition of that round. If they can cut off these players, and the first opening kill for Freck, aggressive on Gym window. That's what we expect from these guys.
It's Capitao down, good utility eliminated. No smokes remain on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, so if they were hoping for some concealment or even some area denial, you'll have to rely on other operators to do that. You've got area denial in the hands of the Deimos with those two frag grenades, but Fantasy's job will likely be elsewhere, fighting on the other side of the map as you guys talked about. So how much will Fantasy be able to impact the direct push should he stay alive? Burned a minute now into this round, and BDS has that advantage.
Losing that Capitao is really tough. When you're facing a Clash here, you're going to have to find a way to problem solve that in any other way, and you really don't want to face that.
Yeah, looking at the lineup right now, they might even just be deciding, like, wait, we might just have to give up this part of the map. They do have the lobby hatch open. We saw them working on Jacuzzi as well. And with these air jabs, I mean, they do have the ability to stop somebody from pushing out, taking that CC window. That would usually be the risk. If you don't clear this side of the map, you're over on highway. But that's going to be a great push by Fantasy. He finds the back of the Clash.
Classic hammer and nail scenario here with the flank watch being the bait. Fantasy walks in from construction, gets that pick, they get the control that they needed. In that scenario, they can now overwhelm the bomb site from any angle. Office, construction, Jacuzzi, and the windows. It's looking really grim for BDS right now.
They've still got those windows controls outside too, with diffuser in hands for Cons. As they go on upside down rappel and look to narrow down these final defenders who've now lost complete control of this bomb site and have forced their way back. Oh my, into Logi and on the stairs. Down goes Freck at the hands of Pino. That's a gorgeous shot outside of the building. And a 4v2 as Nip look to overwhelm these remaining defenders. Don't count out BDS just yet. Robbie leading this team in terms of kills, in terms of rating. He's still very much up, but he's searching for his first kill.
This would be a big moment for Robbie if he can come alive. They don't necessarily know where he is, and he gets the first, but he's got to do it all and just can't find it, Parker. There's no way for him to find that many players. NIP too well coordinated during the execute.
And once again, it's Fantasy here, finding the gap. That construction wall being open, it basically creates a gap for him to go back and backstab that clash, then opens the entirety of the bomb site. And afterwards, I want you to pay attention to the 3-2-1 execute that we just witnessed. You said it, Parker, there was a way that 2v4 could work out of the way of BDS because they were in off angles. But the thing is, when NIP coordinate that execute, it's 3, 2, 1, we go together. If one dies, the trade happens. Once again, clear default take from NIP. And once again, doing it in attack on a map that's not necessarily easy to attack either.
Yeah, especially for NIP. I mean, they're coming in. They've played a lot of Clubhouse here at the Munich Major 3 times already. They lost 3-7 to W7M, 3-7 to SSG, and then finally got their win back against the Rebellion, 7-3 victory once more. So I don't know if we can predict the winner based on those stats, but it definitely feels like we could see a 7-3 in front of us. BDS also very common at this major to play Clubhouse. A 7-1 win over Space Station, a 7-2 loss against FaZe Clan. So the thing is, there's a lot of footage between these couple of teams. When you see someone swapping off, like going into the clash, which we saw from Lasmo that round, it's nice to see NIP adapting so quickly and understanding how to deal with that because they might not have seen it before.
Very interesting that they locked up the Glass and the Blitz here. I'm looking at something that's a little bit weird and a little bit innovative, and I love to see that from NIP. They love those quick executes onto the bomb site using utility-based operator. That's what the Ying ban is coming from, by the way, because they love to crouch on that for the executes, and it's been replaced here by Glass.
Wizards been having a terrific event so far. While he wasn't a standout performer on this team in Stage 2, he was the 3rd highest on his team and the 13th highest in the whole region. Hates was actually the best player through the domestic stage. He enters this game far below his own standings. He's the 2nd lowest rated player in this lobby and the 2nd lowest rated player on his team, which is a far cry from what we saw out of him. He's a top 10 player in terms of ranking, in terms of KD, in terms of kills, in terms of 3Ks, and is 11th in the league at 1vx's during the regular stage. If that Hates is able to show up against strong opponents, that's going to give a huge leg up to NIP just from a fragging perspective.
And NIP have just spent the entirety of the hard breach right now, not on the construction wall that goes into cache, but on the construction wall, the solo one. This is a very weird take. They are not going to be able to go from construction into cache with that wall being open.
Well, Toy now with a little bit of the smoke onto that main garage opening. The push in now being facilitated by the Shield. Collins has his hands full. Fantasy picks up 2 kills. I don't know if that's Raptors control as well, but the A-bomb site is theirs for the taking. Hates and Fantasy side by side. Lasmo, the only member of BDS able to get a single look at a NIP player. Has NIP take that round with pretty good ease.
I mean, we called for it. This was an innovative take, Jesse. I think we just saw that. The Glass is there as a bait on garage doorway, and even the observers were baited by it. We just saw the Glass being at the garage door, and then the rest of the cookie crumbles, basically, with the rest of NIP just from the breach, from construction as well. Beautiful take.
Very helpful, too, that they recognized so many BDS players were off-site. Lasmo was roaming over towards Master inside of Logi. P4 was bottom main stairs when that push started to come on through. So you had 2 players that weren't really with the bomb site. You had a couple players then were distracted with the rafters. Big play.
This together, guys. Let's work through this together. It's difficult. It's not working out the way we want. It's all right. We're going to find our solution, and it's going to go super well. Continue to communicate together, exchange your point of views. I think it's more about committing to one idea. Like if you want to commit to their first pressure, then commit on it together and try to like get into them, like get into their face, aggro them. Because right now they're just opening everything and then they're like collapsing basically. So like either you want to commit to the first aggression, the first pressure, go for it, or you want to fall back, take space where they're not playing and you play the late round. But be on the same page, that's the most important. Continue like that, guys. Bring that energy, we're gonna go through this, don't worry.
Wise words coming out from Leloon, the coach of BDS, who's been on this team for so damn long. And I think hitting a really important point there, right? Making sure you focus on one part of the round where you want to come in for the victory. NIP have not given them easy executes. I do want to reiterate that. They're pushing some really cool strategies at BDS, but they've got to be focused when it comes to responding to that.
And just a bit of context on those Leloon timeouts. We've been really fortunate during EML to be able to listen to some of those. And we actually tracked, Jack was tracking the success rate of the tag timeouts. How many teams after attack timeouts are able to win rounds? Well, BDS was the best one. Leloon's tag timeouts in our ranking was the ones that were the most impressive and impactful. And I think she just exactly spotted the issue here. The main problem is whenever you have those extended setups, there is a big gap, right? And that gap is being exploited 3 rounds in a row from different players. Twice in a row from construction, by the way, whether it was on Gym, whether it was on Cash. It's always the weak point. So if BDS wants to extend like this, they need to either play for that aggression or fall back and all 5 play for the turtle. But right now, they're getting split completely, isolated, and that's been an incredible win condition from NIP. All of this IGLing, by the way, coming from Cons.
Yeah, and my eyes are on Freck to really see what they want to do in this round, because he is currently the only real extended roamer playing just around Garage at the moment. Falls back towards the secret stairs, which says to me he probably does want to play this passive. We saw how aggressive BDS got on their last basement defense with roamers up inside of CCTV, and this time it feels like they want to rein it in. They know if they have all 5 players alive, they can put together maybe a bit of a better defensive setup. NIP did do well, even when they had that late round push, but I think it still looked like a better opportunity for BDS.
I'm really impressed by Fantasy so far. I think he was really a raw diamond that NIP picked up almost 1.5 years ago. As a reminder, Fantasy used to be an absolute star of Brazil. He was a wonder kid with Furia. He played 2 different SIs, 4 different majors, and then he felt the loss. He went into Tier 2. He played for W7M Academy. He was all the way back. NIP was that one roster that took a chance on him, and Bob was saying he's been extremely valuable for this roster, extremely valuable, that one piece of entry that they needed. And he dies here in opening that. As I say this time, the best Jinxer. He was 2-0 in opening kills before that, by the way.
To your point, Fantasy has an EPS of 110, which is good enough for him to be just outside of the top 10 of players that are still here. There are a bunch of players that have exited the event that are actually ahead of him, so I think it's fair to say at this point in time, a top 10 player still remaining, obviously leading the way on his team. He doesn't have the highest KD, but he does have the most frags on the team, so his value's been very high, and it does seem like, from what we saw out of SA League when we watched it too, you don't usually get a lot of games where both Hates and Fantasy are fragging at the same time. It's one or the other. Unfortunately for NIP, they've lost Fantasy this round. They'll have to rely more on both Wizard and Hates to get the job done.
Who just hit a nice shot. He'll have to find another Toxic Bait, but he misses. He got 3 kills pushing main stairs the last time they attacked this bomb site. He's yet to get a kill since, but you know how good he is playing the Hibana, playing this position, and a brilliant shot from Wizard too equalizes our numbers.
Is that an ego challenge? Is that just lack of information?
That's one of the hard lines, I think. That when you play Turtle on that church bomb side, I used to play the anchor in that position. It is so terribly hard to not die to Blue, because Blue has long angles onto you. And you're feeling the pressure of that Hibana going down the main stairs. You want to move around, and that gets you punished by the Blue player. Wizard, very often the Rook, the back line of NIP, getting all those frags in a passive way, a bit like Casey. And then Fantasy being the Herd, right? The entry and the aggressive guy. These two are now going for a different take. The Blue take, trying to backstab, and the Church backstab with Hibana.
And only 20 seconds left. The rubber hits the road here. BDS desperate for their very first round. It looks like they might get it unless Cons can clutch out. And no, they just dogpile him inside of Blue in the blink of an eye. Just not enough time to pierce that Blue defense and move onward. NIP their first stumble in this map.
And there's that stat from Laloon, right? Right after attack timeout, coming in, winning that round, playing more as a team that time, you know, playing inside the basement, not going for as large of an extension. I think it was a good recognition that NIP have done a great job in the early round punishing that aggressive play. Now they rein things in. They keep all 5 players alive in the basement. Maybe it's a weird death from Virtue halfway through, but they still have equal numbers, and they're able to find those players as they're pushing different parts of the map.
It was the right call in the sense that NIP has won 3 attack rounds in a row because BDS is extending too much. P4 makes the call. Let's play a turtle setup, but this time no one commits to a flank. He was the one that died as Valkyrie in the first round because he tried a flank that was not worth it and was not needed. It was not even during the execution. Now he thinks, okay, the basement is strong enough for us to win this if we stay 5 on it, and he commits to that, and that works. Here you can see the adaptation, and you bring it again. Tuberao to slow them down, the Warden, the Mira, and the Azami to have a strong turtle setup. I'm expecting them to play again into that time burner situation. They expect NIP to be slow. All right, that's gonna be a win condition then. Trying to play off time.
And we do see the Clash ban coming into effect now. They didn't bring it in the basement, but they did bring it on both top floor bomb sites, and without that being available, Lasmo's got to move over to the Warden, which he will then still be playing at an extended position. Loves to play in that kind of cash side of the map. With Robbie still in Rafters, it shows that they're not afraid of extending, right? They don't fear NIP that much that they can't still hold cash side, but I wonder how long they're going to stay over there if they do want to come back quite quickly, especially with NIP starting to look at the Jacuzzi side.
Especially because we've now seen a full rotation of bomb site. I'm curious to see if Cons is going to call a different type of attack. That's what we're seeing now. Right now, they're completely ignoring the server side, going for a Jacuzzi take. I'm expecting maybe the Deimos to go play on the windows or downstairs. And they're completely ignoring the extension in garage. Once again, the right call from Cons. Very impressive on IGLing.
Could see Wizard go put his same air jabs up that he had last time just to protect themselves from that CC window. They haven't done it yet, but 3 air jabs in his pocket. They do have 1 more exothermic charge if they want to get that open. Means that they'll just be a little bit safer for the more direct site hit, but at the moment they just don't have a whole lot of map control. Plenty of time still to work with, and Cons is just in.
He's walked his way right into the midst of the bomb site. Do they have any information? One player on the ground on a red ping. They know exactly where he is. Cons is hoping for a misplay, but
he was spotted. He knows he's behind the bed.
He takes down the ward and immediately pivots over to the Black Mirror. Almost gets the Jaeger, but it's frickin' P4 to double up. And BDS has a lead with half of the round to go. Might find another here. As now Pino is staring over towards that Logi rotate. Pino sitting inside a weight room. He can hear the sounds, the chirping of the bomb chassis. He's right next to it, but does not know where this last player might be that could push him.
He wants to plant, but it's terrifying.
He's creating the plant as a bait. As soon as he starts planting, the others needs to play off that and get kills.
And there it goes. Watching the Jaeger intently, Nitro Cell goes in. That's why you have P4 downstairs. Freck a double kill as well onto Hates, and now it's Pino who walks his way away from that bulletproof camera and back down the stairs. That comical beach balloon-sized head of Jaeger spotted, taken out by Pino, as now he has 3 more players to get, but he's spotted on that cam, and it's Virtue long range to get him as he almost had a duel with the Azami of Robbie. Neither of them needed. That's a nice win from BDS, who find their 2nd in a row.
Yeah, good to see that little play coming out from NIP, even if it doesn't find success. You mentioned the fact they might change up their playstyle a little bit with Cons getting so deep in, but BDS just responded so perfectly to it. Cons maybe made some space for his teammates, but they were able to trade him out even after he got that first kill onto Lasmo. They managed to find those players before they can do anything crazy, and then they're not panicking by the fact that they've lost their bomb site. They're not panicking with NIP being inside of Gym. They're willing to go down below, play the Nitro Cell. They're willing to hold their angles and wait until they hear that plant, and then they make their move. Really patient round from BDS.
It becomes crystal clear the way NIP has been playing, by the way. Once again, they see a gap and they take it. And I think that what we see here is an adaptation from BDS. Instead of panicking, instead of reacting too quickly and moving too much, that player behind the bed, he saved the entirety of BDS by staying there, not moving, buying time for the rest of his teammates to come all the way over from garage. Okay, it's fine, they've got a home site, but we've got the numbers, and it's exactly what they needed. Great reaction, great composure, and that is the kind of things that will fuel the confidence in the end of BDS.
Yeah. Well, we go back to CCTV Cash for our final attacking round to see from NIP, and their last attack was extremely weird. They had control of construction, they pushed in that way while at the same time distracting from down in the rafters. I think we'll see something a little bit more traditional coming out for them. They don't have the glass this time around, which is what they use to try to pressure that rafter spot. They do have the Capitao as well as plenty of frag grenades and flashbangs if they do want to go for the rafter side of things, but I expect we'll go for a slower execute this time, assuming there's no similar gap that they just saw.
I mean, the glass was brawn, as Leo said, as a distraction, right? You're unlikely to pull off that same level of tomfoolery a 2nd time, so I do like the change up here from Ninjas in Pajamas as they look to get back to their winning ways. They took the first 3 rounds against BDS, where BDS was averaging just a single kill in each of those losses, but the timeout from Liloon has translated very effectively.
And once again, Cons trying to find a gap, trying to find an opportunity to bring the opening kill on the side of NIP. He's always the one trying to find those gaps or that intel to then call for the rest of his teammates. Very special playstyle that we see between the 2 of them, and as you can see, he's getting supported by his teammates with a drone coming into garage. He can play off that and get a kill.
Oh,
amazing play from NIP.
Oh my goodness. He could have had a 2nd onto the rafters too, but there was no answer back from BDS. So P4 walks right into the waiting arms. And now it is Robbie in the line of fire.
Got to reload.
It's quite rare to see a team bring Gridlock and Nomad together to flank watch. NIP is the only team that does that in Brazil, and if you needed one more reason to think they're one of the slowest team out of that region, well, that bringing the 2 operators is one more reason to believe that.
Yeah, NIP gonna be happy with the kill, but BDS are fine to lose P4. They expect to lose him in a lot of their defensive rounds. They still have strong positioning. Robbie inside of Rafters. If he dies, this is also full reinforced. They've reinforced over the angle, so now they're expecting Robbie to lose this position. If he gets killed, it's bonus.
He can deal with the bees, but he can't deal with the nades. He can't deal with the tracksters. He can't deal with the fire. Everything is being thrown at Robbie right now, and look at how little HP he's lost. Still fighting from this position. Luck's got to run out at some point. They've got him trapped in the corner. A flashbang to go, and Wizard collapses. A nice hold by Robbie to eat utility and eat time.
How much time is wasted exactly? I mean, we've still got this breach that's not been opened. They don't really have the utility at this point to get the breach any more open than it is. So this push, it's going to be scrappy. Hates has Diffuse get in garage, but even this, they don't have the breach for.
I am baffled by how much time Robbie was burning here. 2 capital fireballs at the same time, the flashes, the nades. It's impressive he bought time, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, that's right now. Nip just in a big numbers advantage that will continue to grow. Nitro Cell goes out, does damage to Hates. Frack the only kill. But it's Nip very firmly in control of that one. BDS will only muster 2 successful defenses here on Clubhouse as the first half goes to Ninjas in Pajamas 4-2.
There's a really cool little moment quickly in that execute where they actually pop the fire extinguisher to cause a cloud of smoke in the red hall. That was what allowed the planter to then jump in the window. So you get from rafters into CC and get into a spot where you can start forcing the plant, start forcing those defenders to move. Really smart round from NIP, and I think it caps off a smart half overall. We did a great job of spotting those gaps and then exploiting them.
The most important thing for the win condition here is that you see the entirety of NIP commit to the right call every time. What happened here? They breach server, that's great. They have this little move called by cons that gets them the opening kill. But after that, you see the entirety of NIP trying to play off of Robbie, right? You see the gridlock, you see the air jabs, you see the capital firebolts, all of those things here. After he gets that opening pick, all of the utility available on NIP was spent on that garage, getting Robbie out of there, getting the kill, and then a clean execute. I'm once again impressed by the level of coordination from NIP. That what lends them, again, an edge in the attack side on Clubhouse.
Yeah, really nice late round kills coming out from Cons in that round as well. He holds the record for the most clutches here in Munich and is the only person to have a clutch on all 3 days of the event so far. We are waiting for his 4th, but I expect that it's coming very soon as he's in his contract written up that he gets 1 per day.
I did note that his ranking as he came into this event, he's the lowest rated player in the lobby, and he's not doing well in the fragging department, and yet he's turned that around completely today. Oh, yeah. So again, it just goes to show you that your impact round by round, a lot of what Cons is going to be doing is going to be off of the field. It's going to be in getting this team in a good position to play well, IGLing for them, but he's also getting kills. He's going to take probably more of a, a back-end sheltered role here as a defender. He'll be running on the clash. He'll giving calls to the team and allowing the rest of them to benefit from it. But I don't know if we're going to see a lot of fragging from him in the second half.
We'll see. I think he will need to be very important here. The reason for this is that drone is key to BDS stake. Right now, they know this is a fully extended roaming setup, and they've just seen the entirety of the 3 anchors into Armory. This is exactly the kind of information that P4 needed to call the right thing. Now, are they going for a roam clear? Or are they going to isolate the bomb site? You can see the hesitation. They don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some pings, and so with the vert, they should be able to find this one. Eventually. There we go, P4 finds Fantasy thanks to that drone. And we've talked all event about how good the droning has been for BDS. This has been a consistent trend in a lot of their important wins. I think for NIP, that's something you've got to focus on when you're up against this team.
And I love the way they've done it. One player focusing on getting that free kill and that opening kill. All 4 of them are then working at the same time at room clearing. They can work on 2 different things at the same time, getting both the opening kill and also making sure no roamer is left up top.
We'll get some more information over towards blue now, as there are still plenty of drones stashed about. I do wonder if that drone persists downstairs. It'll be able to give them more information towards cases over towards that pull spot underneath the hatch as well. There was no pressure whatsoever from Nip as BDS walked right into kitchen. They will be slowed down a little bit by one of those volcanic canisters that have been used very effectively, but they find a second kill in the same time. Wizard and Fantasy both in the grave now as Nip has to hang on for the next minute and 15 seconds.
Crazy to keep the pressure up. I really expect things to slow down. BDS use those can openers to get the hatches, but happy to just dip your toes into oil pit. You find Wizard for it, and now it's a 3v5 where you're really starting to put pressure on NIP, especially because Cons is on that clash. It feels like somebody needs to step up and work a pick.
Yeah, this is clearly going to be a blue, dirt, and kitchen hatch take. This is going to be really strong onto Armory. They're trying to get the blue control, and the execution should go onto Armory with the diffuser going through dirt.
Just trying to flush them out of blue now as he saw the leg of Cons, that clash, repositioning itself likely back towards Church. Freck will give the attention away, and they bait him in so well. Robbie collapsing on Hates, who has to swing out of his position. They didn't account for Pino. Lasmo on the board, Pino continuing to fry, but he meets P4 head on, who's got control of the site, walking in from Dirt Tunnel, and BDS prevails on their first attack.
It's funny to see the same strong shoot in the two teams in attack. I think recognizing the right opportunity, having the right intel, then getting the opening kill, and then focusing on the right takes, right? Taking it step by step, getting the blue control that they needed and committing to that game plan. I think we're seeing once again why these two teams that were not anticipated to make it to the main stage prove that they really deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was one of the cleanest takes that we've seen all day from BDS. The early game with the drones, the late game with the execute, even the mid round, the fact they work a pick on the Wizard, really cool stuff. I think Virtue some excellent play on the Monty to get them these couple of kills and make some chaos happen over towards blue. Such a distraction, even though he goes down in that round. Virtue has been such an important part of this team. He's played NIP 3 times in his career and has never lost.
It's really interesting to see BDS bringing the shields as well. It's something that is extremely meta, not something that we necessarily saw them abuse during EML. That's one layer that they added going into the Munich Major, and I think it's very much like Onse, that is a must-have right now in today's meta. Having Virtue being able to play it, bring on the multi, and now bring on one utility operator such as Ying to try and be disruptive. Those are the kind of assets that you want to have in your roster.
Yeah, and it's been nice too from BDS because they've had a wide variety of shield players. Virtue's taken the lion's share, but we've seen Lasmo grab a couple of shields. We've seen Robbie grab a couple of shields, and so it really can depend. Sometimes maybe you want a more aggressive kind of Blitz Blackbeard type shield, well that's going to go to Robbie. When it's more passive, well that's going to go to somebody like Virtue.
Yeah. Lasmo and Virtue both playing the Blackbeard most of all of these shields, to your point, Jesse, and then Robbie has Blitz as his most played shield operator.
That makes sense.
So of course, flexibility on who is going to run the shields. On the side of NIP, you expect Cons to hold on to those shield ops, as we saw with the Clash in the previous round, but here, there is no shield other than that can be played. Don't discredit the Osa too, if needed. Osa does act as a shield op. We do see Fuse shield from time to time on Clubhouse. I don't think we're going to see either of them here today, but crazier things have happened. Both of these teams on the precipice of main stage, but also staring at a flight home. So if you need to break the glass in case of emergency, just to bring other shield ops, now's the time to do it.
They're facing the exact same setup they faced on the casual side when they were defending it. A huge extension here into Master, and they're trying to play off of server right now.
This is a very familiar spot that Lasmo has played in, and now it's Wizard doing the exact same thing up on those rafters. They've torn through 2 players on BDS. They've lost Hates on the Echo. Hates playing nowhere near as aggressively as we've seen in previous maps. He's the one playing on this more of a sheltered role. You have to hope that with the Echo dead, that those Yokais are still in position to gain value, because the operator is not going to be able to actively control them.
Why did Thermite and Sense go for the play here when 2 players were downstairs? That's my only questions.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were trying to flash out this Azami whilst that push came in the breach, but Wizard did a great job of getting those kills, even though he was being pressured from down below. He's put in so much work to get this Azami, and now it just feels like this push is not going to be easy.
And what's the play here for Freck, right? You're going to throw a grenade up at some point. You'll have to wait on another team member to try and capitalize off of Wizard, who's playing above him. But there's a lot of time that's been invested here.
And he's just not helped. As you can see, he just gives up.
Yeah.
And giving up that rafters means that these guys will have to go blind, exposing their back into garage when they're going to go onto the bomb site.
And Virtue will send in a Candela. He and Freck hit their marks. NIP now have lost the numbers advantage, and it's all Wizard, the player on Catwalk that we talked about, vanquished by this French, if you want to call it, team. BDS continue to play so effectively, but they did look like they were stalling out midway through the round, and then they just turned on the Jets.
I mean, Virtue's not even in the building. He's getting 2 kills just from outside on the breach. They end up swinging him, I think, a little bit more than they needed to. The Fuse kit was never picked up in that round. They get a little panicked on the side of NIP.
Falei.
Alô. Agora tá saindo. Mano, vocês estão me tirando que vocês estão pegando, mano, Tryhan errado, bombe errado no porra do campeonato, velho. Vocês estão tirando, velho. Qual é essa, mano? Vocês estão de brincadeira, tá ligado, velho? Cadê a Clash agora também, mano? É que a gente pegou tudo errado. Vamos fazer academia, peitando, mantém a Clash lá, porque eles estão abusando de montanha. De terceiro, vamos banir o montanha. Demorou? Demorou. Que provavelmente, eu acho que eles vão meter esse ban Clash agora. Somente se a gente ganhar. Mas, mano, foca no negócio, mano. Vocês estão relaxados pra caralho, mano. Isso é coisa de time relaxado, mano. Que já achou que já ganhou, mano. A gente não ganhou não, mano. Olha o round que a gente acabou de perder, velho.
Fechou, bora aí.
Tá ligado, velho? Então, mano, vamos botar um pouquinho mais de concentração. Quando a gente voltar, a gente vai fazer a tiringa, tá?
Bora.
If you're wondering why they talked a little bit longer and the timer said 0, it's just because there were headphone issues at the beginning. They are still working within the correct parameters.
I think what I got from this is that he wants them to chill and he wants them to abuse the clash because they had the round in their hands. Clearly, they were leading. I think it was a 5v3. They had exactly what they needed. But I just feel like I'm watching a game of chess. I'm watching a game of chess between two IGL. I think for BDS to come up with the right solution, think, okay, we cannot problem solve rafters. They've reinforced fully that garage player, so he's useless. You can see it. He can only pick from garage window. He could not pick from the rotate that usually is there into server. So they think, okay, that's fine. We're going to isolate the rest of the players onto the bomb site, ignore completely that Azami, and if we break apart that bomb site, then we'll have it. A beautiful play to spot that and execute it flawlessly.
Yeah, a great call out coming through from Coach Dan of NIP. Been with this team for nearly 2 years now, starting as an analyst, moving to the full-time coach role. Now we see him behind his players, and I think good to see him able to calm them down a little bit. We'll see what the result ends up being, of course, but always tough sometimes making that transition from analyst into primary coach. Really important for NIP to get back on track. I felt like their attacks were really solid, but BDS have been good too. This is not an easy game.
Yeah, looking at this setup, you can see the clash is there to slow them down in case they were trying to find another gap or in case there is a fast execute. And then the Ela and the Melusi is there to fall back slowly, burn as much time as possible. For BDS, they're really good, yes, of course, but they're slow as well. And that's something that can be exploited with that operator lineup.
We're once again seeing the clash brought out too. It's Wizard this time who is also using it to extend over towards the cash side. So this is what Lasmo wanted to do. Now he's, of course, on the attack, so the Thermite will start to open things up. With this double hard breach ban, it's kind of awkward sometimes to get everything opened. They still have the Thermite and they've got lots of cans, so it's not a problem right now, but this will be the last round where they have the Thermite most likely, and so it's going to get kind of awkward after this point.
I'm still debating the use of the mute there because they know they're going to face a Thermite with the way they've banned the hard breach, and obviously the mute cannot really be useful to that Thermite. It makes less sense because if you place the Thermite charge slightly above the mute jammer, then you can still breach the wall. I think maybe that's just a misplay there. They could have brought a better operator, but that's fine.
Yeah, especially, I mean, like the Bandit being available, great Thermite counter, but it is what it is, right? Sometimes you just gotta stick with the strat, play what you're comfortable with. The guns are important too. This jacuzzi wall has been opened up and Virtue is dying to get inside of it, but doesn't want to literally die in order to get in, so he's gotta be careful with these explosives.
I was hoping for the timing there, Jesse, that he would maybe take some damage and bring more truth to your words for a nice double entendre. That's French, by the way.
Wow.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I try really hard to use a single word.
Something is going to rain right now on that bomb site. Green Bees, Capital Firebolts, and Candelas with a Monty pushing in. This is about to go crazy on that bomb site, let me tell you that.
They march in. Lasmo asserting himself, but can't outduel Fantasy, who still seems stuck in this position, finding two. Cons will jump in as well. And the anger that was felt, whether you speak the language or not, during that tactical timeout, seemingly has woken up this NIP team as Fantasy finds a third. It's all up to Virtue at this point in time. What is he able to do? Slowed down, fighting for his life, and it's a huge round from Fantasy to give NIP the lead again.
4 huge kills coming out from Fantasy, the former star of Furia from way back in the day, finally returning here to the international stage with NIP, and I just think he's really been locking in this whole event. Very smart for him to stick around inside of Cash that round. You know, he was being pressured. There was a lot of focus over on Jacuzzi. Didn't panic, didn't feel like he had to get back to site, hit some brilliant shots, even as the Ying was being tossed towards him. Excellent play coming out from the young guy on NIP.
This goes to show once again, you can have as much utility as you want. If you don't have any control, that's not going to be enough. You cannot break apart that bomb site just with sheer utility. Everyone is ready for it, especially Fantasy on the Ela. You're going to go and run into Ela mines or Melusi traps. Nothing you can do there. It's actually exactly what happened. As you can see, the crosshairs were ready, no control whatsoever. Lasmo P4 died on server, 1 dies on construction. Nothing, no control. Everyone was still outside.
We might have missed this. The only kill that came in on the side of NIP was a team kill.
Yeah, from
Cons killed Hates. BDS technically were not able to muster a kill. That is a flawless round, technically, by most standards, as BDS had nothing going in that round.
And the two teams are tired of that 1v1, the Clash versus the Monty. Well, let's get rid of it. The two teams banning away the shields, and I guess now only one side has got access to the shields, and that will be the attack.
Yeah, it's interesting that they don't commit to their strategy, though. Usually you see 2 hard breach bans. You'll see the third coming soon after, but they go for the Monty instead. Fair enough. It's been well used so far. Virtue, 2 of those 3 rounds was bringing that operator. I thought he was very good in round 7. That last round we saw it too. maybe just adjusting on the fly, feeling like the Thermite is okay to deal with, especially if we do see some of that Bandit coming out. Didn't get banned out. BDS also breaking from that structure a little bit, where you ban out 2 operators, good for keeping the walls closed, why not a 3rd, but adaptations on both sides. Definitely going to make this interesting for the fourth quarter.
We do have a translation, a rough translation from our good friend Maria. As she heard that timeout, we obviously don't speak Portuguese. Alfama, you speak multiple languages, but unfortunately I don't think Portuguese is very strong. Basically saying that the coach was pissed at the players, saying, what are you doing? You're joking with me. You're choosing the wrong bomb. You're acting like we've won something. We haven't won anything. Get your head in the game and let's actually try. And it seems like that message was very well received. Pino shredding Virtue on that Sens, on a basement take. That is a devastating operator to lose for BDS.
Yeah, on a roam clear, you're sending the Sens first. That's a questionable decision, I think, when you have the KB, Lion, Striker. Your 3 fraggers, Lasmo, Freg, Robbie, they should be at the head of this. Why is Virtue getting the first opening death?
They're going right into the site, Parker. I mean, Fantasy is still top floor, but they don't seem to care. Slowly, these players are working to the site.
This is very close, 1 minute and 10 seconds, and you've got 2 separate players on BDS knocking on the door. You've got Frex situated on blue, you've got P4 sitting at the bottom of main stairs, hoping maybe for Nip to make a mistake, as the rest of this map still gets droned out, and now the drones get put into position to capitalize off of that information in hopes that BDS will have something as Nip are looking for match point.
They're in the worst kind of situation because they chose to commit to the bomb site rather than roam clear. The problem here is that 4 players are already on the bomb site. So it's technically a 4v4, and IP has more utility. And on top of that, 1 player is still upstairs and can still backstab the entirety of BDS, probably on the blue side, if that makes more sense. Right now, NIP is in full control of this round.
And there go the flashes, utility being dumped in. Nip still perseveres. Wizard and Cons with 2 picks. Cons letting his Goyo canisters do all the work. And now Fantasy's got the Dokkaebi dead to rights. Lasmo fighting his way out, and he manages to do it. SMG on SMG, but it's Lasmo who perseveres. P4 has stood as a sentinel at the bottom of main stairs waiting for something, and he's outnumbered. Nip now doubling up as there go the smokes into the hallway.
Still
nothing yet, though.
Panel adherence underway.
They're going to close off Moto, as Lasmo will look to work his way through Dirt Tunnel. P4 gets a good read. Down goes Pino. Information taken at the same time. And P4 needs to blow open that door. He'll do just that. Lasmo creeping up. I like the way that BDS is going about this. They're trying nicely, but Cons has the read and a double swing. Cons gets both. Nip moved to map point.
The best attempt they could have gone for, I think, given the circumstance. That round really falls apart at the start with everybody going back down. I mean, you said it, Leo, really didn't have what they wanted for. Surprised that they got the 1 frag on a Fantasy when he went for that flank. Nice shot from Lasmo to be able to win that one out, but it just felt like they did not have the utility to work those floorboards to get the angles open that they needed to, and ended up just having to make some solo plays that didn't go their way.
And even in that scenario, I mean, you expect an IP to be in full control. It's exactly what happens in that 2v3. What do you see? You see 1 player holding Dirt, the 2 others are focused on P4, they have his information. As soon as the Dirt player dies, then all 3 players swing on the last remaining player at the same time, without any call needed to be made by an IP. That's natural chemistry right there, and that's discipline at the same time. I think their coach was right. They're awakened, and they're playing the right way.
Now we got to see BDS go back-to-back rounds just to force the overtime. The bright spot is that this is NIP's map pick. So if you're coming into the series, you're BDS, you don't necessarily expect to win on Clubhouse. But after the start they got off to, after having such a strong couple of attacks and then, of course, stalling out a little bit, it has been disappointing to see them fall off since the TAC timeout. Still plenty of time to bring this one back. CCTV Cash will be our second last site.
It's a bad time as well for the fraggers to fall off on the side of BDS, despite how close the scores are. Nip has been far more efficient in winning their rounds. The kills really just do tell that story. Nobody is positive on the side of BDS. Freck is closest, sitting at an 8-8. Everybody else underwater. And I mean, with a 6-4 scoreline, it wouldn't be abnormal to see 2, maybe even 3 players positive, where the supports or even 1 fragger may be underperforming. On numbers could be doing badly. Nip is seeing Fantasy lead the way, but really it has been Cons, the lowest rated player in this lobby before a single round was played, and boy, is he shutting us up.
I am extremely happy about Cons' performance so far the entire season. As a reminder, Psycho used to be the team captain of NIP when they won 6 Invitational, and they decided to kick him at the beginning of the 2025 season, and Cons then stepped up and reinvented himself as a player, becoming the IGL. He stepped up massively, the real mind, the brain behind all of NIP's attack and defenses. And who goes down now?
Oh, Cons.
I'm the jinxer.
It's called the caster curse for a reason. I know you're an analyst. You're not used to doing the caster stuff, but your words have power, and you need to wield them well.
I am surprised at the way they've built this, by the way, because this was a full extension from NIP, and BDS, instead of ignoring it, are problem-solving it actively with the blitz, going into Jacuzzi here. That Eli is isolated.
Oh, they've lost Hates, but Fantasy's position inside a bedroom has been given away, and he's hunted down as the pain train was hot on his heels. An advantage for BDS. They still have the shield up as well, and plenty of utility.
Really
both
awkward.
Smokes, both flashes.
Really awkward spot for these last two anchors on the side of NIP. Wizard and Pino way back in the site. They've got to just hold things down, and so much time for BDS. A minute 30, Virtue again on the shield. How many times have we talked about his impact? They ban out the Monty, thinking, okay, don't have to worry about Virtue anymore, but the Blitz is even more deadly.
Funny enough, I think that having time might be a problem for BDS here in the sense that they can overthink this. They can split too much. They can then be isolated in situations where NIP can get aggressive and maybe bring this back to a 2v2.
And it's Pino right now playing red stairs as Virtue is outside the building. He might strike, and depending on who's watching that breach, right now it's been Wizard's job. He will still reposition over to the safety of this bomb chassis. 2 will go in through the breach. You've got P4 for the backstab, as you've talked about before, Leo. Smokes go out. Virtue running in. If this does not work for BDS, the map goes to Nip. Virtue has no support. Lasmo was outside of the breach. No follow-up. But hey, they trust the process. It works. P4 had gotten the down. Nip get a bit anxious. And BDS respond by gunning down the final player, a head scratcher.
Why isn't IP swinging that? They had it in them. You kill the blitz. You stay strong. You don't move. You punish the players when they walk in. That's your advantage. Why is that Melusi jumping out of server for no reason? Lasmo completely gave away Virtue. He lets his blitz push in first, but then stays outside of server. Everything was weird about this end of round.
There was nothing that was seemingly going right. I mean, I thought Virtue was going to use the flash and the blitz, but didn't end up being able to do that, so it goes down, and that makes it a 2v2. Pino, I think, just a little bit eager there. You see it exactly what we were just talking about, Leo. Some big swings coming out. Last one clutches up at the end. P4 was coming in from the backside, too. We didn't get to watch that, but had a big impact coming in from Khan, winning his 1v1. NIP getting a little nervous, it feels, at the end of that round.
It's fine that BDS, though, in the position where they're clearly back against the wall, where NIP is supposed to win this when they're on match point, they take the hardest path. They chose to go and problem solve that roam. They chose to go and get that fight, and they won it. It's beautiful for them because then it rejuvenates their confidence once again. They were afraid of losing that round, and now they just have one more round to save to go in overtime.
It's been a real frag-heavy bout. No diffuser has been planted successfully yet. In terms of drawing first bloods, it's pretty close, but the edge goes to Ninjas in Pajamas, winning 7 of the 11 that have been played so far. They have struck first in 7 of those. They've not converted effectively, though. So all over the place for both of these teams, and frankly, a far more even matchup than I expected here on Clubhouse. BDS are a tricky team to beat, and I do fear this NIP team had a history in the SA League of falling short when the times got tough. How many OTs did they go to? And it's looking like that might come to fruition again.
Well, eventually looks like we do get that opened up. The breach will be performed fine by Lasmo, and there's been a bit of an interesting extension. Unlike when BDS were playing the Azami over by Rafters, Fantasy's playing it relatively conservatively. He's inside of construction right now, and is just trying to help Wizard get away from that extension that he was playing in previously inside of Cash, and as the drones will confirm, already back towards the bomb site.
That drone work is amazing, by the way. They just saw that Cash is free. Now that is a massive, valuable information. It means that they can take half of the map and then start working onto construction and office. With that control, then they can execute onto the bed and start. Oh, this is a huge extension in construction. The frost mat, the 3 Kiba barriers. This is something to problem solve now. And you can see this is the next hurdle to problem solve.
Yeah, this is just what I was talking about. You don't have it in Rafters, which makes that side of the map a little bit quicker to clear, but this is going to take some time. They don't have a Flores. They only have 1 nade left in the pocket of Robbie, so these Kibas will be really tough to deal with.
Lion's going to take matters into his own hands. Robbie using his gadgetry and then taking the engagement. Fantasy doesn't suffer through it whatsoever, and we'll just replug the hole now. A double swing, and here comes the blitz, but there's some help being sent in from Ninjas in Pajamas. Both teams will trade back and forth. Deagle out, as Fantasy has nothing he can do but unleash the sidearm. Robbie shuts him down, but not before Fantasy picks apart P4. The last two remaining players on BDS inside of construction. They have to deal with the Logi hold. They have to deal with the bomb site. Lasmo does hold diffuser, but Robbie will be the one to cover, and he's on borrowed time with just a single point of HP.
Cons and Pino need to not overstep this. They lost the last 2v2 because they got over ego. They were swinging when they didn't need to. You've got to find these drones, but be very cautious in the last 35.
Discipline is the key here. It's important. Either you play for the plant, either you play for the kills. Let's see what they do.
And they have no choice but to reposition. Pino will manage to do that under the watch of that Lion as he sees him walk right in, pivoting over, and Cons will get the final kill. BDS stumbling at the finish line, and despite a spirited effort, it's Nip who takes their own map in the 11th hour or the 12th round.
Bailed out at the end there, and nice patience that does come through. They have some really strong, creative ways to finish that map. Loved that setup from Fantasy on the Azami. Had some really crazy shots in the midst of that round. Then he does just enough, trusting in his teammates to close that out and win their map pick.
He's the real hero here. If it wasn't for him, that construction hold, if he didn't hold against two different players pushing onto him, the Lion first, and then the player on the breach, and then the Blitz itself, he just faced all of that by himself and bought so much time for an IP and 2 kills. He really deserves to win that map.
Yeah, a couple of late round fumbles, maybe too, from the Blitz coming out from Virtue. We saw that Monty ban, how it was affecting him. Super strong in that third quarter, but fell off a little bit at the end.
Well, we've still got at least one more map to go. Does Nip get it done? 2-0, clinching the main stage. We'll find out after this break.
NIP take their own map and are now on map point to make it to playoffs and send BDS home. Now, before this game started, we highlighted certain players over on the side of NIP, and I'm glad we did, because they absolutely delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. So the player that we're going to talk about here is Fantasy. Now, you called him a knight.
I did.
You said he was getting on that chessboard, causing chaos. Now, Fantasy, he started out with a big double kill, but actually the reason he impressed me most was the fact that he was getting the entries. He was getting the most important kills of the round. He wasn't often, providing multi-kills after the first round. Did in that round, but it was the entry kills, it was opening up, it was creating space for his teammates. Even when rounds were not necessarily getting the way of NIP, he was being dynamic. He was the one that was finding that space, and then NIP were capitalizing it, particularly on their attacks.
Yeah, and then we just look at the map. So, I mean, what did I say was going to be the win condition? What did I say the opener was going to have to be, and who's going to be walking away with it?
It was the first kill.
It was those opening kills, and as you can clearly see on the side of NIP, they were walking away with far more of those opening kills. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert some of those early on, but to be fair, I would argue easily NIP could have closed out this series in a lot sooner of a fashion, just due to small mistakes that I don't want to discredit BDS being able to claw some of those rounds back, but it was more so of a lack of NIP of just paying attention to certain details.
I'm frustrated, and I know you want to speak, but I'm frustrated.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at that scoreboard. I'm looking at the scoreboard on the left-hand side of my screen, and it feels like another game where BDS get close, but it shows that when their big firepower, when their Frex, when their Robbies are not popping off, they're losing the game. And it was 5-7. It was so close. There was rounds that they could have brought back, but they're just not quite getting that timing, not quite getting that synergy correct. And it's ultimately cost them, because that was a close game on their opponent's map pick. But it's close, but it's so far as well.
I mean, he called Robbie a major player, right? He needs to show it here as well if they want to stay inside of this event. Now, we're looking at BDS in between these two maps. Of course, it was a close one, right? They almost managed to push it into overtime, but just not quite. We're going to go into Skyscraper, which is BDS's map pick, but we all know once you pick the map, your opponent gets to pick the starting side.
Correct.
And NIP are, of course, going to pick defense. What do BDS need to do in that first half on the attack to get some rounds on the board?
I think this is a little bit nervous now, because they're down 0-1 inside of the best of 3. They're starting on their map pick. Yes, they are good at Skyscraper, but they will start on the unfavorable side, as you just said, and that is attack. What do they need to do? I think first and foremost, their fraggers need to turn up, in terms of Robbie, particularly in terms of frag. Be confident, but when those two guys are off the board, which they were a couple of times in terms of BDS's attacks on Clubhouse, they need to commit to a plan. They need to be doing it together. We saw a couple of times where, Lasmo was baiting out P4, who was baiting out Virtue, who was baiting out Lasmo, and nobody was really the person that was going in and forcing that team play. We need to see that on Skyscraper. Skyscraper's such a small map that when you hesitate, the defenders can move around so quickly and be ready. And we need to not see that from BDS.
Yeah, and then I would say easily on the side of NIP, I think they just keep the foot on the back of their necks and not allow any bit of breathing room for the side of BDS to get comfortable, because like you said, it's a small map.
Yep.
You can't hesitate on it, and we already are seeing how Fantasy himself is playing. He will immediately take that if he is given the opportunity.
All right, we're bringing our casters. We're joined by not just 2, but 3 people over on the side of the H3 once again. Leo, how are you hanging in there over on the other side?
I feel fine. I'm blinking. Please send help.
Okay, is this like a situation like where you blink twice and we need to come get someone to escort you? It's like to get you out.
Parker, he's signaling to them.
I think he's blinking.
Is this Morse code?
I think he's
Can you guys read this? I don't know.
He wanted to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a voluntary thing, of course, but I'm sure you guys are having a great time, and I hope that continues, though. I hope so for BDS, that they can find a way to find themselves back into this game. Otherwise, elimination is on the table for them. I'll send it back to you guys to take it away.
Yeah, NIP has been on this run they sent most of North America home. Now it's Europe's turn to feel like how we feel. Now, it's not just about potentially losing this series, but there's more on the line here for BDS. Big org, big expectations. It was shown at the start that BDS are also fighting for an SI spot in Paris, of all places. You want to be there, you want the org to be there, you want the players to be there. What happens if BDS falls short in this series, not just here, but also for SI?
Yeah, they are definitely playing for both the main stage and that SI chances, right? And the big problem for me is that if BDS doesn't win this, everything then relies on EML finals in Malta. And that's going to be a big problem, because you don't want to only focus on one single competition to maybe have a chance to go to SI. Why is it important? Well, they bear the name of BDS, an organization that has been so successful at Six Invitational, but also across Siege in general. Most importantly, Six Invitational in Paris, when all of the staff is French, when P4 is French, when Lasmo is French, you want that.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too, you've got all this pressure and you've got to go to the most defender-sided map in all of Siege. Skyscraper with an attacking start is going to be a tall task for BDS, but they knew that when they picked this map. They've got to be confident coming into a map like Skyscraper. They'll know their opponents on it. They know what NIP like to do, and frankly, NIP kind of like to lose on this Skyscraper map. A 6-game losing streak, although some really close matches up against W7M at the tail end of Stage 2. So plenty of footage, plenty of VOD work being done, and now we get to see what that preparation looks like.
Yeah, you're going to have a robust mental to start attacking on Skyscraper, knowing that your back is against the wall. BDS have a lot of players who always want to play at the top level. They've tasted success on the main stage before. They did enter this event towards the bottom of the EU depth charts. This is something we said in their very first matchup that you and I casted, Jesse, was that a lot of people have been sleeping on this team. Teams have been sleeping on it, other players have been sleeping on it, some of us as casters have been sleeping on this BDS roster. Now is the time to put the money where your mouth is and beat NIP on this map. It's your map. You've got it all in front of you. It's going to be hard. You do it. Then we go to best of 3.
I mean, we've talked a lot about BDS so far, but a lot of people had those same doubts about NIP, right? We talked about the start of map 1. Not a lot of people had NIP in their top 8. It's been over 2 years since NIP last beat a European team. That was the Atlanta Major when they beat Virtus Pro. Since that, they are 0-3 up against Europeans. They could be about to break that streak right here.
And if you think about it, it's been even a longer time. If you think about how much they've missed those major events, you know, they obviously made EWC, but were first rounded here at that international event. Now is the moment for them to go back on the main stage. That has taken a long, long time. It has taken the replacement of their long-term captain, Psycho, and a long development of that roster. And they're on the verge of it. On the side of VDS, they woke up during those playoffs of EML. They consistently grow. And I think that it would be a shame to put a stop to that growth at this moment. They need to show the glimpses of hope. It needs to be more than Clubhouse and being close to beating NIP. It means beating NIP here on Skyscraper.
Well, the majority of the operator bans have come through, and they are largely focused on the walls. We see Ace and Kaid, no explanation needed there. The Mira as well, often an operator used to keep the walls closed, especially on Skyscraper. And then we get the Monty, the one operator not really focused on that part of the map. And I think given how good Virtue was on the Monty on Clubhouse and how much he frankly struggled on some of those other shields, I really like that ban from NIP.
Amazing push here to get the first kill of Fantasy. That's the opening kill. That's the one player that has been causing a lot of problems on the side of BDS. Now that's completely gone. One of the things that I wanted to mention is BDS able to put their fraggers as the entries. We've seen too many players die, and that was not the fraggers that they wanted. Now Robbie takes his leadership, he takes his ownership of the entry role, gets in with Deimos, gets the kill on Fantasy.
I like that you mentioned Robbie because he was absent through most of that Clubhouse. He was a player whose name we so seldom said. And with his presence on this team and the way that he is capable of playing, he broke double digits in what, 2 of the 3 games that you and I casted, Jesse? You know that he's able to rise up against the best of the best. If obviously has no shortage of fragging potential on their side. Just as we were critical of Robbie, we need to look at Hates' performance in map number 1, but it doesn't really matter what Hates did because NIP ultimately won the map. We don't need to be critical of a player who might not have performed up to expectations when the rest of the team got the job done.
Well, without Fantasy, the pressure gets higher for Cons and Wizard. The other 2 roamers here on the karaoke side of the map, and one of them's got to find some way to get a kill back. With the Deimos down below, Robbie's already done so much good work. They're trying to get a bait kill onto him, but nobody's able to find a shot yet.
Oh, almost getting Wizard. Cons on the run, down goes Freck. That's the Ying off of the board. I didn't hear any Candelas go off, so I do have to wonder if there was any value gained from that objective, or gained from that towards the objective before dying. Now next in line is Hate, still playing off this position inside a drum, staring at that Geisha opening. My goodness, and he gets Lasmo. They knew he was there. Why vault in? There was no double swing. Now the Deimos baiting Cons into a fight on Black Stairs. Expecting yet another. Robbie looking for a triple kill to start things off. Long pronounced action here as it's got Wizard on the run, and he manages to get away at least for now.
As a reminder, the bomb side is Exhibition.
Robbie does find his 3rd. It's a hard-earned kill, but one he gets all the same. And now with 45 seconds, you have to move over to the opposite side of the map.
Still not an easy task, though, as an attacking team, right? You're only in a 1-man advantage, and they are all falling back towards the bomb site as we speak. So for NIP, low time, they can hold some crossfires and hopefully work a couple picks back.
That will to fight is commendable for these guys. They felt that they needed to hold drums as long as possible. They wanted to retake Black Stairs. They wanted to go aggressive. They wanted to put as many obstacles as possible in front of BDS. That now has to come up with 20 seconds and execute that 3v2 perfectly.
I mean, it's still a holdable position for Nip at this point in time, and it will get scrappy. Pino finds one, squares his body away. Out goes the flash. Smart goggles activated. They don't know how close he is. Pino could easily flank around. He'll need to save it as he's the last man standing, and Hates gets the job done as Virtue and P4 both go into the ground. Oh my goodness. Isolated on an island, but Hates is there for added insurance, and Nip start off with a victory.
And that's the problem with Skyscraper, right? You can get the man advantage, but it's not quite enough. You need even more than that for a successful execute, and it's great that Robbie gets those 3 opening picks. He plays fantastic in the early game, but when you're losing Lasmo, when you're losing Freck on the Ying, you mentioned it, Parker, he only got to toss out 1 Candela before going down. That push is still really difficult. Hates, for his part, was still doing site setup right before that push was coming in, but BDS, because they went so slow, Hates was able to make a couple extra angles with the Deagle, able to put down a little bit extra barbed wire. Just let them prepare for that execute, and I felt like BDS maybe needed to go a bit faster for that push.
Either they needed to go faster, either they need to do like on Clubhouse, have a better drone information. If you know that everyone is committing to that aggression all the way down in restaurant on the opposite side of the map, if you know that someone is all the way up Black Stairs here around karaoke and around drums, why is no one committing to the bomb site?
Yeah, that would have worked too.
The bomb site is fully empty. Well, they didn't have that information. And I will say this, I will praise and commend an IP for willing to play and go aggressive as much as possible. They could have given up that drums. They could have went back to the bomb site. And he decided, no, we're going to send all 4 of our remaining players aggressive, take that fight onto BDS.
Yeah.
And that shows that the confidence is still very much there in that jump out. I think it was another show of that.
You know, this is really feeling like our last series. We're still early, but our last series, we saw game 1 won by Furia. Game 2, then they start defense on Skyscraper. They play very aggressive. They heavily commit to a lot of those roams, and it really does pay off for them. They go up with a massive lead in the first half. BDS need to find some way to make sure that doesn't happen again. We saw W7M fall to those problems. BDS needs to be a little bit better at either punishing that roam game or, as you said, Leo, hitting that site.
One thing that was working for them the past round was probably to all attack from the same side, try to work the things together, try to clear the room, all 5 of them together. I do not see that happen right now. They're all spread out around the map. My biggest worry with this, are they stalling? What control do they have right now? Robbie's downstairs with no one to help him, and everyone is still outside. And that's a full minute already spent. And no control whatsoever.
It's hard enough attacking on Skyscraper, but when you're doing it as a team of individuals, and you're battling the clock and you're battling your own coordination, things aren't going to go very well for you.
It's tougher for Robbie too, because he got 3 kills with Deimos, but now there's going to be that mute, and Pino on the roam game is down there sitting on a mute jammer, rotating a bit now, but it makes that Deimos really difficult to find value from.
They've tightened up where these jammers will sit, so when Wizard was running the mute in round number 1, it was far more site-oriented this time around. You can enable off-site play, and it makes it very damning for Robbie to get value out of his gadget.
Now NIP has chosen to go into a turtle setup. No one is playing aggressive here, and they overpick. Now that's a big problem, because if you decide everyone needs to play passive, you give up that roam, you need to play towards those win condition. That needs to be a crossfire, not jumping out into an air jab.
Fantasy's able to get one back onto Lasmo, but he will die very soon after at the hands of Virtue, so now it's a swing from Hates trying to survive, rushing out of his position, but Robbie's still down below and will eagerly grab that kill. Completely blind as Freck and Wizard fighting each other. Wizard taking a second to peel back. He has to swing at this point. Pino's being hounded by that death mark. Wizard is the only question mark on the side of Nip.
Still know kind of where he's at, but his teammate goes down, and now he's got all to do, Parker, in a 1v4.
I don't see how BDS bottled this one at all. Wizard doing some damage, but Robbie, a big round yet again. Is that another 3K for Robbie? You were critical of him. You caster cursed him in the right direction this time.
I think one of the hardest things to do when you're a pro player is choosing to pick the right battles, right?
Yep.
Olha só, de terceira agora a gente vai banir Deimos. Eu quero só a gente jogando avançado, tá ligado? A gente tá jogando pra recuar, mano, a gente não sabe fazer um cruzado. Tipo, a gente tá rodando tambor, sendo que a gente nem tem o pixel do altar ali ainda, pra ficar peitando, entendeu? Tá. Sendo que a gente pode ainda ficar no chá ali, ajudando a meia, entendeu? E a gente não tá fazendo nada disso. Então, mano, vamos jogar, mano, avançado pra peitar. Beleza. Demorou? De terceiro, vamos banir o Deimos lá. Mesmo, e vamos continuar com a ideia de reforçar, por exemplo, agora a gente vai cozinha avançada. Então, mano, talvez ali, mano, seja até bom uma Valk ali, Maguinho. Pra gente ter intel realmente do que eles estão fazendo e ajudar nessa peitada. Demorou?
Beleza.
Na cozinha avançada agora. Então, pro karaokê, a gente faz avançada lá cheio de trap. Tá? E, mano, e vamos peitar em conjunto. Nossa comunicação tá muito ruim ali, mano, do que a gente tá garantindo, do que a gente não tá, entendeu? Só melhorar isso, velho.
Fechou, bora.
Pretty interesting to know what he's saying there. I hope Maria will send us the translation quickly. But one of the things that I picked up was the demos. I think they understand that is a big problem for them. The second thing for me is they pick the right win condition. Play turtle against that setup. The problem is if you play turtle and play passive, why do you go aggressive, right? You're throwing bodies at them, the wrong decision. Exactly what happened on that Clubhouse when they go out of server. Same problem here. If you want to play those, you need a little bit discipline, and that was missing here in that round.
Especially for Cons, he's playing on the smoke. He dies with 3 toxic babes in his pocket when he goes for that swing, and then you feel everybody else on NIP be like, oh shoot, I've got to get a kill back. I've got to play more aggressive. I've got to take more risks because my captain just ran out the doorway into an air jab, and now we're in a disadvantaged state. I think you can start to see the panic a little bit. We're only 2 rounds into this map, and NIP already calling their attack timeouts. You can see just how important it is to have a dominating defensive side. The fact that they already lost 1 attack and want to call that attack.
Maria has translated what was said for us. And the big one is we need information. We need to know how to counter them. Let's bring a Valkyrie. And immediately that's acted upon. So Wizard will bring the operator right off the rip. And then said that NIP are playing too passive a style and not playing their own game. They need to be more aggressive to match BDS. So will we see that acted upon immediately? We know that they've already accomplished one of those goals, which is bring the Valkyrie to the table. So Wizard will run this operator. It should give them intel.
Rush, I think.
And it might just be a push right into the bomb site. You are absolutely correct. It's got them running, and they will hunt down Hates and Pino in this position. Wizard also dies. Fantasy doomed. BDS bringing the intel to them. You don't need to bring a Valkyrie to know where these players are coming from. They're already in the middle of the bomb site. Virtue will get the case down, and Nip is reduced to just Hates, who's the only player yet to get a kill. Frack punishing him, and BDS win 2 attacks on Skyscraper.
Well, the tech timeout goes both ways. When it's given to Lilun, then that's a given round win for BDS afterwards. Why is that interesting? Well, that change of pacing is probably the best call they could have gotten, because they understand that NIP are going to try and play more aggressive. Playing more aggressive means they're going to extend more. If they extend more, there is a gap onto the bomb site, and that can be exploited with a rush. Perfect read onto what NIP had there, and perfect rush to counter that.
I don't think BDS could have come up with a better attack if they were in the attack timeout of NIP and listening to every word that was being said by Dan, the coach of NIP. It felt like they knew exactly what was going to come out. You said it perfectly, Leo. They're playing more aggressive. Let's go fast on and hit the site. And I was a little surprised to see NIP go Barbecue Kitchen, because it is a bomb site that is incredibly susceptible to those rush plays. Because they lost the previous round, they still had the opportunity to go upstairs. They could have taken that choice to play Tea Room Karaoke again. You can see some rushes on Tea Karaoke too, don't get me wrong, but I feel like it's a lot harder to make a rush work on that site compared to Barbecue Kitchen.
Yeah, when you play BDS, you expect their strong suit to be that unit, that step-by-step fundamental good way of playing Siege. But one thing that P4 was well known for all the way back in the French scene is to have those drones pre-placed onto the bomb site, and we will make the call of a rush without hesitation. He will call that because he always have his drone as the agile near the bomb site to kind of see what it is looking like. If it's an extended room, it allows him to call for the right strategy, and here he calls that rush at the perfect timing.
Some really interesting operator bans coming through. We already called it the Deimos being removed. Robbie was so good on that operator, but then the Clash gets banned out, and that's not an operator that we saw NIP play even once through that first quarter. Leo, why do you think they want to get rid of the Clash?
I think it's because we've not seen a full rotation of sites yet, and that, assuming, is a call from the coaches before the match starts. That's probably something that they'd had anticipated was going to be played later on the other bomb site, and they don't want to face that, so they will just go ahead with that.
A little fun fact for everybody here is action happens early. Doesn't matter what operator, I guess, you give Robbie, he's still going to remove you and your head from the server, and Fantasy will figure that one out very quickly. Robbie's still in a prolonged duel now. He's got Wizard on the run. Robbie finds another. They said you needed to be more aggressive. Stop playing so passive. And what does BDS do? They up the ante. They go even more aggro than before, and they are tearing through NIP en route to a flawless round.
Robbie, known hater of fun facts, will not let you get them in.
I didn't get to say my fun fact.
Massive 3K on the Dokumi, though, Parker.
Hold on a second, and that plays into my fun fact. Every single team that has won a round has done so by getting a 3K. In round number 1, Hate's got a 3K, so did Robbie. BDS lose the round. Round number 2, Robbie a 3K, they win the round. Round number 3, Freck a 3K, they win the round. Round number 4, Robbie a 3K, they win the round.
He got 3 triple kills in 4 rounds, that's what you're telling me?
Well, I mean,
the triple.
The triple threat. Triples are best. Triples are good, triples are best. Robbie's got triple kills.
In Canada, the triple just means you like your coffee extremely diluted.
You don't like the coffee. You like cream and sugar at that point, yes.
And I like a Ruby that is hitting those kills. I will be honest, I've said it before and I will say it again, you've got to learn to pick your battles. NIP wants to play aggressive, that's all fine, but play aggressive off of traps. Play aggressive in a situation where you have the advantage of the map, where you have intel to get aggressive. When you can go and double up on that player. Why is Robbie given 3 1v1s? If you want to go aggressive, that's all fine, but let's all do it together. Calculated aggression, based off traps, utility, information, or team play. And that right now is not the case for NIP.
Right before this map started, Parker asked the question to you, Leo, what do you think this map ends? Do you think it goes 2-0? And I think your answer was something like, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's Skyscraper attack. You're not supposed to be able to win big on Sky attacks, but BDS have flipped the script, and I think they're perfectly exploiting what NIP are doing.
I mean, that's been the story of BDS so far at this event, during EML playoffs. They always flip the script. Whenever I feel like they're not going to perform, they perform, and whenever I expect them and praise them on the desk, then they drop the ball. I don't know what to say. The perfect jinxer.
When the going got tough, NIP got going in SA League. Every time they went up against stiff competition, NIP crumbled during stage 2. Now, leave it to North America to make NIP look like they've forgotten that, because now a real region, EU, is showing up and on a map where NIP realistically should have 3 rounds themselves right now. This scoreline should be swamped, but BDS on their own map are winning the inarguably more difficult side. And I honestly think we're setting NIP up to completely collapse here. BDS should run away with this once the side swap comes in, because let's face it, the likelihood of this being an attacker-sided Skyscraper is the same likelihood that all 3 of us are able to understand Portuguese by the end of this series.
Yeah, and then what happens on map 3, right? We get to Lair. You've tossed a game like this, the perfect opportunity for NIP. That's going to start wearing on your mental. Opportunity for all 4 European teams to get top 8 at Munich.
And once again, look at that drone placement. Once again, near the bomb site, perfect information. This is a direct take. They have all the infos that they need. The only thing that I'm waiting to see is that opening kill. Because right now they're stalling hard and they still don't have control.
Should know they can walk out black if they really need to get an extra angle onto that smoke player. With this drone, another one deep in the bomb site as well. They've just got so much info to play off.
And notice the change of pace here. NIP not giving a single opportunity, not taking gunfights. They're playing off of the crossfires and the utility they have on the bomb site. They found out that if they give opening picks to BDS, yes, they will win. But let's just play to the strength of the map.
And they've given every opening pick to BDS. Robbie in particular is 3 of the 4 first bloods, Freck as well. So basically the way it works is if you get opening pick, you get a 3K. That's how it's happened every single round. Fantasy and Wizard on the board first. They were stalling out. BDS had to go, and NIP are ready to greet them every single step of the way.
Perfectly played so far. Geisha control, the only thing they've really managed at this point, but even that's getting traded out. Big 2K from Fantasy.
Exactly like on Clubhouse, and that happens again. If you give BDS a pick, they will take it. If you don't give them anything, then they will spend that utility, but they have 0 control. So you're going to abuse that, and you're going to get the round just based off the map layout.
Yeah, I mean, really tough round to come through there. Nice response from NIP as well. Still in this game, you know, we start singing the praises of NIP, BDS bring it back. Now we start singing the praises of BDS, NIP will bring it back. And I think it all comes down to that chess match you were talking about on Clubhouse, Leo. These teams adapting to each other extremely well. I still think they've got to figure out this drone problem. It's something BDS have done extremely well since the first day of Swiss, and it still feels like an advantage that they have.
I'm wondering if that's the work of all of the staff, thinking of Eden, thinking of Furious, thinking of Lilun, of Helby. They've got an incredibly talented staff that helps them set up the perfect counter strats. Those droning work, that's something that can be easily pre-planned by your staff. When you've got one staff that works so well, it gives you that much of an edge in the matches, and you can really see how much that's been helping before. And the entirety of VDS takes the right decision in attack.
Yeah, Jesse and I brought this up on a previous cast when we saw them, is just how large the support staff is for BDS, right? And Jesse compared it to CAG, who don't even technically have a coach here, right?
Yeah.
So you've got an armada of stats people in the background. There's no reason why things should be happening that surprise you, unless it's the very first time this team is ever pulling it out.
And you can even compare it to the coaching staff of NIP. I mean, BDS, you got these huge names, Laloon, Helby, Eden. On NIP, you got Dan and Bob. Sounds like two guys from the office, but Coach Dan, manager
I got
Bob.
Dan and Bob out back helping me with these.
As a manager, I'm not sure how much Bob is really contributing to the strategic side of the game, right? So it really is just Dan and the team trying to do their best.
When we would hear tactical timeouts from Bob, a lot of it was just motivational.
Yeah.
It wasn't strategic. It was, come on, guys, we can be better than this. You need to wake up. Which every now and then you need, but the strategic depth was definitely missing on the side there. They had Mighty as their coach for a while, if memory serves correctly, and he was able to give them more of a strategic element.
And no, I think we are getting both with Dan. You can see that emotion go through him. Oh, and finally, Fantasy win that opening kill. That was long time awaited. We needed Fantasy step up, and that's it. Is that the first opening kill that NIP is getting in that match?
No, they got an opening blood in the previous round. Fantasy got one there too. But it was a flurry, if you recall. There were 2 very swift kills, 3 kills actually. 3 opening picks for NIP in the previous round before, I think it was P4, the only player who was able to get on the board that round for BDS.
That's Fantasy just getting aggressive. Top black where he finds the first frag onto Freck, and then as soon as he gets that, he's going to rotate back towards his team. They don't need to extend all the way in Karaoke and T. They can start to bring this back. Fantasy just playing outside of drum at the moment, could be hunting for a little bit more.
Impressive how static BDS is still so far, still stalling, still looking for that zone control. 130 left into the round and still don't have control. Robbie is left by himself here taking that gunfight.
Pretty crazy that Robbie and Freck combined for 16 kills. There's only 19 kills across the entire board of BDS. The remaining players all have 1 to their name. It's a real heat sink here. The problem is that if these players are cold and we just can't tell just yet, it will be very bad for them if Robbie goes down in the ensuing fight. And it looks like we might have actually early action with 1 minute and 10 seconds still on the clock. Right now just languishing outside of this breach. Cons takes down Virtue. There goes the Lion. There was 1 EE1D that I think I heard. So you're going to be starved of that utility, and Fantasy swings. Logic bombs will go off. P4 is no more. Robbie's still on the board, which bodes well for BDS, but that's about the only bright spot at this point in time.
Glad to see that confidence from Fantasy. Game coming back to the bomb site, having more of that impact. We saw it from Cons too. Now Robbie needs to be able to link up with Lasmu, but they're so far apart.
And there goes Robbie, a flawless round for Ninjas in Pajamas. No, Lasmo says goodbye to Cons, and he also gets Fantasy slapping the taste out of his mouth on the door. Still playing off his position with 25 seconds. It was a triple kill for Fantasy on this round before he was shut down. Now it falls on the remaining players of NIP, and they've got the crosses held. They've got the protection of the bomb sites. A tie game looking most likely swapping sides, which is still good for BDS. Wizard will send us away to the second half. 3-3, no team closer to a result.
I'm just wondering, 3 rounds, is it enough for NIP to really go on the attack side and feel confident they can take it? Because it's such a defender-sided map that a 3-3 split, you're not going to be happy about that when you start a defense. I think they figured out the right things, though. They were giving up way too many early picks by playing too aggressive. When they started playing a little bit slower and then played the aggression at the right timing, that's when it started to work. It just took a little bit too long to figure out.
I'm brought back to a conversation you and I were having before this map, Leo, and how after the group stage of SAL this time, we saw NIP as the #1 rated defensive team in the world. They were so strong on those defenses. And then they got to playoffs and they had a couple of stumbles in the best of 3. They lost to some teams that maybe they shouldn't have. They had some really close games. That defensive rating started to dip down and down and down to a point where it's now more or less, it's still high, but it's in the mix of what we tend to expect from these top-level teams at the major. Now we have to see them performing on the offensive side. You're going to look to guys like Fantasy, who have been extremely good on the attacking entry, but also at times inconsistent. Guys like Wizard as well, who can play that kind of flex support role on the attack, but still position themselves to get all of those kills. Wizard in particular, the highest rated attacking player on this team, a 114 KDR through the Munich major
and
on attack.
He's right back on the shields, right back on that blitz. That helped them so much on Clubhouse. Get as much control as possible and basically create movement for Fantasy to punish players and get an opening kill. Now, Skyscraper plays completely differently. Such a small, crowded map with crossfires everywhere. The shields can be inefficient to a certain amount of point, but also so viable to break those crossfires. We'll see how they're going to play it.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Couple of electricity bands coming through as we tend to expect. And then once again, the Monty and Ying, couple of important operators that do get removed. Same ops that we saw being banned out on Clubhouse too. Very different circumstances, but can still be really effective. A little bit more common to see the Ying banned out here on Sky.
Let's see how the Shield of Cons works as he's very quick. Oh, he actually just got a good spot on one of those defenders. I think that was Freck that he saw. Now over on house side, very typical to clear out the other side of the map first. That's where the focus will be, but Nip are spread out very effectively, and Lasmo dies first. What is this action? Wizard with 2 very quick kills on both Lasmo and P4.
I think that was a jump out from jungle side, trying to play aggressive over this the roam clear, I think. And that Blitz was, again, completely standing alone on the exhibition side with no one to support him. So the shield, who was supposed to be the first one in the building, ends up being the last. And the 2 entries kills that they're getting is on the back of Fino getting aggressed on.
Yeah, it was a double jump out. Lasmu outside of Geisha, and then outside of Terrace went P4. So really nice little play. More players out the building.
I was going to say, they still have good utility on the side of Nip too, so they got those kills without expending very much. Yes, you lost your Heart Breacher, that's rough. But you'll have both Logic Bombs, you have your flashes, you have your smokes, you've got all the utility on the Grim as well that's now all been used. Look at that trail all down the hallway. That'll be a rough go of it for the defenders, but BDS not taking any of these advances. Wizard shredded by Robbie on the Solus, 11 kills, Khan's getting Diffuser down. This cross still being held by Fantasy, as that's a mag dump from the P90. Still a really good spot from Fantasy to grab them. Hates is there to take 2 out of the equation, and it's all up to Freck. Nip looking for the advantage, and it seems like we actually do have an attacker side at Skyscraper. What is going on?
And once again, it's on the back of the defense trying to do too much. If you see that, why do you need to double jump out there?
Yeah.
Is it worth the risk? You see NIP stalling on your extended room on the exhibition side. Do you really need to jump out and play aggressive here? Not really. The defense is so strong, you can play in, stall time, go back slowly, and you will be able to play off of the map.
A really good punish from NIP too, though, to wait for that, to recognize that it might come through. It's Wizard who gets those first 2 opening kills, and I did just say he's been NIP's best attacking player through this tournament so far. And of the 4 maps that NIP have won at this event prior to today, he was the MVP, the highest EPS player in 3 of them. His consistency in the winning games has been massive for NIP. Recently, we've seen guys like Fantasy, I think, step up a little bit more. Khans as well in that last game having some big moments, but Wizard has been the rock of this event. And if he keeps playing like that, keeps watching for those moments, that could be a huge deal for this team.
And no big surprise here to see BDS go back exactly to the same bomb site, picking exactly the same operators. They understand. We did not play to the real win condition of that strategy, and we need to be better. And so that's why they run it again. They understood that NIP was struggling to problem solve that. On their side, see the adaptation from Khans, bringing double hard bridge, do the KD, no more shields. Maybe this is going to be a direct take, and completely ignoring of that extension.
Like that read from NIP, understanding that this is going to be a bit of a different look despite the same operators. We shouldn't expect to see those big jump outs. Still the same positions, Lasmu still in Geisha, P4 still in Terrace, but you just don't have to play quite as aggressive.
Reminder for people watching the stakes of this matchup. Winner goes to the main stage and will be our second last team to play in that top 8. The loser will go home. Ninjas in Pajamas has been on this heroic bottom of the bracket run, knocking out both Space Station and Shopify Rebellion. BDS soared high early on, but have come back down to earth. Only one of them can make main stage. And if NIP make it, that would mean the only Brazilian team that would fail to qualify would have done so at the hands of another Brazilian team. Once again, a very dominant performance from this region.
2 Selmas tossed out, both of them impact tricked, so they don't have any way to enter in through the VIP wall nor the office wall. It makes this clear a little bit awkward now if you're an NIP fan. They actually start to rotate some players away and decide, okay, we've got our angles, we put some pressure on, but we need to focus on Geisha, worry about other parts of the map.
Khans carrying the diffuser all the way on that other side, and still as isolated as he was on the blitz, no one really helping him. And the same issue that we saw from BDS, they're trying to have multiple pressure points, but that quickly can turn into you stalling. And if you do not get a single ground, then nothing is achieved. At 113 to the round, you can see no one gets control, everyone is still outside, and that is going to be a big problem comes the lower end of the round.
Yeah, with that time waste too, the BDS players are happy with the roam game that they have achieved. They've now fallen off, so great that you've cleared that out. We do see Freck sticking around a little bit inside a trophy. He's the one guy who didn't retreat back to site. If he gets a pick, that'll be huge.
Everybody's still alive with a little bit over a minute to go. One of the sluggish rounds that we have seen. That's just what attacking on Skyscraper can be like. Remember, this is still a defender fortress for the most part, and Freck will get pick number 1 as Hates tried to creep up all alone on the house stairs. A nice snap back from Khans as he reads into P4 perfectly, but they still don't know that Freck is in this position, do they?
I think he's expecting it, but the 1v1 is so close here. Oh, what a play from Cons. Honestly, if they bring that round back, it's solely thanks to him. Nothing. They were stalling. They had 1 minute. He gets that double kill.
I mean, you get P4 in that position, that frees up half the map for you. Now somebody has to take up space over there. It might be Robbie, the one to do just that.
And now they can start working on the execute. Cons will then spend his outreach or trying to go into karaoke, or into T rather. They're going to play for the plant.
Do they know that Virtue's in this position? Down below, the Solus will shake him off of his spot. Khan's now taking an awful lot of damage. Lasmo dies. Robbie cannot be left in a position all by his lonesome. They will need to retrieve the diffuser. Where is Nip? Fantasy picks it up. Virtue now looking for the flank. Guns down Wizard. He's off to the races. He misses his shots. Pino eliminates Robbie, and it's Virtue to try to clutch this one out.
Wow.
But Khans does it all himself. 3 kills, cracking the round open and then sealing the deal.
That is a ridiculous round. You've got the Solus down below, stops the plant once, then it gets downed, and he can't think that he can find one of those players, but they still managed to pick it up at the last second and start that plant.
We had our first round, we tried a run out, we didn't get the advantage off of it. Here we stayed split, we got picked by one, no refraggable position, not that much. Let's group up more, okay? Let's group up, don't overdo anything, we don't need to play aggressive early round. That's what they're looking for, they're hoping that we're gonna do that because they're so shit at the map, and it's a map that's difficult to attack as well, okay? So let's group up more, play those late round, look at those strong positions, crossfires, refraggable position, and let's bring the energy back. Don't let this bring you down, Rob, okay? Like, we got this, okay?
Yep.
We got this, guys.
Oh, it's just the only thing. We just make sure we have crossfire. Like, the defense we lose is because just we let them play 1v1s. If you want to stay on your position, call okay, but let's go fist. Call okay, but.
I think it's exactly the right call from before, by the way, and we mentioned it before, right? For both of these teams, by the way, in defense, playing too aggressive, trying to do too much. They so much need that win that they're trying too much and too hard to get it. When in fact, it's a little bit simpler, like Lilun said, play into the late round, play into the time. And you've got to praise an IP on this, by the way. The end here. So Khans getting those double kill, completely crazy. That sets them back onto the right way. Then they go for the execute. What was impressive to see, the diffuser being spent all the way on top of the table so that it's safe from Solis. And then you have 2 players. One, Pino, watches the main stairs on Hibana. The other, Hates, watches the black stairs. In that way, they know that the 2 players that were downstairs are being watched with a flank watch, and the other can plant safely. To be able to come up with that in, what, 10 seconds with an IP, it just goes to show, once again, that natural chemistry is amazing on that roster.
It's a really difficult push to pull through. I think even after Khans gets those couple of kills, because the time is just so ridiculously tough. BDS hoping to rein things in a little bit, and we got a great call in from Laloon there, great tap timeout, and we start to hear a little bit.
Oh, no need to play aggressive, Frank, and he goes for the spawn kill.
Sometimes it's okay to not listen to your coach.
Did you see him give the shh to the camera right after? Dusting them off, and of all the players to get right off the rip, it's Fantasy. We do have a rarity, though, and I hate to be so basic, but I'm letting you guys take the harder analysis here. Fantasy and Hates are both overperforming right now, or performing well at the same time. This is something you don't see all that frequently with this roster. Again, just because of the way that they play, you either have Fantasy doing well or Hates doing well. But they're both fragging out.
Feeling really good about the position that they're in. Up now 2 attacks in this second half up against BDS. Pressure is on BDS to change the play style. That's what the whole attack timeout was about. And again, we've got some aggressive moves that are still seemingly happening. We've got that run out. Of course, the Clash is going to be constantly feeding information. Specific note about Robbie was that Laloon wanted to calm him down in particular at the end of that attack timeout. He got the triple to start off this game. 3 3Ks, only 2 since.
Off to the races, Wizard and Pino toppled BDS, showing good confidence. Hates the only player who's been able to do anything through this round. He and Khans in a fight for their lives now in the midst of this bomb site. Khans takes one down, but before being confronted by the Clash, shaken off of his position by Lasmo, and back to the drawing board. Nip will go. They've still got half the round to problem solve this, and they picked up the case in the process. Good news, though, if there's 2 players you want to rely on in this moment for Nip, hard-pressed to find 2 better than Khans and Hates.
I don't see a world where BDS loses this. They've got the Clash to take information on those 2 players. They are almost 1 HP. A single bullet will send them down. It's going to be a really tough one for an IP to crack. I think that they're really getting hard punished by that initial pick from Frek, and I think Frek needed that kind of confidence. As you heard Lilun mention it, they need that. They need that mental to be with them.
Hates just trying to buy time now as he knows there's going to be one pushing from over towards Dragon's side. Freck and P4 will shut the door. No comeback potential here for Nip despite a valiant effort. And you saw no way that BDS was going to lose that, and you were absolutely correct.
Huge round from Freck coming through.
You're not
there.
who I was talking to.
Well, did you want him to respond?
Oh my goodness.
I'm just letting him glaze me. I was right, and I just it changes
you know
of
what?
having
I was
Jack.
going to glaze him too. I was going to glaze him too.
You were going to glaze me or Leo?
Mom, stop fighting,
Come on
please.
now. No, because Leo said, I mean, it's a big point for Freck to get back in with a spawn peak. And I was going to say, I have to agree 100% because Freck has not had a very good tournament. He's -11 coming into this game here in Munich. And a lot of those struggles particularly were coming on the defensive side. He actually has an even KD when you look at his attacking stats.
The small shots.
-11 directly on the defense to start off with the spawn peak and then get a couple of more really important kills in that round, I think is huge for the mental to get this team back in it.
Yeah, now it's going to be a tough one because if I'm not wrong, we've gone through many different rotations of bomb site. They will have to go on one of the weakest one, which will be Kitchen. Now, that is a real test because if they lose that one, NIP is on match point. BDS needs to have that mental pressure on them. 2 match points to save if they lose that round. It's really important. It's either you put NIP on match point, either you go back and it's 5-5 and you are still on the stronger side.
At the same point, there's pressure for NIP too, though, right? Because while you did start off with 2 good attacks, nobody's going to take that away from them. This is supposed to be the easy bomb site. If you fail to get this attacking round win, now you've given BDS momentum. They don't have to go back to that bomb site to finish out this game. They can play top floor back-to-back to win this out. And we start looking at a game that is almost certainly headed into overtime, if not a 7-5 win for BDS.
Both teams have used their timeouts as well, so you're just going to have to troubleshoot this live. You won't have any opportunity to talk amongst yourselves unless you can't bring the coach in, but you could do one of those sit on the roof timeouts. I suppose that's the best you're gonna get.
I'm waiting to see the kind of takes that they will do. I love what BDS did last time, trying to really make use of the ground floor and then go for the site really quickly. I thought that was the right call. Now we see the same extension on the side of BDS, but a very different take from NIP. They completely gave up that shield, which I thought was their main crutch to get some attack rounds. They need that gun up. I think they want to get that opening kill. They want to have that upper end in man advantage, and that goes to show that they're thinking most of this action will take place around the fragging power.
Yeah, we got 4 players roaming around the top floor, 3 as Robbie rotates back down those house stairs. So there are going to be a lot of hunting players on the side of NIP who are hungry to get these opening picks. Robbie very much by himself. If he goes down, you kind of go back to that timeout from Laloon.
He's feeling that confidence to play the Solace. He's going to be the win condition, the hidden win condition for BDS to go back towards the bomb site when the execution happens. And in the meantime, he goes for the aggression, gets it. That's the Robbie that we want. That's the Robbie that they needed. They needed a strong fragger to go aggressive and contend with Fantasy.
This is his 3rd time playing Solus on a bomb site, but this is the first time that the bomb site is on the same floor that he's going to play under. And last time he was isolated by Nip and did not really have much of an impact on either of those top floor attacks. Now you can see exactly what he's able to do, and it might just knock Nip off stride by taking Hates out of action.
Yeah, they've kind of given up on clearing him now. They know he's too dangerous. They want to focus on these players in our T room because if they don't, the time is just going to get away from them. But this is also a tough task. You see the Kiva Bears being tossed out. You see the Geisha wall still needing to be opened up. There's a lot still in the checklist for NIP.
It's going to be a rough thing to break here. The drums crossfire, the Geisha, you need to get all of this control.
You just walk right into the site. I mean, I guess at this point, you've got to go for broke. Virtue with the only kill on the side of BDS. Nip with a numbers disadvantage at this point in time. Freck is down. Fantasy and Hates are the 2 that are gone, and those are your 2 primary fraggers, so you need an insurance policy, and they have found it. Now it's Nip with this numbers advantage. All of a sudden, BDS has been reduced to P4 and Robbie. That means Robbie will have to get corralled back towards the bomb site. He's already worked his way now over towards B. He and P4 will stand against Nip. And you said the weaker bomb site. Nip need to bail themselves out of this. 15 seconds, down goes P4. Caught rotating back in. Robbie the savior, 13 kills, but Wizard and Cons will move Nip to match point.
That is a mental crusher, by the way. BDS had that round in their hands. They chose to fight on that top floor. They could have given it up. They had a safe way back to the bomb site through the dark stairs. They chose instead to stay there in Geisha from a 5v3. You see then the entirety of NIP collapse, and the 3 last players become into a 3v2. They went from a 3v5 to a 3v2. That's insane. And then there, the most important thing, 20 seconds left, and they need to attack in a 3v2. We saw that BDS in attack going through the same thing. What they do, 1v1v1, and they lose that. When you saw NIP do it, it's a 3v1 onto the last remaining player on the bomb site, isolating that pick, playing up that man advantage, and they go a 3v1 onto one of the anchor, a 3v1 on the last remaining anchor. That's the difference between BDS and NIP right now. One is a cohesive unit that knows how to turn around, and the other one is just giving them up.
It's a game of 3Ks on Skyscraper. Another one comes through from Wizard, who again, since the side swap, has been absolutely amazing for NIP, and he's doing it on the Grim. I think his utility has been so incredible. They could ban him out, but they don't have any more bans left.
8 3Ks so far through this game. Round 1 had Hates and Robbie. Round 2 was just Robbie. Round 3 was Freck. Round 4 was Robbie. Fantasy on round 6. Cons on round 8. Wizard on round 10. So not only is this happening, but it's happening with almost half of the server at this point.
And I remember you, Parker, saying something about an attacker's side at Skyscraper. Can you tell me how many attacks were won in that match?
So far, 6 attacking rounds.
Jeez.
So we're looking at an attacker's side at Skyscraper.
If you're BDS, you're sweating at that point.
I think the pressure is there. We mentioned it. I think the last round was a critical one, and to lose it the way they did, BDS needs a strong mantle. They had it in their hands. It's the most important one that has just put NIP onto match point. That is a really, really hard one to lose.
A very frag-heavy lineup from NIP as well. First Finka that we're going to see here alongside a Glaz. Obviously, you've got Cons on the shield, and Cons is leveled up now to the point where he's sitting at 7-7. Everybody doing a pretty good job in terms of offense on NIP, except for Pino, but that's not the way he's been played so far. Freck will start things off with a Nitro Cell, killing Wizard. And the advantage right now goes for the defender, something we haven't been saying, as you just pointed out, that much on this map.
Very patient from NIP. They're waiting for a swing, but it's not come so far. BD has an extremely aggressive defensive side, but so far this has been much more passive.
They're about to go in. I think they really want to get this roamer down. They want to get the opening kill again. And that player is stuck, and that's a perfect crossfire from the two. One from Dragon, one from the top of statue.
Khan's looking to exploit a weakness here. He only finds a single kill before Freck will show him the door. Freck getting every kill except for Pino. Issuing a correction. He's got all of them. Freck with all 5 kills and ace to keep BDS in this, and they will survive at least one more round.
It's not been the best tournament, Parker, but that makes up for it all. The most important round maybe that he has played in his entire career. Up against Series Point, you lose that, you're going home. Freck's not going anywhere at this event.
Give that man an SMG-11 and an Aria to hold as a roamer, and he will do so and get an ace. That's the Freck that we've known, being one of the best player of EML coming into this major. We're waiting to see him pop up, and that's it. Finally, when it most matters, because as a reminder, if BDS loses this, their SI chances drop drastically. They will only rely on the EML finals to maybe make 6 Invitational in Paris. He knows they desperately need that win to go on to Lair.
Been a big year for Freck. He actually had a hand injury that was happening to him. He had some strain in his wrist that was really affecting him earlier on in this season. I know it's something that he was quite concerned about. Did a great interview with Ann where he talked a little bit about it. That's up on the R6 Esports YouTube channel. You wouldn't know it by looking at him play today.
And those are the stats you referenced, Leo.
From losing, they would got 13% chances of making it to SI. They would have a much better chance, 60% if they win. This is very, very important for both of these rosters, but mostly important for BDS.
If NIP lose, they still have a better chance than if BDS wins.
Yeah.
And I mean, now granted, when you're here at this event, your focus is on the event. That's primary focus number 1. But SI is the event. Every single player who plays this game will tell you that their goal is to lift the hammer one day.
Even most importantly, when you wear the name of BDS, when that org is French-speaking, when so much of this staff is French-speaking, when these guys, all they dream about has been to play at the biggest event ever put up in Paris, in their home turf, you know, in their nation, with a French crowd. They really want to be there. It would mean a lot to lose today because that just diminishes their chances by so much.
There's so much that could be going through the heads of BDS right now, but it has to be focused on this round. You lose here, none of it matters. You've got to find a way to break this defensive side, and this was strong, right, for BDS. They managed to get this defensive win last time, but it was with the clash. Lazmoon doesn't have that anymore. It gets banned out, so he's got to go to the Warden instead.
Already hear an air jab get hit. I don't know if that was a potential run out or opening getting near a window here, but already some information from BDS, and that's Nip aggression that is handled very well by these anti-flank ops.
And a classic NIP take. You see, once again, you're gonna see Fantasy, Cons, the Gridlock, and the Nomad to watch the flanks. A slow, steady take, fundamentally playing around the Blitz here, played by Wizard. This is a direct take onto the exhibition bomb site. Now, 130 left, and they still haven't got ground. They only have downstairs. That bug needs to start making vert, and they need to punish that movement with a little bit more control over the map.
Yeah, and as you say, that Hate started to swap to his gadgets, moved off of it now. Here comes some of the work at an angle onto P4, but whiffing his shots is Fantasy. Uh-oh.
They plugged the hole. Virtue was close enough by as well, and they'll go for it yet again. Fantasy not taking any damage here, though, looking to deal with P4 in this spot. Again, they scouted Virtue early, playing over by that spot, and now he'll rush out. He's greeted by Fantasy. Aggression from BDS is not particularly strong, and Nitro Cell will go. Lasmo gets the shot, looking for a second. The guns on BDS now working their magic. And now it's Nip with their back against the wall. BDS with a numbers advantage of 1. Pino needs to be very wary of Terrace. 35 seconds to go. Inside the site, down goes Lasmo. Robbie trades back, looking for his own 3K, as he's gotten so many this time around. 15 kills for Robbie. Freck in lockstep with 14. Khan's finding an opportunity, potentially, as he plays around the bomb chassis. There's players on his left and his right. Freck and P4 with the kills to send us to OT, and the defenders might have something to say about our anti-defense slander just a few rounds ago.
Oh, I was not breathing there. I forgot to breathe. The tension was so high. I mean, if you needed a proof that Siege is close quarter combat, that was insane. The entirety of the 3 minutes played around just one side of the map. In the end, I think BDS understand the win condition. If we play to the time, if we play to the strength of the utility and of the layout of the map, we know that NIP doesn't find solutions easily. They cannot problem solve. I mean, put in their own words, Liloon said that NIP would struggle a little bit on that map, and that Skyscraper was a map where attacking is kind of hard, and I think they really understand that's what they need to abuse. They've got OT defense now, Jesse.
Yeah, exactly. That's where things really start to turn around, and I touched briefly on Lasmo's operator. The fact that they banned his clash forced him to switch his operator. He goes to the Warden, and I think it's the most important kill in that round. The fact that he stops Wizard from jumping in on that blitz, making space inside of Exhibition, changed the entire round, because if he doesn't get killed there, all of a sudden he's running through your sight, he's blinding you, he's getting some free picks. Sure, they get the trade back, they get the vert kill, which is great for the buck, but it's way too late.
Yeah, that Bliss, if it gets into the bomb site, you lose the round 100%. That's utter chaos, and you cannot get rid of him. That was super important kill, and goes to show that even though Freck and Ruby are the two main fraggers on that roster, Lasmo can still step up and get the important kills.
So what happens here? Both sides 3-3, defenders, attackers, no advantage whatsoever. Nip has the opportunity to attack twice, BDS will defend twice.
I will double down on your take. I will say that defense is still the strongest side, and I will say that I think that both teams have had an entirety of 12 rounds to really figure out what was the win condition. And I think so far it's been time. Time has been the win condition. Now that it's very clear, you will see those turtles set up, and you see the entirety of BDS not going for spawn picks anymore, not going too aggressive in attack, or in defense, sorry. They understand. Here, man advantage is the solution.
There's only one thing I disagree with you on. It wasn't me who said this was a defender-sided map. I stand on the shoulders of smarter men, and both of you backed up that it was a defender-sided map.
I agree with myself.
I'm just stealing your talking points, that's it.
Still feels like it could be, but NIP know they've got to do something to flip that narrative. They've got to do something different. That's why we're seeing the sends come out from Pino for the very first time here in overtime, and they're not going for the same direct site. Instead, this is going to be a Geisha side over clear where they open this part of the map, they get T karaoke, and they hopefully get some big picks on these roamers.
And good luck to them. I mean, if you watch, all 4 players of BDS are completely off site. No, almost no one is on site right now. They're committing to this roam and will now just go away. But as one goes away, everyone needs to go back to the bomb site. That's really important. If one stays stuck into Geisha, then that's an easy target. Robbie, Freck on 30 kills. They are the one holding this roam here.
And they've got their eyes set on that gold portion as Robbie now finds himself losing coverage in this Geisha hallway, staring into karaoke. And he'll take some damage from Geisha without really knowing where to go next. He's got sights on Black Stairs, but he's trapped in this corner. Will have to fight his way out. Virtue goes down. That wasn't the intended target. Robbie will follow shortly thereafter. Nip sinking their teeth into these players off site and coming out with a 2-run advantage.
It's exactly what we mentioned. I said if the guys are just moving away back to the bomb site, that Geisha player is going to be isolated. Exactly what happened. Robbie dies there without any support. If you fall back, everyone falls back together. That's basic fundamental siege, and they get punished because of that.
Pressure's on BDS now, 3 players. Someone's got to do something to get that man advantage back. They're going to rotate back to the site and can play their positions. 2 Nitro Cells as well, gone down to 1 as Freck tosses out his. It's pre-placed at the moment. They've got to find a pick.
They were just swinging, scouting for information. Hates a little bit too belated and could have capitalized to make the numbers for Ninjas in Pajamas even better. They'll have to let the Blitz walk up, but the problem is that Cons is low on HP. Nitro Cell caught by Hates. They will tear through. Suddenly, the kill feed all blue, and it's Pino in a 1v2. He gets 1 now against Lasmo. Diffuser's been dropped. Pino will have to do this all himself. What intel is there to play off of? SMG in hand, but it's against a DMR, and Lasmo wins it. Oh my goodness, BDS take the lead in OT. Map 3 looking most certain at this point.
Around 13, 1v1. One of the youngest players in Siege. The rookie coming through, Lasmo from BDS, up against the veteran, the world champion Pino in the 1v1. But experience is not always the main takeaway. Big play coming out from Lasmo, the only person who was never on that Geisha side roam.
And once again, 2 rounds in a row, Lasmo on that Warden gets the most important kills. The 3 players on the side of BDS in that 3v5 abuse the strength of the bomb site, get the peaks that they needed. And that's the same problem NIP has been facing and BDS have been facing in the late round, trying to execute and break apart that bomb site. The layering of that utility is just too strong, and even if you've got a strong man advantage, you cannot get the trades going and you lose that round.
And that's honestly what Lasmo does best. You think about these young players, and they're often aggressive entries, big roamers. Lasmo's always been a late round player. Only a 6% entry participation here at the Munich Major. That's 3rd lowest in the tournament, only ahead of DD and Surf. His ability to constantly find value late into the round after his teammates have either given him a slight advantage or maybe died and put him in a rough spot, always able to stand up and make that impact has been really impressive. Not a positive KD in this game, but the kills he's gotten have been ridiculously impactful.
And I think now is the best timing to really praise the scouting of BDS, of Fliloon and the ETA staff when they started building that roster. If you look at Freck, if you look at Robbie, they didn't pay any buyout. They went and picked the best 3 agents that were available in email. And look at that level, 32 kills, the 2 of them. Some of the best fraggers in Europe, spotted, scouted, brought onto BDS and made it work from a roster that had many doubting, and me included. I think that they're trying to prove that the mantle is there, that that team really gelled together, and maybe, just maybe, can take NIP onto a 3rd map.
NIP have lost 4 of the last 5 rounds that we've played on Skyscraper. They need to get back into the mental that they had towards the end of their defenses. It's been a while since they've played this side. They're going to go Office Exhibition, the same bomb site that they were able to win at the very end of that first half. Hopefully they can try to convert something to push this into a 15th round.
They're not facing the same problems NIP is facing. They're on attack. They have to problem solve this bomb site. Exact same bomb site they just faced when they were in defense at the exhibition. Now, same theory, right? This is going to be a direct take. We're going to use the Yings and the Blitz to go and flood the bomb site, abusing the smoke grenades and the glass on P4. Is that going to be enough? The same problem holds. There is no ground control. It's sheer utility, the bug downstairs, and the 1, 2, 3 execute. And then after that, you pray you get the kills.
Can't languish too long at this point in time. No damage really been done as P4 now absorbs an awful lot of it right as I speak. Out go the smokes, and this glass will be so oppressive to deal with as he creeps up, but he's kind of lost himself at this point in time, and they know his position due to the Malusi Banshee. Hates with the first one, but suddenly BDS is sweeping Nip out of the bomb site. Diffuser almost went down, but Virtue decides against it. It's all up to Cons now to play ring around the rosy, engaging with Lasmo, shooting through the soft wall. It's a messy one, but BDS is persevering. It's up to Wizard to clutch. The shield is up. Robbie on 16 kills, Freck on 18. It looks like Nip has lost the plot, and it certainly looks like we will need Lair. So Wizard plays around this position. Diffuser continuing to work against them. Wizard looking for an opening, yet to find something. They'll throw the Nitro cell out, pushing in. The shield will see him first, and now the call is made to the remaining players on the side of BDS. Wizard has to make a move quickly. He will surely not have time to deal with 3 players and the case, and they're about to run out of it. Kills be damned. Virtue will get it, but the timer had already given BDS a lifeline, a 3rd map in the books, as BDS pull off an improbable comeback and send us all the way.
You talk about mental resilience there. So good from BDS to stay locked in, start to finish. It's not an easy game, but it's enough to lock it down.
We got one more map. Let's waste no time. We'll see you for Lair on the other side of this break.
What a barn burner of a series we are being treated to here. BDS tied the series up 1-1. They keep themselves alive in the tournament, and it was close. Very close, but I am glad to see that the two players that we asked for to really step it up this series actually made it work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said it best. You know, this is a team that is comprised of very talented players, but we haven't seen some of these talented players be able to come alive as of recently. But Robbie and Freck absolutely popping off this game and was a big reason as to why they were able to keep their heads above the water, especially Robbie's performance, similar to what we saw at the Montreal Major, being the top 3 rated player. This is the type of performance we need. But again, it goes to your biggest question is now we're going into a map 3. We can't always rely on
Yeah,
this.
it's the same old problem with BDS is when they put in these big performances, you are absolutely loving it for these front two, but you don't want to be relying on it. You want to see a full team performance. And what I will say in terms of the team performance from a BDS perspective, they started out super strong in their attacks. They then went down 4-6, as you can see here. And when do you need him? Freck, he appears, gets a huge big ace to get his team back over the line. For me, that shows a level of maturity. It shows the level of mental fortitude. It shows progression for this team, and it gives me so much confidence going into map 3 for this team.
I love this as well. I mean, of course, we're talking about momentum, right? And we're looking at that, the way to push it into overtime. I feel like those big moments there really gave them that momentum to really push it through the line in overtime.
Can I just say, I hecking love Skyscraper as a map. It is my favorite map in the entire pool by far. It doesn't get played much in best of ones because it is so defender-sided, but both of these teams, they managed to make it look attacker-sided today.
Oh, listen, I know you talk about you're very confident of them going into this map 3, but again, you have to look at that scoreline. Freck dropping 18, Robbie dropping 16, the highest underneath.
You've got to admit, they are cold with it.
They're nasty with it, but again, you have to then look at the side of NIP. Yes, it was an 8-6 victory, but on NIP side, everyone is relatively close to one another, and that's been the consistency across the board with NIP. So when we're getting into the third map, it's a big question. Are we going to see this taper off?
I mean, that is the big question, right? It is insane to think that it comes down to essentially just a best of one between these two teams to decide who makes it to playoffs and who goes home on this final day just before that oh so important playoffs. Now, looking at Lair, as it is going to be our decider, how do we think Lair is going to go playstyle-wise? Who might have the better cards going into it? Please.
Well, I think Lair plays out very similar to Clubhouse. It's very breach-heavy in terms of the bans, the way it plays, the set executes, the particular plant spots. You know, there are only a few across the map on the attack. So it's who can manage that the best. If we say it's similar to Clubhouse, Nip won that, but it was close. When we're inside of a best of 3, you've also got to consider momentum that's currently with BDS.
And we also have to look at that momentum. They're going to be starting on attack where NIP is going to be starting on defense. They're going to find comfort. And if NIP is anyone going to be resilient, you can also look back at their game versus SSG where they would send SSG home in a 7-0 very convincing fashion. And when you just even look at the history of both these teams playing on this map, by far, I would definitely say SAL as a whole plays Lair far more, understands the map far better. And again, NIP in a position now to be comfortable being on that defensive side. I think that momentum shift can easily change by a couple rounds.
What we're saying is, stylistically, it sits with NIP, but momentum sits with BDS.
Ooh, I like that. That's a good way of putting it. Well, we're going to go find out. I wish we could talk so much more about this, but we'll let the game do the talking for us here, though. One map says between these two, only one can survive in the tournament. Lair will give us all the answers.
Yeah, we're very excited to see a final map in this best of 3. Just from what we saw of the players in between the games, it looks like BDS is is pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, the first thing that came to my mind was relieved. I looked at them and they were all like breathing, and you see Liloon finally breathing again. And then I walked past their locker room as they were prepping this game, and the spirits were high. They were cracking jokes. P4 was super happy overall about having won that map. I don't think they really expected to be able to pull it off, and they did so. And so they feel really like a miracle has happened, and they can maybe make it to the main stage.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot of momentum pulled through from that second map. They need that high from Skyscraper to carry on into Lair, because there's a fair number of things working against them in this final decider matchup. They're on Lair, which is a map they have a 3-game losing streak on in the EML, falling to Falcons, G2, and Secret. 3 good teams, but losses nonetheless here on this map. They also have a 3-game losing streak against Brazilian teams. Back at Reload, they lost 3 games, FaZe, Furia, and Loud. Now this is a different team they're going up against. Nobody's going to doubt that, but still the pressure is high for BDS. SI on the line, major finals on the line, top 8, all so important.
I will counterpoint that because I'm the EML chill here, and I will say this, for BDS to be able to take all 3 of the best EML teams on that map, once again, every single time, it means that they feel confident in that map. And although they lost, I think they got probably the best experience they could, because I think that Secret, Falcons, G2 are 3 of the best Lair teams in the world.
It's a good point too as well. They have some good footage on NIP because they've been playing it a ton here in Munich. They had a 7-1 loss to Weibo early in the tournament, then a 7-0 win against SSG. So we've seen some really good maps from NIP and some really bad maps on Lair from this team. The question is, what do we get today, or do we finally get that 15-rounder?
Most importantly, that 7-0 victory against Space Station was super interesting because they started defense. So they showed every single setup they had, and they showed all of this only, what, 1 or 2 days ago? So you have a full lineup for BDS. They know exactly the way that NIP is playing this, and with the size of their staff, I'm not surprised if they had a lot of counter-strats expecting Lair to be part of that that match.
I mean, Leo, it's like they always say, it's not the size of the staff, it's how you use it.
As they always say.
That's what I hear quite often, actually.
Yeah.
I heard it's a really high-quality staff as well.
That's very good. It's rare. It's rare these days.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And it's sizable as well.
Good opening of the outer mask wall from BDS in this round. Nice, they got that thermite in with no real problems. The wall denial not being brought other than just Fantasy on that mute. I'm intrigued by Virtue on this Finka. It's not something we've seen him run on this bomb site in recent memory. Usually he's on the Ace or he's on the Blackbeard. This time Robbie has grabbed over the Shield Operator, and they're going to do their best for a fast execute.
Good job, Robbie. Get 16 kills. Here's your reward. You get to play Blackbeard in the first round of the next map.
And usually he loves that Deimos, so something to see from him probably later on in this game, but still playing that same Deimos position down below the site.
Now, the first problem to problem solve here, the thing that's going to be really important, you see Lasmo's got control over here on TV. On the other side, at the top of green stairs, there's a crossfire setup. Now, they chose to completely ignore that, take that observer control. What they will do then is they will work the backside of A. The goal here is to try and go for the plant on the A bomb side, have Robbie backstab through green stairs, and maybe another backstab through the main or through that solo window.
Only the second finger that we've seen in this entire matchup, and Virtue will manage to make his way out alive as that flash sails over top and allows him a bit of a safe passage.
Look how much NIP has given up. NIP is only on the bomb side. All 5 players out there holding crossfires.
And they managed to take down Robbie, the Blackbeard that was playing down below, watching that hatch. So, excellent start, and it was both Robbie and Freck who were able to carry that previous map into the win column for BDS. You're going to need big games out of them today.
Big pause now as Lasbo gets a pick onto Cons. They stall it for a little bit and start the plant.
They've got the smoke, they've got the Tachenka, they've got the fire and the gas grenade to deny the plant. Now, they still have 1 minute to go for the execute. That's the good news for BDS.
Wizard shuts down Freck. He overpeaked maybe a bit too much there. Not before all that utility had been used, so hopefully not all is lost with the Grim off of the board. Now they can have a bit of a pause here. So they will smoke the default spot where Lasmo looks to walk in, and he will instead go through the doorway with the Glass walking in first, but too many targets to see. He's giving himself away. Fantasy a triple, potentially starting this map off in the same way he did on Skyscraper. Virtue gunned down by Hates. What a performance by Fantasy, up to this point. He's been an absolute monster, and it's BDS suffering through it in round number 1.
Feels like we're right back at home on Skyscraper. We get a 3K just to start things off, and it's Fantasy, of course. Huge C4 to come through. That late round rotation, they were watching with the glass, but you had to watch so many different angles on BDS because you already lost a couple of players. You were on your plan B, trying to plant inside the smoke. No shot you're going to plant down with the Chonka fire on the main breach. Really nice movements from NIP to force that to get chaotic, force it to get ugly, and eventually capitalize.
And the exact same win condition as on Sky, by the way. They decide, let's not do an extended roam, let's just have a quick crossfire around green stairs. Other than that, you see the 5 players on the bomb site. The denial of the plant was clearly the win here. You see it. You see it because there are 3 gas grenades, you see the 20 fire canisters, and you see the C4. All 3 of those things were made so that BDS thought that it would be safe to go for an execute, but that was the trap set up by NIP to deny it. And as you can see right now, something that is quite similar. They bring the smoke once again for the late round, and the Yokai drones on top of that. It seems to be clear they want to punish BDS for being too slow.
Yeah, they've clearly got a lot of utility in on this round. The Echo, we see a lot from Pino on this bomb site. The smoke cons we'll see on almost every bomb site. But the Frost is kind of a weird pick for the bottom floor of Lair. Top floor, sure, we see that a good amount. But one of those just under the window inside of filtration. The other one maybe going, look, barrels window perhaps? He's still deciding where he wants to go with that one. This is not an operator that I have on record from him in their last 8 Lair basement defenses.
Yeah, it looks like some small adaptations. If you think about it, the way that NIP played that first round was directly a counter-strike to BDS way of playing, trying to play the denial of that plant. On the other side, NIP then brings the Frost and here plays towards the garage side, trying to be a little bit annoying and cause problems on that entry point. That's 2 ways of BDS to attack here. And 2 ways that were denied by the counter-strike.
They've got Fantasy, the star in the previous round, on the run now, as that was the Shield of Virtue vaulting through the window looking for an early opening pick, and early because we are 45 seconds into this round, and already BDS is bearing down on this NIP defense.
So far, it's clean. So far, they've got the control within, what, first 30 seconds. They've already got the ram going. They've got the perfect control. They make the vert. We can clearly see this is going to be a blue stairs execute side. Let's just see how they will counter the smoke and the Yokai drone.
Yeah, they've not gotten to the hard part yet, though, to be fair, right? This is going to be the difficult part, getting down into the execute with so much site utility from NIP. They didn't have to contest with any real roamers. They got back to that bomb site fast on the ninjas.
There's no gas grenade left. They spent it holding those blue stairs. I'm not sure it was worth it. If the Blitz can push in here, then they will have got everything for the execute. The Yokai drone has been set. Look at this. It was beautiful. Let the Blitz being stuck. Then you have the swing of your other player. They get the kill and they can push in. Yokai drone being effectively useless. All 3 gas grenades spent for nothing.
And now Fantasy will go as well. Lasmo is the one quarterbacking this, leading the charge with his teammates around him. He's sustaining some damage in his position. He allows Virtue to back up, and he will breathe a sigh of relief and go right back into the fray. Never mind.
They're going to look for a drop of the defuse kit. Nobody's holding it at the moment on the side of BDS. Lasmo will go back upstairs and take it. They clearly want to take it down this hatch into office. Can still rotate filter stairs, but you can get a really good plant on, especially under smokes when you drop that hatch.
Many things can still go wrong. The Yokai drones are still there. The 2 of them, by the way. The execute can still be isolated. You need a couple of kills, and you need trades here.
And Virtue has almost no support, but hold on a second. Lasmo gets all but the last. Robbie robs him of the ace. Could you imagine 2 separate players on BDS acing in the same series? Freck, eat your heart out. Lasmo gets a 4K on the exit, and BDS ties things up.
I feel like I've been glazing this guy all series long. It's not the most amount of kills on his team, but it's always the impactful ones. This time, early round and late, he's able to come in off his teammates' pressure. I think worked really well off the blitz, that the space was being made for him. He's just following up his teammates, doing what is absolutely necessary of him in a push like that. Really big stuff coming out from, once again, the 20-year-old, just turned 20 a couple weeks back.
I think everything was perfect and displayed the real strength of BDS here, which is coordination and strategy. If you think about it, the roam clear was done within 30 seconds with the help of the Blitz. Then the problem solving of the blue stairs. You've got a Yokai drone, you've got a smoke. The Blitz then quick picks to get stunned, and then his teammate just swings behind him to get the kill on the smoke. After that, even then, they take no chances. They do the 5v3 execute, sending the Blitz as the lurk, and everyone else collapsing on the bomb side off the back of this distraction caused by the Blitz. beautifully played for BDS.
Now, Leo, I know you're kind of new to casting with Parker and I, but one thing that is key with us is I've got a very good nose, and I can smell this game starting to head towards OT. I know it's early, but you look at the games that we've seen from NIP on this map, once again, it was a 7-1 loss and then a 7-0 win. 2 rounds in, we go back and forth. They look very competitive. This feels like it's going long.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going like this the entire time. If you think about it, Clubhouse could have went either way. I know it was a 7-5 victory for NIP, but I felt like both teams were playing really well. And Skyscraper was even more of a breather. And if you look at this, once again, the first 2 rounds are extremely close, and they're fighting tooth and nail on both sides. Really both deserving of that main stage slot.
Gents, do we know who the winner of this game will play?
So this is going to be really interesting because of the way that I think the Bushlock systems work. The seeding makes it, so if I'm not mistaken, because of Furia winning, whoever wins this match is the 6th seed, which would mean that if BDS wins it, for example, they would start in the winner bracket. Now this is massive because the 2 other teams that won today will be in the lower bracket, and they will be the 1 team that joins the upper bracket.
Yeah, big deal. Even if you have the same record, 6, 7, and 8 are 3 very different seeds.
6, 7?
In particular, being the one starting on the top floor, playing tomorrow, starting in the upper bracket. So lots on the line for these 2 teams. We'll have to wait a little bit, I think, to get the exact matchups. There's still math to be done, Parker, but for now, all that matters is getting into the playoffs. This top floor, always an important one to clear when you're going for bunks and briefing. They started with a bunks breach, but now here comes the top clear.
And a push in from Robbie, using the sound of that can opener to conceal his position. As I have to imagine that was the clash, of Cons, who keeps flirting with the outside of this map, but
the real big problem with that Bugs bomb site most of the time is how do you crack open that vert? How do you get rid of the players up top? And now, with the Green Bees and the Lion, this is the moment where it happens. And that doesn't work. No trade, nothing. Just a single player swinging, that's Robbie. The others held off by the gas grenades.
And Lasmo will keep him in this position with the fire spreading. The Bees also giving the position away at Wizard. The only one taking damage from the fire seemed to be Lasmo himself. As that shotgun in the hands of the Warden, still right now directed at center mass on the door frame. It was good enough for 1 kill, yet to find a second. Fantasy dies elsewhere to P4, and we're back to even numbers.
That was the only anchor to start this round. You've got Cons who's still playing around green stairs, but it's the start. There was 4 players top floor and just Fantasy in the site. So you always do have the option for this bunks briefing bomb site. Do we just want to ignore that top clear? Go ahead and execute.
It seems that they will do so. Look at Lasmo. He's alone by himself, top floor. He's trying to burn time. The rest of the team is going to face the execute. Now, the important thing is, when they go for the execute, the 2 up top here, they need to go in the vert. They need to go aggressive so that no one can play the vertical play. That's one of the guys that were supposed to go for the execute. That's gonna be a tough one.
Lasmo finally gets Wizard, as that was some damage done to Freck. That could have gone from bad to worse. Virtue dying, still yet to find a kill. Hates and Cons will clean up. Add Pino to the mix, and all 3 get an exit frag to give the round back to Ninjas in Pajamas. That Warden up top, providing so much value for so long. Wizard absolutely keeping things intact for almost 2 minutes of the round.
And I'm really glad you brought up the Warden, because the reason you play a Warden on the top floor on that bomb site is because if a team is going to ignore the top floor, they're generally going to flood the site with smokes, sometimes ascends walls as well, which Warden doesn't counter, but still you're really trying to obscure that vision, and Warden can be a great operator for making sure that you have the vision regardless. But the problem with that adaptation from BDS, the problem with giving up on top floor and just trying to hit the site, is the only smokes they had were being held by Lasmo, and he was the guy top floor trying to stop those players. It's going to be impossible to get a plant down unless you can rely on Lasmo walking in and getting all those kills. You get some vert frags. It just wasn't going to be enough there, so a little unfortunate for BDS. It was clear they really planned on clearing the top floor, and once that went south, the adaptation wasn't strong enough.
I mean, I was going to ask Leo flat out, is that a good use of the Capitao on Warden duty up top? Should you not need him for the execute unless you can kill the Warden and then use the smokes and flames from above? But if you don't kill the Warden, the value would be more on a direct site hit.
I will say this, the biggest problem with that Capitao is if you look at the layout of the map here, as we're on top down, they need to get rid of the player that was here on the B-bomb side, which was above bunks. And that Capitao is completely useless. You have no angles to fire the safe spot up top. So you need to get rid of that guy playing in the L corner that we just saw, and that's going to be a really tough one. The Capitao is useless for that, and that's why Robbie, when he swings, is alone, because the rest of the doors were held by gas grenades. The gas grenades themselves bought NIP the round by isolating Robbie. He dies first. After that, no one can pick up the guys above, and at this moment, if you still have vert on this Bugs bomb site, you know you're going to win the round.
Well, the first site rotation goes through. NIP take a short lead up 2-1, and they'll go back to the strongest site on the map, top floor here, defending against BDS. Very much the same lineup. The only adaptation is they've dropped the Azami. They've brought in the Bandit being played out by Cons, hoping to keep those mask walls closed a little bit longer than last time. We see already that they are a little bit worried. Lasmo might know that there's a Bandit on the other side here, or perhaps not.
Is this going to work? It will.
What is Bandit doing?
Oh, no, that's sad.
Haven't you been praising Cons all day?
Yeah, well, you know, every player, it happens to the best. I will say this.
Can you answer me this question? How many Bandit batteries did he put down?
None. He was supposed to
say the number again?
Yeah, but none. But listen, the way the Bandit trick works, you want all 4 batteries because you want to keep doing it. I know
I'm aware.
It might seem weird, but
I'm aware of how
the thing
it
is,
works.
at LAN, it's always tough to have the same sound as at home. And I will say this, I was one of the players that probably had the worst sound when I was at LAN. I didn't hear anything. You did not put me on Bandit trick duty because of that. Maybe Comps is the same.
I also think that you want to keep those batteries in pocket because you want it to be a surprise. You've got the mute jammer there, so that he'll put the extra thermic on, and then you have the opportunity to move the Bandit in, but he didn't put the Bandit in. So.
The same as if Kaid is open, you can do that too.
You can do that, or you just do the lick effect. You mute and you go, I'm muting, guys, and you listen to the Bandit trick. And that's easy peasy.
Yep.
Well, the wall is open, regardless of anything that might have gone down. They still have all 5 defenders left alive, but you've got to imagine the push is going to be coming in pretty quick. Robbie already up those lobby stairs.
Well, that's Robbie asserting himself now as he had 2 targets that he could have hit, but he doesn't find anything. Cons dies with all those Bandit batteries in pocket still. So almost no effect whatsoever from that Bandit from a utility perspective.
The main win condition is still the same. You still see smoke, you still see Tachenka. That's going to be the denial of the plant. Now, one big difference here. BDS has the man advantage. When they go for the diffuser, when they go for the plant, they should be able to play aggressive. No, they've lost that.
It's a flank. It's a big flank that comes in, and the SMG's alive on the side of NiP, and the advantage goes back in their favor. My goodness, BDS getting swamped at this point. Robbie still fighting for his life in this position with pound for pound one of the best guns in the game. He's still got all 3 of his death marks as well. Unsure how successful they'll be with these mute jammers, but he's got to make something work. No, Fantasy is on the ground, and NiP will stretch their lead by 1.
One big mistake. They've got everything in control. They have 5v4. They have the side control as well. They can flood. Problem is they hesitate. And that hesitation gives enough time for NIP to send a lurker up the green stairs, backstab the main working force that was supposed to be the distraction of the execution. As soon as they lose those 2 players, the rest of NIP can then forget about the backside, that's cleared, focus on the front, and collapse on the rest of the BDS roster. Hesitation cost BDS the round here.
I was kind of confused how Fantasy got to the position he was in, rotating up those green stairs. But while we were all focused on Cons and the main wall and the Bandit tricking that was or was not going on, Fantasy ended up dropping down the site hatch at about 2 minutes left on the clock. He stayed down below the site for the majority of that round, never really contested despite Robbie being down there on the demos. And then I think it was really his flank hitting the back of that push, disrupting the man count advantage that the BDS were trying to play with that started to put the final nails in that coffin.
I love the Denari setup that we're seeing so far. This is going to be really useful to prevent anyone pushing in garage. I cannot wait to see where he's going to use the rest. But the double up here, as you can see, the Scopus is going to be really annoying to clear. The Denari on the right side of the bomb site will be there to help when they go for the execute. And then the rest can be played upstairs. This is going to be really tough to roam clear. And this is a direct adaptation to how BDS countered things. As you can see, the Denari traps I mentioned make the site stronger. Why is that? Because they're extending up top. They need the site to be strong with utility in case a rush happens because they're so extended. Now that's a direct adaptation because last time we played this bomb site, BDS won, and that's the only attack because they roam cleared in the span of 20 seconds. Now facing a full roam, it's going to be a whole other level of roam clear that they need to pull off.
You're excited to see the Denari. The devs are excited to see Skopos, Denari, and Demos all be used at the same time. Some of the newest operators to the game. And obviously very important and impactful. Skopos, an operator you don't see all that often, tends to get more value on the bigger maps, and you're hard-pressed to find a bigger place to play than on Lair.
Look at this. You can see directly the ground floor being taken. They're getting close to the bomb site. One Droz was close to the bomb site. As always, you expect it with P4 and with BDS. If there is a huge extension, they will look to directly take a shortcut to the bomb site, ignoring completely all of the roamers.
Every single player is near the site at the moment. They're waiting for their moment with the logic bomb. That could be it.
Great counter to the Nook as well. As now it's Lasmo taking some damage, and Freck is desperately hoping for some type of entry. Oh my goodness, the EMP picked incorrectly and buried by Fantasy. Down goes Freck, a far cry from what he was capable of doing in the previous map. Robbie and Virtue on the board, though, and now BDS has their own advantage in numbers. Virtue continuing to walk in. He sees the bomb chassis, not far removed. P4 now on the board. All 3 kills from BDS coming from different players. Lasmo's the one with the defuse kit, though, and Virtue will hound these final 2 players on the side of Nip. Hates and Pino on the run. Robbie finds Hates. Pino guns 1 down and spots the shield as Virtue gets the final kill to keep the lead just to 1 round.
Virtue is 100% the hero of that round. The fact that he gets the kill of the only anchor that was covering labs, and then afterwards, I want you to pay attention to the fact that he pushed towards the last anchor and decided then at the last moment to retreat, waiting for his teammates to then be ready, and then 1 more charge, taking off the last remaining player. Once again, a good call based off BDS. Why is that? Because 1 drone of Robbie was really close to the bomb site. They saw this was an extended room, and based on that information, they go directly to hit side.
Yeah, I think sometimes you see this op lineup and you see what BDS are thinking, and maybe a lesser team would have just sprinted into the site, try to get an explosive plant down before anybody can really react. But it was almost a slow, methodical push through the locker side of the map, right? Where Virtue, as a spearhead, took his time, cleared up the util that he needed to, found the players as they presented themselves to him, and he had teammates around him as well, covering for those flanks that might have been trying to come in. Some of those top floor players like Pino and Hates not really able to have so much of an impact late in that round.
And even then, the KB that's supposed to be there to entry and to clear the roamers, the KB stays up top. And as everyone goes to the site, the KB then backstabs the roamer and plays their own game. She goes and lurks on the roamer, and she gets the kills. And that's the beauty of that call from BDS. What a great adaptation.
A couple of missed opportunities perhaps from Virtue on the Blitz on the very first map of Clubhouse, but that feels like ages ago. Now we see him playing so well with that operator on Lair.
I don't remember my life before this best of 3. It's been a long one, but an enjoyable one. And it really does go to show just how even the lowest ranked teams in both EU or EML and Brazil or SAL are so competitive with one another. It just goes to show you what the regions look like outside of interregional play.
It seems that everyone but NA is starting to grow and be better.
Okay, well. We got M83-0. We got M83-0. Wildcard are getting better too. I like how they've been looking this event.
It's been a very competitive event for all regions, frankly. I mean, even APAC, CAG went out obviously 0-3, but they had brutally difficult matchups. Enterprise gave a really good fight across their games. There's still time for Weibo to make main stage in their matchup, which comes up next. No matter what happens here between NiP and BDS, G2 and Weibo will be the final 2 teams here in the Swiss stage, in the group stage, before we move to main stage matches tomorrow.
Now looking at this bomb site, we've said it before, the biggest problem for BDS was how do we get rid of the players up top? As we've mentioned before, the best way to defend this bomb site is having Vert above the bomb site, and now 3 players are holding it, including the Warden that you praised before, because he's going to be the one denying the plant. Now, you have 2 ways to go about this. Either to try and lurk and get a kill on the anchors, either you full front problem solve the top floor, and so far they seem to kind of ignore it. They've opened up the walls that they need, and now they're starting to work towards execute.
Down goes Robbie at the hands of Hate, still holding so much control. Freck was not far removed. He can taste this bomb site. He's got the diffuser in the hands of P4 right next to him. A little bit over a minute to go. So a pretty good pace right here by BDS.
But no control whatsoever. They've got no man advantage. Jesse, I don't know how you feel about this, but how do you problem solve Vert? They're so far away.
Yeah, they don't even have smokes to try to sneak a plant in. No sends, nothing. So I really don't know what the game plan is. BDS rotating back up to top floor now, I think recognizing that this has to be the move. They can't just plant, but this is so difficult still.
You have 45 seconds left to clear the top floor. That's not going to cut it.
Fantasy's just on another level at this point. Through these last 2 maps, he's been dominating the competition. Wizard gets 1, but it's traded back immediately, and Virtue springs from 0 kills to 3 in the span of a round and a half. It's him and Freck. Freck still searching for his first kill. He might go the first half without one. As he creeps up, they're outnumbered 2-1. NiP just waiting ever so patiently. Freck does not get a kill through this first half, and it all falls onto the shoulders of the Aussie. And in typical Australian fashion, this round has gone completely upside down. NiP takes it and takes the first half.
A brilliant first half to come out from NIP again on that final bomb site. Just not sure if BDS have got the game plan that they need to try to approach it. Felt like they really had no solutions to the problem being presented to them. NIP, excellent top floor hold. not in a winning position just yet, but 4-2 half on Lair. You're happy about that?
No, absolutely. I think that overall very much in control in that defense side, right? If you look at the first round, they know that denial of the plant is the win condition. If you look at the last round, they know that holding up top and top floor is the win condition, and they do so perfectly, using the right operators, using the right utility, and using Crossfire's team play all the time to isolate picks on the side of BDS. Now, BDS on the defense side, we'll see if that gives them an edge, an advantage. And they probably need it. We've seen that the resilience can happen. We've seen that on Skyscraper.
Yep.
Now is the moment to prove it again at the most dire of moments. The last map, the one that matters the most for both the main stage here at Munich Major, but also for SI.
When BDS played Lair up against Secret earlier in the tournament just 3 days ago, they started on defense. They won just 2 rounds out of the 6 that they played against Team Secret. Both of them were top floor. So they managed to win this one in rounds 1 and 4, and then all of the other bomb sites they were unable to find any success on. NIP will no doubt have known that. They will have no doubt have watched that game up against Secret. So maybe BDS get this first one, but the real problems for them on their defense start in round 8. How do you win those other sites?
They'll have to get inspired by what NIP did well, and I think holding that top floor strong, especially for the bunks bomb site, is going to be interesting. We can already see the use of the most powerful operators once again. Those setups are kind of strong if you think about it. With the Fenrir, the Azami, the Smoke, the Mira, the Warden, all of those operators are made to be played in close quarter combat, in crossfires, really using the natural layout of the map on that top floor. They'll try and prevent any entrance towards that green area. And obviously you can see that NIP is going farther away from it and trying to go towards observation.
Cons loves this Monty on this bomb site. Part of the reason why BDS wanted to ban it out. He's going to move over to the Flores instead, which has also been a common pick for him on this site. Not overly reliant on the shield, but overly reliant perhaps on a pick to start getting this top floor attack going. Wizard has a great opportunity to clean up Virtue, but he's not quite able to find the head. Deal about 20 damage to the Australian instead and have to back off playing on the bathroom window.
And the curious Mira window here set up that gives intel on the NIP as to where the anchors are. That's going to be quickly getting removed.
I'm surprised it wasn't popped. You see that on bank basements sometimes. It goes the other way and they pop it open.
Hates was the main focus for BDS and was also the one leading the charge for NIP, and he will now rest easy for the next 1 minute and 50 seconds, giving BDS a small advantage. Who takes over the lead here to rush in first? Does it fall to Wizard?
Wizard will be the backstabber here. You can clearly see it because he's playing striker. He's all the way on that lone solo window on the backside. The clear of the attack, and everyone else, the diffuser with Fantasy, are there to try and plant. Exactly like BDS tried on the first round. Was supposed to plant on that A bomb site. But now that they've lost one player, that plan has moved. They need some frag. They need something to change the pace of this round and change the way they attack. That kill is very important.
Oh my, Pino reading into that one so effectively, and a Nitro Cell thrown up, assuming that Pino would continue his aggression, but he holds back for the time being, and now it's Robbie getting real aggro on the door. BDS mounting a comeback, as you mentioned, taking over the kill feed, leaving Pino and Wizard in a 2v4. Familiar spots for both these teams. They have been outnumbered 2-1 through several rounds, both of them going back and forth through that first half.
Frag killing Fantasy was Diffuse get down too. That's operations. They're going to have to re-pick it back up. They are nearby, but that's going to waste even more time as they need to get this plant down sooner rather than later.
Freck might have had a bad first half, but he finds 2 kills in the very first round, and Lasmo will blow things up to end the first round of the second half. BDS doing what needs to be done as defenders on Lair, and they're within 1 of tying this game.
It's the typical situation where you don't want to give your opponent some confidence back. You can hear BDS getting hyped. You can still feel like they believe they can do it. They're on their easier side here. They believe in their defending side, and you don't want to give up that lead. You don't want to let them come back into the match, because after that, you've seen the mental on the side of BDS. When those fraggers are fueled on confidence, there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Now they have to go back to the bottom bomb site, and of course this is where they've struggled the most against Team Secret. This top floor was successful for them. They should be able to get at least 2 round wins if they can repeat that. That ties us at 4-4. I'm taking the round win from round 10 as it's likely to come then from BDS, but if we assume they can win that one, it's evened out. More work still to be done from this team. They've got to keep that momentum going from the previous map, from the Skyscraper, to keep themselves in this game. their defensive lineup was often reliant on some big Malusi plays from Lasmo. You've got this Fenrir setup there, the Mira setup, I should say, from Robbie, which is exactly what they're running against Secret as well. The castle being brought by Freck. This is the same look that they showed a few days ago.
And I'm assuming, as you can see, the adaptation on the side of NIP, they want to roam clear, they want to abuse the vert with the fuse, with the ram, with the sledge. 3 different operators to help you get the most out of that floor, that top floor, and then after that, you can see here, the Deimos and the Dokkaebi, Wizard and Fantasy, they're going to be the main actors of that roam clear.
And this is probably because when they watch BDS play this defense against Secret, they noticed that it's not a very heavy commitment to the top couple of floors. There's not a heavy presence that we do see, but P4 making a bit of a move. He's actually Skybridge at the moment, just on the other side of this doorway. Cons with this drone should be able to spot him out. He's running around the map still on the side of Freck, or I should say P4, being a nuisance to clear out.
Now, why is it P4? Because it's the mute. Because it's going to counter the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, because it's so important to use that utility. Well, it's too late. They had information on that guy, and Caster Curse comes again. I start to understand how this works, guys.
And Hates will punish him for that one. And offload the entire mag into the body. I'm assuming both of these teams in relatively competitive form. You think he's crying? Are you sad?
I'm sad. I cost him his life. Now, let's be honest. It was the good droning part of NIP. I think that P4 was too late in this setup. If you really want to surprise them, you need to be there initially, and you need to not be running around and being so obvious about your secret.
I mean, I started my point that they were all 5 players in the basement because they were for a moment, and then he runs back up the top floor. So I think he was definitely a little bit later than he wanted to be. Unfortunate for the captain of BDS, but can still do the IGLing from down on the cams. Will do what he can to support his teammates here.
He's done a great job at burning time a little bit. Now the problem is that if you look at the side of BDS, what is the win condition here? How do they deny the plant? It's quite clear for the side of NIP. They take the vert and they're going to execute down those blue stairs exactly as you see this door frame. That's where they will go for the plant. You can already guess it. Now the problem is, with that castle off of connector, when it's going to be removed, at this moment, what do you have to deny? 1 C4, 3 gas grenade. Is that enough to deny and execute? I'm not sure. Especially if NIP has got the full vert.
They'll continue to tear away now just above this bomb site. The sledge of Hates, who made such a spectacular splash earlier in this round, now showing up to do some utility work and guard the rest of his teammates, setting up for a possible execute that will come sooner rather than a set of extreme home makeover. He's now deciding maybe a more direct take and will move over closer to this bomb site, just pushing his way in.
I thought he was just gonna go into it like this.
I have the same suspicions as you did. A drop in from Cons on this fuse shield, an unorthodox operator, but so far it is paying off.
They don't know.
And they're waiting. BDS getting baited into this. Pino gunning down Lasmo. Chaos thrown into the midst of it. Pino finding 3. That'll be all she wrote. As Freck now stands against the remaining 4. No Pino, no problem. Wizard seals the deal, and the lead for NIP goes back up to 2 rounds.
I would say the last time that we saw BDS defend, right, top floor, I thought the most important kill came from Freck. He had a really good swing to down the diffuser. This time, you gotta think maybe Freck, if he's a little bit faster, could have had more of an impact. He flanked up those yellow stairs. It was the right decision. A little late, though.
And take time to adapt our defense.
I think the Kate budget are banned. I'm gonna play, I think a Mira on site. I can play the Mira. I can put the Mira Doki for you, Rob, and I can play, we can play Mira trick on the second one. And you have tube if they play sense, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah. I can take the flash now.
Yeah.
You can take flash.
Or the Jaeger for Rob on Doki. Yeah.
I think Clash is more game changer.
You take mute, Jake, or what? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Take impact with your Clash BD.
Nice little cup of coffee.
Remember to group up and relax the void.
Very interesting how much of a backseat role Lilun took during that timeout.
Yeah, she gave full lenience to all of the players. You know that in defense, the Agile has a little bit less impact. Everyone can have his own initiative, bring his own operators. They are generally given a role on the map, and then they can play around the operators that they want for this. And I think that's what they're coming up with, right? They're trying to find a solution, each in their own individual areas. They're trying to come up with one operator and one way to deny the way NIP has been playing. I'll be honest, the biggest problem in that one round loss, I think, is the way BDS has been playing that defense. I don't think the win condition was strong enough. 3 gas grenade, 1 C4, that's just not going to cut it. One mute roaming upstairs was not going to work either. They need something a little bit stronger and more initiatives, I feel like.
It's very strategic attack time mode as well coming in from La Luna. I think maybe recognizing that the team's mental is still doing well. She doesn't need to be forcing these players to get back into it, doesn't need to be coaxing the mental as much. This team is calm. They are still playing a high level of Siege. It's just the little things that maybe are not going the way that they need them to.
There's also a confidence aspect to it too, right? You don't want to shatter a team's confidence.
Yep.
You need to be confident in order to mount a comeback. If P4 feels like his calls are bad and he's not getting the support from his coaching staff and they're trying to interject too much, that can hurt the in-game calling.
Yeah, there's a massive, intricate message in the fact that the head coach takes the timeout, but then leaves the entirety of the timeout to the players to talk.
Yeah.
It reinforces one sentiment. I trust you guys.
Yep.
I trust you guys to take the right decision. I'm going to step back and I'm going to leave you this time so they can come up with the right defensive strategies. Now, on Skyscraper, BDS was down 3-5. Exact same scenario. And in the end, they fought back. They brought it back in overtime and won it. That's why I think they trust themselves to bring it back.
Remember back on NIP's defenses of Bunk's briefing, BDS had very few smokes on a lot of those executes. We see not 1, not 2, but 6 smokes being brought by NIP in this lineup. That means that if they have to ignore that top floor, if they can't clear it out, they will still have a chance to cheese this plant.
Pino's been taking a more forward approach on this map than we typically see. You think that some of the smokes are also to enable a player who's hot at the moment?
I think overall, it's not so much about one specific player. It's about having all 3 players with the right idea of preventing the top floor or the vertical to play around the bench bomb site. Look at this. All of them are committing to clearing that vertical top floor. It's working right now with 1 kill. Do you see the difference with the way BDS did it? They ignored it or struggled to problem solve it. Here, the entirety of the NIP roster is focused on getting that control.
A door opens immediately. Virtue slaughters Wizard on the other side, but they trade it right back, not before Lasmo can get on the board. And Pino will find his 10th kill right now, leading the entire lobby.
Impact.
Lasmo's got to be a hero, Parker.
Now he's going to be isolated. He's stuck into a 1v3 here.
Where does he go? He's flashed. He goes into the ground. That's where he goes. Ninjas in pajamas, 3 sets of shovels, all digging deep, and now it's P4. We talked about confidence. When he played against Team Secret on this map, it was P4 who top fragged just a couple days ago. Is he able to pull out that same magic against a team that, statistically, has not reached the same levels as Team Secret? We'll find out. He'll need to add 3 to this tally. The glass is there. He doesn't even get 1 series point, qualification point for Ninjas in pajamas.
You can see the experience from Pino in that round, right? Playing so passive on the glass, aware that this guy's got to be green stairs. He's going to be flanking, and there's nobody better to hold a flank than the glass. Pino, this is his 15th S-tier event of his career, all of them with this NIP organization. He's put in so much work, so much of his life has been given to this team in this game, and now he is just 1 round away from all the paying off, going back to the top 8.
Just the proactive communication, okay? When we need to retake something, focus on something, okay, we take this and retake this.
You can see P4 doing his IGL role, remobilizing troops, giving energy, focusing on the comms. I think, you know, looking at this round, you look at this, you think the Blitz is being sent with the glass, with the Riora. Every single NIP player was involved in clearing that top floor. And this is a stark difference with the way BDS was approaching things. They had 2 players downstairs working the site and 3 working the top floor vert. My problem with that is that you don't have enough utility or manpower to break that top floor defense. But if you look at the way NIP does it, they commit everything to grab that, and that is why they are managing to win that round. Now they're back. BDS is back. You mentioned it before. Round 10. They're back on that 1 bomb site where they've got such a great win rate. The interesting piece is now Combs has seen it once. He can adapt.
That's exactly the problem, right? I mean, it's going to get harder every time you play the same bomb site if you don't also change up your strategy. And I mean, looking at BDS so far, we do see a bit of a change up, right? A couple of these operators have swapped out. We've got P4 in the Tachanka. That's going to be brand new. Smoke being brought in as well from Lasmo. He was on the Mira last time with that interesting setup over on the mask wall.
They're doing exactly the setup that NIP did in the very first round of this map, which will be the Smoke and the Tachanka playing to try and deny the plant, and at the same time the Warden here. I am not sure playing off time and giving up as much as possible is the right play against a team that is full of confidence. NIP should be able to clear things quickly and then have enough time to work until they execute. It's a tough call. It's a tough call and a big gamble right now.
They banded out the blitz. That was only really used on the bunks briefing clear. They didn't need it on the top floor or the basement, so you got to imagine that that won't affect NIP for these next 2 rounds. It's going to be all about who gets this opening pick, and Fantasy's hunting.
I mean, he's been feeling good. Why not? He and Pino, most of the offense here for this team, and he almost gets Freck. Freck's 3 kills, all coming in the same round, if memory serves correctly. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually, I think I am wrong.
You are.
I think it was a 2K and then 1. I'm getting the nod from Jesse, the numbers boy.
It's not in front of me, but that sounds right.
Thank you.
I don't like what's going on. The Brava is hiking utility onto the bomb site. There is nothing to deny the opening of the walls. The Thermite is ready to open the wall onto A. You've got already operations control. At this point, they've got everything they need. The real big problem now will be how do you plant facing the fire of the Tachenka and facing the smokes.
Well, Robbie will start things off, getting rid of Pino. Hates will follow. Lasmo, the only one to die on the side of BDS. Action happening very quickly at the halfway mark. Nip coming out on the wrong side of that engagement, but at least they do trade out the smoke. Now only the Tachanka remains.
It's an important pick to get. They're going to rotate their hard breach back over to operations to try to plant inside that mask wall. Wizard actually goes in for below the bomb side. I'm not sure what his goal is going to be down there. Could walk up the green stairs, could maybe pressure over towards the lobby side as well. He's got a couple options, but you just don't really see a glass there. And okay, just chooses to rotate back over with Cons. Cons is the only remaining smoke grenade, so makes sense to play together.
Wizard has become P4. It's exactly as the first round, where P4 was covering with the glass the plants, and will have to face all of the gas grenades, the C4, not the gas grenades, sorry, the fire canisters and the C4. They're gonna have to play for the kill. Planting is not gonna cut it here with how much denial is there.
Both players on BDS falling back, allowing the glass to get in ever farther, and they fire away using Fenrir's gadgets so effectively. Robbie is no more. Down goes Fantasy and Cons in a 1v3. BDS will almost certainly prolong this unless Cons has narrowed it down to just 2. 20 seconds left. He will have to hurry and go for frags. Unless he somehow manages to steal a plant away, which I think is very unlikely. No. Freck holding the doorway. He and Tachanka not too far removed. One of them was bound to get the final kill. And we will continue on. Nip still on the precipice of greatness, but yet to achieve it.
Yeah, doing their best in the end there. I really liked what we saw from Virtue coming through on that Warden. He was battling against the Glaz, the 2 operators that can see through the smoke. But of course, as of a few years ago now, Glaz, he's got to stand still to see through that smoke. You're pushing up aggressively. The advantage will be towards the Warden. He sees you, you don't see him. Nicely played by Virtue at the end there. I do think the advantage was just too big to come up against.
Yeah, and as we've said before, right, BDS knows how to play around this top floor bomb site, the one with the highest win rate.
Yep.
Now, the comeback starts. They have 2 more rounds of match point to save. I want to see a direct adaptation here to the way they play the basement. I think the basement defense they had without the roam clearly was not going to cut it. You've seen it before, right? When they had that mute roaming up top alone without support, he got killed instantly, and after that, you could see NIP execute properly. Now, adaptation has been called. Scopos is there. Robbie is there on the Fenrir. I'm expecting these guys to put a much better fight up top. The important thing is how much time can they burn and can they end the round up top?
We see a lot of Scopos play on this bomb site. I don't think I've ever seen it from Freck. Not in the last 8 defenses that they've played on this bomb site. So this might be a bit of a thorn in their side. Was trying to do that P4 roam with the mute jammers last time, was a little bit slow. You can be a lot faster on this Scopos, and most importantly of all, you can get back to safety if you do get droned out.
I don't think you remember how Wizard used this operator back in the first half.
I think he was already using it as a roamer. It's probably almost on the same bomb site, right?
He was the same site, yeah.
It was the same site, yeah. It was back in round number 5.
So we're looking at the same lineup for NIP as well. You have 2 players that are there for the room clear, the Dokkaebi and the Deimos. The rest is supposed to be there when they get the control above cafeteria to try and make some vertical play onto the bomb site. Now, the most important thing, and we've said it before, the round here is going to be won in the roam. How much time can they burn?
So far, the drones haven't really found Freck's second body. He himself is down in the bottom floor. I know we saw him set up his utility top floor, and there they go. They find it, and they will clear it out without any real problems. Takes some time now, but I would say that's pretty fast. 60 seconds, they've cleared out the only roam potential.
I'm not a fan of this. At the moment, no one is playing on the ground floor, which means that technically all 5 players are downstairs, and they're going to have to play towards the retake. Now, that retake is going to have to come through the stairs. We saw Freck try an attempt at at the last time they played on basement, it was way too late. If you look at the setup right now, which denial do you have? Smoke has these guys grenades, you have maybe the C4 on Warden, that's pretty much it. If you look at the utility here, they've got almost the same, if not less utility than they had on the round where they lost this against a good execute.
It's something that wasn't really visualized there, but the moment those boogie drones started to go, everybody on BDS moved from their position. They completely shuffled the deck and moved their forces around to predict where this actual execute was going to come from, likely spearheaded by this fuse shield yet again.
You've got the fuse, you've got the ram, you've got the sledge, Jesse.
Yep.
It's gonna be a really tough one to play under that vert.
NIP have shown up with the exact same look that they won the last attack with. Round number 8, they looked exactly the same. Freck with his flank now must win this fight.
You need a trade there, someone needs to help him. Robbie was there, he dies. No trade.
It's almost like there's a bit of fear struck into the hearts of BDS as they sit idle. Wizard finding 2 very quick picks, crushing these defenders, leaving even more on the weight, the shoulders of Virtue, Lasmo, and P4, but Lasmo does get on the board. He's been the best player over the last couple rounds for BDS, but he is no more. Right in the midst of the gas, Cons will have to escape from this position. A nice toss by Virtue. 30 seconds to go, they'll shuffle out that defuse kit. They're gonna try to bait out smokes onto the fuse, or maybe he just takes matters into his own hands and goes for a straight engagement, buying time for Fantasy to get the defuse kit down, but he's finished off by P4. A blind spot on the side of Nip, so the guns will come out. A drop in by Hates. P4 guns him down. Khan's now under fire, getting real close, but BDS has almost stuck the landing. Wizard will need to ace, but Virtue just plays the time, and they stay alive again!
It's not clean, it's not the greatest, but it's enough at the end. The 2 veterans on this team, P4 and Virtue. What a ridiculously smart round played by them in the late. We thought Wizard was gonna crack it wide open. 3 big kills, stopping the double flank. Not enough, though.
Perfeito, velho. Só que ninguém fala que não tem nó do ace, que a gente precisa da mira do A2, tá ligado? A porta lá não tava nem barricada. Pelo menos, se a gente vai plantar ali, mano, se a gente quer plantar ali, ou plantar atrás da bomba, tá ligado? Que o cara do A2 não pega também. Se a gente mirasse, tá ligado? A gente tinha DD pra nós, tá ligado? Então, mano, só corrige isso de comunicação, mano. Eles vão provavelmente no bombe de baixo, no bombe do meio. Demorou? Então eu acho que o que a gente faz, mano? Mano, vamos fazer uma progressão ali, de Blackbeard ali e tal, com Ace, a gente abrindo as paradas na bomba. Tá ligado? Se os caras fizerem um road verde.
Verde?
É, ou uma FOD verde também. Se pá que a FOD verde é até melhor contra eles. Porque eles vão se matar pra nós.
Tá, mas se não for uma road verde, você acha que a gente faz o domínio controle?
Então, não, eu acho que a gente faz a plant bait.
Tá, perfeito.
Eu acho que é melhor. Tá ligado?
Tá.
Vamos fazer a plant bait. Bora.
Perfeito, bora. Bate aí.
Sounds like he was calling an attack here. I felt like he was speaking about Blackbeard. Yeah, exactly. And they're going to go and pick it, I think. Just to go back to that last round, impressive way of losing it for NIP, I will say this. Cons makes the right call, I will say this. He gives the diffuser to the teammate behind him, and then goes on to push. The problem is, Fantasy went for a plan where he was fully exposed from any angle. So for the fuse shield was supposed to go and bait people as the plant was going down. The problem is the fuse doesn't push far away, and Fantasy is directly available, and anyone can get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, really tough round for NIP, and that's going to be one that I think haunts them if this doesn't go their way. They'll have one more chance to lock it down before overtime, and I mean, this is where you've got to rely on your veterans. It was the 2 oldest players in the server that just clutched that 2v4, Virtue and P4, who have been so good in these high-pressure moments for BDS. I think if you're NIP, you've got to do the same. We see these high-pressure moments, a guy like Fantasy, he's been to a lot of big events, but sometimes when you're a star fragger, those nerves can still get to you. We've got to see guys like Pino, guys like Cons stepping up and holding down the fort for the Ninjas.
I suppose this depends on whether or not you're a glass half full or glass half empty kind of person. But NIP have always struggled to close these games out effectively. Back on map number 1, BDS pushed them to round 12. NIP did win that 12th round, to their credit, and ended up winning in regulation. Here on Skyscraper, it was BDS clawing back. Then they win 4 rounds in a row and they take the whole map. Now here, it's 2 rounds to push us to this 12th round. Yet again, NIP, when they get to the finish line, they do stumble a little bit. Now the question is, this has more pressure than any of the previous maps. How do they deal with that adversity and that pressure?
Was this not the exact same in the SAL playoffs when NIP went up against some less than ideal opponents and still had to go very deep into the night to win out?
They needed something like all but 3 rounds in all of the maps they played in overtime because they could not close out games. And it gets to a point where you can't, like, we can give credit to BDS, and they do deserve it. But it gets to a point where when this keeps happening to NiP over and over and over and over again, it's less about their opponents and more about NiP failing when they need to succeed the most.
All the focus is on that round. If they lose that round, they've let BDS claw their way back, saving 3 match points. The momentum will be with them for sure. Now, my problem with NIP stake right now, as you can see, they are not spending utility or players up top, getting rid of their vert. They get rid of the anchor, that's fine, that's a good way, but the vert is still there, and they will need somehow to find enough smokes and a plant spot that is somewhat not being challenged by the Warden.
Well, with the shield in the back of Cons, he might have the opportunity to sneak it past them.
Listen to all those smokes going off. Smart goggles, smart glasses used by Robbie as he takes a bit of damage. And in this corner, Khan's getting diffuser down. They finally see him, and he gets him in the nick of time. Robbie saves the round. Somebody from NiP will now need to take up the mantle as the case has been dropped in the Lion's Den.
They know where the diffuser is. They have the Valkyrie cam on the bomb site right now. They have the vert as well. Everything, all the win condition is still there, Jesse.
I mean, there's no plan B for NIP. How do you get back to the kit and get a successful plant if you couldn't do it with Fuse?
50-50 gunfights, that's really all you can do, right? Try to exploit an opening that isn't already there. Robbie goes down, Virtue too. Pino and Fantasy have the idea. Hates dies though yet again. Suddenly the guns from BDS put a pause on the defuse. Fantasy will pick it up. Surely third time is a charm. Every time this happens, a reset is needed. NiP running out of time. Fantasy being watched. Wizard contesting. Holy shit, they've done it. They send us to overtime.
3 match point, Parker. It's insane the way they denied it. I want to know how many seconds were left on that diffuser. I thought it was going to be planted. They denied it at the very last second. It's crazy. It's a miracle. BDS is still in it, and BDS can still make it to the main stage.
My heart's going a mile a minute. I don't know how these BDS guys are so calm. In that round in particular, you lose your P4 anchor, the first death of the round. You lose site control immediately. And a lot of teams, I've seen them in that moment, they start to panic. They drop down the hatch. They move down the stairs. They try to get into the site. But BDS, so composed. Everybody stays up top. They play their impacts to get good lines of sight. They play the Warden to get good lines of sight, see through the smoke, stop that plant, not once, not twice, but 3 times in the bomb sites. And now they've got every bit of momentum in the world.
The first hero, Robbie, denying the first plant, and then Lasmo. Lasmo with a triple kill. Lasmo denies the second plant, then kills the cover, then kills the third attempt to a plant. Lasmo with 13 kills, the young French rookie, proving he deserved a spot on that BDS project. Now 2 rounds away from making it to his first main stage at a major event.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I think there was a bit of skepticism here about Liloon taking more of a backseat. I know we were trying to praise the leadership of that team, but confidence really did come through, and this team has relied on each other. Yeah, there is always bad with the good. Yes, BDS did exceptionally well, but still, NiP makes some mistakes. Now, NiP's called their timeout. It has not been successful at all. During the timeout, by the way, we did get a translation from Maria, and she said that let's go with Blackbeard, let's go with Ace, let's open everything up. They will kill themselves for us. Let's bait out the plant. And they were right. They did over-peak at the beginning. But the plant game was not good for NiP, and they got outfoxed because it was too linear of a take. And now we go to extra innings.
And if you looked at the faces of the NIP player after that round, the deception, the defeat, the resentment, they had 3 match points. They had it in their hands. Who has the momentum right now? BDS has it. And that is going to play a lot in their favor, especially now that they can go back to that top floor that they still haven't lost.
It's not over yet, though, and this is a third opportunity for NIP to get another look at this top floor. Try to adapt, try to get something different going. They've got Pino back on the glass. He's been loving this operator all map long. Operation's a very important part of the map, and they've pushed Fantasy out very quickly. Fantasy has pushed the zombie out very quickly, I should say. Freck is retreating from that position. They start to breach open the walls. BDS cannot get too overconfident just yet. They still have to win 2 rounds in the next 3.
The comeback has happened. At this point, for the 3rd map in a row, BDS has tightened up the game. NiP succeeded in 1 of the 2 times so far. We don't know what the outcome will be here in map number 3, but that comeback on Skyscraper is so impressive, and we could see something even bigger here to send BDS to the main stage.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. They've got less than a minute 30 to work with. They've lost a player that was in observation. They are trying to go for a green take.
And they're falling apart. They're falling apart. Pino's gone ice cold. Fantasy dies first. Hates follows right up. That's your offensive engine gone, sputtered out. Wizard is down now too. The motivation, the confidence on the side of Nip evaporated. Now it's BDS with a minute to go, just narrowing down the HP on Cons and Pino as they watch as their chances go up in literal and proverbial flames.
At the finish line, everything has fallen off the vehicle. Somebody has to make a difference, but what are they to do? They're so strong on the side of BDS, fighting every angle. Pino's position is known, and he has no HP. No shot of winning a round like that. BDS have never been in more control.
Look at that hype from the players. Look at everyone. They know they have it in their hands now. Who's got the match point? Not NIP anymore. That's BDS. And that's because NIP was flustered. They were staggering. They were stalling. They had no idea what to do. They tried to change the pace. They tried to change the side of the attack. Nothing worked for them. They left someone in the back and he died instantly. There was no backstab pressure. And after this, nothing. Everything crumbled. Now, BDS, they've got the advantage and they've got the top floor to start working on. I need these guys to step up. I need P4, Robbie. I need these guys to deliver some great calls, and I need a drone close to the bomb site.
I don't want to say that this has been, in my eyes, the most exciting best of 3 that we've seen so far, but I'm going to say it.
I'm feeling it.
I'm feeling it. And it's so good to have you on the cast so that we have yet another person to lose our minds on the mic here, even if you do have a little bit of French bias.
No, do you think that shows?
No. We know it's all love for both these teams. I mean, whoever will come out on top will be the team that deserves it, but NIP, in order to achieve something like that, they've got to find some way to swap the momentum. They've got to find some way to get control of this game. The wheels have fallen off the bus. The engine's been scrapped for parts. They need something to get moving again. It's been so long since they've won a round.
And it's been so long since the first round, and yet what do you see, Jesse? The exact same lineup, the exact same win condition. We're going to play top floor. We're going to have a crossfire towards green, and we're going to use those gas canisters, the fire canisters and the gas grenades to deny the plant. Now, I expect BDS to be able to adapt. They should know of that. They should remember that first round. If that win condition is the denial of the plant, why not bring a shield and why not collapse onto the bomb site?
It's been over half an hour since Ninjas in Pajamas have defended. So you're going to have to settle into an unfamiliar side and hope that you can replicate that same success. Now, both of these teams have been better as defenders. So worst case scenario for BDS, Nip takes it, you swap sides, BDS goes to defense. Things hopefully work out for the French team if you're fans of them. I see some of the expressions on those Nip players' faces, and they look like they have just come home from war, and they did not win.
Well, and they won this bomb site both times they played it in the first half. They are a good team at defending the top floor of Lair. But at the same thing I said in the last round, this is a third opportunity for BDS to make adjustments, to adapt. And I agree 100% with what Alfama said. You're bringing in this blitz now. Virtue's going to be on this operator. The util clear is excellent from what we're seeing. It feels like they're starting to pick it apart.
Now, that green crossfire that I mentioned, double shotgun, as you can see it, the mute, the smoke in close quarter combat, holding that crossfire here. It's going to be really important to get that information with the Flores, getting rid of the barbed wire. Now that push is single-handedly to clear things for the blitz and for Robbie to gain that control.
They've sent Virtue in all on his lonesome. It wasn't too long ago where Virtue's kill tally was nothing to sneeze at, and he's almost drawn even, as almost everybody on the side of BDS has found a much surer footing on the kill front. They had that smoke there with SMG out behind him, and I was worried that they would use utility a bit early. I think that's 2 gas canisters that have been used with still over a minute to go.
1 bathroom, 1 solo window, 2 are going to push from green, and 1 is going to backstab for the breach. This is a 5-way spider take from BDS, and they really need a 3-2-1 execute all together, and the kills that go with it.
There's no telling how this is going to go, but it's going to be a fury of kills one way or another, and we'll know right now.
There still might be one more round of this, or so we hope. Blitz leading the way in, Virtue skating around it as the secondary utility's been expended. First domino to potentially fall is P4. Wizard gets on the board, Nip sweeping through BDS, all acting as individuals, and it falls apart every 50-50 gunfight, breaking for the Brazilians, and we go to all 15 rounds as Nip wins it flawlessly.
Just as we thought they were done, just as we thought BDS had wrapped it up and we were on to map number 3, the final game, BDS or G2 Weibo, not just yet. One more round needed between these two titans, and I believe I did say at 1-1, smelled like 15.
What a game, and what a prediction from you, Jesse. You said you don't have a big nose, you have a good nose, and that one that can smell the right things. Well, you smelled it, and I think I see it as well. The 15th round, loads of pressure for these two teams, so much at stake right now. Not only the main stage, also SI chances as well, improving drastically if you make it and advance to being top 8 at the Munich Major.
It's one thing to lose. It's entirely something different to lose if you're BDS at this point. NIP has been in control of every map once we hit the 2/3 mark. The moment we hit round 10, it's been NIP in charge of Clubhouse, of Skyscraper, now here on Lair. Every time it's been NIP who's kind of stumbled. BDS just keep having to battle adversity after adversity after adversity.
And they choose bunks to go there. Wow. The one bomb site that they lost once and then won once. The one bomb site where we've said it times and times again. Everything is played on that top floor. And this time, the Warden is here. But that's the only denial. A weird new setup that we haven't seen so far.
I mean, we listened to the TAC timeout right before round 12, right? We listened to what the plan was for NIP. They thought, okay, BDS are going to beat themselves. We can just rush the site. That didn't work. Surely now NIP can just go back to their very first take in round number 9 when they spent all 5 of their players to push that top floor. BDS need to be ready for that. They cannot just anticipate NIP doing the same thing that they did that lost.
If I remember well, when they defended against that, BDS had brought the Clash, they had brought the Mira, they had brought operators that were supposed to make the top floor stronger.
Yeah.
Now, look at this setup. You see a Castle, you see a Valkyrie, you see a Jäger. That screams extension to me. That screams trying to make that top floor even bigger and trying to hold it as much as possible. And that is the extension that we mentioned. That is Robbie in green stairs with 3 ADSs, the Castle, the barbed wires, and the Kiba barrier, trying to make that top floor clear even harder.
It's a big focus on green. It means that like the actual top floor extending over towards office might be a little bit trickier to hold on to, but if you do give up that very top floor, it's going to be okay. You've got more angles to fight back for it as well.
Gentlemen, while this might be the end of the road, I speak for probably everybody watching this and say, I'd love unlimited OT here. Give me more.
Reloading ammo.
This is a do-or-die moment for both of these teams, so evenly matched. A spot on the main stage awaits one of these teams, the other a flight home. It has been a dogfight between teams that were counted out in their regions, living in the shadows of bigger foes. And now only one of them in the next minute and 40 seconds will be able to make it into the top 8.
I can feel the pressure. I feel like I'm even more pressure than the players inside that game. I feel like the tension is at an all-time high. These two teams have been battling for so long. Trying to problem solve that green stairs player has been the real trick for NIP. The adaptation called by BDS right now is causing so many problems on the side of NIP. They did not anticipate that. Look at that before, it's still lurking. They have no clue about the win conditions set up by BDS. What a call, what a strategy.
A lucky shot from Cons onto Robbie. If he ego challenges this, can be the undoing of this BDS offsite play. There goes Freck. Robbie is gone as well. Fantasy, out of nowhere, dominates in the mid-round. 1 minute to go. NIP with a huge advantage. And a third almost to be had as P4 goes for the peak. All assembled by the breach and by the bomb site. Where are these last 3 players from BDS? An impressive comeback, but it looks like now it's BDS's turn to stumble at the finish line. Virtue and Lasmo as all that remains for BDS. A triumphant comeback, but there's so much more to be done and no weaknesses here for NIP just yet. Virtue in his position, finished off by Cons, and Lasmo will sit and watch as BDS's hopes and dreams crumble. 2 flawlessly won rounds by ninjas in pajamas. Heartbreak for BDS, and it's NIP up to the main stage. BDS to go home.
Fantasy is known for having one of the craziest 1v5s in Siege history years ago on Theme Park, but that might have just topped it for the best game that he has played. The most important round, cracked it open like an egg. He's the difference maker. He's the hero.
It starts like it ended, with Fantasy finding the right gap and getting a multi-kill. They can be proud of that player, picked up from W7M Academy only 1.5 years ago. Props to P4, props to BDS, props to these guys, fighting as much as they could, never giving up, fighting for so many match points and bringing it back.
There always has to be a loser, but in my eyes, BDS, they're not losers. This could have gone either way. One more game remains, but we're going to want to hear what everybody seems to think about that matchup in just a few minutes.
boys.
NIP is in the playoffs and they were screaming a lot. Now I want to hear from you, Fantasy, who has been a beast in this major and also in SAL. Well, how does it feel to be such a great player and to be part of the NIP new history? The last major was in 2021 and now you are in the Munich in the playoffs.
Então, a gente jogou meio mal essa partida ainda, entregamos vários rounds ali, mas a gente conseguiu ali quando eles fizeram o round do overtime ali, eu tava sempre botando o time pra cima, falando que dava pra ganhar, que a gente ia conseguir ganhar, e pra ter cabeça, que o jogo é muito mental, muito mais que qualquer coisa.
We played not so well. We gave out some rounds, but I was there like trying to lift the team up, and because it's all the mental health, and we know we can play more. And also, NIP had a lot of problems earlier. So how was the plan to just be a team again, to play as a unit, and to have the game back on your?
Então, a gente teve que jogar muito como um time assim, fazer as execuções de play muito setadas assim, muito timado, então tipo tudo no mesmo time, numa sincronia, que acabou que faltou uma sincronia pra gente no Skyscraper, faltou uma sincronia pra gente ganhar alguns rounds ali, dava pra gente ter fechado 2-0 esse jogo, mas que bom que a gente conseguiu ainda dentro do jogo, não precisou perder pra aprender, né?
Yeah, exatamente. Yeah, we were out of sync in Skyscraper, so we had to learn how to adapt. E nesse caso eu te pergunto, como que vocês conseguiram adaptar? Alguma coisa foi falada? How did you adapt, in fact? How was the conversation?
O Dan nos paus ali tava sempre tentando botar a gente na linha ali, falando pra gente ficar confiante e tal, e às vezes dava esporro quando precisava, mas acho que a gente, sei lá, focou ali nos últimos rounds que precisava, também a gente mostrou que a gente é melhor, e foi isso, a gente é melhor que os caras mesmo.
We are better than them, and we really focused on playing like a team in the end of the rounds. And Dan, which is the coach, was really there to just remind us and give some like puxão de orelha. I don't remember how to say that in English, but to fight with us a little bit to argue about our gameplay that was not really good. But congratulations, parabéns, Fantasy. Mandaram muito.
A massive congratulations to NIP for making it to the playoffs. They'll play on the main stage as well. Absolutely huge for these players and the organization with the resurgence they've had this year. But what a map that was in general. What a series as well. We'll have a look at the final few rounds because the miracle in Munich almost happened. BDS pushed it to overtime, but NIP survived.
It went so goddamn close, and what an entertaining game that was, first and foremost, especially map 2 and 3 out there on Lair. But BDS, they were 4-6 down. They managed to find a way to get to overtime. It was a 2 versus 4 into another 2 versus 4, denying 3 separate plants here for BDS in round 12 to get the job done. And honestly, we thought they were going to kick on. We thought they were going to do it. It goes all the way to 1 round to decide the major main stage spot. Of course, it was Nip who took it.
I mean, it's just such a momentum shift for both teams in those moments. You think you're going to close it out here for NIP, but then for the side of BDS, you just continue to keep it on, and then you fast forward into this last round where NIP, you could clearly see it speaks into what Fantasy was talking about. They came together as a team in that last round, made it very convincing to put themselves all the way into main stage, and goddamn, that game was so fun to watch.
I didn't want either of them to lose, and that was the thing, you know, obviously I cover both EML and SAL, and you know, I've grown very, very, very fond of NIP, the journey they've been on, the siege that they're playing. They're really an emerging team out there from Brazil, but also BDS, similar story inside of Europe, and you know, for it to come down to 1 round was kind of perfect, but it was absolute heartbreak in the same time.
But I think this really highlights what we were talking about, that we wanted to see BDS come together as a unit coming into this last match, not rely on big hero plays, and you could just see it in the stats, and even looking comparatively across both the teams, we can see what BDS can bring to the table. It's just a matter of finding that confidence in one another and being behind that game plan, just like NIP, and that's exactly how they got it done.
41 rounds out of 45.
Wow.
This entire best of 3, it was a crazy game.
It was, and if we're looking at the standings as well, I mean, one thing we can point out is that in regards to NIP, they seem so much closer to each other, where it's just one person really standing out over on the side of BDS.
And I think that's how the game actually played out. If we look at how Lair really played out, you'll see that actually when NIP were on the defense, they were forcing BDS's execute. They knew that BDS weren't necessarily together when they were going for the executes, but when BDS were on the defense, it was hero players that was getting them over the line. We just showed 2 of them there. BDS still have a lot to work on, I think. I think overall, the team with probably the higher floor won, even if both teams are at similar ceilings.
No, I completely agree. And I mean, again, you got to rewatch this game if you missed it. There's so much to take from it. It is unfortunate that we are sending BDS home, but fact of the matter is I think there's a lot that they can take from this event as a whole and apply that later into the future.
You sure we wanted to stick with G2 Weibo as our must-watch of the day? Because honestly, I feel like this one could very much qualify for it as well, to watch it back in case you missed the series. That just happened. But with that, we send BDS home, and unfortunately, we do have an exit interview. Maria speaks to P4.
It was such an intense match, and you, as the IGL for the first time for BDS in a major, how is it for you to play with your back against the wall and having to be the person who lifts the team up and make the important decisions?
I think it's hard sometimes because I have the big role for the team. I take the decision, but I took my responsibility. Like sometimes I give some good calls and. We won the round. Sometimes the call is not the good one, and we lost some rounds. It's fine. The match was close. The last round, they just literally have a good individual performance, like for Fantasy. He took 2 kills and he did the round. That's it. I think we just unlucky for us. We took some experience, and I hope the next event for us. But yeah. Nothing to add.
Do you want to keep being in that position or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this position. I like this position. I'm here for the team and I help a lot the team. I hope. And and I'm just so happy when we play good with the team, and I saw the team like enjoy the play the way we play at Siege. And I'll just continue to grind the game and hopefully win a tournament one day.
Thank you.
Always unfortunate to have to do a loser interview. So thank you very much, P4, for willing to speak to us after that matchup. And I think you can see it with their faces as well on the side of BDS, how close this series gone and the defeats on their faces.
It's going to hurt. You know, naturally it will hurt in the nature that they lost, but the fact that they have aspirations of making the main stage, you know, European team, friends and family would have attended the event, etc. But just very quickly on P4, actually, because a lot got made of Leaky Fact when Falcons changed to IGL in English and speak in English. Yeah. P4's done exactly the same, but not a lot gets made of that. The fact that he's been able to take this team that is a fresh team so close to a major main stage is really, really commendable.
I was going to say, I'm really glad that we're giving him the flowers, because that was something that I was going to bring up. It's just the fact that you're switching your native tongue to accommodate everyone else and make them comfortable and take on that herd of just not being able to get this through, put yourself into the main stage. I mean, a lot of respect for P4.
Yes, exactly. And with that, our second game is over, though, so we can have a look at the results so far from the day. And once again, it seems that Lair is this magical map for NIP. It pushes them all the way here. It pushes them all the way into playoffs. But looking at these results, I mean, it's expected. We were expecting Furia to take down W7M. This one being oh so close, though. And we're looking forward to our next game, of course, between G2 and Weibo, what you two called the match to watch earlier today. And then afterwards as well, I know it currently says just past midnight, but that's obviously really depending on how long that game goes between G2 and Weibo. There'll be a late show here. We'll get a few coaches here in the streaming area in the studio. We'll get some players on. We'll have a chit chat. It's gonna be good, but before we get to that, still a very exciting game that awaits us.
Yeah, I can't wait for this one. I can't wait to see European teams. I was hoping we were going to get all 4 as well. It didn't quite transpire. BDS one round away, but you know, G2 can at least put a European majority through, unlike my NA friend here.
Well, let me tell you something. We got 2 there, so maybe by the end of tonight, maybe you'll only have 2 from the EML. So we'll see.
Wow.
Are you predicting it?
I got nothing to say. Just hopefully a good game.
All right, we'll see how that one ends up going, though. Will we have 2 or 3 teams from the EML region? That's all to decide for us for after the break. But before we get there, G2 play Weibo. We set that with Reaps and talk about his journey.
I remember after Boston made SI, I just go home and really sad. You know, first is the poor performance, and the second, the org just gone. Hi, everyone. I'm Rips. I'm play Rainbow Six Siege professional 5 years already. Can't believe I didn't win anything. when we were at Boston, we actually thought maybe we can win something, but like at first it's holding sick, and then it makes everyone sick. And at the stage, I still remember when the camera looked at us, no one even celebrating. And then
maybe he's one of the more sick people on this roster. Yeah, apparently they're a bit under the weather, but he really needs to show up. He's so capable.
And we actually played bad at that event, so as Tinjo, we just fail and have to move on. Then the Weibo just say, oh, I heard you guys didn't have the org, and we are interested on the Siege, so they're trying to let player as the freedom to get the coach or the analyst. As a player, it's really cool for me to, build a team.
He makes it in.
Oh. Oh!
Hold the phone.
Hold the goddamn phone. Hold the phone!
Not again.
We make top A at EWC. We just want to step forward a little bit. I would say top 4 is our goal.
And I mean, ultimately you want to win.
Yeah. But you don't want to say, oh, I just want to win, and then you lost. Thank you for supporting Weibo Gaming Esports, and I believe that we will play our best.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Only one more spot for the arena remains. Only one more spot for playoffs. That's either going to go to G2 or Weibo, but we're going to find out who that is after this best of 3. I'm excited to start talking about this series. And we just saw this player interview with Reaps on the side of Weibo. We'll start talking about Weibo first as well in general, because looking at that roster, of course, the only remaining hope, I guess we can call, from APL, but a lot of the hope rests on the shoulders of a player like Reaps as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the standalone, the one guy maybe carrying his team across so many events. Reaps has been the guy dropping incredible numbers in APL as well. I think he's the main reason why Reaps has been dominating their own region, coming here as one of the only 2 teams in the world to have won Stage 1 and Stage 2 in their own region.
Yeah, it's an absolutely, serious talent on the side of Reaps. I think it's crazy how chill he is, how casual he is. He's playing inside of his coat as well. He, of course, has such a small mousepad hanging off the desk. He's a real enigma at times.
Yeah, well, we're speaking of that though. Let's have a look at Reaps, and I guess let's take a look at his stats as well. And in particular, a specific sense in regards of the sense.
Yeah.
It's so different than what most players have.
It honestly is. It feels like he set his sense accidentally when he first started playing the game, and has just kept with it. I have no idea how he makes the micro adjustments.
The difference?
I don't know.
Between the X and Y.
I don't know. That got me shook. That is shocking me.
I think I know why. Some players have it because they like to have like a higher sense on the vertical, so it counters the recoil better.
I assume that's for the recoil, but like I'm not gonna feel that. Look at this. the setup of the mousepad, the way that he's playing it. I mean, it's just such a fun story.
And do you know what?
To me.
He makes such small micro adjustments that it really is. It's like he's barely moving his mouse when you get to observe it in person. It is absolutely crazy.
It is. It's very funny to watch, of course. And I know we just heard from him in the interview, but we're going to throw it back to the specific part where he talks about the sense one more time.
I remember when I first time played Siege, I felt like the recoil is so hard to control. And then I just increased the sense. So in Siege, the default sensitivity is 50-50. And I didn't change it, I changed my DPI. So I guess that's the reason why it's so high.
Love that for him, though. And we're looking at the Weibo players now getting together, hurdling up together, of course. When we're looking at this roster, though, I mean, they have faced a lot of opponents so far inside of the major. They're now playing their final game, as we hear them getting ready behind us as well. But in regards to the opponents they face, what have we noticed about their game so far?
What we will see is that Weibo, you can see their team profile here, their EPS. They've played actually some quite good opponents. They've played Enterprise, we saw Enterprise go out, but after that, NIP, who have just made main stage, Shopify, who are North America's best hope, then Team Secret, European's best team, EWC winners, and then we go through and they play up against G2. What I will say about Weibo actually is their stats as a team, they're almost not like an APAC team. Of course, they come from the APAC region, but every individual has got solid stats. They play good quality Siege. Normally when you see APAC teams, the one thing that they will do is they will have one real pop-off player and then others who can't necessarily hold their own internationally. Weibo don't have that. Yes, Reaps is excellent, but also the rest of them, they can hold their own.
Yeah, it's not the easiest opponent for them, though, today, as we'll start talking about G2 as well going up in this matchup. We had hopes of all 4 EU teams making it to the playoffs, and now the hope remains on the shoulders of G2, especially for a lot of G2 fans out there. And they're probably wondering, I mean, a lot of people in chat will be wondering as well, when does Stop and Play? He plays now, and I'm sure with what he's shown us so far, he will pop off again.
That's ridiculous. I mean, he's been, I will say this, the main win condition for this G2 roster. They're used to having superstars on that roster, and usually it is the firepower and it is the chemistry and the leadership of Alemao brought together that gets them kills. But I will say this, no matter the leadership, if you have a player like Stompen hitting clips that he does, looking at the way his teammates are looking at him, the realization from Alemao that he's got such a talent on his roster, that is, to me, the main win condition on that roster. That is the beauty of G2, having picked up one of the best generational hope out of Siege in a very long time.
I mean, it's just the G2 way. They just pick up talent after talent after talent, right? And I think, there's people that maybe question Stompen when they first got picked up because he never played Tier 1, because he was an 18-year-old kid moving across the world. There were pros who didn't think it was going to go well, and this kid has settled into pro life so well. And G2's a huge risk in taking him, but he's paid them back and more. And all of the G2 players, I can confirm, are absolutely loving seeing this graphic.
That's why it's so good to be in the player areas. Of course, they can see this graphic on our screens now as well, right before this game. And now, with G2, of course, they're playing their last match here, potentially, before those playoffs. I want to look at their path to getting here as well, because when we talk about G2 and the things they've been doing so far, I feel like the Samurai has been slaying.
It feels like the only way for G2 to win is to beat an APL team, and if you look at it, it looks like they got rid of CAG, they got rid of D+, and now they are facing Weibo, and it's just natural, right, for G2 to eliminate those APL teams to make it to the main stage.
Yeah, I think so. You know, they beat CAG. I think they were good against CAG. Up against D+ yesterday, I thought we really saw the real G2. The G2 that all three of us know and love and have seen inside of EML. I don't think they'd really shown us that until they came into that game yesterday. But then, now it feels like G2 back. I feel like I finally trust them again after that D+ game. And if I was Weibo, I'd be a little bit worried.
Dangerous to trust them as well. We know how that goes sometimes here. But I want to take a look at the map veto, see where this series will be taking us. Because they played each other at SI. Of course, it was a 2-0 back then for G2, but the rosters are looking a little bit different, and this time we're going to Cafe.
Oh wow, that is a ballsy pick, I will say this, from Weibo. Not only, okay, it is a great map for Weibo, they're on a 6-1 streak right now, and a good record for them, but if you look at this, it is one of G2's preferred map. They're absolutely insane on it. In fact, many teams are not even picking it against them, Jack.
Yeah, they barely get an opportunity to, even if they would start attack. G2 are always going to be happy to play Cafe. Moving through to G2's pick, we're going to see that they will go to Skyscraper. Speaking of another map they don't get to play very often, Skyscraper. Why don't teams let G2 play Skyscraper? G2 are incredible at attacking this map. They very much set the meta back in the day, and they've continued to. I would say Alamo is probably one of the best IGLs in terms of attacking this map, so they'll want to go there. For Weibo, we've actually not really ever seen them play it as well, so it is a little bit of an unknown.
Wow. And then we go to Lair, Jack.
Yeah, it's crazy.
G2, in my opinion, is one of the best Lair team in the world.
Yep. In fact, actually, I will substantiate that, is that the only other team that I think is one of the best teams in the world at Lair is Falcons, and G2 were happy to play Falcons there. It was a banner of a game. They did lose that, but they beat everybody else they play there. So I think for G2 especially, this is a super strong map veto.
So I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing 100% pick rate for Skyscraper so far, and also we are from the region, you know, where G2 comes from as well, but we are very much leading this map veto in the favor of G2. The question is, can they do it though as well? We're going to find out with our casters, Guz and Zenox.
Yeah, and you guys are indeed from the EML region, but guess what? We got the APAC casters here on this one for Weibo. A big game, G2, Weibo. Final spot to see who can go into the finals here at the Munich Major. This couldn't be a better matchup to close out the Swiss stage. Two teams that have had ups and downs. 72% of you back home expecting G2. Well, I would imagine a lot of those are probably Stompin fans. Let's be honest, guys, I think the reality, this one closer to 50-50. Either of these two could win it. It really just comes down to who brings their best. The SI qualification implications, well, they don't really matter for either of these two.
They can officially put themselves through to Paris, but I mean, at this point, both of them are pretty much shoot-ins. Yeah, very keen for this matchup. I've already braced myself emotionally for the conclusion because whoever wins, whoever loses, it's going to be sad, right? We'll either have no APL teams in the playoffs bracket.
The king, by the way.
Or we send home the king.
Send home the king. I mean, we could have had Reaps as the king as well. I mean, he's the APAC king, really. So it's like Reaps, Stompin. Do we get some kind of like battle between those two? I want to touch on that briefly, though, because for Reaps, he probably hasn't been at his ultra best, where he is certainly capable. Multi-kills, frags, big 1vx clutches, and just by and large dominating for Weibo. I don't think we've seen the best from him. Can he save the best for last here in the Swiss stage? G2, Weibo, it's our final best of three for today. And for the Swiss stage, G2 will start defense. Cafe, it is the map pick of Weibo.
No, Reaps hasn't quite been at his absolute best. A 106 EPS heading into the afternoon. Stompin currently top 10 at the event, 115 in comparison. Cost numbers very similar though, so expecting both of them at 67, 66 respectively to have large impact in this matchup. But it needs to be a team effort from both rosters, as is the case at this level of Siege, this deep in a tournament, and with both a qualification/elimination on the line. I'm hoping that we do see the best of both teams. Opening round over towards Dining. G2 on defense. They'll be looking to get the ball rolling early here.
Well, Cafe is an interesting map. It's the second least played map so far at the Major. The only map with less playtime has actually been Chalet, played just the once. Cafe now coming into its third game. 61.5% defensive win rate. I would imagine that's going to be the storyline in this matchup. Defense should very much prevail. Speaking of that, G2 beginning on the defense, it's Lair, who's got himself on the Solus and wants to get active early. Couple that with the Pulse, from Alamau. It suggests to me that for G2, they want to get as much information as they possibly can here on their defense and try and dispel Weibo before they can even get into the best positions for their attack.
Yeah, it's info for Dinar, not only on map entry, but also Dinar with triple Nitro in tow here. It's also been intriguing at this event, spiked up to a 23% pick rate, with her buffs leading into the event. And of course, impacts in play alongside a couple of other metrics changing has made her quite a useful operator. Interestingly enough, G2 actually with a lower pick rate, I believe, in comparison to Weibo, who have dipped their toes in to the Sols a little bit more at this particular event.
Speaking of Reaps earlier, he's the opening death here on Cafe. Not a good sign for the APL team. They need him fit and firing. The push now from Speakeasy will send Doki down from bar to pillar with the Nitro and tail. And while that does not connect, it's Loira who finds the opening 2 kills of this match. And that already will now put Weibo in a very difficult position in the opening round. It is Fireplace and Mining, as Blaz will lose his life with Speakeasy still alive on the Blackbeard, now postured over towards Train. Decent map control now established. Loira shut down. Turd puts an end to the Demon. And Hover now gets himself into the corner to go for this plan inside of Mining, which will be successful. Nitro, no impact. Turd lost his life. The trade is imminent. Now it's a 2v2 post plan.
And Elmau still isolated below, looking to feed information across the Stompin, still top floor. So the defense isolated. Hoven and Speakeasy given an opportunity to relocate. Information gained for Stompin, but unable to action upon that. Now 30 seconds left. They need to be snappy on the retake.
And G2 cannot allow that time to keep going down. Hoven, angle, red stairs, catches out Alamau and down to the King himself in the 1v2, low on time. The Blackbeard dealt with. What a shot. Good reposition from Stompin. Now gives himself the best chance. He will throw out the gas babe, stick the kid, but Hoven doesn't take contact towards red stairs. Stompin must now commit to the counter defuse. Hoven, watching from the back, shoots him in that very position, wins the opening round for Weibo despite the opening 2 deaths. That is a huge early round for the APAC team.
Yeah, big clutch up there from Weibo in the opening round. It didn't look great for them. The information was garnered beautifully by G2 and they actioned it quite well to begin with. But then as they fought their way into the objective, that defense split across the 3rd and 1st floors respectively. Alamau finding it tricky to make a playmaking opportunity work. Stomper did his best, the 1v1, and the usage of the util was great. He almost catched Hoven. Narrowly missed that shot. If it landed, they win the round. Unfortunately, Hoven, though able to just avoid those shots, pushes through, gets the kill, and Weibo sneaked the first round.
Well, I think it's a big factor that Weibo were able to win that round from a deficit, attacking into Cafe. It is their map pick. Stealing around nice and early sets them up perfectly for their own mental, for their own confidence in what is a do-or-die best of 3. And as we know historically, while Weibo is probably the outlier in this saying, APAC teams tend to crumble in these sort of matches. Top 8 conversion, being able to go deeper into a tournament such as a major, that's where we usually see the APAC teams fall away. But Weibo has been the exception to that previously.
Oh, we saw in the pre-show as well. G2 have been the Grim Reaper for APL at this event.
They have.
They've been fairly successful.
Similar to the Brazilian teams, maybe to North America at times. Speakeasy, bakery side. It is Kitchen for this second round. They'll bring the sends for the ROUs and look for a bakery hit as of right now, but we know that Weibo can pivot later on, potentially to a freezer side hit. A defensive setup though for G2, that screams rather default. It will be all about the delay. They've got the Echo that can put pressure eventually on the plant later on. They do have Lawyer playing VIP with a Nitro Cell, and of course on that Tuber with the Zoto canisters can very much delay time over towards Freezer. So they are well set up, especially with Doki on the Azami over towards Bakery. They've kind of got both angles covered. If it's a Freezer side hit or if it's a Bakery side hit, they're ready for either or.
Looking across at Loira's card and a Nitro in hand early on in this round, perhaps looking to make a play. Elsewhere, Shock Drone getting to work from Hoven. Great piece of utility to counteract the Goyo likely plays for the default, and now currently feeding information over towards VIP. Lair will be playing that position with Zoto canisters. Good counterplay onto the sense if those ROUs are to be used by Speakeasy to drop down that hatch later on in the round. That being said, Freezer hatch is still actually in place, and there's action elsewhere. and it's G2 on top.
Once again, it's another 2-player advantage for G2. Weibo will need to bring back a second round straight from this sort of deficit without Speakeasy, no more ROUs from the Sens. Hoven has started incredibly well. Gets rid of Lair. His 4th kill now inside the opening 2 rounds. G2 will need to make sure they consolidate towards the site and do not allow Weibo to get into a good position with Alamau still towards bar. He offers a good point of contact, but baited out, and Turd collects the free kill. A rookie error from the veteran.
G2 still have the Yokai in reception. They're failing to play off that information correctly. They had such a strong advantage in that area of the game, but now it equalizes 3-3. Weibo, again, a little bit of luck going their way, some clean shots landing.
Still 1 gas babe available for Blaz, 2 impacts for Stompin. Gets out of code check, goes red stairs. Still time for Weibo. I mean, they don't need to rush from this position.
30 seconds. Cross hold.
Well,
Weibo will need to try and break it.
Stompin's the one that needs to be beaten. Stompin holding an angle towards red stairs is cutting off this push coming out of bar. It was a cross through, 1 for 1, keeps it now. Even once again, Hoven's been strong, but so has Stompin. Reaps will go for the plant towards the bomb chassis. At this point, Doki and Stompin can just push together. Stompin indeed will. Shots don't land initially, but in the end, the ones that do matter the most, and that is the round going the way of G2. Big round from Stompin. Big reposition. Was playing code check, pushed out, played red stairs, knew full well where that push was going to come from on the bar side of the map, held a deep, good, strong angle, and gets rewarded.
Yeah, the mid-round there from G2 started to look a little questionable with the live info. They had reception. They failed to capitalize from that. Weibo found 2 back, had Whiskey control. Then the flood site was quite strong, but red stairs is really challenging to deal with if you elect to go deep instead of maybe playing the back line and trying to cover the plant instead. I think if Hoven has his time over, he probably elects to fall back instead of progressing forward. Easier said than done when you're trying to get that control. Either way, though, really good work from Stompin.
I mean, what a start, though, to this match, right? The opening 2 rounds, a multi-kill from Hoven, a multi-kill from Stompin. In both of those rounds, coming down to a 2 versus 2. The only sticking point, though, is in the opening portions of these rounds, it's G2 that in both of them have been able to get out to an advantage. So 5v3, 5v3. I mean, that might be the concern for Weibo. Coming into Cafe, not always the easiest to attack into your opening kills to get the advantages. So far, G2 have been really good in that area, but in the mid-round, they have been letting Weibo back into these rounds. That's the concern if you're G2. Trying to find a way to lock up more of an advantage once you do get those opening kills.
Yeah, it's been Lair from G2 to find first blood in the opening couple of rounds here on Cafe. Certainly an area that Weibo will be looking to address here in the 3rd as we head over to top floor. Stompin, key position again. This time Lounge will be self-sufficient with keeper barriers in hand on the Azami. And this will test the util clearance of the attack. Big frag grenade set here for Weibo. All but Reaps with 2 in pocket.
Alamau, of course, playing the mute castle combo towards shot. Will keep that locked down. That provides more
I missed.
cover for Stompin to be able to play aggressive in Lounge. Dropped down. Turd. They're getting aggressive top red here considering this shot hold. Alamau only though shoots into the Blackbeard, and indeed he will lose his life. That battle won nicely by Weibo. They wanted to take the fight to G2. They disregarded the shot hold.
Yeah, nice little flood there. Overwhelming the defense, not allowing util to really come in to play, but Stompin now, can he come alive over towards Lounge? 1 back, Speakeasy falls.
Well, with that reinforced though, top red, he's still pretty covered nicely though. Into Lounge goes Reaps, and he does get the clearance to Stompin, but loses his life for it. But considering they had the extra numbers, now therefore a 3v2, that's a big win for Weibo. They've cleared shop, they've got Lounge control, they've still got a 1-player advantage, and largely they've dealt with Stompin, who has started incredibly well. With a minute remaining in the round, Weibo, they've won this early round. They've put themselves in the best position now. This is where they can slow things down, talk things over, and reassess how they want to attack into the final minute.
A handful of drones, a handful of grenades still available. Mute just complicating things, but that should be a momentary pause in the action here for Weibo. As they look to identify where this defense may lay. It's Doki at Pixel, and Lair now to cover alongside in white corridor. Weibo contemplating what the final push will be.
Yellow ping information, by the way, so Weibo do have at least a whereabouts as to Doki's position. Inside backstore, Lair looking to retake towards Pixel. Has he done so quietly? It won't be checked properly by Ape. 2v2 for the third round straight. Low on time. Hoven does get the trade. What a start from Hoven. 7-1. Doki gets his. Looking now for that 1v1. He has to go, though, for the reload. Hoven goes for the head. A second attacking round for Weibo here on Cafe.
Hey, if there's one thing about Weibo, they absolutely love the DMR meta at the moment. Every single one of them will do everything they can to be the first to jump on any operator that has a DMR in hand.
Absolutely, rightfully so.
Yeah. I started to get a little bit nervous for them there. The amount of information that they're able to garner in that sort of 30-second downtime didn't seem like it was a lot.
I think the moment in that round, though, that stood out for me was Reaps repelling in lounge.
Yeah.
With Stompin and full well knowing that Stompin was playing that position, that's the 50-50 for me, where if Reaps repels in, dies, it's advantage G2, and then therefore Weibo don't have lounge control. Him getting that kill helps unlock the round.
It was really close. So you could see in the background, Lair trying to find the position to find that kill and keep Stompin up, and just wasn't able to quite get that angle in time. Stompin did a good job here, but then the pressure from Reaps, the pre-fire was great. The trade was also sound, but not quite enough at the end. The 2 versus 2, Hoven able to trade that out. DMR shredding there at the end. Weibo with the lead.
Well, it is their map pick, right? So if we want to set the overall expectations for this particular series, I actually had a really good look at the maps coming into this for these two teams, guys. And to me, the first thing that I said was Weibo are going to need to win Cafe. If they're going to win this series, they have to win this map. With the remaining maps in Skyscraper and Lair, of course, Skyscraper the pick for G2. They have, well, it's not so much about G2, it's more about Weibo. They haven't played Skyscraper. We genuinely have no information on Weibo this calendar year on the map. And whereas at least for G2, they've got themselves a record, they've played it, they've picked it, you backed them in on that particular map. You go to Lair after that, and well, Lair is a deciding map that is incredibly favored to G2. Push up white shotgun, Hoven is feeling it. He knows this is his kind of night. He's 9-1. Super early into the round, Blaz to get one back and a good clear onto Hoven. Oh, okay, G2, though, are responding pretty quickly into the round. I think they've picked up on the fact that Weibo, if they want to bring that pace, they will be committed in trying to then continue with that pace rather than pulling back on it. And so G2 have to respond. They do. They hit the shots. Leaves poor old Reaps and Turf now outside on the exterior in a 2 versus 4.
A long streak of picks in the opening minute of this action phase, tilting the way of G2. Responding really nicely to that initial pick onto Lair, isolating Hoven, and then Speakeasy and Ape also shut down. So a 2-2 scoreline to beckon here. Turd an opportunity to pad his stats a little bit. Plenty of time. At least gets one.
He beats out Stompin in the 1v1.
It just keeps the defense honest.
I mean, there's still a minute remaining, so really from Turd's perspective here, it's just all about can he create more 1v1s? Back himself to try and clutch out a 1v4.
Has a yellow pin. A 1v2, that's achievable.
Weibo have not been a super strong team in the 1vx's, only 3 so far at the tournament. On the flip side, G2 have actually been really strong in that department with 6, doubling Weibo. So they've been far more of a clutch team in contrast to the APL roster. 40 seconds left for Turd, continuing to just try and poke, prod, find these 1v1s. Credit to G2 not really giving him that sort of opportunity. It's the easiest way to play this. It's boring, it's slow, it's annoying, but for G2 it's just all about sit back, play sight, crossfire positions, make sure he can't do anything else. And that was the case in the end. A 2-2 scoreline. After the 4 rounds of Cafe have been played thus far, for Weibo, 2 attacking rounds already on the board is obviously better than the 2 defensive rounds for G2.
Yeah, nice little back and forth between these 2 rosters thus far. It's back-to-back opening kills now for Weibo, both from Hoven, but this time around, after this pick here, Hoven isolated, unable to have impact, and then Doki and Reading does his job really nicely as well to circumnavigate that pressure from Pillar as they look to try and trade that out, did Weibo.
A little split though on their attack though. If you've got one player, or maybe let's say two players opting for a bit more aggressive push in deep position, but the other two players playing Capitao Grim are playing exterior setup kind of focus mentality. I do wonder if there's a bit of a split then in the team communication. I mean, you're 9-1 in Hoven's case, so sometimes you get that rush of blood where you're like, I'm just going to go and do what I want. We've seen Reaps usually be that kind of player at times. He's 1-4, and again, that's been the talking point for Weibo, I think, at this tournament is for Reaps, who's such a talented player. He's been definitely down on form. If they're to win this series, they're going to need more from Reaps. Hoven's probably not the kind of player you expect to maintain this level of form. Upper himself yet to find a kill.
And the stat lines for some of those key players on the flip side for G2. Looking rather healthy in the early stages here at Cafe. Early days though, we go to Bakery for the 5th round. Second attempt here from G2, successful last time out. Weibo able to fight their way through reception, but ultimately unable to close around with Stompin, especially over towards Red Stairs, posing problems, and he'll play that position once more here for the second go-around. Control bar for Weibo, uncontested. The entire defense situated on the first floor.
Logic Bomb activated. I do wonder if Weibo kind of guarded last time out this site. G2 didn't really offer any kind of second floor pressure. They didn't really have a lot of Nitro cells. That's the same instance in this case. Murray's the only one who's got a Nitro, and the use of that Nitro is not so much to deny the vert, it's more for the freezer drop. Same positions really for G2. They've brought the exact same lineup, all 5 operators from last time out on this site, so they're going back with what worked last time.
Intriguingly, no hard breach here for the attack.
Well, it's the same lineup as well for Weibo.
Yeah.
Speakeasy finds the opening kill onto Blitz. That's now 3 straight for Weibo. No trade to come through for G2. And more importantly, that's the smoke as well. So no gas babes for the late round. And with that Logic Bomb, Hoven gets his 10th kill inside 5 rounds. No Alum out, no Echo. So with no Echo, no smoke, G2 up on the back foot in this 5th round.
Certainly not a comfortable position. Stompin and Doki will need to be the two to make a play. Minute on the clock. And Weibo pivot to reception side.
Good pivot from Doki. Capture Speakeasy coming down red. Battle over towards Bar. Stompin does well to get Hoven. Still the 1-player advantage for Weibo, but Stompin is someone that almost plays to the strength of 2. Heading into the final 45 seconds, still winnable for both teams. The death mark from Turd on the Deimos to catch out Stompin's position and get whereabouts he is located in their minds. Doki playing close to Freezer. He'll be the first point of contact for G2.
Weibo ideally want to try and play for the plant win con, but they do not have that diffuser in play. Over towards the kitchen double door makes it awkward.
Weibo are very split, by the way, for their 3 players. Turd will go the death mark once again. This is going to be the push in catch. What a shot, though, from Turd on the Vendetta shot as well. Stompin, pistol out. Into the final 10 seconds. He cannot see those seconds any longer. A quick clear, and the numbers prevail for Weibo. They take a 3rd attacking round now on Cafe, putting G2 to the sword here on this map. What's most impressive as well, Gus, is the fact they've now won 5-place mining, bar, cocktail, and kitchen. 3 different sites, 3 different attacking round wins.
G2 certainly not giving up without a fight, though. It was Doki and Stompin to try and put up a fight, but overwhelmed. The diffuser location made it awkward for Weibo, but when they were able to then drain it down into the 2v1, ultimately they quickly pivot to the kill win con and do so successfully. Final round now of the half, and if Weibo can walk away with the lead, it'd be great. I mean, even a 3 flat would be still strong for them. Reading the side of choice.
Attackers have discovered the location of
You see the Solace back into the composition. Now, that will be her 4th appearance in the half. Lair likely to lurk down below, garner information, relay that to the rest of the team. Also critically on a map like Cafe opens up more jump out opportunities potentially as well with the ability to find claymores, and a couple in the hands of Reaps this round.
And 3 for Hoven. That was not on my bingo card coming into this match. I will say though, this series is very much going to be the definition of a marathon, not a sprint. There's no data of Weibo on Skyscraper. It's not a map they play. So even if they win this, then the odds are we still likely go to 3. A jump out opening kill for Lair. Eliminates Ape. But Lair cannot make it back in safely. Good reposition from Reaps. Gets the trade, limits the damage. Stompin then finds one onto Speakeasy. He's got to double digits with that high angle of difficulty shot to get rid of Turd. 10 and 4 for Stompin. Nitro thrown out in desperation, but Hoven goes over towards New Belk rather than through Shop. So Hoven and Reaps. 2 versus 3. These rounds, they've been so scrappy, guys. We haven't really seen a lot of rounds conclude with multiple players alive. It feels like almost every round has come down to a 2v2, essentially. Will it happen again? As Stompin has now put into Shop. Is he aware of the fact that Hoven is actually now in bar?
I don't think so.
I mean, the way he's positioned, he's got no idea, whereas Hoven knows full well that Stompin is inside of Shop. Never mind, Stompin turns at the right time. Good clear, trade from Reaps is there. Doki low on health and still 1 whole minute in the round means anything could happen from here with Reaps still alive inside of the server. And we know he can be the sort of player that will play and gain confidence the better he performs. This could be the kind of round that sets the fire beneath him.
Does have one piece of B util that could be used here. 45 seconds. Can he problem solve himself through this clutch?
Drone inside of reading, by the way. So might have information on Blaz, who is oh, what a shot though from Doki. Yeah, indeed, that's a clean one. Down the end of the hallway. 1 pixel shot from Doki. Ends the round, ends the half. It's 3-3, all tied up. Weibo, go defense.
So far, so good, and I think that's probably the right messaging for Weibo. Pretty solid half for them. I'll be happy to walk away with 3. The siege overall they played and the tempo in which they threw into the server, I think worked pretty well for them for the most part. GT's counterplay overall definitely did aid them at times.
I wonder if we're going to get some trash talk as Doki's telling Weibo to help out Hoven, and he...
Oh, hey, there's a wry smile from Turd, so you know he wants to bite back.
I mean, Turd... He is the kind of player as well, Turd, that could be like 1 in 10. As long as his team wins, he'll be talking trash.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all we need to really turn this one into a bit of a classic. The banter between them. Weibo is undoubtedly the team that likes to provide the most banter in the APL region. There's no real contest, as much as others may look to try. So the bans, Azami and Valkyrie, along with Bontang and Capital. We head to some of the replays from that previous round. Reaps had an opportunity. This is a clean shot. We'll see if we get it from Doki's perspective, but it was quite literally 1 pixel angle down that end of the corridor, the way he was positioned. Got to see it on our side screen. It was a really clean shot from Doki.
Question now for me heading into this second half is what's the contrast to the attacking style of G2? Will they go for a much slower play set here on a map that can sometimes favor that? Try to draw out Weibo into mistakes, play heavy util clearance and try to fight fiercely for key positions on the map. And often that kind of playstyle does work well against APL teams.
We are privy to some very fun statistics. In terms of the average time at entry, like G2 is 1:47. So that puts them in the top 6 at the tournament so far. So on average, they are one of the quicker teams when it does come to, I guess, their attack side and getting these kills.
Turd on the solos here for the 7th round, but he retreats back towards reading, maybe looking to contest this exterior rappel. Lair clued in though and holding that if it is to eventuate.
By the way, for those at home, if you ever are watching and spectating Reaps, he plays with such a high sensitivity that his wrist barely moves. So you may notice sometimes he looks a little jittery. That might just be because he slightly over-moved his wrist.
It's because he breathed.
Yeah. It's an insanely high number. But yeah, the pacing right now from G2, I mean, this is Bar Cocktail, so naturally it's always going to be one of the slower ones. And indeed, Lair, though, finds the kill onto Turd, so he clears out second floor roam. The vast majority of G2 are more prepared with setting up for the execution top floor, but Lair does his job on the lurking Dockerby. And now has another logic bomb ready to go for the final 90 seconds. Speakeasy low on the Warden as well. Weibo are susceptible in this 7th round.
Time ticking though. G2 need to formulate a plan to take advantage.
Oh, clean kill from Blaz. Weibo falling apart here on the opening defensive round. It's only Reaps that's left. This may end up now being a flawless in a match where the majority of the rounds have only had 1, 2, sometimes very rarely 3 alive. This has been dominant from G2 to kickstart the second half. In the hallway, indeed the flawless will be confirmed as Lair shuts down Reaps. G2 take the lead and start to just up their trash talk game in the server as well. I wonder if they feel like they're getting into the heads of their opponent.
Yeah, a little bit maybe. That suffocating style of attack, which I theorize may be the plan here on Cafe, translated across into that first round. Doki fired up.
Doki's fired up. I mean, Doki's playing incredibly well right now, 7-3. He's been active. Doki, Stompin, and Lair have been sensational so far in this match. This is, by the way, the first time that round, actually, and I only just picked up on it right this second, is the fact that a team, either team, has won 2 rounds straight, guys. That first half was quite literally back and forth, 1 for 1, up until the 6th and 7th round, where now G2 have won 2 straight.
Also,
this is their first lead of the game.
Also the first flawless, and
yeah,
picking up on the point you made earlier about a lot of the late rounds being very close, that is replicated in the stats. In the first half, the most players up at the conclusion of a round was 3. That was back on round number 4. 5 players, G2 winning that on defense. So G2 make a statement in the opening round at the half. Still a long way to go though on this rotation, dining for the follow-up. Dining and mining specifically. I like the addition of the Ram this round. Stompin will be able to use those auto breaches to great effect if they get control in lounge. That can help contest the likes of the Pulse of Speakeasy, currently inside of Train.
And just to add even more information to this, Weibo are actually, statistically, over the course of this year, better at attacking on Cafe than they are defending. G2 is inverse of that. They are better defending than they are attacking. Run out here from Turd, doesn't convert, and they lose Arpe to Alamau. 1 and 7 for Arpe, struggling to have impact. Another opening kill for G2. They're starting to really take control of this match. Although, a shot from Speakeasy, with pistol in hand, gets the kill onto Lair. Evens things back up once again.
Blaz again looking threatening on Rappel, just like round 7. Scan goes out, and ground being taken by Stompin, eagerly contesting Pixel. Hover does fall, and so G2 now with top floor control.
Still 2 Boogie Auto breaches for Stompin, and now with that top floor control, they'll be able to utilize that utility. They've got a minute as well to compound on this advantage that they have created from their early aggression with Hoven in the grave. This should really be the kind of round that G2 is able to lock in from here. So someone like Speakeasy, though, The cardiac sensor and the nitrocell available, he could offer the point of difference for Weibo on the defense. Reaps is over towards bot white stairs as well. And up close, shotgun, Toki meets that shotgun. That's Kid on the floor. So a position that needs to be cleared and cleared by Blaz really quickly.
Both below. Both defenders playing below. 30 seconds.
Still the nitrocell as well for Speakeasy. Sight clear. Blaz checking. Needs to find the position that they feel is the most safe. 20 seconds remaining, and they opt to now actually rotate in over towards mining. Speakeasy, of course, has been getting a lot of this information. Nitrocell, are they ready to shoot this down? He doesn't even get the chance to throw it out of his hands. Stompin denied him that opportunity.
Come on.
Well, far too much faith from Weibo in the vert denial.
That's a massive overinvestment.
5-3 lead for G2. Well, they've put themselves in a really good position to take out Weibo's map pick. Weibo need to talk things over.
But whenever we go back to cocktail or reading, they're going to be nade stacking, right? There's no Aruni, they banned Azami, okay? So the only things that we have to deny is Wamai, Jaeger, and we could also castle windows, okay? So make sure we're putting a castle on that C1 door, and it's on the landing window, and also on like on C5, okay? Because they're just going to keep constantly nade stacking C1 over and over and over again. There is very little denial for it, okay? Outside of that, we just need to make sure that we're slowing down a little bit and moving around a little bit too much, yeah? These guys, they just love to fucking punish us when we move too much, yeah? They're going to sit on these repels, they're going to wait there for their picks, and once they get the picks, they're going to go for the push, okay? Yeah. So just relax, calm down, relax on the movement, and make sure we communicate when we want to push and how we want to push. We can go for these picks together as a team. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go, guys.
It's always a nice feeling as a noob caster when the coach basically says exactly what you say. The G2 are punishing movement. They are suffocating them with these attacks. Weibo getting jittery. They're overplaying their hand, and they're being punished.
I just want to see Weibo play more direct. I feel like they're trying to do a lot of funny things. The way that they're positioning around the map.
The investment below with the pulse and the Solace is questionable. I mean, it's one of those plays, if it pays off, they look like geniuses, right? But G2, really, really good game sense, clued in, ready for reposition, playing a position where it's tricky to deny.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well and truly outplaying Weibo here on Attack Cafe.
10 seconds left.
So 3 rounds straight for G2 in those 3 rounds as well, getting all of the opening kills, starting to win these rounds in a more comfortable fashion with the flawless and 3 alive. Ape, well, giving himself a chance to go for a 5-second kill and repositions ever so slightly to go for it again. He got 2 shots off, doesn't land either. Does send a little message to G2 though that maybe Weibo want to up their more direct game. Take the fight a little bit more to their opponents. Alamau on the blitz, along with the Glads. They're going to go for the quick bakery clear. No, straight through prep. Never mind the pivot over towards bakery and through. Alamau, a little indecisive, I think, with that push overall. Thought about prep, then opted to slide back in through bake. I thought it was just going to be a bake clear, but no, pushed even further and got then punished. Blaz does find a kill with his DMR. But still the advantage for Weibo, taking the battle prep and Stompin clears out on the Glaz, gets rid of Speakeasy. With Hoffen falling, G2's pressure that they have not let up from continues to overwhelm Weibo. Reaps is now forced back to site and the drop was already being watched. They just got overwhelmed, decimated, destroyed. Cut open, sliced, however you want to say it. G2 have just taught Weibo a huge lesson.
Well, there's a reason these guys are #1 in EU. There is a reason these guys were the runners-up at EWC. They know how to play some really good Siege.
I haven't seen Weibo get that sliced up in a long time, not in the APL region, and certainly not even, sometimes even internationally from Weibo this year. What struck me the most is, and I do wonder, it's hard to sort of guesstimate a little bit, but once Weibo kind of dealt with the initial wave of that push, the blitz and co, and got a couple of kills, I think they maybe anticipated a bit more of that slowdown reset, but G2 just kept going. G2 never stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I had my eyes over it to the left on the overhead, and positionally, they had such good positions. White stairs, red stairs. Speakeasy was a little bit isolated on site through the mid-round, and he got punished right here, but they still had good positions. Hoven lost his duel, so too did Turd as he dropped Hatch. And Reaps, again, so far away from the objective, having 0 impact. And that's not isolated to just this round. Reaps has not been in position to have impact in this match.
Well, I mean, Reaps' position as well was not, to be fair, in position for a bakery side rush hit. But then he probably needed to get involved a little bit sooner then. And again, that's where I kind of go back to what I was saying. It's like, maybe Reaps was not actually expecting G2 to keep the foot on the gas pedal. 6-3. G2 have won 4 rounds straight. This game went from being quite literally back and forth and looking incredibly even and hard to split, and some positives and negatives for both of the teams. And right now, it's just all positive for G2. They have upped their game to a new level that Weibo do not have the capability of matching. Hard to envision, even on defense, for Weibo to bring this back. Have they got what it takes mentally? Because they don't look switched on right now. And Hoven's impact was always going to wane eventually, guys. Like, he was not going to go and drop 30 in this game. Started 9-1, since then 12-7.
So it's back to top floor. Speakeasy on the catch, which was highlighted earlier in anticipation for the nade dump here for total for G2. Shock drones also in play. Stompen with the responsibility of dealing with both the mirror windows and that catch. Quite a focus on the cocktail side currently from G2.
Well, I wonder if G2 just kind of sense that they can finish this quickly. They're obviously not going to just rush in straight away. You can't, it's bar cocktail, but they'll go do their clear game. Last time out on this site, Lair went for the second floor reading clear. Got rid of the lurkers. Weibo, of course, want to play map control.
Stompen's garnering a lot of information here. Window dealt with. Good start to the round for G2. At the midpoint, the groundwork has been phenomenal. It's all about conversion from this point, and the shot calling will need to be good.
They've been very clinical in a lot of their setups. No surprise that they've now won 4 rounds straight. And even though a shot hasn't really been fired, it still feels like G2 are starting to constrict the defense of Weibo. Turd playing the Soul is still over towards reading. I have been keeping an eye on Lair to see if he does go for that. Instead, it's just 3 dead instantly. It was a double nitro from Hoven. Weibo finally get something to go their way. At the 1 minute mark, they've been able to find 4 kills in about 2 seconds to essentially win this round. The run out from Turd, a little bit ambitious. Blaz was watching, got the kill, need now 4 more inside the last 50 seconds. Unlikely, a strange all round where a lot of the setup for G2 felt like it was actually putting them in the best position to win the round. Hoven gets a double nitro, another kill happened at the same time, and suddenly just snap your fingers, the round was over. Blaz will, of course, back himself in. And to be fair, he's moving with decent pace. Spots one over towards Washroom. Pixel, that's Hoven, 15-7, looking for his 16th kill. Pushes towards Pixel. Overswing, though, from Blaz. And, of course, more eyes can enter the battle. Speakeasy gets the kill. Weibo finally get a round on the board for the first time in 4 rounds. 6-4. 2 more defensive rounds on Cafe needed. Not impossible, but a strange round.
Guys, let me say, have 2 chances to close the game, okay? They're probably gonna go read on train. Like, if they change the pace again, like, you can put the mirrors, windows facing there, they have, like, a lot of guys top floor. Cal, I think, remember, we can do the slow cook. After the slow cook, because then we play for that kills, like, we punish them, okay? So, like, they're gonna be nervous now, so, like, can play, like, slow, or use the Hibana for open all the mirrors, okay? Just remember, like, Cal, Monte Hibana, so, like, bringing in a piece for Lura, okay?
Not Bibi.
Yeah, and also if they do, like blanks hold, like, for train, these things, remember the pockets as well, that it also works because they don't have the control of the heaven, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go, guys. We got this. Remember,
let's go, guys.
The communism can also do if you see, okay? If you see the opportunity. Okay, let's go, guys.
Okay.
Let's go, guys. Bora.
No panic, no panic. Relax.
Well, no panic, says Doki. Sees the opportunity. G2, 2 opportunities to close out this opening map and then head to their map of Skyscraper, which does have that hint of unknown. Weibo have not played the map at all in 2025. In an official, at least. I'm sure they've scrimmed it at some point, and it's always that question of, is it a map they've secretly kept hidden? Allowing it through twice now, technically, at the Major. Remember the last time out, didn't quite get to that 3rd map where we wanted to see it. So clearly they've been a little bit more happy to let it through. still think it's going to take a big ask, though, for Weibo to suddenly gain enough momentum to get this one to overtime.
10 seconds remaining.
Hoven's third 3K, by the way, so his third multi-kill round so far on this map. He's clearly been Weibo's best. Funny to think that we played 10 rounds of Siege for Weibo. 4 players are going negative.
Some intriguing repicks as well for G2 heading into the round. We heard some discussion there about Habana specifically to counter the mirror. It was initially selected. G2 switching off. The Lion Deimos combination here suggesting a point of difference for the attack. Maybe less of a focus on the utility game. Maybe leaning more into the info gathering and looking to take space that way. Blackbeard as well for Stomp and will aid if that is to be the play.
Target located. 3rd floor.
Maybe sensing an opportunity to push in through reading. Currently contested by Reaps, who rotates. First death mark now in play. It's Sentry.
Oh, not only does he get the Nitro, but he avoids the nades as well from Ape. Dancing on thin ice and escapes with his life and the kill onto Alamau. Another frag grenade for Ape. Another one. 4 frag grenades have been dodged by Ape.
No catch for Weibo, but seemingly it doesn't matter.
Well, he's not sure, though, where they're eventually going to push in. He needs a little bit of help. Stompin' down main corridor into mining. Speakeasy lost his life. Stompin' gets a bit of information that no one is home.
Turn below.
Needs to get this and get this quickly. Stompin' will be able to get this kit down. The Solus's impact is nil. It's none. Turn has not been able to fulfill his duty on that Solus. 4v4, 35 seconds, and there goes 2 quickly for Weibo, make it 3. Lair, Doki, Stompin' all one apiece, and only Turn left, nothing he can do. Oh, it's swift and clinical from G2. The EML team will put the sword to Weibo. They take the opening map of this series, only now require one more to book their place in the finals.
And that's why we always say Siege, it's a game of 2 halves. It was so to and fro in the first half. Weibo looking quite strong. Second half, though, all G2.
Well, it means for Weibo, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They have not won a single map of Skyscraper in 2025. To stay alive at the Munich Major, they must now do it.
A great start for G2 here in this elimination and qualification series. And as you can see, we are joined by Stompen on the desk. Speaking after map 1, your team isn't here just yet, but you are. Stompen, can we get your reactions after the first map?
It was a really good map. We prepped really good for it, so it was a pretty easy map, to be honest. So hope we can carry that into map 2 and make playoffs.
Alright, thank you so much. As we see the rest of G2 coming in.
Was you surprised they picked Cafe Stompen?
Oh yeah, we were expecting Chalet.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You went absolutely huge as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Was that all Doki giving you the information? Was it Carl? Or is it just you popping off the team?
Doki.
Does it give you pressure, actually, that people consider you to be like the king, or, you know, it's Stompen's world we're living in it? Does that put pressure on your shoulders, or?
No, I'm used to it at this point, so it doesn't affect me.
All right, we'll let you head off and go get back and ready for map 2. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Once again, he was absolutely excellent inside of map 1 there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, we're looking at the player profile as well. So glad to have him on the desk, even if it was just very short. And decided literally maybe 3 seconds before we went live as well. So yeah, Leo, welcome back. We're looking at the player profile here for Stompen. What a performance again.
Yeah, the king has returned, and I don't speak about myself, of course. I speak about Stompen in the game. He goes crazy, 14-6, and you just heard him. Cold as always. It's just another day in the office, and that's just him, right? We're getting used to it at this point, but every single map, he delivers some incredible clips. I don't know what's gonna stop him. I'm still waiting. Nothing is stopping Stomping. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Okay, we're cooking, yeah. I mean, I guess we're finding different alterations of, you know, mixing up his name and whatnot. But there's other players playing than just Stompen in this whole map as well. Let's have a look at the map summary and see how everybody else did as well, surrounding specifically that player on the
that's crazy. We did just do a Stompen highlight, but also Doki and Lair both dropped double digits. Lair, in fact, was the main entry fragger for G2, as you can see. 4 entry kills there, and only Alamo in terms of net positive entry kills. And the one thing I just would like to very quickly say about G2 is G2 are often architects of their own downfall. When G2 are bad at attacking, it's because of their own individuals and the way they're calling. But the way that they attack on basically every map, they've got it locked down. They make attacking Cafe look easy. It was a 3-3 split on their defense, and then they've gone on and kicked on, managed to win 4 out of their 5 attacks on what is supposedly a defender-sided map. That's going to be massive going into the next map of Skyscraper. Again, another quote-unquote traditionally defender-sided map, but G2 are so happy to go there. They're so happy to attack on any map, basically.
I think we were heavily surprised, especially when they were in attack. I think that we saw them going on to Cafe, a defender-sided map, and actually putting in a good number of rounds, you know, and on the back of Hoven mainly. I will say this, he left them a chance, actually, in that Cafe, dropping 15 kills. If it wasn't for him, I think we would have seen an actual stomp.
It was 2 1v1s right at the start as well, right?
Exactly.
It could have been so much more.
Two rounds on the back of himself, and the others multi-kills as well. So if you think about it, you need the entire team of Weibo to step up alongside him. You can see Hoven is still there and has the performance that I guess the others wishes to have. I'm thinking going on to Skyscraper, they're going in defense, they're going to be comfortable. What I don't like for them is that G2 will be in control of the pacing. And we know how Ailemao loves to call his small rushes, the karaoke window rush on karaoke bomb side, the direct takes on exhibition. He has all kinds of tips and tricks, like you said it before. He sets the meta on Skyscraper. And so in attack, for G2 to start, for once I will say this on Skyscraper, I think that's not a disadvantage.
I get a crazy feeling that Weibo are going to need like 5 defenses if they're going to be competitive on the Skyscraper. I really, really do get that feeling.
Wow, that sounds very difficult if you're a Weibo fan, but we hope they can show us some kind of improvement because elimination is on the line. As we said, if they lose this map, they're going home, and they don't want to do that, and we don't want to have that for our Aussie fans either. So we'll throw it back to you two for the second map of the series.
I'm just doing my best Jack impression right now. But no, look, I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think 5-1. I think they genuinely need 5 defensive rounds if they're going to win this map. A map, again, that they have not won this calendar year. It's all set up against Weibo coming into this G2. They were about 70%, I think, on the first map. Now a whopping 85% here on the social predictions. And I'm starting to follow that one home as well. I think they've got this one in the bag. It's just all about how they're going to do it. For me, I think G2 probably steal 2 to 3 attacking rounds and then close it out on defense, something along the lines of maybe like a 7-3, 7-4 sort of result. So that means I'm setting the expectations even for myself here. Let's see if Weibo can upset those expectations.
Well, they haven't showed this map. They have They have kept it hidden away for quite some time.
There is no data.
So the question will be, has that prep work been good enough here for Weibo to turn the tide, flip the series, and then head us to Lair? They looked fairly competitive in the first half back on Cafe. It unraveled. They should look competitive here defensively here on Skyscraper. We'll see how it translates across then into the second half as well. I still think this is set up and primed to be an intriguing battle. As for the bans, defensively, Clash Azami, and on the side of attack, Grim Ying.
Well, this is it, 2 or die for Weibo, now facing elimination to be the last team eliminated going into before finals. G2 one map away from booking their place in finals, of which, of course, the winner of this series is bound for upper bracket quarterfinals against Team Secret. I'm sure G2 would love another go at Secret. Those two have turned into like a little modern-day rivalry, I think, over the course of the last 12 months or so. And for me as well, this half, G2, free punch on the attack. And I know that on the desk, they were kind of talking about the attacking prowess of G2. And even into a map like Skyscraper, they'll back themselves in. It is, though, to temper expectations, statistically their 3rd worst map in terms of attacker win rate. But that is, of course, because Skyscraper is incredibly defender-sided. They got a 65% defensive win rate, 41% attacker win rate. 12 of 29 rounds. They played it a month ago, by the way, beat out Gen G 7-4 on this map. And again, to reiterate, 0 data for Weibo, 16 times banned by them, 13 against, never picked in 2025. And I think they'll go aggressive early here as well, G2. You look at that lineup, Deimos, Capital, you've got the Lion and Doki. They can start to get map control early into this round. Curious for Weibo as well. Again, a map that we have not seen them play this year. Are they going to go rather default, or they mix things up?
Yeah, a lot of emphasis early down below here for G2. Little emphasis across on the opposing side of the map for Weibo. Oh, so they are primed and do have a read. It's about execution now for the defense, as Lair establishes a forward position. Logic bomb thrown out. Maybe seeing if they can pluck something vertically. Bit of an unorthodox approach here from the attack. Could also look to combine main stairs. Blaz priming utility. Geisha position now compromised.
Yeah, but not really being actively played that much. Blaz, though, finds a good angle onto Turd. Ape will fall to Doki. G2 have just found these attacks, winning them convincingly. Good battle as well, won by Stompin over towards Bar. Gets rid of Reaps. Hoffen, though, does deny Blaz the entry into Geisha. Hoffen was sensational back on Cafe, but was the lone soldier for Weibo. 2 kills early on for him in this opening round. Speakeasy only the single gas babe remaining. Oh, it does actually go for the run-out kill onto Doki, and that now makes this round very intriguing. There is a lot of time remaining. Throws out that gas babe to safely reposition back into Karaoke. And there is still, though, crucial utility available for G2. The logic bomb from Stompin will provide information, and the single flash from Alamau can help then aid for the entry.
It's a tricky position still for Weibo, despite being able to fight back in the round with Hoven so low and Speakeasy potentially limited with impact over towards T. It's tough.
Oh, did he not see the elbow? Alamau, he's going to get the free kill. Yeah, there you go. Kept at it long enough. Hoven keeping himself still. He was low on health. It didn't really matter. Even if it was full health, he was dead there. So Stompin to push through Drum. Alamau can meet him halfway there towards the site, so they will look to group up here on the push towards Speakeasy. Playing inside T-Room. Shotgun, although he does get the down onto Stompin, and the kill, Speakeasy! The double to kickstart for Weibo on Skyscraper. Wow.
Winding back the clock a little bit.
Well, I do like the phrase, it's all too easy for Speakeasy, but even I was not set up for that one. They needed that. They really did. Not just the round win for the sake of it, but I think for the confidence of Weibo. They got smashed in the opening map of Cafe. You go, you break, you talk things over as a team. You try and keep the vibes up. You try to make sure that people are mentally still locked in. But it's a round like this, a clutch for Speakeasy, a player with so much experience.
Stomach got absolutely sniped by the way. He's on about 80 HP and died there. Or got DBNO'd. Really good work from Speakeasy. The flash was great in displacing his position, but the response was good. Still, there's some of the ideas that G2 were able to implement there in the round were pretty intriguing and largely successful. So I think we're primed for quite an exciting half here of attacking Siege, which quite often isn't the case on Skyscraper. We flip to the opposing side of the map. Exhibition in play for the follow-up.
Attackers objective.
And Alam out to jump onto the Monty. It's a shot call from that position.
I'm reloading.
Monty, of course, was largely banned out back on Cafe. This time allowed through.
And some good drone work early on here already from G2. 4 death marks already available for Lair.
Well, they do have to mute though, so I mean those mute jammers can, if placed properly and in good vicinity for the defenders.
Oh, they're just going to go.
Panel deployed.
You say they're just going to go off the Rayora gate. They want to block off the side door and allow Alamau to then push through. There is contest though by Weibo.
Yeah, they've been able to stall that utility Zodo.
They're playing really on site here. So if G2 go rather direct, which is what they're posturing for, I mean, Weibo are set up to deny that.
Gate now back down. Will Alamau call the play? He's in. Turd has impact.
He's not going to waste his time trying to just see if he can catch that foot off the back of the impact. Oh, but he tried to then open up the door, but Blaz had already made his way through. And Nitrocell does connect onto Doki to keep it equal. Hoven defending towards Lounge off the back of this mirror window. Needs to be careful with his positioning. Stompin starting to follow through behind Alamau along with Blaz. They need to try and get involved with this Monty. Alamau is deep sight. Blaz actually went back, so he stays outside.
I'll find you and end you.
They need to get Stompin and Laura involved as well, still outside of the building. The only one inside right now, by the way, is Alamau on the Monty, sitting sight. Loira, Deathmark activated, but getting matched by Reaps on the other side. Stompin lost his battle over towards Breach. Blaz got one from the window, but then traded, leaving now poor old Loira by himself. Creeps in through that breach, but he's lost that Motang. He's by himself in the 1v3. And so far can barely even get a shot off. Good positioning coming out from Weibo. They take a second round. Defender-sided map and all. Again, this is not a map we expect them to do well on. A good start for the APAC team.
Yeah, they withstood the pressure quite nicely there. Got initially a little bit dicey. The Zodo canister stalled out the initial panel. The follow-up then allowed Alamau a foothold in towards the objective. And Turd got caught. The impact was late onto the follow-up and he died. But then the likes of Hoven at the bar position did a really good job, even despite being death-marked in offering value. And Alamau will probably be a little bit frustrated because he's inside getting so many calls for such a long period of time, did his job well. It was just a very tricky position to get the rest of the team involved on that push.
Hovering the attacker repick at the moment to go over to the Blitz rather than the Monty. I mean, I think maybe bringing a bit more pace might help out G2. In fact, they'll drop the shields all together coming into this third round.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion.
I think Alamau just ended up picking like 4 different operators, settling eventually on Ash.
If in doubt, go Ash. Yeah, I thought perhaps maybe the Twitch would then be in response to the Goyo. Try and deal with some of that more direct util, but Ash may be offering a little bit more versatility in this particular instance. G2 immediately looking to pressure second floor. Extensive roam in play here from the defense.
Speakeasy, surely the run out to come. Indeed it will. He got Loira, he was postured towards delivery. We saw him earlier. Bided his time. That's a big run out kill onto the Deimos.
Oh, they don't know about Hoven.
They do not know. Spots one, yellow ping. The clear was still there from Blaz, but Ape, of course, knew full well that he, oh, it's actually with a barbed wire, technically. Hoven got the kill. Reaps lost his life over to Doki.
And Stompin's inside.
Speakeasy does go down as well. Stompin to try and hit an incredibly difficult shot. And while it didn't connect, as you said, inside of sight right now, running rampant. Red ping information as well. Frag grenade to dislodge that position of Speakeasy. Well, he's down anyway. But poor old Stompin loses his teammates. A scrappy round here on Skyscraper in the third. Stompin in the 1v3. So 90 seconds, and we know how magical this kid is, and the highlight reels just keep stacking up. Well, he's going to have to see if he can create one more. And nowhere is safe right now for Weibo players, by the way, because any kind of weird wallbang flick shot from Stompen, at this point, I expect it to hit somebody. It's always fascinating watching these talented players and, you know, in a 1vx scenario and seeing kind of what goes through the head when they have the time. Like, he's still got 60 seconds. Oh, a little late there on the reaction on the peak from Hoven. And Ape then finally knowing exactly where Stompen was located, goes for the easy swing out down the hallway, gets the kill. A third round acquired for Weibo.
Yeah. It's not frequent where you see trigger discipline like that in Siege. Hoven did a really good job, and whilst potentially then exposed site, Weibo able to navigate around that nicely. And a 3-0 lead, so they complete the full rotation, showing good proficiency across the primary, 2 primaries, and then the tertiary to lock it out. And timeout G2.
Guys, have your other shields open, okay? Like I would say, like we are at the 2 directs for like off-scene karaoke. Like it's the obvious, but like I think like we should like try to play more slow now. So I think we can do like the split home clear for karaoke if you see we can, okay? Like if you see you can do also like the black push and try to play more compact, like play more direct, but together, not splitting is also good, okay? For offs guys, I would say like doesn't matter what they do. I think it's the time for the blitzing the karaoke, okay? Like kill the guy, blasting with Bandicate, so like they don't have all the nice blasting with the termite, so like you have a good breach there, okay? And remember, if they repeat the kitchen defense, you can do the Furia, guys. You have to shoot the open also, okay?
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Remember this. Let's go, guys.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I think it's also fair to say after this timeout, by the way, that this is expected to be a defender-sided map. You know, we kind of had also, funnily enough, a match between G2 and CAG where CAG got out to a 5-0 lead. Can't recall what the map was, but it was defender-sided. Either way, the point stands that if you're a G2 fan right now, I mean, I wouldn't be worried. The goal for G2 is even just 1 to 2 attacking rounds.
I trust Fresh's judgment, and he said 5-1 is the target. So we're still quite a distance away from that for Weibo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's 3 rounds to play. They need 2 of the 3, which means there's more emphasis here on Weibo despite leading 3-0. It's a funny part of our game in Siege where a team could be 3-0 up and you're not really kind of ringing the bell with and jumping with excitement.
Ready to activate.
All it takes is, you know, 1 really clinical round from G2, and then they've got themselves a couple of free tickets to see if they can get a second.
So the Brava in play then for the 4th round, likely in response to the Malusi. Those Banshees and the BPC can be dealt with. Extract that information. Defaults as well to be captured potentially. The Capital to be brought once more in the hands of Stompen could once again be used to flush Util in towards Geisha. It was very effective last time.
Sensor on.
In flushing out Turd, he got caught. You can see currently a little haphazardly held by the defense. Turd elsewhere though does find the opener in the round. Lawyer to fall, 0-4. Dockerby taken down in the corner, not checked by Doki.
It's funny because they actually got that advice from Hoven previous round, said check your corners. After the bolt into Geisha. And Weibo getting their confidence back.
Electro sensor active.
And that's the last thing that G2 really need to do is give a team like Weibo confidence. They play their best on it. Is there a way back into this round? Well, Stomping caught on the vault over. Reaps gets active on the movement and leaves only Blaz Alam out. Another round that has been decisively won by Weibo. They will acquire their 4th consecutive round on Skyscraper. It is defense. We temper our expectations. What I will say is from this point on, guys, Weibo will then be fighting for a 5th round and onwards. And it means for G2 it starts to then get far more serious. This game has now begun with 4 rounds straight for Weibo. This map is now on. G2 are in the kitchen here. They need to get cooking.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've completed the introduction. Now it's time to really get into the meat of the match.
The opening 4 rounds for G2 aren't really that stressful. They know full well they don't necessarily need to win the vast majority of the rounds. But now with only 2 rounds left on the attack, like you don't want to end up 6-0.
I think the only blemish to that statement would be the fact that it's a failed tactical timeout conversion. That's really
that's a big one.
That's the really only big asterisk on that.
Yeah.
That just makes G2 question the approach a little bit more. There's been a lot of times now throughout this half where they've gone for these pocket plays, heads-up plays, wrap plays, etc. And the discipline from Weibo and the read in the game sense has called them out quite a few times. So whatever preparation Weibo have done over the last 7+ months, paying dividends so far. The job not done. That cannot be understated. 5 rounds is the benchmark. 6 would be amazing. 4 though, however, we've seen it so many times, and especially against a G2 that can fire up, may not be enough. Blitz now officially in the fray.
Yeah, I wonder if G2 will try and fight aggression with aggression here. I mean, it worked out well for them back on Cafe.
Special charge.
I mean, look at the way that Weibo have been playing positionally. This is a tight angle. If Upper hits a headshot, and he does onto Blaz. Another opening kill for Weibo. The heat has gone up in the kitchen here on this map in this series. Facing elimination from the major, Weibo have finally stepped up to the plate. As Alamau steps into karaoke on the horizontal clear now for G2. Turn over towards Drum, will meet him close by. There's 2 players there though. The flash plus the pistol. Alamau gets 2 for 1. That's a solid deal from the Blitz despite losing his life. For now, his team even has the advantage. Weibo have allowed that horizontal clear from G2 to be successful. Now puts them on the back foot. But if there is some solace to this, Hovin and Speakeasy have got 13 kills combined heading into this 5th round. That's the 2 players you'd want alive.
Yeah, certainly 2 of the better performers inside of the server for Weibo, the Savo. The value of the Blitz on full display in this round, though, able to extract fragging potential. And G2 now afforded time to gain information. Logic bomb available. Lair to deploy. Double grenade for Doki as well.
Double stacked offers, by the way, for the defenders.
This is quite intriguing.
Doki, good angle found. Speakeasy goes down. And a second from Doki.
Ooh, this next round gets very, very, very tantalizing.
Uh-oh, says Doki, because he knows full well that a second attacking round for G2 could be too much for Weibo. Alamau, though, the focus in that round and the clear over towards Drum. Getting the double kill as the Blitzed, despite the early start for Weibo. G2 on the board for the first time on Skyscraper. They get that crucial attacking round. Final round, though, of this half. And the onus is more so now, I would agree with what Jack said earlier. It's on Weibo. They need this 5th defensive round. If G2 get 2 here, it puts them in the better position.
Yeah, just one of those unfortunate instances where Turd and Arpe both line up. Trade from Terrace was good, but too little, too late. Damage done. And because G2 was so efficient on the clear, they gave themselves that window of opportunity to gain information, to prepare for the push, play into the advantage. And Doki on that front line, making it look easy. Round 6, Exhibition, Weibo fighting for their lives.
So no more crucial round than this for Weibo thus far at the major. Let's be honest, this feels like their biggest currently. I mean, there might be another one bigger to come later, but for right now, this is it. They need this 5th defensive round to just set them up as best possible going into the next half. We have no idea how successful they may be on their own attacks. What we do know is G2 will be very strong on their defense. Alamau will switch back to the Monty for this final round of the half, despite the success from the Blitz in the prior round. Early lion scan from Doki, the runaround, but it is Arpe onto Blaz. So 2 rounds straight, Blaz will go down early. Another opening kill for Weibo. That's been their strength in the half. They have the 5v4 and no imminent trade as well from G2. Logic Bomb activated by Lair. And a big shuffle of defenders towards Drum. Pushing through Mezzanine, they will maintain this horizontal hold. And when I say it's horizontal hold, there's no one in sight, basically, for Weibo right now. What a strong position, though, for Lair.
Did spot Turd. G2 will be looking to dislodge that mirror window. Ash available.
There's 2 towards Drum, by the way. Ape and Hoven together. So if you swing this doorway, the odds are even if you get 1, you probably die. Flash, and then the push from the Monty. This is why you send the shield in first to get that information.
The pre-placed Nitro, though, stalling out this attack. No impact EMPs for G2 to deal with it.
Default shot out. A little bit of a decent gas bait from Hoven. He only has 1 more, though, remaining. Battle from Lair. Again, maintaining this hold, but there has been a bit more of a retreat from Weibo this time, not over-investing towards Drum now. Final Logic Bomb from Lair. A Nitro Cell, though, still placed, in the swing from Ape catches out Stompin, despite then the reposition from Alamau through Mezzanine. So gets past the Nitro Cell, keeps the Monty alive, but they did lose Stompin, and then Lair will follow suit. Reaps gets involved in the party, and Weibo will be celebrating this half. Alamau, as good as he is, will not win a 1v3 pistol Monty fight. It's just not happening. 5-1 in favor as Weibo will switch to their attack. They need 2 attacking rounds to send us to a 3rd and decisive map.
Well, that's half the job done for Weibo,
well,
but
there's the other half of it now.
Skyscraper is quite literally the meat grinder map for attack in this game. Of all 9, highly regarded as one of the more challenging. This is going to be a real tall task for them, as the bans are to come through. Monty, Kaid initially, so it may end up being double hard breach, denial, double shield combination here. If G2 don't want to deal with the shenanigans of Weibo.
And don't forget, G2 earlier this tournament already came back from a 5-0 deficit against CAG. So what's 5-1?
Ends up being the Grim and the Mirror follow-up, so a little bit more hybrid here for this second half.
I mean, it goes without saying, like, this is a pretty commonly positive thing to say, but the earlier Weibo can get at least the 6th round, so much better than for their mental, because the longer it goes on, 5-1, then 5-2, then 5-3, you start to stress out a little bit because your window of opportunity is starting to shrink, putting the pressure then back over to Weibo. As of right now, this second, right, coming into the 7th round, like, the pressure on Weibo is far lower than G2. But then that will swing the more and more rounds that G2 are able to acquire.
So it's Exhibition then, opening defense for G2 in the second half. Attacking composition from Weibo, to me, screams like high tempo and intensity. Dockerby line for the info gathering. It was the blitz initially, but they switch off, so maybe spotting something they don't like in terms of setup. Reaps an intriguing selection onto the buck for this particular round, maybe suggesting some kind of pressure below, but also possible for the horizontal push as well. Keeping in mind, wall denial in play with both the Bandit and the Tuber round makes hard breach tough. Arpo on ranged ace for this particular round.
Weibo like to play aggressive and fast siege at times, but with this lineup, I think it'll be a little bit more direct focus, take their time, poke and prod, open up the right sight line, see if they can get Speakeasy into a position on the Glaz where he can then maybe find a pick or 2. So I'm not expecting this to be ultra fast pace from Weibo. Positioning right now for G2 is largely on site or around it. They are offering very little extension out towards Drum Mezzanine. Glaz is the only one that's over towards Dragon, although he is kind of poking and prodding between Shrine and Mez.
Reaps, by the way, clearing the Bandit from below. That was facilitated by earlier drone work by Weibo. And so main breach now compromised.
No response, though, from G2 to maybe go for a bit more pressure in that first floor to deny someone like Reaps in bathroom. They're not hunting.
Pretty tough turn on the Daimos playing that protection role onto Reaps before Deathmark targets available as well. May be able to get to work with it from below as well.
But the problem though for Weibo will be if they go full direct, might be that then you've got flankers coming in late, but Ape goes through the front door, says, hello, I'm here, you're not ready, double kill, clear out. Those flankers are now the only ones left in Blaz and Alamau. They were playing off-site positions, Statue and Drum. And had it been more of a contest, they would have offered a solid point of difference, but now by themselves, they can offer nothing. Weibo to kickstart this second half. They've got no pressure, no worries, and now 5 map points. 6-1 to Weibo on a map. Guys, a map that they have not won in 2025. And we are deep into November against G2. Round by round for G2 now is required. They need to win 5 straight. But Ape really just was like, he must have found some kind of gap in the defense, and just to be able to get that deep at that point in the round with 5 still up and technically only 2 playing largely off-site, that should not be allowed to happen.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what prompted that. Was it an info gain, a read, simply a timing and got a little fortunate? Either way, it was good work. I mean, the buck work also was great. We saw the Deimos coverage was good. Speakeasy did his job cutting off Terrace. Pieces of the puzzles were there. Did require Ape to step up and find that play. That's exactly what he did. 5 opportunities in regulation for Weibo to push us to a 3rd map.
5 seconds to insertion.
They don't lose it from here, right?
Well, the good news for Weibo is they're not CAG.
It helps.
Because if it was CAG, I'd say, yeah, they probably do lose it from here. Weibo, historically, are much better at closing these kind of scenarios out than a lot of the other APAC teams. So, yeah, I do hold more belief in saying that. I also could very much envision G2 winning 5 defensive rounds straight. But the round that we just saw from Weibo does fill me with more confidence that they should be able to get this done from here and send us to Lair for what would be the 3rd and final map of the Swiss stage, let alone just this series. Again, a reminder, a spot in the upper bracket quarterfinals, spot in the finals more than anything, on the line. Lose this series and your time at the major is done. Speakeasy on the blitz. We go Tea Room Karaoke for the first match point round. Stomper gets the opening pick. Good pressure. Speakeasy got the flash. I don't know if that fully connected. Pistol certainly did. An exchange of kills leaves it all equal at 3 versus 3. They do lose the blitz, but the blitz has already kind of done its job. And with Stompin dead, the Azami and the generating keeper barriers, that's a big loss for the defense of G2.
And it's Stompin. And it's Stompin. The playmaking potential that he so clearly has demonstrated the back half of this year especially. I hesitate to really call it either way as to who's really on top of the trade. I suppose losing the Thermite as well may weaken the potential to push Geisha. Although that was already locked down by the Bandit. Midpoint of the round. Weibo still with some drone economy intact.
The good news for Weibo is they've still got a minute remaining. The good news for G2, they got Nitrocell, they got 3 gas babes. Soto canisters, I mean, make of that what you will. Probably not going to offer too much, but still something. Genuinely 50-50 round. Line scan from Reaps. Deathmark from Turd. And end you. Along with the Logic Bomb. Using the remainder of their utility. Good it's Hobbin with the DMR. They catches Blaz and now advantage Weibo. 1 match point. And maybe straight up 7-1 off the back of their first chance to win this map. Down to Doki and Alamau. Still that Nitro available. Still that hope for G2 that they can hold on and keep this map alive. Alamau thinking about that swing towards Drum. The fadeaway headshot SMG is successful onto Hoven. He thought about the swing, opted against it, and in the end made the better play. As that time starts to dissipate, Reaps will tuck into sight, into T-Room to get this plant. Turd will have to then cover. The push to come maybe from Mezzanine of Alamau. But he's separate then from Doki, who stays by himself, dies on an island by himself. The self-proclaimed GOAT must now win this 1v2 battle with a death mark on his location. Weibo will not go quietly into that night. They seek finals, not just for themselves, but the entire APAC region. A map in which they have not won this calendar year. They do so 7-1 against G2.
Saving strats is back, baby. It works for Weibo. They hide Skyscraper, they tuck it away, and they bring it out at the most opportunistic moment. Map 3 on the other side of this quick break.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Well, we called Weibo the last remaining hope for APL, and so far, they're keeping that hope up pretty well. There is still a chance we'll have an APL team on the main stage, but just this final map stands between them, and there's, of course, a chance for G2 to bounce back in this series. Now, talking about this map, and in specific, 2 players on the side of Weibo, specifically from the front and the back line that we saw really step up here.
I think it starts with the 24, and we see that with Hoven and Speakeasy in the very first round. That basically tells the entire story of that map. That's Hoven and Speakeasy getting aggressive, isolating 1v1s and bringing it back, and in the end, winning that round where they shouldn't. And it keeps on happening, and I think basically Weibo won that match in the defense, starting with a 5-1 split, and that's mainly on the back of these two. On one hand, Hoven, still carrying the momentum on the first map, still dropping double digits, the front line of that roster, absolutely amazing. On the other hand, Speakeasy. Speakeasy playing the support operator, the Glass here, the Blitz here. He's the one that leads the team as the backline with the smoke or the Blitz in here, the attack. And these two looking absolutely amazing. 100% cost for Hoven and for Speakeasy to do that with the length of his carry once again. The talent from APAC is just absolutely unmatched.
On the balance of things, if you wanted to look at the players on this team that are really the prominent players, you start looking towards the Reaps and the Tads of the team. It's not necessarily Hoven and Speakeasy, but they had massive skyscrapers. I actually thought that Weibo got the approach right onto Skyscraper. Now, we liked the Skyscraper pick from G2. We know G2 are a great Skyscraper team, but I'm not going to reveal too much about the post-show afterwards with you, Anne, but we do have a union of players and coaches and prominent people in the scene sat with us who have played a lot more catch than we are, know a lot more things than we do, and they said you should never pick a Skyscraper into an APAC team, especially when you don't know what they're going to do, because they were ratted, they were jumping out, they were getting in the face of G2, they were being unpredictable, and G2 did not have a handle on it whatsoever and gave them that 5-1 lead on the defense, and then from there they were always going to be able to have the confidence to go and see that out.
It's what we needed to see, the 5-1 lead.
Absolutely. I think they basically brought the ranked game into that matchup. In defense, they played super aggressive, got the opening kills, and brought it back into a turtle.
And how annoying is it when you're against that? It's so annoying to play against because you just don't know what's coming half the time. You try and bait it, and then it never comes.
But I want to bring our casters in as well for a quick chat before the final map, though, and I hope you guys made up your mind by now. Who's winning this final map?
You can't do that. Honestly, I would say it has to still be G2. They have a 7-1 record on Lair so far this year, so a very strong team on it. I think they also start defense. That probably goes a long way.
And Zach, what was the only team on
Falcons. They've only ever lost to Falcons, who are amazing on this map.
Weibo, Falcons.
I mean,
pretty close.
The good news for Weibo is that if they can start well, get a couple of early attacking rounds,
courage to say that one.
that might get them some momentum, right? So I think momentum's going to be a big thing. I mean, we kind of saw that a little bit on Skyscraper. If Weibo get a couple of early attack rounds, it's on. But if G2 go like 3-4 defensive rounds straight, I'll lose hope.
Well, I mean, it's still for us to show, though. It's crazy that it's just one map that stands between these teams, in between going home and making it to the playoffs. But the map is ready, so the stage is yours. Take it away.
So, it comes down to a single map, a best of one, if you will. Funny old game, isn't it? Still, those at home predicting G2, and I'm back with them. A 7-1 record this year on this map. It's their #1 preference map. G2, for me, starting defense, should be able to get the job done. Should. But I said something similar, did I not, on Skyscraper? And look what happened. Anything can happen at this point. To add in a little bit of context, a 3-2 record for Weibo on Lair this year. They do actually have a higher defensive win rate than G2 on the map, but way lower on the attack win rate as well. Into the band phase, into the final map, to determine which of these two teams will make finals at the Munich Major and which team will be going home tonight.
I totally agree with the consensus that the first few rounds here are going to be very telling as to how this plays out. Do we see Weibo's energy and problem solving, etc., be at a higher level that it is going to be required in this first half, or will G2 have their number? As for the bans, Monty and Mav, defensively, Kaid and Mira. And I'm seeing a first floor here straight off the rip from G2, so strap yourselves in. This is going to be exciting.
I think that's something that G2 will want to do in this first half, dictate as much of the gameplay as possible. They will come into this feeling like this is their map. They want it to play the way that they want to play it. Bunks and briefing in the opening round here on Lair. Weibo, G2. Who of these two will continue on at the Munich Major? APAC does not have any teams, guys, so far in finals. G2 looking to join quite a few of their brethren. Obviously, we know Falcons have done so well, Team Secret as well. And ultimately, looking to join those two for what would be a large contingency of EML teams in the finals.
10 seconds
Weibo
remaining.
have a history of making top 8 appearances at international events. Don't even have to go too far back. EWC, they did make top 8, lost out to Secret. And easily, once again, and has probably been the case for quite some time, the best team in APAC, despite losing out in the major qualifier land to CAG. They retain that title, but we'll see if they can stay alive in the tournament. On the attack in the first half, we'll see if they can carry any kind of momentum from Skyscraper. I mean, it's difficult. You have to break in between maps, a whole different sort of map. And starting on the attack, need to get some rounds early. Drone comes through from up 8. And Lair, very much a map in which you need to get a lot of information.
Ooh, okay.
Hoven, little creep though.
Yeah, they throw a lurk into the mix. It won't just be the classic sense direct here and try your best to prevent the vert from denying plant. They throw a wild card into the mix, but Blaz able to catch Hoven.
It's the risk you run though, isn't it? It's a risk-reward lurk. You're hoping that maybe you catch the timing that the top floor vert holders are not watching through the floorboards, and couple that with someone on first floor, which was Lair, that then gets caught by the unexpected position. Hoven first down. He's been the best player for Weibo so far in the series. Not the start that Weibo would have been hoping for, but perfect for G2. Now with numbers advantage on a site in which Weibo need to still clear this top floor hold. Evidently, we just saw why. Ape just praying that the swing comes through here from Lair. Nitrocell doesn't connect, but it does force Ape out of that position.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Rainbow very eager to try and clear side and get the ball rolling quite literally with the sense to try and cross to the plant. Lair doing a good job to just maintain pressure, goes for the swing and catches reloading.
Why is he reloading there? Really good play though by Lair to play off of that. Incredible game sense. Ape can't make his way in, courtesy of the gas bait. This has been a strong start from G2. No mistakes at all, punishing Weibo for trying to play aggressive positions. And then also a mistake there from Reeves, essentially started reloading at the doorway. And not the first time that Weibo continued to just try and take these angle fights to hit a shot. But Ape does collect the kill onto Alamau, who got kind of baited in to that position. Stompin low, finished off, but not before Stompin could get the down onto Turd. Ape continuing to push forward. He goes pistol out. Success. Kill onto Doki. A third in the round for Ape. Does have the kit and will go for the point inside of Bunks. Lair spamming through the wall, and well, just go to your right and you'll get the easy kill. G2 get the opening round.
Let's go! That's why I fucking mean, guys. Fucking Mark, let's go, bro.
Yeah, Blaz getting that opening kill, protecting Lair in sight.
Yeah, it's never a nice feeling as an attacking team on bunks to never get the actual execute into fruition. It's one of the more direct sites in the game. Once you get green side control, sense cross, try and plant, disrupt the anchor, try to clear them as best as possible, but losing first pick, struggling to get control above, leaving little time and little room and margin for error at the end proved costly. G2 really love that initial site selection, well executed and rewarded with the opening round.
As designed, Chiba activated.
Interesting strategy too. I mean, in such a critical game, Weibo don't go that sort of default direct top floor clear down. They go more for the risk-reward plays, the lurks, trying to take angle fights. It didn't work, but it does sort of showcase maybe what Weibo were thinking for this map.
Potentially, they jump across to the Capital then for the follow-up.
I mean, Master and R6 though is very much a site that's very difficult to stray from the norm.
Yeah, they'll bring the Deimos as well. This is likely to contest Stompin on Mez, as he, alongside Doki, contest Ops. It's a rather popular combination, Deimos and the Capital. It's quite challenging as the defense to try and maintain that pressure, then allows the rest of the attack to follow up and take ground.
Loading new magazine.
and lock off Mez for the remainder of the round. That drone work from RP to confirm that there are at least 2 in this position. They'll look to then formulate a plan around this. In the meantime as well, Hoven actually droning down below, I believe, potentially momentarily. Actually, no, he's looking on top. So I do wonder how they'll look to connect the Blackbeard into this plan as well. But for me, all eyes on Reaps at the moment and the impact that he can try and have here on this initial clear. Almost gets caught.
Yeah, Reaps just catching an angle through the floorboard.
I really love that angle from Lair, so G2 certainly accounting for that possibility.
G2 have been playing the vert really well so far on Lair. I mean, it's 2 rounds in, but that's something that Weibo need to be mindful of. Oh no. Oh, turd. Up in flames.
Uh-oh.
He's hit the corner of the hitbox. Reaps is now going to have to go and clear this out by himself without utility. Up main stairs towards the mezzanine with the Vendetta, long range. Doki low health. Got to get this Blackbeard involved now. Need to start playing behind the shield plate. Speak easy down though over towards R6, and Hoven went for the gunfight on the Blackbeard, put the shield down temporarily. Well, right now, Weibo look down in the round. G2's defense looking really strong on Lair. No surprise in that regard. Weibo are just not getting picks, not winning fights. The overall game plan as well is being quelled comfortably by G2. It's a nice pick from Reaps. But they're going to need more of that if they're going to steal this round. And Doki in a great spot over towards server. Yeah, should be able to get a free kill.
It's a freebie.
Turd's got no idea.
30 seconds. 2v3. Turd, he's literally there.
You can actually see him.
Yeah.
You can see the gun barrel sticking out. I mean, in fairness...
I don't think that was a case of 4-3 either.
Oh, in fairness, though, Turd's not really keeping his eye on that left side. He's more tunnel focused in, and so are G2. 2-0 start in a pivotal do-or-die map. They've started as well as they possibly could. They've had total control so far here on Lair, and we head to basement now for the first time. It's lap.
The game plan, the setups from G2 at the moment are quite ruthless. The vert play has been incredible. That was really nice onto the Deimos initially. It prompted the pivot from Weibo to go lobby side, but Turd missed util. Reaps had to play pretty low percentage. The Blackbeard wasn't enabled. A lot of missing pieces to the puzzle there. Blaz did a phenomenal job, and whilst he was traded, job done. And at this point, with a minute to go in the 2v4, it was always G2's to lose.
Yeah, Blaz has been very good in this series. 104 EPS across the 3 maps. 4-4 entry, 67% cost. Has certainly been able to hold his own. The vast majority of G2 as well. I mean, I know Stompin will always get the spotlight, and he is technically their best performing player, 114 EPS, 18-14, but the quote-unquote worst Lair, 13-17, is not that far behind, considering...
Oh no,
Reaps has just been absolutely sniped by Lair. Funny timing that. And so far, G2 are in total control here on Lair. Now, Speak Easy can't even get in on the Blackbeard. Lair with the double kill. And the round may as well almost be null and void from this point onwards unless Weibo do something magical. Down in a 3v5, they've got lots of time to try and get themselves back into this, but they're starting to look a little bit down and out already to begin on Lair. In fairness, the expectation is for this to be defender-sided. But it's the way in which G2 are winning these rounds. They look so switched on, so in control. Ape has loved the freedom so far in this series, at times pushing deep positions, catching members of G2 unaware. This time he, though, oversteps the mark, goes way too deep. Lair has got 3, now on for the ace. May as well at this point go for the swing. Nitro, then the swing after that, but they had already retreated back out towards Warehouse. Oh, Lair! Well, the ace now very much on. Go hunting, my friend. Turd is waiting. 6-1 for the Demon. And this is the kind of round that certainly is nightmarish from Lair the Demon, and ace in a pivotal map.
Let's go, guys. That's how real garage guys.
Well, it's their spot at the major on the line, and they're playing like it here on Lair so far. a clean initial rotation. Weibo with very, very few answers to the questions being posed by the EU juggernauts thus far. Blackbeard clash, so double shield to round off the bans. Timeout, Weibo.
Timeout. So I want you to start taking a little bit longer to get to the building, yeah? This aggression, this is a hype for them. They're going to keep doing it over and over and over, right? So start taking a little bit longer to get to the building. I don't mind if you take a little bit of time getting out the spawn, okay? But just make sure we're not getting spawn peak. Make sure we're not going to die to some silly things. They're going to keep this aggression going. More than anything else, we need to start isolating picks and going for it as a team, yeah? Stick to the defaults, but if you see something free as a team, just fucking 3, 2, 1, go together, yeah? Stop giving these guys 1v1s as much as you possibly can. They're going to go back to bunks, okay? So again, make sure we just drone early on, see what the fuck we can get doing. They're going to keep this bandit, they're going to keep the walls closed, okay? That's what they've been doing for pretty much every single round so far. They just want to try and keep as much closed as we possibly can. So let's start thinking about EMP, start thinking about how we can get our walls open, okay? There's no Maverick, okay? So we need to get creative with EMPs. Let's go, boys.
I think push above maybe better. They have no clash, right?
Well, I mean, that's the final timeout Weibo's going to get in the Swiss stage. Bunks briefing the site. Sneepy was saying Bandit has been prevalent, played in all 3 rounds, and while the Bandit and the Shockwire batteries have impact, it was the gun in hand for Lair in this particular round. All 5 kills acquired. And the funny thing is, as I was talking about Lair in the series being quote-unquote what was the lowest EPS, that one round now has put him third. Straight up. But again, the point wasn't necessarily to highlight him in a negative way. It was more so referencing the fact that right now, across the series, the lowest KD is Alamau now, courtesy of Lair. Now, Alamau's going to go get a 5K on 14 kills. The highest is 18 kills, tied Lair and Stompin. So there is very little discrepancy. It's been a full-blown team effort from G2. No one is underperforming. No one is also overperforming to such large levels. It has been a solid 5-man team performance across the board for this team. 4 rounds away now from finals, looking well-deserved. Unfortunately, looking at Turd, 0-3 here, 9-16. We know how critical Turd usually is for this Weibo roster. At times, has even been higher rated than Reaps. But not been the case in this series. In fact, both Reaps and Turd playing their worst series probably for some time. They need to get going. Nitro thrown out from Lair. A little bit of damage onto Hoven up above in Ops. Out of the timeout, I wouldn't necessarily go as far to say must-win territory for Weibo, but it is almost needed.
We heard during the attack an emphasis on hard breach, so some EMPs brought to the table from Turd and Arpe. And we heard right at the tail end as well, discussing the clear from above. Another Nitro follow-up, though, available here for Blaz. He likes to pocket that for now. Minute 45 on the clock and Turd with Mez control. And interestingly enough, G2 peeling away from this hold above. They'll forfeit it to Weibo, not wanting to play for their lives up above.
I think that's a factor of Weibo taking a little bit more time as well. But what that means then is G2 have the ability to peel back. That Nitro should connect. No, good timing on the movement from Reaps. Ape technically with the opening kill, but a trade though by Stompin. Ape goes for more. 3v3 in the exchange of kills, leaving it still equal. Most importantly, this blitz still available.
There's a Velt cam as well, still in our 6th room. It was facilitating those Nitros and it's currently feeding information onto Turd's position. It has not been cleared by Weibo.
Yeah, but no more Nitro cells to really do a lot about it. And I think for G2, with the timer remaining, they'd rather just hold their positions than try to play off that Velt cam. It's good information. They will have it. Not a lot they can do with it. Blaz, deep position over towards that hatch. Big Easy took some damage.
Good catch.
That's a big headshot kill from Big Easy with the pistol and the down as well onto Blaz. Well, the round has now certainly opened up for Weibo. Down to Stompin. They need to deal with him quickly, and they do. They converged. Good combination of teamwork from Weibo in that round. Arpe certainly unlocked the round with his double kill in the middle portion of it. But in a 3v3 with what, I think it was about 45 seconds remaining, for them to get the final 3 kills, win it rather convincingly, That's a good sign for Weibo. On the board here now on Lair. Their first attacking round acquired. With 2 rounds to go in the half, desperately will be seeking a second.
Yeah, probably quite a pleasing round for Meepy as well, because they executed the game plan that he outlined. They bring EMPs, the walls got opened up. They're a little bit slower on the map control, but stayed alive, fought for it, forced the peel. Late round vert pressure was great.
The timing on that Nitro is insane.
G2 just not quite able to extract as much value from the Vulk as they probably would have liked in that round. Then struggling to deal with the Blitz. And with that wall open, Blaz falls as well. Much better execution from Weibo in that round.
10 seconds to go.
So back to Master and R6.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Last time out on this site, they did try the Rayora. We'll forego that for the Ying. For what is a pretty much similar lineup outside of that. Of course, the Blackbeard banned now, but they bring the A. So a bit more of a focus again, I think, in this round too, for Weibo to slow things down, try and open the walls, and then have good site execution utility with the Candelas and the Capitao.
Interesting that G2 in response bring the triple area denial with the smoke, Goyo, and the Tachanka. Perhaps that's a read onto the slower pacing that Weibo are trying to bring inside of the server currently.
Well, the Clash is banned out, and they brought that last time for a bit of their denial. And I guess taking a bit of space towards positions like Mez, playing ops, and as you said now, going way more than into the time denial utility. So slip in towards ops for Ape. We know he's liked his aggressive pushes so far in this series. Straight away over towards Mezzanine. Stompin feeling a little bit of pressure. Pops the Vulcan canister. Hasn't fully fallen back just yet. Ape, where's he going? Drive-by through the doorway. Lair is probably wondering, what is this guy doing? But then, Speakeasy standing still. Lair is just activated. It's another one. No! The vault over. Maybe too much for someone who is just hot right now. 10 kills from Lair. This couldn't have been part of the full scope of the plan for Weibo. They never even really got to play off the Ying properly. Reaps will get another one, though, towards main stairs. While he is on 1 HP, at least he's still got a gun in hand.
Oh, he needs to be so mindful, though, into the Tachanka. Very vulnerable.
You can't be losing this round for G2. Not from the position that they once were in. With a minute left, yes, it's a 2v2, but Reaps still so low on health. And as good as Hoven's been in the series, 1-4 so far on Lair. Deathmark will go on to Doki. No, blocked by the mute jammer.
And Hoven doesn't have a Candela in pocket. This is really rough.
Does have 2 smokes.
Position hurt as well.
Impact as well for Stompin, by the way. Could just throw that at Reaps and you'll get the free kill. Thinking about the slow walk in. Watched, body seen, but shots will not connect. Reaps trying to put pressure from below. The mute jammer again, though, denying Stompin's ability to be seen from the Deathmark. And so now Reaps will make his way up towards Mezzanine. They push in together. Doki doesn't land the first shots. Uses the Shamika launcher to deny the push in through the breach. That shot does land from Doki. Hoven can't win the 1v2. G2 win a close one. A nail-biting round goes the way of G2 to extend their lead now to 4-1.
No, bro, I was screaming to target the guy.
And now, in a similar fashion to Skyscraper, this round 6 final of the half is critical if Weibo want to stay within arm's reach. 2 rounds, at least in my eyes, is the bare minimum. That round, round 5, went astray. Ape caught, isolated, misplay. The util from the Capitao, not having impact. Lair then, as a result, given a license to frag out. And whilst traded, Hoven didn't have util late. It was really rough. Reaps low on HP, so the Tachanka was very effective. And Doki able to line them both up.
Lair is indeed very good. He's pretty good right now, 10-3, and he again changed the course of that round. 6th round, final of this half, and oh so important. Weibo need this second attacking round to give themselves the breathing space to not be overawed going into their second half. A 5-1 deficit, while not impossible to overcome, will be far more difficult. G2 are 3 rounds away from booking their place in finals, setting up a date with Secret.
RED scanning.
So the IQ in the mix for the 6th round. Valkyrie still available, but not selected this round by G2. So Hoven's impact in the round somewhat mitigated.
So far, Buttons briefing 1 apiece.
Setting hard breach.
Certainly the more susceptible site from G2 in this half. By the way, 100% opening kill conversion, which means that for the team that gets the opening pick in the round, they go on to win the round so far on this map every single time.
Yep, far more split on the first 2 maps of the series as well. This opening portion of the round where there's been so much emphasis, especially from Weibo changing their tempo, absolutely critical here to close the half.
Get ready for the breach.
So Logic Bomb.
Impact EMP missed.
Impact EMP doesn't connect.
No more Salmas for Reaps.
And there's the opening kill from Lair. A second to follow from Stompin, and now this becomes near on impossible for Weibo. And even more so from that Nitrocell that explodes at the feet of Hoven. Reaps will have to go sicko mode from here. He needs to get all 3 of these kills in the next minute. And while not staring down elimination just yet, you lose this round, and it becomes so difficult to overcome from 5-1 down. If there's a player in the APL region that is capable, it would be Reaps, but G2, with the young king, the old king, and Doki still alive. Surely they don't lose this one. That's one. Red ping intel. But Stompin's position is just better. He is just better. And G2 will take the 5-1 lead heading into the second half of this map. The final map of this series, of this Swiss stage. 2 more rounds required for G2.
Now Weibo have their backs firmly against the wall. G2 dominating at the moment. As we transition across to the second half, they are in a commanding position. They just looked far better throughout the majority of that half, even if you break it down on a round phase basis. Early, mid to late, they had them basically red every single round.
I mean, this is playing far more like Cafe in terms of the total control that G2's had inside of the server. 5 opening kills, dominated on defense. Weibo's attacks just never really looked in sync. So incredibly well played by G2. When they're at their best, I mean, they're a difficult team to stop. I know it's been said from others as well that for G2, it's sometimes a case of them shooting themselves in their own foot for when they lose their matches and when they play to the best of their ability. While they make finals, they do big things and go deep in tournaments.
Nice! Come on! Let's fucking go, Loiter!
And the energy's been incredibly high as well for G2. Weibo did bring a bit of that on Skyscraper, but not to this sort of level.
They've been quite flat. Yeah.
They've been very flat. But all it takes is a couple of rounds now on defense, start to bring it back, and maybe they can emulate that. But to be fair, it's hard to emulate that, where on one side you got someone like Doki, and then on the other side you got Turd, who doesn't really utter a word.
Bans for the second half. Kaid, Bandit, Ying, Glaz. Top floor, R6 room.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
What did G2 have on the side of attack? First appearance of the Nook here on Lair. Alamal to lurk.
If I'm G2, I probably think this 7th round, do we just go ultra aggressive, get Alamal to a deep position on the Nook, try and really put, the nail in the coffin, get it to 6-1, match point, just kind of throw caution to the wind this round. You've got enough in the bank that you can consolidate a little bit later on and then play a little bit more structured siege if you give up a round or two. But I would just go for broke here and try and break the hearts of Weibo quickly. Obviously, you still play conventionally, but Alamau on the Nook will certainly be one to watch later in this round.
Yeah, I anticipated maybe his presence to be more locked in on the first floor, but it looks like maybe he'll be the one to spearhead ops control and look to sneak his way forward and contest the Mez position.
Doki's been really active inside of the chat. Weibo, not as much.
No, they've been very quiet.
Stompin, though, the one actually to push through ops, not even Alamau. So Stompin wants to open up ops wall.
Time to ring some ears.
He's got the cover from Alamau as well. Reaps up close with a shotgun, good flash. Reaps doesn't hold, he falls back. That's the right option. Gemma dealt with. Wall to be opened up, and Lair with the opening kill. Even on the attack, they still find the early advantage. The flash up close, Reaps goes the SMG, now switches shotgun. He is under an immense amount of pressure.
Oh, what?
Runs through the flames, right into Doki, and lets him know all about it as well. As the fights ring out, it's in favor of Weibo, despite the opening pick for G2. Lair still inside of the server, which means this demon still had a chance, but no exercised in this round. A second round on the board for Weibo, and a good way to kickstart their defense. Defense different.
I'm still a little bit shocked that Reaps had impact in that round. He was in the thick of it for sure.
Literally running through the flames to find that kill onto Doki.
Yeah.
He also, by the way, shot his body for good measure.
Yeah. Made sure of that one. Okay.
Yeah, it's one done though, and to be fair, it's Master R6, so I'm like, nothing's changed too much for me.
That was gnarly. Yeah, solid work there from Weibo.
It's gonna have to be on the other sides though.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be on the other sides. Master R6 is one thing on Lair, very difficult to attack into. Very difficult to get control as the attacking team.
The others typically open up a little bit more.
Exactly. This is where the real fun begins.
G2 looking to bring the blitz back into play. We saw some flashes of brilliance from Alamau back on Skyscraper.
Yeah, and the 7-1 loss, but
he had some good moments on the blitz still.
He did.
Posed some problems, and Weibo at times finding it difficult to nullify the impact of the shield. Rayo also in play, so suggesting some kind of set execute late round.
Setting up a bridging sequence.
And we've seen Weibo roaming quite extensively across the entire series, and so with that Deimos in play, presuming G2 looking to counter that directly here. Or is this direct sight?
Yeah, I mean, this is a triple stack towards sight. They're going to go for
There's
the
no one on the objective, by the way.
And indeed, no one close by. Speak Easy is basement, but he's over towards missile. They start to converge. They start to make their way back as Alamau gets the flash. Went for the pistol. Speak Easy just falls to his feet. Upay lost his life as well on the site. Reaps is still there inside of Lab, trying to shoot past the blitz in Alamau, and he gets some help. Help that was so desperately needed. Lair is the only one left standing now, apparently, for G2. With 2 minutes on the clock, it's been an absolute mess inside of this lab.
Plan attempt, Hoven close, Turd above.
Do they have the audio cue? There's the drop down from Turd. They go 3, 2, 1 together, Hoven and Turd to collapse onto Lair, and they do so. The stutter step as well, the teabag. Weibo are back into this map now. It's 5-3, and they are letting Lair know all about it.
Well, Weibo not going down without a fight. And the last 2 rounds, some cheeky strats employed from G2, but not much to show for it. That last one, especially triple stack, direct hit.
I thought they were going to win that round.
I looked across at the overhead, I'm like, there is literally...
There was one player missile, and that was it. And then there was a double drop after that. Timeout, G2.
I think you see if they're repeating. If they're repeating, I think you should do the Astra, okay? Cal, have the Monty open, but like see if they have like clash something for the Monty. But you can, if you don't, like I think you play Monty with the MPs and Zach play to open server, okay guys? So like take the map top floor. Laura, you can see like if the breach, like they have mirror on the breach or no, then you play Termite or play something else to also like Hibana to open the breach. And remember, like if you can open the breach and if you can open like a server, they are completely fucked top floor, and then like you can also like rotate for a direct, okay? Like use the breach, like tap use of these gaps and the bombs, okay? Just one more thing also.
But they do pillar hold, right?
They do pillar hold. They do pillar hold.
Shopify.
I think Shopify don't do because like they're gonna expect this, okay? Play for the pills top floor.
Let's go guys, check. Let's go guys.
Let's go, bro. So timeout expires for G2. With that, no timeouts remain for either of these two teams, guys, in this final map. 5-3 scoreline in favor of G2. A rush attempt there on basement that I thought was looking quite successful, but credit to Weibo for being able to dispel that attacking rush. A flurry of kills, all within the first 40 seconds of the round. It was pretty much decided, and yeah, I don't even know really what happened there with that one. I kind of just started backtracking a little bit. Again, the Blitz having impact, but similar to Skyscraper, it doesn't net the result of a round win.
Yeah. So it's over to Bunk's briefing for round number 9 before the additional bans are deployed. I really enjoy this site at the moment. It offers so much for both attack and defense and how you want to approach the site. G2 with some late switches off the sense. Deimos back into play. Probably indicative that we do see the top floor cleared out. The sense typically indicative of a more direct hit. Still though with double hard breach, and so the site itself likely to be opened up. Mute in play, but easy to counter with EMPs as displayed. And so that's perceived pressure now for the remainder of the round.
Tracker on the prowl.
8-1 in terms of opening kills, still in favor of G2. That's been a strong metric of theirs. They've had far more multi-kills. Be very dominant here on Lair, yet it's only a 5-3 lead. I say only, still far closer to the finish line than Weibo. You lose this round and suddenly the nerves might just start to settle in for the EML team. Stomping over towards Ops. They will indeed go for this top floor clear.
Swapping mags!
Not a lot off this logic bomb other than taking some space. There was the death mark onto Reaps as well. He's actually in basement right now, so Reaps is on the roam. He has a Nitro Cell. He's got the only one available for the defense, and ultimately, considering his position, now that G2 have kind of started to get a lot of this top floor control, they do then need to be mindful of that Nitro later on in the round.
Yeah, Reaps has largely been kept at bay by the Deimos so far.
Oh, good swing from Doki. He's played so well in this series. Another opening kill for G2. But there is that Nitro impact from Reaps. Takes out Stompin. Blazfell at the same time to speak easy on the Tachanka. Drop down from Turd. He'll play briefing now. But Lair gets involved. He has been the nuisance. He has been the demon that might just haunt Weibo in their sleep tonight. Advantage G2 looking to secure 3 match points. Red ping information on Hoven as well. The push in from Lair, the headshot again. Sometimes the demon just starts to activate and there's nothing you can do about it. Despite that kill from Reaps, the damage was done. Lair is him. And G2 have got 3 match and series points.
You fucking boss!
Whew, okay. Damn. It's got to be a nice feeling if you're on the side of G2, aiding your team on the clear, and you know you have Lair on that thermite sitting outside the breach, cutting that side in half. Such a key and pivotal role on that side, and he plays it to absolute perfection. He denies the peel from Weibo. And with that, it's 3 series points G2. Clash, Deimos, taken off the board.
Yeah, the trash talk from G2 has been exquisite.
Are they the only team in the world that can out-trash talk Weibo?
They've completely beaten them in that battle, and they're beating them inside of the server as well. Don't get it twisted. I mean, this was a 3v3. And then Lair decided, I'm just going to go end the round. Like, it was very winnable for both of the two teams, and Lair was the difference. He has been the difference. 17-7 here on Lair, a decisive map. Your fate here at the Major is on the line, and he has stood up. Three opportunities to book their place into finals and eliminate Weibo, eliminate the last standing APAC team.
10 seconds to insertion.
Razor wire up. Home improvement time.
5 seconds to go.
And a position in that upper bracket against Secret. I mean, talk about a matchup, G2 Secret. What an absolute banger that will be. Everyone in which one of those two teams as well could maybe go all the way and lift the trophy here at Munich. Cannot be understated just how good those two are.
This is where it's difficult for Weibo. You're facing elimination. You've got to win 3 rounds straight. You can't just go into your shell. G2 will use that to their advantage and take aggressive positions. The peak, Ape, did he have Nitro in hand when he went for that peak? I believe he did. Taken so low, still alive. G2's ability to get these opening kills has been the difference.
Hard breach uncontested. And so pressure already beginning to mount here against Weibo.
Weibo just getting bullied right now. They're looking capable of kind of doing what they want to do. They're reactive. Reactive to what G2 are doing. Are G2 aggressive? Where do we have to hold because of what they're doing?
Already up.
Doki up to Mezzanine. Did this in the prior round as well. Found a nice pick.
Reaps close by.
That is up close indeed. Good call. Reaps able to catch one, then the second as well. Retakes this position and comfortable from Weibo. Facing elimination.
Okay.
A 5-1 lead in the round leaves Stompin. He couldn't surely. A 1v5 to secure a place in the finals. That is what is now required for the King. And the King's dead.
It is top floor though, so
yeah, and
temper excitement.
Top floor won once again for Weibo, but no longer available to them for the remainder of this half. That's 1 down, 2 to go.
I think the copium that I'm huffing right now is that if there is any time for Reaps to have a generational performance, it's right now, and he is playing well. He's had some really good moments. I think he's up to about 14, maybe 15 by now.
Listen, I'm gonna waste time in Sakura, okay, and then later drop CC, okay?
So bunks and briefing. Doki's ready to explode, by the way, if they win this. So he's...
Absolutely. So yeah, 14 for Reeves. Great work with the SMG there, over towards that Mez position. The rest of the attack got cut down. A lot of it hinging on Doki, I think, to find value there. And Stompin maybe in sync on the follow-up, but not to beat.
Yeah, 14 and 8 for Reeves, 17 and 8 for Moira, going toe-to-toe.
I do wonder what kind of push do we now see from G2? Is it the sense smoke hit direct through green? Or do they go again for the exterior hard breach and back the likes of Lair to play outside and cut site, then go ups across with the remainder of the roster?
Doki on the Montang.
And Lair onto the Capital.
What is G2 cooking here? And will Weibo be prepared, be ready for what is coming their way? Still facing elimination. You put the spotlight on Reaps for a reason, but what about Hoven? He was so sensational in the opening 2 maps, now just 3-8. At any moment, he too could get involved and help Weibo on their comeback trail. Top floor control being established courtesy of Doki on the Monty.
Given the initial early lurk from Alamal and the posturing from Doki Skybridge, I do imagine it ends up being direct green on Lair on the Capital to use his utility smoke specifically to counter the vert. No Warden in play for Weibo. That's notable in this round. Really bolsters the smokes for G2.
This is dangerous though in terms of positioning by Reaps. Reaps is in a tough spot, does have a Nitro cell. Is he being converged upon? Have they got him picked? Oh, no way! He's bounced his own Nitro off the face guard of the Monty! No. No more embarrassing way to be eliminated from the major. The top performing player for Weibo is dead. His own demise. An assist from Doki, sure. Advantage G2. Weibo will now have to do it the hard way. And G2 will gain confidence off that. They know Weibo are crumbling, shaking. Two-player advantage to secure your place in finals. You've got a minute, G2. You can chill.
It's a three-man hold above from Weibo. Turd specifically on the Solas has to have big impact here. They need to deny at least a plan attempt or two.
G2 are taking their time, rightfully so. They've got lots off it. They know they've got the two-player advantage. They can take the battles and use those numbers to overwhelm Weibo's defense. Doki into bunks. Gets off the plant, shot in the back and down the turn, and it's all done. G2 are about to knock out the final APAC team and book their place in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Secret, these boys are coming your way. Finals bound for G2. And for APL, the entire region's time comes to an end at the Munich Major.
Well, they're #1 in EU for a reason. And this outfit, this team, with serious potential to do big damage here in Munich. The better team in the server this afternoon, fully deserving of the series win. And for Weibo, it's about picking themselves back up for SI.
And for APAC as a whole, disappointing end to the major for the region. Always hope, there's always belief, there's always that feeling of slight improvement. But again, unfortunately, no APAC team will make Final 8 for G2. What a tantalizing match against Secret. Finals is set.
G2 managed to get a spot in the playoffs, absolutely huge for them, but it was a close game though. 3 maps were required. I mean, hey, G2 fans are probably used to it by now. It does take some stress sometimes when you're a G2 fan to see them make it through. Off the EU, I guess we can say as well. And Laura living up to his in-game name.
Yeah, this ace that he got in this round was absolutely crazy. Nobody laid a single bullet on top of him. He was just floating around, getting kills. Great shot for the 4th one there, and then gets the 5th one. Really asserting his dominance. You know, G2 is obviously star-studded in terms of their lineup. Any single player can get an ace. Loira was exceptional today on that defense.
I think just Loira exposed the biggest weakness of Weibo. How many 1v1s is he given? It's the same story again. Look, 1v1s up on 1v1s up on 1v1s, and he just wins all of them. You don't want to give a 1v1 to Loira. Same thing here, overpeaking, trying to play too aggressive and getting punished time and time again. The same consistent weakness, and I think it just speaks to Weibo's biggest weakness, trying to do too much, trying to play too aggressive.
I was about to say, it was their real strength on Skyscraper was trying to do too much, was to be aggressive, was to be unpredictable, and that's fine when you're defending out on a map and you can be very, very fluid on it. When you're attacking onto Lair, you can't necessarily do that. You do that, you get punished when you're walking into power positions, when you're walking into utility, when you're walking into some of the best players in the world, and that's exactly why Loira was just feasting on them today.
I want to talk about the final round as well, because I feel like something really specific happened. It happens to many of us in game as well, but it just went completely quiet.
Do you know what? When you're facing elimination and you're thinking, I'm getting ran down by a Monty in a 5-way crossfire, by the way, I'll see for him. It's bounced off his shield, and that's a little bit of stress. Is probably the best word to say it. You know, under normal circumstances, there's no way Reap sets off the C4, but yeah, he got done a little bit dirty by himself.
As soon as he threw the C4, he just grabbed the call on the phone and just went,
yeah, C4. Boop.
That was crazy, but yeah.
Alamar must have had a great time just watching that C4 bounce off his shield.
Yeah.
What a great game once again from Stompin, by the way. Like, I know we didn't mention him in that particular map, but he was the one that was the most consistent out of G2. For Loira to step up individually on a certain map and the others maybe, but like Stompin is the one guy that's always consistent. He reminds me of Jumon's Secret, you know, always having a consistent, good game, and it just keeps on happening. Almost triple double digits.
Yeah, there was one player who was particularly happy with that result, though. That was Doki. He's standing with Maria for an interview.
You did, in fact, have APAC Legends in your hands, and look what you have done, Doki.
They're gone. I'm sorry, APAC fans, but they're gone. My bad.
And what is the beef between G2 and APAC? You just eliminated them all.
I don't think they're as good as other regions, but I think Weibo, for example, they played really good. I think with the introduction of Gohan to the team, they're playing a lot different. So I think they're a really strong opponent. I don't think it was an easy game at all. They destroyed us on Skyscraper. That was us playing bad, but was also we couldn't do anything. They just had our number, so props to them for that. Congratulations. And I guess we'll see them at SI.
Yeah, and also, secret players were watching your game in the green room, and they said, oh, we would rather face Weibo than G2. What do you think of that?
Fair enough. I don't think they should say that because they always beat us. But that's going to change, Team Secret. I promise you right now, that's going to change. No more easy games for you, easy map ban phase. Not anymore, bro. Tomorrow we have a game, and you're getting it.
Yeah. Be prepared, Secret, and then you can now have your FaceTime with your girlfriend. Oh, yeah. You're good.
Can I say one more thing? Sure. I want to say something about the Safe Siege that's going around Twitter among the community, people targeting maybe Ubisoft and players. I just want to say that everyone that plays this game, we love the game. I'm a professional player. I love this game. Even though it's my job, I love the game. And I just want to say the reason that we're all hyping up is because we want better for the community, better for the developers, better for the Ubisoft. We want absolutely everything to run smoothly. So I just want to say, like, Safe Siege, guys, and show some support to that movement. But also don't hate towards developers or anything like that. That's not going to get us anywhere. That's not what the movement's about. We just want what's best for the game. So yeah, thanks, guys. Safe Siege.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, again, a massive congratulations to G2 for making it in those playoffs. And we'll have one more look at the results from today, though. As we said, we had such important games. It was all going to be heartbreak or happiness on either side of these matches, with one team making it to the playoffs and one team being sent home. And Leo, I see you're frowning. You're looking at the schedule. What's up?
No, I was just baffled by the font. That's just my graphic designer roots that just popped up in my head. But no, some big surprise.
Really? First game? Big surprise?
No, I was baffled because NIP beat BDS, and it doesn't say that. That's why.
That's okay. That's okay. It's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late. Furia beating W7N, that was expected once again. Just an absolute stomp, and just continuing on that 8-win streak. NIP beating BDS in a boundary game. completely crazy, in my opinion. And I'm not totally biased because I casted that one, but I felt like this was the best game I've seen out of the event.
Time caster.
And I will say this, I thought that this BO3 with G2, Weibo didn't disappoint. There was a third game. Weibo took it to a third map, and that only made it so entertaining.
I think there's a general theme and a general consensus amongst a lot of our pros and communities that there's such high quality at this major. Normally there's like 2 or 3 very clear teams, and I think coming into this major, maybe 9, 10, you could argue we're in with a shot of winning it, genuinely. Probably the top 3 from both EU, NA, and SAL, particularly. You know, Fury are going to win it. It's all ready. It's all
He's been saying it the entire time.
I was saying it when they were 0-2 now. No, but like genuinely, and today showed it. The games were such high quality. The fact that BDS and NiP, you know, both of them outside that traditional top 4, fighting for main stage. It was NiP who got that, but it went down to the final round. Today's been really high quality siege across the board.
All right, it's running late right now. Is there time for something else?
No, it is almost. But I was going to say one more thing about the schedule that you just saw. Don't go anywhere just yet. I mean, the last game has concluded here. I see you guys. I guess I'll just join in on this. We have something really exciting planned for after this. And, you know, post on social media a bit of a teaser about who is joining our late show as well. So you can have a look and guess about who might be showing up on there. But, hey, this is the conclusion of the Swiss stage. I would love for you guys to actually participate in the conversation instead of just doing whatever that was. We need to have one more look at the bracket. This is now our bracket after the Swiss stage. This is what we're looking at. What stands out?
So the big standout for me is match 2 into match 4 because we've got a repeat of the EML playoffs bracket. Secret going up against G2 to then play Falcons to play in the upper bracket final. We are guaranteed a European team at the European major in the upper bracket final, which is amazing. FaZe Wildcard, I think, is going to be quite an underrated game. I actually think that's a lot more 50-50 than it maybe shows on paper.
FaZe has been looking weaker. Wildcard has been the big wildcard of this tournament, upsetting everyone. That's going to be a banger game to go against M80. And to see Furia all the way down in that lower bracket feels a bit weird. But Jack, you've said it. You expect Furia to win this event. What a schedule. What a game.
Whoa.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I mean, this is looking amazing if I'm looking at all these games here.
It feels like forever since we've seen M80 and Falcons, by the way, so happy to be seeing them again tomorrow. Of course, they'll be, you know, waiting for the winner of games 1 and 2, respectively.
Yeah, and now especially for the EU viewers, you know that 11 p.m. game seems like it's really late, but keep in mind we are on a rolling schedule, so should any of those games be a 2-0, that means that the final game of the day is likely going to be a lot earlier than you know what it says on the schedule. But that's it for the Swiss stage. As we said, it's not over just yet. I would highly recommend for you to stick around because we're going to have a late show with 2 sets of 2 guests joining us for a bit of a chit-chat about their journeys, about things they've done so far in the past. We'll play a few games. We'll have a lot of fun, so I highly recommend you stick around here. It'll take approximately 10-ish minutes before we're back here, though, and then, yeah, we'll have a good time. And again, we'll see you tomorrow for some more Siege games. Juma from Secret, thank you so much for joining us here on the Late Show. We'll have a chat about a lot of things. We'll play some games. But first off, how are we feeling today?
Feeling great.
Feeling good. Feeling good. Yeah.
I mean, you two didn't play. I mean, we were talking about it when the schedule came up. It feels like it's been ages since we have seen you two play, but already making it into playoffs. So probably, I guess, among your expectations as well. I think that's fair to say. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. Like, I think we obviously expected ourselves to get to the playoffs. I think the M80 game was a bit of a good turn for us, realizing what we need to work on, and I think we're just happy.
Yeah, I think for me was also I kind of liked actually losing to M80 because we have a smaller break between games, so we have less off time and we can just play more Siege.
All right, well, that sounds good. Before we get into anything else, just a quick chat. You're playing against G2 tomorrow, and you two are watching the game as well. G2 versus Weibo happening because you got here earlier. Now, you said you would have preferred to play against Weibo, but you're playing G2. How are you feeling about that game? It's tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Want to take it first?
I mean, obviously, I think Weibo would have been a nicer game because we just played G2 so much already, and even we played G2. If we win against G2, we play Falcons back-to-back, same as EML finals again. So it would have been just nice to have a little switch up, but still should be an easy game.
Yeah, I mean, he basically just said everything that I was going to say, so that's great, yeah.
Right, well, it is a cool rematch, though. I mean, we're talking about you guys' first S-tier event win, something I really wanted to talk about with the two of you. That's why we got you in here as well. Beating G2 in that grand final for EWC, it's big for you two. It was the first time you're both winning an S-tier event, and particularly for you, Noah, I mean, when you posted afterwards on Twitter, with the event, you went from being, and I hate to say it, but one of the, the beginning of EML was rough. I think that's fair to say, but to go and win an S-tier event, that's a crazy glow up.
I mean, just insane, to be honest. Like, it was my second, no, I think it was my fourth or third event, I think, and for me it was just insane. I joined these guys and they told me they were gonna win events and that's what they're here for, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm here for it. But in the back of my mind, I was like, wow, but I've never been to that many events. How am I gonna do that? But I mean, they just proved me that we could do it, and the feeling was insane.
And I think for you, Juma, it was a long time coming as well. You've been to many events. What is it like to finally, break through that ceiling, I guess?
Obviously felt nice. For me, it was only a matter of time when and not if. And it just feels good. I think afterwards, you just also have less pressure on games. For me, it felt like that. I think that's why I've also been playing way better than before. And it just feels nice to have that win.
Okay, I want to talk about after, what happens after. I feel like we don't always talk to players about that, but if you think about the EWC, you win the finals the day after or even the event after, who's the first person you call? Who's the first person you talk to when you win an event like that?
For me, it was my dad, because my dad, ever since I was young, he was always telling me, oh, you got to stop playing video games, you got to stop doing all that, you got to focus on school. And as soon as I went pro, he was my #1 supporter. He always supported me and everything. So for me, as soon as we won, I called my dad and he was already crying. So it was already a very special moment for me. Yeah.
I think for me, it was my mom, and just getting so many messages from family and friends. It was quite surreal.
Must be overwhelming.
Yeah, it was a lot. I think I didn't answer most of them for 2 days. I felt bad, but at some I was thank you.
Yeah, you just want to let it sit for a little bit, of course. It's a lot coming at you, right? I mean, the day after, you're busy then as well, in the country still, you're not able to go home just yet. But speaking, of the title in general and winning that event, you two came in that event as the underdogs. I feel like that's safe to say. Until the quarterfinals and the semis. I think a lot of people had you guys as underdogs in that tournament. And coming into this one now, I feel like a lot of teams actually, or players, people think that you have a chance of winning the event. How does that change your mindset, playing the game, looking at this whole tournament in general, now that people actually expect you guys to do well and maybe even win?
What do you think?
For me, it doesn't change much, I feel like. I think for me, it's still the same. I just take game by game. I win every game. I want to win every game, and then just the same for every game, basically.
Yeah, I think for me, it doesn't change that much as well. I think people respect us a little bit more, but I don't think it's that big of a difference. I think people still underestimate us in a bit of a way, so I think it's still the same. Yeah.
Yeah, even going into playoffs as well?
Yeah, I actually think I think most teams when they play against us, they still feel like they don't have that extra pressure. But I think after this event, hopefully we'll have that upper hand.
I hope so for you guys. Well, I mean, June, you're playing a major in your own country. I feel like obviously it's nice to travel the world and see different parts of the world and everything, but to play it in your own country, do you have family coming out as well to support you for the playoff games?
Yeah, for sure. I have my mom, my sister, and my aunt coming, and my girlfriend. So that's going to be nice to have them there, and especially now that we also made main stage. That was like a little bit of pressure there. But yeah, definitely.
Would you prefer it that way, like playing in your own country, or do you prefer traveling and playing somewhere else?
I think it's the same for me because it's still I live on the other side of Germany, so it was still a bit of a travel, and I think it's the same for me.
This guy took a flight in his own country instead of just...
Yeah, I still have to fly here.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't trust the train system here either. No, I've been on them once and I'm never doing it again. Yeah. I hear it from all the Germans as well. It's not worth it. But like, I think, going into it with a crowd, we saw the Berlin crowd. I mean, that was pretty crazy. It's going to be different, I guess, in EWC. We chatted about it a little bit in the green room. There's going to be hopefully a big crowd here. Pressure, maybe? Expectations coming into that?
I mean, for me, I love playing on stage. There's nothing like that can recreate that feeling of when you're on stage and like you have all the lights and stuff. Obviously, I've never played against a big crowd like hopefully we're gonna have here, so it's gonna be amazing. Yeah.
I think for me it's a little bit more pressure because hopefully I have my fans in the crowd, hopefully cheering for me. So obviously I want to make them proud, especially in the home country.
I won't say too much, but it was that way with Cry, and I mean, the crowd went pretty wild for him there. Now, I think in general for this tournament, though, we can pull up the bracket as well to give you guys a better understanding, I guess, of what happened. I mean, you were part of the tournament. We can see everything that went down. We're looking at it on our screens right now. We're seeing on the left side the teams that were eliminated, on the right side the teams that made it eventually into playoffs. If you look at this, thinking about it before the tournament, is there any really big surprises that maybe teams that you thought were going to be better, teams that you thought were going to be worse even maybe when you're looking at this?
I think for me the biggest unexpected thing was SSG going 0-3 and qualifying wildcard was also I think 3-1. That was also for me the biggest unexpected things.
Why?
I think for me SSG are just a good team, so them going out 0-3 was quite unexpected for me, and just wildcard I didn't think they were that good. Also we played them the same thing, it wasn't really a hard game, so I didn't expect them to still qualify, but they still did it. So
yeah, for me I think the biggest one was probably Shopify for me. I think I had really high expectations for Shopify, and seeing them go out this early before playoffs was a shocker, and obviously the Spoit is on that team, so I want to see another Swedish brother do well in Siege, but it's unfortunate. Yeah.
I totally understand that. I mean, we're looking at the teams that are making it all the way to players and stuff. Besides, yourself, who else do you think will do really well coming into playoffs?
I mean, I think there's obviously the obvious answers like Furia, FaZe, the really strong teams that always perform that well. I also think team M80 has been doing incredible this event. I think they have a really strong chance of making it pretty far. But yeah, I think obviously they're going to be the strongest, hopefully.
Yeah, for me, I think Falcons also have been playing super well. I think Solotov has been playing very good. So, but I think they had a 2-3 day break now, so they're probably going to be not as warm as us. So I'm not really worried about that.
But you also had a break.
1 day, and we have been scrimming today, so not too worried. And we also have the game tomorrow before the Falcons game, so hopefully I have a warm up for that as well.
That's true. I mean, I want to look back at some of the things that happened for you two in this event as well. We have a clutch from either of you, a big play, and we'll pull it up on the screen as well so we can have a look at, starting with your clutch, Noah. Talk to us about this moment. I mean, it was a big one as well, winning out the map here. What happened?
I mean, this was just insane. First Adrian was telling me where to go. Savage was saying, go, take above, retake above, and then Adrian was saying, oh, you can't deny the plant from above, you can't deny the plant. And then I found this little pixel angle and I saw his toes and I was just, oh my god, I can deny. And then I remember just tapping my mouse, just being like, okay, is he gonna die from this bullet? Is he gonna die? And I just kept going, and I'm so grateful that obviously I killed him and he was defusing in that position. But yeah, it was insane.
You found the pixel on the spot?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think I was actually gonna be able to deny from above. But then I walked over the vert just to double check, make sure that I can't deny. And then I saw him sitting actually in the corner. So I was like, oh, perfect. I mean, he's in the corner, like I can deny. But when I was tapping away, I was like, how many bullets is this going to take to kill this guy?
All right, now for the viewers, I mean, we were talking about this, and I was telling you guys that we have a clutch for either of you. And when you said that, no, you said like, oh, my clutch is never, as good as the one that Joom has. We'll pull Joom's up as well. I think yours was still pretty good, but for you as well, what happened in this 1v2?
I think it was actually 1v3.
Oh, sorry, 1v3. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I killed one guy inside. I had a super deep angle into the other bomb side. I think we had info on this guy, or I heard him drop before, so I knew he was close left. And then the last guy, we had info that he was above, so I was just like, I think, grabbing the fuser, trying to find a good spawn to plant. I heard him drop, and then here, thankfully, he did a bad peek and I killed him. But I think Noah's clutch was still better because it was the round-winning play. Also, just seeing his toes, it was crazy.
Yeah, I'm always so calm when I see Joom in like a 1v3 or 1v2. Like this guy's consistency when it comes to those type of fights is just insane. So I'm always like, but I knew when Joom was in that 1v3, I was like, oh, he's gonna win this. Like we have info on these guys, it's done.
Okay, valid. I mean, so humble as well. But I mean, I think I spoke to you guys about this as well when we did this little game and we talked about, seed to legacy, but also who would you call in your team. I feel like you guys, from an outside perspective, you have a really good bond within the team. It seems like that at least. I mean, you're mentioning players in this team like, oh, these are like some of the best IGLs I've ever been with, some of the best entries I've ever had on my team. How does that feel for you guys really? I mean, is that really, as we see it from the outside of the bond, is that good?
No, it's not that like that at all. We're really
you just
not.
you hate them all. Okay.
Yeah, no, but I think when I first joined this team, my what I wanted to do was like bring everyone together, like because I when I was back in ITB, I had like a brotherhood team and it felt really good, and that's exactly what I found here. Like these guys are my brothers, and I know I can rely on them in and outside of the game, and when we're just walking around the hotel here, or whether we're before the game, after the game, whatever it is, I know I can trust these guys 100%. So it feels like family.
Yeah, for me it was like, I think it's hard to actually find 5 people that work with each other like super well from previous teams as well, and I think somehow it just clicked when I think was our first tournament, Malta?
Yeah,
Malta, where it actually just clicked from the beginning. I think just having that bond makes everything else so much easier.
Now, I'm really curious, of course, you say like it just clicked, but how does one create such a good brotherhood between teams? Like, do you do anything special for that, or how does that become a thing?
For me, it's about like you can't join a team and just like be in your own shell a little bit. I feel like you have to, at least the way I like to approach it is to just go head on and try to get everyone included in whatever you want to do and make sure that you're doing things together. I think the more you build up on whatever you're doing, whether it's outside or inside the game, I think your bond is just going to grow the more you do it. So for me, it's the most important thing is to just do as many things as you can together, and that's it.
Yeah, I think for me it's the same, just also not just doing stuff inside of the game, also outside. I think that helps a lot, and it just helps when, you make a lot of jokes and stuff, and everyone knows it's just jokes and don't take anything too serious. I think that's very good to have.
So it really is like family. And you talk about things like outside Joom. What was like the best thing or the most fun thing to do outside of the game together?
Oh, right now we are playing a lot of like table kicker.
Oh yeah.
There's one in the hotel, and we have been just playing against each other like crazy after every day.
Oh, yeah,
who's the best?
We own that foosball table. We own that.
And who's the best?
Savage, for
Savage
sure.
is the best striker.
Okay.
I'm the best defender.
Oh yeah. If they are playing against each other, it's like they only have the ball. We don't get to play.
Okay. All right. So you play against each other or with each other?
Against.
Yeah, we have
2v2s.
Four people, so we play 2v2s. Yeah.
Okay, I bet that must get really intense. I guess we get some casters on there and actually broadcast it and stuff, But I feel like a lot of serious talk, it's always a thing when we have these subjects and stuff. But I want to play a game with the two of you as well. The game I want to play, and I know I hate to, be this kind of person, but I'm sorry that I did this to 2 non-native English speakers, because the game I want to play is you can't say no, you can't say yes, and you can't say To forgive you guys, I will, normally you play it and like you can't stay silent for longer than 2 seconds and stuff, but I'll let you guys think for it as long as you want.
Okay, good.
Unless it's like 2 hours, but you can think about it.
We'll take our time.
I'll ask you questions. We'll have it for 2 minutes as well, as you can see on the screen. You have 3 strikes. So once you say a yes, a no, or an there'll be a buzzer. Okay. And if there's 3, you're out. We'll see if either of you 2 survive all your way through it. Jim, we'll start with you. Okay, so no yes, no, and no You can think about it as much as you want.
Okay is allowed?
Yeah, because there's no yes, no, and no. Okay. Your first question is, so Joom, you're from Germany, right?
Sure.
You play for Secret?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. So what do you do other than playing for Secret?
Come on now.
Okay, well, fair. I understand that we're gonna give a buzzer for that. You gotta think of something, okay?
No.
Is Doki currently one of your teammates?
Not really.
Okay. Tell me about something that you do outside of playing Siege.
I like to ride the bike.
Okay, so where do you, how long do you ride the bike for? Like, do you go for a time, or do you just go somewhere and you go do something fun?
Most of the times just at the lake to McDonald's. Yeah.
All right, valid. When did you start playing Siege?
9 years ago?
9 years ago.
Yeah.
That's a very long time. I mean, do you also know what time you're playing tomorrow? Your game?
14?
No.
No?
Sorry, I kind of baited you into that. That was not very nice
It's
of me,
hard,
but it's
yeah.
fine. You still have another strike left. It's 50 seconds. Who's going to win this event?
Us.
Very clear about that. No hesitation whatsoever. Ooh, okay, smart. I see. Yeah, okay, we're working with gestures now. When you have family coming out to this event, we talked about this a little bit already. Will you be able to sit with them at all? You think as well during any of the games, or is it going to be?
I think mostly they're just gonna watch me play on it up until the finals, and then after that probably just like go out for dinner, food if possible. I think there's gonna be an after party as well, hopefully. So we'll see.
Okay, very, very good. Okay, we're getting there. 17 more seconds. How are you guys gonna prepare for the game tomorrow?
Probably just try to have a nice sleep, and then before the game just do everyone's routine as usual.
Okay, what do you think the scoreline's gonna be for the game tomorrow?
7-4, 7-5.
Wow, okay, well, you made it. The time is up. You had 2 strikes, but hey, I think you still did pretty well. You made it through.
That's really good.
That is good. And
That
we'll
was
see if
very
you can do
tough.
the same.
Oh my God, that was so
I get it.
difficult.
You can breathe now. It's fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Every question she asked you, I wanted to say yes and no to.
Yeah.
So that was, wow.
So you got to keep that in the back of your mind. And yeah, we'll work about that. Okay, so for you as well, Noah, we'll start the timer. Noah, you're from Sweden, right?
Sure.
So you're a player for G2 Esports?
Not really.
I heard a no.
Did you? I didn't hear a buzzer, so...
Okay,
there
well,
we
there we go.
no, come on,
you tried to sneak your way out of that. That's not how we play this game.
That's not really... Come on now.
It's fine. Okay, so is Banjo Master currently one of your teammates?
Sure.
Really? Okay, so what's the organization that you guys play for then?
Well, basically, we play for Team Secret.
Okay, so Benja's you guys' new pickup.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it's not fit the situation. Whatever. Talk to me about something that you do outside of Siege as well.
I like to...
I heard an ah.
No, well, that was
Yes.
I. No, I'm
No,
Swedish.
no,
You
no.
gotta take the buzzer back. I'm Swedish, so I said I. Oh, well.
Wow, ruthless.
That's-
Okay.
okay.
The time is still running, so I guess you have a chance to talk
Yeah.
about what you do outside of Siege.
Oh, wow. I like to go to the gym. I like to read books. I like to watch movies, anime, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, we talked about this, but what kind of books do you read?
I read psychology books sometimes. Yeah.
So this is a non-fiction book we're talking about.
Exactly, non-fiction books, yeah.
Okay, very good. I mean, we're
I
getting
like
into
these
the
questions
worst.
way more than the yes and no questions.
You cannot tell me you just did that.
Wait, did I?
That is one way to get yourself out of this game.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm for.
Nice try. Wasn't a nice try.
You gotta think twice about that next time. Good try, I
That's gonna
guess.
keep me up at night.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
fine.
God.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It was a pleasure having you two on here. I mean, as you could see, we already have some other guests joining us as well. We'll have Kino and Fabian joining us from Amati very soon as well. A big thank you to you two for joining us on the Late Show, playing some games, having a good time with us.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say before we go?
Nope, just thank you and everyone else. Keep watching us and hopefully we'll win everything.
Okay, no, buy the
Buy
skins,
the,
whatever.
buy the
you
Team
know.
Secret Legion bundle
Yes.
and make sure to watch our
Yes.
games.
Good comms,
Very
good
well
comms.
media trained.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I
All
like
right. Well, thank you two so much. It was a pleasure having you on, and best of luck for your game tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
We're now joined with our second set of guests. We have Fabian and Kino from AT. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a while for you guys as well. We had to pull you out of the hotel on the day that you're not even playing. So sorry for that. I'm still glad you wanted to join. How are we feeling?
Well, I'll do anything for money, right? So I'm happy to be here.
Money? You're getting paid for this?
Yeah, two days of work.
2 days?
Can you give me something?
Yeah, I took his day as well.
Wait, slide me something.
No, you're not getting
Wait, I wasn't aware of this.
Well, that's why I offered your services.
All right.
That's not fair. Okay, anyways.
A you problem.
It's all right.
How are you doing, though?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Good to hear.
I'm just alright, a bit tired. Have to do all the prep work because these lazy guys don't do anything.
Valid. Okay, well, I see. I want to talk about that a little bit as well. I mean, you're currently coaching, obviously. You've gone through the whole thing, playing, coaching in many different regions even as well. And I think that's something maybe people don't think about, but surely there has to be a big difference about teaching or rather coaching in different kind of regions.
Yeah, I mean, teaching is something that we can
probably,
actually start on because like coaching in Korea, it's kind of a nightmare in a way because like the player pool there is just non-existent, and because they have a non-existent talent pool, you kind of have to teach them everything from the ground up. So like working with the North American team, like the guys I have right now, we have great in-game leader in maths, which is taking care of a lot of the game bases, and then we have Sean, who's adding a lot to just strategical work. Sean is Gunner, sorry, I will use the real names, that's just the way I do it. And then a team that actually wants and are willing to learn on their own, then I don't have to teach them much. Then it's more about setting up the right mindset and the right structure around it and putting them into the work with the right discipline.
All right, and I guess, of course, you know the difference between EU and NA as well. You feel like there's any difference in there too, or kind of the same?
I mean, I only worked with one team in Europe, and it was a nightmare for me. I didn't enjoy that at all. So, I mean, I'd rather work with the team I have now, without any doubt.
But it is also many different working hours, I guess, as well?
Yeah, I mean, the working hours, honestly, I'll be honest and say they suck. It's just like sitting there every single night until, well, early morning hours. And then because it's work and there's some excitement to playing, obviously, you can't just fall asleep. So it sucks, those things. But there are other perks to it, such as being happy actually doing the job.
Okay, I see. Well, there's a lot of sacrifice, I guess, that your coach is making for all of this. But you must be happy as well, like even hearing that Fabian is going to help you guys out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely happy, but, you know, some of the stuff he said is a lie, right? He doesn't coach us. He can't even do map bans, right?
Oh.
But that was all on purpose.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to talk about that, actually, because we have a video of that, of the whole, like, map ban situation. And I have no idea what happened there. Like, what?
It's all a mental game. It was all prepared by me.
Really?
Yeah, you know, I
don't know if
great
he's lying
actor.
or true at this
See,
point.
exactly. You wouldn't know because nobody knows.
Are you playing the mental games on us now?
Maybe. Who knows?
Okay.
I don't. I have no idea what I'm doing.
What happened? What was the idea with the mental games?
So I always write down my bans, right, on paper. But my app refused to let me delete. I had tried so many times before the map ban. I was like, oh yeah, it works flawlessly. We have the word in Swedish, of course. But instead what came up on my app when I tried to delete it in the phone now, when it was on broadcast, was something I've never seen before. It started with translate, it then came copy, and then it came paste, and then it came cut. So I couldn't delete it. And then instead of, you know, doing the wrong bans, I'd rather just fucking repeat it. Sorry for swearing, I will do it again probably. Instead of deleting it or like going the wrong way, I just go back and do it over again because, I mean, like, if I ban something that's already banned, what's the worst that's going to happen? Nothing. But if I ban the wrong map, we might go somewhere else. And honestly, it wouldn't have mattered against FaZe what map we banned. We would have won the game anyways. We were just that superior to them.
Okay, well, valid. Did you end up banning the maps that you wanted to?
No, we genuinely got the map we wanted. Okay. I think it was priority number 3, which, I mean, you will never get your number 1 and 2 because that's your opponent's permabans, right? And they're not going to be happy giving that to you, especially when it matches up to our preferences differently.
Yeah, did you guys discuss this at all when he came back and you heard about this, or was it not really a conversation?
He tried explaining what happened. I was confused. I couldn't really understand. Hot and Cold said that...
Wait, Leo. You're always confused and can't understand.
Well, that's true. That's true. That is true. But Hot and Cold tried explaining that he tried banning 3 or 4 of the maps that were already banned.
Yeah.
So I had to just rewatch back, and
it's pretty funny though.
Couldn't stop laughing.
But that's the thing as well. Our team is one of those teams that we will laugh at that. Like we were actually having quite a lot of fun with it. And they were calling me a bunch of funny words that relate to not being very intelligent. And
okay.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes.
But I feel like it's important to have a team culture like that as well, where you can have fun with each other, and even if things go wrong like this, you still have a good laugh about it.
Yeah, exactly. Even if we play the wrong map, it's all right.
You'd have still won against FaZe.
Hopefully.
No, we would have. We had them completely on the
We
wrap.
might play them again soon.
Yeah, and we're
Can
going to beat
see
them
that.
2-0.
Okay.
Okay, well, I want to talk about you as well, Kino. I mean, we talked about Fabi in different regions and stuff, but for you, you were born in Brazil, but you've always been playing in NA only. We were talking a little bit about this, but for the viewers as well, you moved to NA before you started playing there, right?
Yeah, I moved to NA about 8 years ago, and I started playing. When I first moved, I started playing like Brazilian servers because all my friends, all the people I knew were back there. So even with the high ping, that's all I did. And when I first started playing in NA servers, like actually, trying to improve my English, trying to become better at the game, that's when I started playing T3 into T2, and then obviously into T1 after that.
So was there ever any point of discussion that maybe you would join a team from Brazil, or was it always going to be NA as a plan?
When I first started, it was always NA as a plan, since like that was my base, right? I started playing NA Challenger League, but like throughout my career, obviously, like I've thought about it, going back to Brazil to play if I got any good offers or whatnot, but always stuck with these guys, stuck with Amedi, and now I have this goofball around me. So.
I mean, yeah, you're kind of unkickable with your dad owning the organization and all.
Excuse me. You're not supposed to say that.
Sorry, my bad. Okay, his dad doesn't own it.
It's okay. Well, I feel like there is a good relationship between you guys and the whole team in general as well. And we see that when we look at social media as well between you guys. I mean, we can pull up a post for you, Fabian. We talked about stats from the team, and I feel like you kind of a little bit dirty there.
No, these are real stats.
Are you sure?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, this is the stuff we do. We have fun and we enjoy it. And I think that the biggest thing we have in our group is that people will talk about SSG as being this juggernaut of mentality and being a juggernaut of team culture. No, I think that's us. Like, I genuinely believe that's us. Because the way we approach things differently, which I don't think is a norm to North America, and Leo can probably back me up on it more, because he has way more experience than me with North America, of course. But everything is open and honest and straight to the point. Like, we don't go behind each other's back. We don't keep secrets from each other. Everything is open and honest. And we talk to each other every single week about what went wrong last week, if something went wrong, or if someone was not playing up to the standards that we hold on them. And then, obviously, with everyone wanting the work to be done, that's where it all comes together. So there's not going to be any player replacement. You all know that M80 has been a revolving door of players. I mean, they've changed players more times than Leo changed underwear.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, he usually doesn't wear any. Anyhow, yeah, but it's just continuously changing players. That's never going to happen with us, because if some player is going to be in a tough spot, you're going to be given time to, first of all, improve your things. You're going to be having open conversations with each other about what it is that needs to be improved, so that you never go behind someone's back, because that is the worst thing you can do, not just for building a team environment, but how the hell will you trust each other if you can't even trust each other's words? Because in the end, most transfer changes are done behind people's backs, and that's not how you build longevity in my eyes.
So I assume
inspirational.
You agree with that?
I agree. It's nice having a culture like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I suck, it just tells me straight to my face, and it's all right.
Okay.
I learned to
I said to Diffuser middle of a game, literally the third map on against Secret. I said to Diffuser, you need to take a shield pill because you're sucking.
But I mean, because of the environment that you guys create in the team, everybody's like receptive to that as well, right?
Yeah, because they know that it's not meant as a hostile thing, or, oh yeah, you're having a bad game, or bad stage or whatever, and you're out. No, that just means you're having a tough fucking game. Sorry again, I will do it one more time probably, or a few more. But
can we get the buzzers for every team?
No, but it's like, you're having a tough game, that happens.
Yeah.
But why do we don't care about it? Because we know that the standard is so much higher for our team. And it's just like the biggest thing I think we've done to improve this is, like, with all this trust that comes, is instead of like raising the roof of this team, I mean, they won a major, not him, obviously. He couldn't win anything even if he tried. But so it's like, it's not about raising the roof. They've already done that. It's just about raising the floor. And I think that what you can see now, like, the consistency is here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it, of course, with the playoff spot as well. That's huge for you guys. And your bullying here, it just never stops. I feel like even when we look at other posts, there's even more. Like, it just keeps on ending. And you're responding to it as well, Kino. I mean, of course, it is all fun and games. But going about it on socials, do you never ever think that people might believe that this is real and have, like, a bad view of it from the outside?
The whole thing is that I just don't care. I was the one who asked them, like, when these stats first came up and the idea came up for us to make like some fake stats for, just for fun. I was the one who said, give me the worst stats ever.
But this is like bad.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah.
I don't care.
But the other sets, are they real or are they?
No, they're not real
So
at
you
all.
just made it up.
They're not even possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
you go 1,322 to 212.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I just looked at the first. I was
Like
like,
30 times.
maybe on a good day, but like, yeah, no.
No, that's just impossible.
No, you'd have
Straight
to
up
have an
impossible.
insane reaction time for that. And we actually tested your reaction time, Kino. There was something posted on socials where you were like on your
Can't
phone.
talk about that. Wait, which one?
Yeah, you were like on your phone. I don't know, we caught it. You were on your phone, and then, I don't know, something comes flying at
That's.
you.
Oh, that one.
How?
I had to save Gavin.
But like, how do you know it's...
I don't know. It just something in my brain just clicked.
Is this
You know,
how
he's gonna get
train
hurt,
him?
so I had to protect him.
I hit them with chairs. So
Oh,
now,
okay.
now they gotten used to like
and
the
baseball bats.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At boot camp, we had a golf range just right in front of us, right? And I would stand behind them with the club and the ball, and just like someone messes up, bam, straight in the back.
In the ankles, the back,
No,
everything.
just anywhere that it hits, the harder the better.
Yep.
Must
I'm
hurt.
trained now. I'm mentally trained.
And
Okay.
physically
Yeah.
abused.
Well-
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
We saw the men's return, I guess, as well when we did the reaction game, right? I mean, you probably maybe don't want to talk about that one, but we'll bring it up. The reaction game that we played during the media day. This one a little bit less. You didn't have to protect Giovanni here, so that was a good thing, but this didn't go as well.
I have an excuse. That was what 8 in the morning, 9. I'm not used to that.
You can't do that.
I'm not.
Leo.
I'm a late night kind of guy.
This is why when we
Well,
play
look at Gavin.
every single day we warm up for practice, right? There are two players that I can never kill when we play team deathmatch.
Yeah.
And it's Giovanni and it's Diffuser. Those guys, you see them, you die like this.
Instantly.
The only way that this guy gets killed is shotguns.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have to aim.
We have a
And we
whole
clearly saw
strike
it there.
system on our team.
Yeah.
If we do something wrong, we get a strike, and that's like $10 for like a
For the
team
team,
meal
yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
And I have like 20 strikes from just
What?
using shotguns in our
It's
warm-ups.
boring.
But I wonder, what do you actually get a strike for? Is it actually playing a shotgun or is it
Well,
something else?
Kind of
Like
whatever I
being
decide.
late for practice, like a bunch of other stuff. But he just goofs around, and he it's a dictatorship, as
Yeah.
you probably know.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he just gives out strikes as if they're candy.
For fun.
Yeah, I mean, I
Even
get
if you didn't
food.
do anything.
Exactly.
Are you okay? Do you blink twice if you need help? Like, that's more than 2 times. I mean, no, but I think it's good that there's this much of a understanding of like what is expected from everybody going into this. And I mean, it's brought you this far in the tournament as well. I'd like to talk about the tournament with you guys as well. We bring up the bracket, and we can maybe have a chat about the teams maybe that have made it really far in the tournament. Maybe if we look at an expectation, teams that you thought were gonna do really well, Fabian, that didn't actually end up showing well. Who's your biggest disappointment for this tournament?
I mean, it has to be the North American 2 other giants that made it to the tournament. I mean, if we look at the bracket here, Wildcard is probably the least expected one from North America to make it this far. But it goes to show that like it doesn't matter if you're supposed to be the giants or if you have the biggest budget or whatever it is, or the strongest team culture. It's all about the work you put in and the effort that you put in. Sure, Shopify, they were playing good online, but I mean, it's not like we really saw much from them this event.
Why do you think that is?
Could be a billion reasons. I honestly haven't been paying much attention to them other than laughing at them going out. But Space Station is probably the biggest disappointment. I mean, they're supposed to be this good, and then for some reason in the third game, they pull out their permaban on the third map to Decider against the best South American team on Lair. I mean, it makes no sense. So it's kind of funny, to be fair. But other than that, I don't think that there's too many upsets. I mean, most of these teams are where they belong. Maybe W7M not making it is a bit of an upset.
That's a good one.
Yeah, but at the same time, they haven't played great either. So I'm not too surprised about anything.
Okay. And I guess in regards of positive surprises, you know, any team that you didn't expect maybe to do so well, but are doing really well, maybe even if they got eliminated, but they got further than you thought maybe that they would get.
I think you got to give it to Wildcard, right? Like, nobody really expected out of the 4 NA teams coming out. Like, everyone was talking about, like, M80, SSG, SR. But the Wildcard, they're the dark horse, the dark horses, you know? They've been playing pretty well.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that they might stand a chance against FaZe tomorrow, or is that absolutely off the table?
I think you got to consider it, right? Like, they beat W7M. They're not a bad team at all. So, I mean, it's always a chance. They're playing really well right now.
So who do you think they're playing against tomorrow?
Honestly, I don't care. We'll beat them both, so for me that doesn't matter. The only funniest part I find is that G2 could only make it by beating APAC teams. They couldn't beat a real team at all, so that's pretty funny. Still made it to upper bracket somehow. Guess you're just lucky to play us in secret.
All right, well, we'll see about that one, though. We've had a lot of chat about a lot of things with you guys in the regions and everything in the tournament. I want to play a small game before we call it a day with our late show, because, of course, you two have a game to play tomorrow as well. Now, I want to play a game, and it's going to go like, I'm going to ask you questions. Who would you call if, and I'm going to sketch a scenario. And I'd like for you to pick a team member, or even your coach, or any of the support members that you would call in that scenario, and why as well. So, you know, if your house was to burn down, who in your team would you call to come help?
Oh, there's only one person. It's got to be Pedro, right? Our assistant coach. He is the most reliable guy ever. No stress, or he gets a little bit stressed up sometimes, but he is kind of like he will go and he'll fix the problem and he'll get me out of trouble.
All right.
Kind of guy.
He's so organized. He'll know every fire hydrant outside, and he'll know everything where everything is.
Exactly.
He's gonna know exactly in which room you're sleeping in, and no, he's not a stalker.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's good as well. Fabian, I know you're very passionate about Swedish cuisine, but if you had to cook a meal with anybody in the team, who would be probably less likely to poison you, or who would you actually cook a good meal with?
I think that the easiest one that wouldn't poison me is simply Gav, just because he's too stupid to know what poison is. Like, you have like these stereotypes of people, and he's like the straight up entry fragger. It's like, you know the first video games that came out, the ping pong, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what's going up inside his head. It's a tiny little brain that just goes between the two walls.
That's
bing
so
bong,
real.
bing bong. Yeah, it's real. That's
really
why.
real.
Yeah, the guy doesn't know anything. I could tell him, "Oh, pass me the flower," and he'd pass me a glass of water. Like the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't
couldn't
turn out
poison me.
great, but
but I'd survive.
Okay, well that's also really important, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well understandable. You know, if you had to call anyone in the team for a playlist recommendation or a music recommendation, who would you call?
Oh, I would be calling Diffuser, because he already sends me playlists and songs every day, even when I don't want to. I don't want to talk to him. I'm mad at him for some reason. Still sending me songs, still sending me playlists. They're good. They're vibey.
Similar style, I guess you guys have then?
Yeah, similar style, and sometimes he even sends me some Brazilian songs, some songs that I don't know even. So
Okay.
yeah.
So what do you guys listen to mostly? Like what type of music is it? Outside of
A
Brazilian
little bit
music,
of
maybe?
everything, honestly. Like kind of like Starships. It's a good song.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, I don't know, Rihanna, Katy Perry. Those are good ones.
Yeah, the vibe songs.
The
I
vibe
guess.
songs.
Yeah, the ones.
Yeah.
Actually, if you had to have a walkout song, like if we were to do that on main stage, you had to have a walkout song. Do you know kind of like what kind of song you'd pick for that?
I mean, you'd have to be one of those, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Since You've Been Gone. Because Sean has
you're
been
the
singing
one
that song
choosing.
forever. Yeah, that one.
As a team or just for you?
As a team.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we all vibe to that kind of song, you know?
Yeah. I feel like that would be good. We should have to, I guess, consider that. Now, Fabian, if you needed fashion advice from anybody in the team, who would you call?
I wouldn't call any one of them.
Why?
They have no fashion sense, and honestly,
Do you accept the slender?
I'll be honest
I'm
and
not gonna
say,
say anything. I'd rather not.
I only wear merchandise I've gotten from teams, so my fashion sense is about to solid zero. But you know what? I do not care because it's free clothes, and free clothes are the best clothes. Because otherwise I would have to pay for them.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
He's always walking around with his PSG Talon jersey.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have
yeah.
so much PSG
Or his
merch.
even G2 merch.
Yeah. I
A
mean,
blast from the past.
I mean,
Oh, we got the G2 socks!
yeah.
Very nice.
that.
You are not lying when you said it's just team merchandise only.
No, it's genuinely only team merchandise.
Okay, I love that for you. You know, if you ever did something really bad, and you needed like an alibi, someone to help cover up, who would you call?
I did something really bad and I had to
Yeah.
call someone to cover it
Like
up.
you would have
I
poisoned
mean,
Fabian,
I've seen you
for
play,
example.
so there's not much worse you can do, is there?
Now I'm talking like if you would
Why
have
would you
accidentally
mean?
poisoned Fabian and the police would be after you, who would you call for an alibi? To help you lie and...
Oh, I think Sean Gunner.
Why?
Because he's a really good liar.
Oh, he would have your
Yeah.
back and lie for you to the police?
Yeah. He's a really good like manipulator kind of guy.
How do you know? How do you know he's a good liar
Oh,
though?
because like I know all his secrets. Yeah, he's lied to Fabian many times. I don't want to throw him under the bus, but like
Any strikes? Any money
I think
for
there
the
might be some
team
strikes
there?
coming
Yeah.
in.
don't strike him. It's okay.
Okay, well, I'll figure it out with Sean later.
I feel like we just
He's
caused
really
a...
ticklish, by the way. Like, you touch him like this, and he goes, So I have my ways of torturing him to get the information I need.
Maybe you need an alibi.
So is he, by the way.
At some point.
Yeah.
As well. Though.
We'll see. Right, Leo?
Don't start it.
No, we're just friends here.
It's okay. If you were locked in your room, Fabian, who would you call from the team to help you get out?
What? What's going on over me? That's enough.
Can you guys strike Fabian as well? Is that a thing?
No, I can only strike myself. That's the perk of being the dictator.
We don't even have access to the channel on Discord, so we can't do anything about it.
They can see the channel, but they can't write anything.
Yep.
I don't even know who would be able to get me out. First of all, they'd had to fly over the Atlantic. That's quite a trip.
You're gonna be stuck there for a little while.
Yeah, I'll be stuck there for a while. And none of them are really like good at breaking out of stuff, so I don't know. Maybe we'll have to take... I'll take you, Leo.
Oh,
you have like the tiniest finger, so you can like get your finger into the lock and turn it around and stuff.
In the lock?
Yeah.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
have pretty big hands.
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still nice, I guess, that he would call you for help, but yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's the closest, that's why.
Okay, I see that as a thing as well. It saves you a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Now, the last question before I let you guys go. Kino, if you had to call someone because you needed to eat like 30 burgers in like 30 minutes, who would you call?
Oh, I would call Diffuser. Yesterday, we went to a steakhouse. He got a 900-gram steak.
900?
That's like 30 ounces for those who need that.
The Freedom units?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of food. And he ate everything.
Lot.
The whole steak. It wasn't a plate. It was like a what even is that? It's like a wooden like plank. And he just a whole steak on it. He ate everything.
And like in a decent time span as well?
Oh yeah, that was pretty. He finished before me. I got like a tiny steak.
No, he didn't. He took the longest.
I didn't finish my food.
He was just sitting there chatting the entire time.
I didn't even finish my food. And
he's over-exaggerating. Diffuser like, here, take a piece. Oh, here, take a piece. And then he didn't finish it. He didn't finish his sides. So, in my opinion, he didn't finish it at all.
This size.
I think it was pretty weak sauce.
Then who would I call then? You?
Matt.
I'll call you.
Yeah, but just because I'm fat, is that it?
I didn't say that.
That's what he meant.
So I assume this team dinner was also paid for by the strikes. Are we back on 0 now, or is this just a thing that keeps on building?
The strikes I don't think will ever go away. I think actually Sean has gotten rid of his strikes because he's been paying for like everything this week.
I have like 10 now.
Yeah,
I had almost 30 at one point.
Yeah.
30?
The Diffuser had like 40.
A lot of shotgun in warm-up.
Okay, right.
Yeah, but we removed those to be fair. Because they were not realistic.
Some other funny business.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually it's like discipline mistakes.
Yeah.
Like peeking 3 versus 1.
Yep.
You remember that round?
Against Secret, I peeked on a 3v1. We lost the round to Joom, and I turned around and he was on my face like, discipline.
Okay.
I was like, okay, learn my mistake.
Strike.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I guess you have to make it to the end of the event to like actually pay off all the strikes with the team dinners.
No. We have so many strikes that we will never pay it off.
Until next year somewhere, like phase 2 NAL.
It's gonna always be there.
We have some like almost 100 strikes left or something like this, I think.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was very interesting to learn about the team culture, the strikes, and everything that's going on behind the closed doors of M80. Thank you so much for joining us on the Late Show. It was a lot of fun. Anything you want to say before we close out? You mean you have a game to play tomorrow?
Just want to say that I'm sorry to FaZe and Wildcard that Fabian said that we were going to beat you guys regardless. I don't think so. I think it's going to be a great game, and I think we're going to lose. And we're going to lose lower bracket as well. Okay. Because that's what we do, right?
Wow.
We choke in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you do. I've won a few events, so I wouldn't know anything about that. But no, I'm not sorry about anything of the words I used. You guys are terrible. We are simply better. Hey, stop it. I know who you are. I know where you live. And we've worked with each other before, Mr. Production Man. So if you keep beeping me, I know where you live.
The timing on that was... I feel like I would love to have more words from you. I feel like you're going to get beeped every single time.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen.
It is okay, though. Well, once again, a big thank you to you two for coming on to the Late Show and chatting with us. You have a game tomorrow, so best of luck with that. We'll be back tomorrow as well. It's going to be 4 best of 3, so a long day. Thank you so much for watching today, and we'll see you again tomorrow.